Chapter 1. The Uchiha Massacre. In the 55th year of the Konoha calendar, the night of the Uchiha Massacre was unfolding outside the Uchiha compound. The entirety of Konoha basked in tranquility, and peace. The night was illuminated with bright lights. As street lamps chased away the encroaching darkness, teams of Konoha's Umbu ninjas patrolled the streets with methodical precision, their figures darting through the night sky, ensuring the safety and serenity of the village. However, as one's gaze shifted towards the Uchiha compound, a scene of bloodshed, darkness, and cruelty was taking place. Itachi Uchiha, a spy placed by the Hokage, had been entrusted with the task of eradicating his own clan, and he was diligently carrying out his grim duty. He leapt from house to house within the Uchiha compound using the body flicker technique, each jump signifying the complete annihilation of a family. Regardless of age or gender, the blade in Itachi's hand descended mercilessly, without hesitation or doubt, efficiently eliminating the Uchiha civilians. Itachi's slaughter eventually met with resistance from his kin. "Itachi, do you know what you're doing?" cried out a Uchiha with a 3-to-mo Sharingan. Recognizing Itachi and shouting in horror, despite the Uchiha clan's long-standing peace, they retained the basic instincts of ninjas, quickly sensing the change within their compound. This Uchiha immediately formed hand seals, but Itachi was quicker, using his Manjiki Sharingan to immobilize him before swiftly slicing through the throat of this clan member. He then teleported behind him, entering the house to massacre the Uchiha within. With a swift motion, the man's wife, children, and parents fell into a pool of blood. The entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds, devoid of any cries of anguish, and all fell silent. The man finally broke free from the illusion, instinctively clutching his throat as he emitted pain groans. Blood bubbling forth, he gazed at the lifeless bodies of his loved ones, despair flooding his heart in that moment. He was consumed by hopelessness, and soon after, he succumbed to death. The Uchiha clan eventually discovered Itachi's rampage, and more began to emerge from their homes to resist with all their might. They countered Itachi's attacks while hurling accusations at him. "Itachi, you are our clan's young leader. Why would you turn your blade against your own kin? We have nurtured you." The cries fell on deaf ears to Itachi, who had come to view his clan as a threat to Konoha. The Uchiha, including newborns, were no better than livestock. His killings were efficient, swift, and devoid of mercy. Disregarding the confusion and terror of his kin and the love they held for their families, almost all Uchiha were slaughtered in a remarkably short time. Itachi finally returned to his home, where Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha awaited him, perhaps hoping for an explanation, a reason that could justify his actions. Yet, upon his entrance, Mikoto, filled with worry and fear, exclaimed, "Itachi, you're back?" Itachi remained silent, holding the bloodied blade, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his parents, who sat together. The silence lingered for a moment before Fugaku spoke solemnly. "Itachi, is this your choice? Have you chosen Konoha for the sake of Sasuke?" Itachi said nothing. Continuing his silence, Fugaku waited a moment longer before continuing. "I understand your intention. Sasuke, your younger brother, is now in your hands." He turned to Mikoto with deep affection, uttering, "I'm sorry." Mikoto, at a loss for words, stepped closer to Fugaku, tears streaming down her face as she leaned against him. "Itachi, do what you must. We do not hate you. This is your resolve, and as your parents, we will support you." Fugaku embraced Mikoto, quietly awaiting the arrival of death in his heart. He deemed the Uchiha clan as less than human. Only his son mattered. Itachi's parents were soon met with their end, dispatched with the same swiftness and decisiveness as the others with the death of his parents. The Uchiha compound descended into a profound silence, the air thick with the stench of blood and a bone-chilling cold. Suppressing his anguish, Itachi desecrated his parents' bodies, perhaps unwilling for them to be violated by others. Despite his actions already being irreverenced, suddenly, a vortex appeared beside him, and a masked figure emerged. "Itachi-san, is everything finished? The Uchiha of the Guard have been eradicated. The Konoha forces are beginning to withdraw the barrier to enter here. Will you come with me now?" "You go ahead. I will find you later. I still have a few matters to attend to." "Oh, is it Sasuke? Your beloved younger brother. What will you do?" "You need not worry. Sasuke is the spare I have intentionally left behind once I prove my worth, do you still doubt me? Do as you wish, but be careful as you escape Konoha. The everlasting peace of the ninja world requires your strength. Do not forget our ideals." The masked man said before vanishing into the vortex once more. Itachi calmly watched as he disappeared. Sensing a large group of ninjas breaching the Uchiha compound, they were Konoha's forces, and after the slaughter, it was their turn to cleanse the aftermath. Itachi did not leave. He was waiting for someone meanwhile. Sasuke was on his way home, traversing the bright and peaceful streets of Konoha, gradually approaching the compound. Why are the lights in the compound not lit? Why is it so quiet? A sense of unease crept into Sasuke's heart. The unusual stillness of the compound made him anxious, prompting him to run home in haste. On the way, he witnessed several corpses clad in Uchiha fan attire lying on the ground. He knew they were his kin, and the compound had been ambushed. "Father, mother, brother!" Sasuke cried out in distress as he ran, fear gripping him. Before long, he arrived home upon seeing his brother, Itachi Uchiha. He rushed towards him. "On Aizen, the clan was attacked. Many of our people have been killed. We must protect them." Sasuke wept, clinging to Itachi. In response, Itachi abruptly pushed Sasuke away, swiftly activating his Sharingan and subjecting Sasuke to the first course of his clan's demise. The young Sasuke was forced to witness his family and kin perish at the hands of his brother through the Genjutsu of Tsukuyami. "Oh, foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, harbor your hatred and curse your fate, living in a wretched existence, merely to survive when you someday possess eyes like mine. Come before me." With these words etched into Sasuke's mind, Itachi departed, leaving behind a brother overwhelmed by the sudden shift. Collapsing in despair within their home, Sasuke would not need to worry others would come. Itachi once again stepped outside the compound, where another awaited him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, had resumed his position following the tragedy of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the Nine Tails assault, wielding unimaginable influence within Konoha. As the leader of the village, he was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise, a situation he welcomed with open arms in his eyes. The disappearance of the Senju and Uchiha clans was a tremendous boon for both him and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back to Itachi and spoke, "I have sent everyone away. What is it you wish to convey?" "Thank you for your concern. First, I must express my gratitude. Your decisiveness has spared Konoha from civil war and preserved the village's peace. Indeed. However, I have always felt regret, for I could find no other way. My sincerest apologies. The one who should apologize is I from now on. Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja who slaughtered your entire clan. You will be wanted, and your capture will be pursued without regard for life or death. That is only natural." The third Hokage slightly turned his head, observing the shadow of Itachi enveloped in darkness, and inquired, "What do you plan to do in the days to come?" This incident was facilitated by an individual who claimed to be a member of the Akatsuki organization. "I need to remain close to him to prevent any breach of his oath that could harm Konoha." "So, you intend to join the Akatsuki?" "Yes, solely to protect Sasuke's life. May I request a promise from you?" Third Hokage, "Your brother will maintain his current situation and attend school like other children. As a ninja of Konoha, he will grow up healthy, and I can assure you he will want for nothing. However, I cannot mitigate the hatred he harbors for you. I am prepared to bear this burden of hatred. Then go. The village's barrier techniques will remain unchanged. If you are concerned for Sasuke, you may return to check on him at any time." Third Hokage, "It is regrettable that the deceased Uchiha cannot comprehend your goodwill with that." Itachi turned to leave. "I was too naive, which ultimately led to this tragedy." The third Hokage took a puff of smoke, watching Itachi's retreating figure and speaking with genuine or perhaps feigned emotion. That night, the illustrious name and reputation of the Uchiha clan, which had resonated throughout the ninja world for a millennium, were effectively extinguished. Konoha had finally become a bastion of the Hokage's absolute authority. That night, the Uchiha were utterly buried within the village they had once helped to establish, their sacrifices and contributions to Konoha rendered meaningless. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Death. The night remained deep, Yet the Uchiha compound had taken on an eerily vibrant atmosphere upon the arrival of Konoha's ninjas. They swiftly dispersed. The Umbu received orders to search the blood-soaked compound for survivors. Meanwhile, the root ninjas diligently sifted through each corpse. Regardless of age or gender, they pried open eyelids, extracting the eyes of the deceased, and placed them into pre-prepared containers, marking those that had been blinded and those with closed eyes. This is a meticulous process. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan stands as their most formidable and invaluable legacy to Konoha. From this night onward, the entire shinobi world will no longer have the opportunity to acquire such a vast quantity of Sharingan. Thus, they must exercise caution, for a single misstep may prove fatal. Danzo, filled with excitement, rushed to the Uchiha clan's territory, where the ground was strewn with Uchiha corpses and blood, bestowing upon him boundless delight. The Uchiha clan has finally been eradicated at his hands. Their influence will be thoroughly obliterated from Konoha, and he has not disappointed his mentor, Tobirama. With the nefarious Uchiha clan largely purged, Konoha is on the cusp of enduring peace. Of course, what exhilarates Danzo even more is the prospect of acquiring a substantial collection of Sharingan. That rascal Orochimaru requires resources, and his Hashirama cells necessitate a considerable balance of Sharingan, while the materials for the Izanagi technique have also been secured. With this bounty in hand, Danzo shall become invincible. Sir, some of the Uchiha Sharingan have already been removed, reported a subordinate from Root, conveying an urgent situation. It must be Itachi's doing. Danzo mused. Waving his hand, he commanded, I understand you are to collect the remaining ones. Do not concern yourself with the rest for now. Understood. Soon, the corpses of the Uchiha clan were neatly stacked together. Due to the Uchiha's innate beauty and physique, certain female corpses were visibly desecrated. These remains were prepared for transport to a burial site designated by the Hokage, though it certainly would not be a prime location. A once magnificent, now fallen clan, the Uchiha no longer merited Konoha's consideration in any regard. Their kin were deemed unworthy of even a funeral, not even for the sake of honoring their glorious past, nor as a token of gratitude for their inadvertent sacrifice for Konoha's so-called peace. Despite the immense contributions the Uchiha had made to Konoha's formation and survival, from this moment forth, these matters have become mere history. The Hokage's faction could not even be bothered to perform the most superficial of duties. Their hatred for the Uchiha was remarkably profound. A convoy assigned by the Hokage surged into the Uchiha territory, vehicles congesting every street within, while ninjas stormed into Uchiha homes, commencing a thorough looting of the clan's possessions. They carted away everything in sight: clothes, money, jewels, weapons, ninja scrolls, gold, materials, and more, filling wagon after wagon. The essence and wealth accumulated over a millennium of Uchiha heritage now belonged entirely to Konoha. As the metaphorical whale falls, all life emerges anew. By the following day, the Uchiha corpses were hastily buried. This exemplifies how carelessly Konoha treated the Uchiha's final affairs. Mounds of graves arose from the earth, strikingly magnificent, yet devoid of any tombstones. Konoha would not erect a monument for the Uchiha. They had no reason to perform such a trivial act for a clan they despised from the depths of their hearts. It was as if the deceased were not their own kin, but rather distant acquaintances or foes. This silent graveyard served as the Uchiha clan's ultimate resting place. The sky bore no rain, nor even a few dark clouds. Instead, the sun shone brightly, the sky a brilliant blue. The third Hokage surveyed the scene of devastation within the Uchiha territory and remarked, "What splendid weather." He turned and departed. That night, the weather around the Uchiha graveyard shifted abruptly, and a torrential downpour ensued within the confines of the cemetery. The rain fell furiously, a relentless deluge lasting over an hour. Some Uchiha corpses, not buried very deeply, were washed away by the downpour, their remains exposed to the wild. Konoha's burial was hasty. There were no coffins, not even straw mats. A pit was dug, the body tossed in, and the earth filled and done. The sky erupted with continuous thunder. Brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the graveyard, and the eerie sight suddenly welcomed dazzling light, spreading an inexplicable sense of grandeur. Bolts of lightning struck the graveyard repeatedly, unceasingly. The thunderous roars reverberated through the air, as if the god of thunder had unleashed a lethal curse upon the Uchiha. The concentrated. Beneath the radiant sun, a veil of mist shrouded the Uchiha cemetery. The corpse that had been struck by lightning the previous night underwent a remarkable transformation. Save for the vacant hollows of its eye sockets, the gaping wound in its chest was mysteriously mended, as if it had never been harmed. And the scar on its neck, inflicted by a blade, vanished without a trace. Moreover, its chest began to quiver, as though life had returned to it. A gentle breeze swept across the land, causing the fingers of the corpse to twitch, and before long, it propped itself up on the ground. "Who am I? Where am I?" murmured the resurrected man. My head aches terribly." He clutched his head and fainted once more. After a while, he regained consciousness. "My name is Zhao Zheng. I have traversed into the world of Naruto, reincarnating as a member of the Uchiha clan, inheriting the bloodline of Kaguya, Tsutsuki's son. In this life, I am known as Uchiha Hikari." The man recalled everything about himself. In his previous existence, he was an avid fan of the Cloud Village, possessing a clear understanding of the darkness within the hidden leaf and the despair of the ninja world. It was a typical summer night when he had finished watching his favorite anime and completed his daily gaming routine in his rented apartment. Admiring the alluring figures of his paper doll wives, he suddenly felt an urge to step outside for a stroll. He meandered towards the bustling areas of the city, aimlessly enjoying the scenery. As he wandered freely, he found himself on a noticeably desolate road. Eventually, he realized he was utterly alone. With no vehicles passing by for an extended period, only the bright streetlights and his elongated shadow as companions. Suddenly, a brilliant orb of light flashed before him, and in an instant, his body disintegrated into ashes, scattered by the wind. Yet, he did not perish. His consciousness remained intact, and he soon realized that his surroundings had transformed. He found himself enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of anything but his own awareness. Alarmed, he began to explore the void around him. The capacity of consciousness is boundless, and he traversed this alien environment with an understanding that transcended comprehension. After what felt like an eternity, he discovered that he was in a universe, one that had long been declared dead, where only countless black holes awaited their final explosion. In this moribund cosmos, time held no meaning, and he had no notion of how long he had been adrift among the stars. On the brink of madness, his consciousness began to blur. As his awareness began to fade, he realized he was on the verge of complete oblivion, destined to fall into silence alongside the universe. One fateful day, he noticed a data panel before him. The panel displayed a message. This universe is deceased. Its inhabitants, having failed in their efforts to save their world, have become entirely extinct. Now, only hollow remnants remain. This universe welcomes your arrival. All that exists here will belong to you. Will you embark on a new exploration? Please convey your decision. Zhao Zheng felt a surge of exhilaration. He had long grown weary of this monotonous existence. Take me away from here. Anywhere will suffice. He sensed his consciousness suddenly expanding without restraint, enveloping the universe in an instant, and began compressing it. The mass of this universe shrank continuously until, at a certain moment, his mind plunged into darkness. Time travel had begun anew. In the 37th year of the Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha clan welcomed a new child. What shall we name our son? Let us call him Uchiha Hikari, hoping he will bring light to the Uchiha, a beacon of hope. Yes, Uchiha Hikari, dear. I am your mother, and this is your father. The woman cradled her newborn, turning him to face the man as she spoke. Are these my parents in this life? Zhao Zheng's consciousness awakened, realizing he had successfully traversed into a new existence, filled with exhilaration. At that moment, a voice urgently resonated within his awareness. It was the system's notification. Host, please be advised. Due to the immense and extraordinary power carried by your soul, your primary consciousness will enter a slumber, with the awakening time yet to be determined. During this period, a secondary consciousness will allow you to navigate the forthcoming time until the primary consciousness awakens. You have 10 seconds to continue experiencing this new world. Zhao Zheng gazed intently at his father, then turned to his mother, deeply imprinting their handsome and beautiful features into the depths of his consciousness. A new body, new parents, a new life. Finally, it was no longer boring. As he contemplated this, the countdown concluded, and his primary consciousness sank into darkness. Time flowed swiftly, and Uchiha Hikari grew under the care of his loving family. He did not enroll in the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf, nor did he pursue the path of a ninja. Instead, he joined the Leaf Security Department, assisting his clan in maintaining the peace and order of the village. Though the members of the security team were all ninjas, there were tasks that ninja either were unwilling or too lethargic to undertake. Thus, they required ordinary people to run errands, albeit without formal positions or substantial salaries. During this time, he met his beloved girlfriend, a beautiful and gentle Uchiha maiden. He welcomed younger siblings and formed bonds with relatives and close friends, creating a harmonious family life. Of course, he had not awakened the Sharingan, he simply had no opportunity to do so. The parents of Uchiha Light were not ninjas. They were merely ordinary individuals of the Uchiha clan, desiring to live a simple and unremarkable life. The peaceful environment of Konoha was a blissful haven for them. And a house filled with children and grandchildren was a form of happiness, was it not? However, peace is fleeting, and the fateful night of the massacre descended upon them unexpectedly. Light's parents were the first to fall victim. In her final moments, his mother desperately created a disturbance, a strange noise that roused the peacefully slumbering Light. Upon hearing the commotion and the screams emanating from outside his room, he hastily rose and rushed to the living room, only to find his parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The assailant had just slain his sister and a neighbor who had come to chat and was now advancing towards him. Light's mind reeled as he lunged at the killer with his bare hands, driven by a desperate desire to save his brother. Yet, as an ordinary person, how could he ever hope to match such a foe? The murderer swiftly turned, plunging a blade directly through Light's heart. With a savage twist, he then struck down his unsuspecting brother, severing his head before Light could even react. Light never managed to approach the assailant. As he crumpled to the ground, feeling strength ebb from his body and blood drain away, his fading consciousness witnessed the grim fate of his family. His eyes, now filled with the hue of blood, awakened the Sharingan in that final moment before death. After the massacre, the killer vanished in an instant, leaving Light with only the memory of a retreating figure. Even in death, he remained unaware of the identity of those who had slain him and his family. He could not comprehend why his family had suffered such brutal annihilation. They were merely an ordinary household in Konoha. The recollection of these harrowing events concluded here, in Zhaozhang. No, Uchiha Light immediately grasped the entirety of the causal relations. Simultaneously, his eye sockets filled with a new set of eyes, restoring his vision. With a surge of determination, Light rose to his feet, surveying the graves of his Uchiha kin. A profound sense of sorrow and regret swelling within him. He did not know the whereabouts of his parents or relatives' resting places. Approaching the edge of the cemetery, he knelt and bowed deeply, striking his head against the ground 9 times. Father, mother, brother, sister, and all my kin, may you find peace. May heaven be free from the darkness of the ninja world. When the innocents of the Uchiha were mercilessly slaughtered, no one came forth to ensure justice. No one emerged to condemn or confess. Konoha assigned all blame and malice to the entire clan, attributing every fault to the Uchiha, the third Hokage. In pursuit of power for Konoha and the eradication of the Uchiha presence, and Danzo, who coveted the Uchiha bloodline, perpetuated hostility toward the Uchiha clan since the era of the second Hokage. All within Konoha had benefited from the protection of Uchiha power, yet for the populace of Konoha, the deceased Uchiha were deemed the good Uchiha. The absence of the Uchiha was deemed paramount for Konoha's well-being. Uchiha Kagami paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, there is no necessity for Konoha to endure. The village founded by the Uchiha can justifiably be dismantled by our own kin. The shinobi world, too, lacks a purpose. A realm shrouded in darkness and devoid of hope cannot be permitted to persist. Await patiently, my brethren. I comprehend the anguish of your blood, the suffering you have endured, and the grievances you harbor. I shall seek out the perpetrators of the Uchiha blood debt and exact retribution. The glory and history of the Uchiha will be reclaimed in due time, allowing the entire shinobi world to once again experience the dread of our power. I swear this to you. Chapter 3. The Path of Escape, Survival. Uchiha Hikari meticulously erased all traces of his activities to prevent the Konoha ninja from uncovering the truth of his resurrection. He found refuge on a branch near the cemetery, concealing himself as he took a moment to rest. Once his emotions settled, he recalled the existence of his system. As his consciousness summoned the information panel, he examined the changes displayed before him with great care. Name, Uchiha Hikari, as per the current timeline. Age, 18. Bloodline ability, modified Uchiha Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Chakra level, Chunin. Soul, telekinesis level 0. Ninjutsu, none. Physical strength, level 0. The data was quite straightforward, indicating a near-total absence of capabilities, categorized into 5 distinct classifications. Uchiha Hikaru beheld the single Tomo Sharingan and comprehended that this was the manifestation he had awakened before his demise. Witnessing the blood of his kin stain the world crimson, it was hardly surprising that he opened his eyes. The chakra corresponding to a single Tomo? It is improbable for an ordinary individual to possess an abundance of chakra from the outset, especially since he had yet to formally undertake training. However, could it be that even those who are not ninjas could harness the power of the Sharingan? The soul inherently possesses extraordinary abilities, serving as a boon for vengeance, facilitating the achievement of one's aims with remarkable ease. In the realm of ninjas, those endowed with superhuman abilities hold a significant advantage. Their formidable powers rival those of ninjas themselves. The remaining details were swiftly overlooked as he clicked on the question mark behind the category panel. In an instant, the panel transformed, revealing explanations of the pertinent attributes. Uchiha's single Tomo Sharingan. The system has detected the loss of the host's original Sharingan. Upon evaluation, it has deemed recovery impossible and has autonomously generated and optimized a new Sharingan. The Uchiha bloodline is a collateral lineage of the cosmic sovereign Tsutsuki clan, albeit with numerous deficiencies. The system has undergone optimization and modification to adapt it for the development of superpower systems and the continuation of the bloodline. Currently, the growth of the Uchiha bloodline is contingent upon the host's level of psychic development, representing an evolutionary mutation of the Tsutsuki bloodline. This unique characteristic is exclusive to the host and their direct descendants. Chakra. The host retains a certain amount of chakra at the time of their physical demise, which, due to the incomplete dissolution caused by system protection, is returned to them upon the awakening of their primary consciousness. Soul. The host's soul has been purified through the trials of the multiverse, rendering it pristine and brimming with untapped potential. Upon awakening, psychic abilities can evolve, simultaneously enhancing the host's bloodline capabilities. Ninjutsu. The techniques acquired by the host from the current world. Physical strength. The host's heart has undergone dimensional reconfiguration through high-dimensional energy. As time progresses, they will continually harness cosmic energy to fortify themselves, with this enhancement being reliant on the host's proactive training and growth through temporal and spatial shifts. Having absorbed this information, Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the grandiose claims he had made about his clan might indeed have a chance of coming to fruition in this world. He decided to test his psychic abilities. At present, his level of psychic power, akin to a single Tomo, was not particularly formidable, allowing him to lift objects weighing approximately 50 kilograms, albeit for only a brief duration, as he felt a throbbing headache after just 2 minutes of exertion. Uchiha Hikaru immediately halted his experiments, taking a moment to rest and gather his thoughts. As twilight descended, the breeze through the mountains carried the faint scent of cooking smoke. Uchiha Hikaru sensed a significant surge in his physical strength, undoubtedly indicating the commencement of his body's passive growth, as the enhancements had been successfully activated. After nearly half a day of respite, he resolved to depart from this place fraught with turmoil. Konoha was no sanctuary for the Uchiha clan. It was akin to a hellish realm. He removed the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan, gently caressing the family crest. Tears streaming down his face as he buried the garment in his own grave, bowing several times in reverence to his fallen kin while clad only in his undergarments. Turning his gaze towards the direction from which the smoke wafted, he stared, filled with indignation, at Konoha for a prolonged moment. Subsequently, he turned his back on the village, forging ahead into the depths of the dense forest. Uchiha Hikaru refrained from treading upon the earth, fearful of leaving overt traces. Instead, he opted to leap between branches, exercising caution to avoid creating undue commotion. Each movement was executed with meticulous care. Fortunately, in the wake of the Uchiha clan's recent demise, Konoha was beset with numerous issues that demanded attention. The majority of ninjas had been assigned to remain within the village, tasked with quelling any potential unrest among the various clans. The Uchiha clan cemetery is unlikely to attract the attention of the Leaf Village for the foreseeable future. In fact, it is unlikely that anyone will keep watch here, as it is merely a resting place for confirmed corpses. Even if a few bodies were to go missing, no one in Konoha would raise suspicions. There are not many individuals or factions eager to utilize the remains of the Uchiha clan. Investigating such matters would prove to be difficult, hence the flight of Uchiha Kagami is not particularly swift. He possesses ample time to escape, and when he has matured into an indomitable force, he shall surprise the world. As the sky sank into complete darkness, the dense forest obscured his surroundings and the path ahead. Uchiha Kagami sensed his strength waning and, no longer recklessly fleeing, chose a branch at random to rest upon. Overwhelmed by the urgency of his escape, he was cold and hungry, curling up in the high branches and succumbing to slumber. As for the snakes, insects, and rodents, they posed no threat to his life. He had no choice but to disregard them. In his dreams, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, falling to the ground and shattering, much like his heart. Upon awakening, he resumed his journey, determined to reach a place where no one could find him and allow himself time to develop. Once he possesses sufficient strength, he will wander the ninja world in search of native powers, learning ninjutsu and the art of combat. Uchiha Hikari quenched his thirst with the crystal-clear waters of streams and the dewdrops that adorned the foliage. When hunger beckoned, he sought out wild fruits that appeared innocuous, those that he felt posed no risk after consumption. When his cravings surged, he would occasionally forage for bird eggs or indulge in raw meat to satiate his desires. Though he possessed the ability to ignite a fire, he refrained from doing so, fearing it would leave traces that could lead pursuing ninjas to his whereabouts. He evaded wild beasts whenever possible, preferring to flee or evade rather than confront. Upon discovering any signs of human activity, he would meticulously observe for an extended duration, assessing the extent of human presence before venturing further into the depths of the wilderness. After 2 months of flight, Uchiha Hikari could no longer detect any traces of humanity. He resolved to proceed with caution, dedicating an additional month to his journey, ultimately deciding to conclude his escape. On this day, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Uchiha chose to depart from the somber woods, ascending to the pinnacle of a colossal tree and parting the dense foliage. He reveled in the warm embrace of sunlight, experiencing a rare moment of ease upon his face. Throughout the harrowing phase of his flight, his heart had remained perpetually tense, plagued by the constant dread of an approaching ninja, poised to deliver a fatal blow and return his severed head to Konoha. At this moment, his entire being hung comfortably upon the branches, allowing him to indulge in relaxation. After months of relentless wandering, his undergarments had frayed into mere strips of fabric. Stripped of their fundamental insulation and protective qualities, they now served solely as a testament to his origins in human society. Uchiha Hikari wandered atop the treetops, deliberating his choices, ultimately selecting one of the mountains nestled among the peaks and sprinting toward it. Soon, he ascended to the summit. Gazing into the vast expanse before him, an endless forest stretching infinitely, soothing his restless spirit. At the foot of this mountain flowed a great river, its length unknown, spanning approximately 100 meters in width, teeming with a diverse array of flora and fauna, including various waterfowl and creatures. Uchiha Hikari resolved to remain in this secluded place, and after 3 months without being pursued, it became evident that Konoha had yet to uncover the alterations surrounding the Uchiha burial site. He had fled far enough to ensure his safety. His first endeavor was to search the mountains for a dwelling. Constructing a house above ground or among the trees would be too conspicuous, posing a risk of exposure. He scoured the area for caves, and if none were found, he intended to excavate one himself. Fortunately, his perseverance bore fruit, for after 2 days, he discovered a suitable cave. However, rather than entering immediately, he patiently observed from a distance until he ascertained that it was the den of a black bear. With his current strength, confronting such a formidable beast was out of the question. Recklessness was not an option. He began by gathering several stones, sharpening them into knife-like shapes. The smaller ones would serve as telekinetic projectiles, while the largest was bound with scraps of cloth to a sturdy stick, fashioned into a weapon. He also dug a pit measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in depth to serve as a trap, inserting sharpened wooden stakes made from stone knives at half-meter intervals, marking them accordingly. Additionally, he wove a tree skirt and armor from vines. Once he felt adequately prepared, he waited for the midday heat to mount his assault. First, he collected larger stones to lure the bear from its den. Then, he directed his telekinetic knives towards the bear's eyes, though his aim faltered. The bear's formidable strength was evident, as many of the projectiles were thwarted by its thick paws. Ultimately, he managed to inflict a minor injury to one of its eyes with the flying knives. However, this was sufficient to enrage the bear. Confronted with a frenzied creature, the odds of victory for a human significantly increased. Uchiha Light, adopting a cautious approach, meticulously evaded direct confrontation with the black bear, relentlessly hurling stones at it. As he retreated towards a predetermined trap, the bear unwittingly fell into his carefully laid snare. Seizing a stone spear, he pierced the creature's brain with precision. Following this, Uchiha Light returned to the cave's entrance, continuing his previous watch to ascertain whether any more bears would emerge. After an extensive period of observation, he confirmed the black bear was solitary. With determination, he dashed into the cave, clearing the interior of any remnants. He then gathered numerous branches to obscure the cave's mouth, and once all was prepared, he settled down. He kindled a fire and, using a stone knife, cut the bear meat into chunks, placing them by the flames to roast. It was the first time in 3 months that he savored cooked food. In the ensuing days, he set out in search of essential salt. This task proved manageable as he followed the wildlife to a salt-rich mine. There, he extracted crystals for his own use and fortuitously discovered some honey along the way. Tools were indispensable as well. He excavated clay to fashion rudimentary pottery for cooking. Once stability was achieved, he finally found the time and energy to hone his abilities. Chapter 4. Rigorous training. In the morning, the weather was clear, with a gentle breeze and soft clouds, the sunlight warm and conducive to practice. By the riverside, the chorus of insects and birds filled the air, a soft rustle echoing around. The water flowed gently, and through the crystalline river, one could clearly see schools of fish foraging about. The fish were notably large, their flesh rich and succulent. Uchiha Hikari arrived at the riverbank, selecting a vantage point with an unobstructed view to observe the graceful movements of the fish beneath the surface. For today, he desired a meal of fish. Several stone blades hovered around him, diligently carving pieces of wood, as slender sticks were swiftly shaped and set aside, floating gently. A fire had already been kindled along the shore, with several blazing bonfires, and water was boiling vigorously in a ceramic pot. Uchiha Hikari stands by the riverbank, gazing at the shoals of fish in the water. He is selecting his catch, yet perhaps due to the river's nutrient-rich waters and the scarcity of natural predators, the fish are notably sizable. Uchiha fixed his gaze upon his target, channeling his telekinetic energy towards the fish swimming in the water. In no time, dozens of plump fish leapt into the air, writhing and twisting their bodies gracefully. Uchiha suspended the large fish above the surface of the water, deftly employing a stone knife to meticulously remove their entrails and scales. Upon completing the task, he directed the fish flesh to immerse in the water, propelling it swiftly to ensure a thorough cleansing by the river's current. Once accomplished, several sizable fish precisely plummeted into the boiling water. Small wooden sticks were arranged neatly, skewering the fish and forming a perfect circle beside the fire. With half a month having elapsed, Uchiha had made significant advancements in mastering his psychic abilities. His precision had reached the level of threading a needle with a fine thread, and his strength was sufficient to lift stones weighing half a ton. With a remarkable enhancement in duration, sustaining effort for half an hour without difficulty. The primary concerns in wilderness survival, such as snakes, insects, rodents, and various unknown toxins, posed no threat to him. His physical prowess grew continuously, transforming harmful substances into nourishing elements for his body. As for the beaks of animals, they had been incapable of piercing his skin since the 5th day of his escape. Uchiha Hikaru, finding himself with time to spare, casually seized a large stone and began to carry it as part of his training regimen. The fish quickly cooked through, and after adding a pinch of simple salt and foraged greens, he used his telekinetic abilities to extract all the bones, relishing a hearty meal. Following his repast, he took a brief respite, casting his gaze upon the river. One by one, water orbs rose from the river, continuously washing away the remnants of his cooking, sweeping away all traces and food scraps into the water. Once the meal was concluded, Uchiha Hikaru hoisted the stone once more and departed from the riverbank. Amidst the towering trees of the forest, drenched in sweat, Uchiha Hikaru trudged along the mountain path. He bore the stone upon his back while a nearly half-ton water orb floated above his head, both his mind and body pushed to their limits. In the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, his visage appeared fierce, his veins bulging and muscles taut. With each step, deep imprints were left in the soil, dampened by his perspiration. Persevere, persevere. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above. He urged himself, recalling the fallen members of his clan. I must avenge them. Cleanse the blood feud. The heavens are indifferent, and the people must strive for strength. Initially, his resolve was not so fierce. He had faltered and contemplated surrender, allowing his once sacred vow to fade into mere words, which would have granted him a much easier existence. Surviving a lifetime with his caution was hardly a challenge. At times, he felt there was no need to exert himself so relentlessly, believing that time would naturally bring strength. Yet, each time slumber enveloped him, visions of his parents, siblings, and neighbors would invade his thoughts. The harrowing scenes of their demise replayed in his mind, accompanied by their anguished cries, "Hikaru, we died so tragically. You must avenge us." His younger siblings would cling to him, wailing, "Brother, brother, I am in so much pain." Whenever these memories surfaced, a fierce determination ignited within him, compelling him to persist. As a transmigrator, once he resolved to act with ferocity, it meant eradicating foes entirely, leaving no opportunity for regrets or lingering threats. He was acutely aware of the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The identity of the perpetrator, the motivations, and the masterminds were all crystal clear to him. The formidable strength possessed by his adversaries was overwhelmingly beyond his current capabilities. The 9 Tails of Naruto, the 6 Paths Sage Technique, the Dojutsu of the Otsutsuki clan, the Rinnegan of the Uchiha clan, the 8 Gates of Konoha, the Reaper Death Seal, Hashirama's Wood Release, the Sages of the 3 Great Lands, and the ever-watchful Sage of 6 Paths, along with the enigmatic Dragon Veins. His enemies surely wielded power capable of obliterating a planet. Take, for example, the Prince of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. The Uchiha brothers, mere pawns of Konoha, Might Guy, Master of the 8 Gates, and Kakashi Hitaki, who could hold his own against anyone. If he did not strive with all his might now, his growth might never catch up to theirs, perhaps even until his enemies passed away naturally. His prowess would remain insufficient to confront them. In such a scenario, the oath made before the graves would be rendered meaningless, leaving him, as a transmigrator, in a state of despair. The vengeance of the Uchiha clan cannot proceed smoothly. The denizens of Konoha will incessantly emerge to thwart their efforts. Some may even seek to extinguish their lives. In a state of insufficient power, the quest for retribution following the Uchiha massacre would merely devolve into a fanciful dream. A vengeful soul, languishing in idleness, can hardly be deemed a true avenger. Is it truly vengeance to wait until one has amassed strength, only to drag adversaries from their sanctuaries and eliminate them anew? What significance does that hold? Human mortality is singular. The first encounter with death evokes genuine dread, while the second encounter is devoid of pain or fear. To enact vengeance, one must strike decisively before the adversary is granted the narrative immunity of the Hokage's plot, compelling the enemy to lament their every action. It is imperative to obliterate all that the foe has achieved, rendering their journey through life utterly futile. For that is the essence of catharsis. There exists a saying, to kill is to strike at the heart. If one cannot reach the heart, then it is the world's fault. Should the world refuse to acknowledge its misdeeds, it must bear the consequences of its errors. Vengeance must be executed after the enemies believe they have attained complete victory, wherein one personally, with overwhelming prowess, effortlessly negates the adversary's endeavors. That is the true essence of ruthlessness and satisfaction. Such is the nature of revenge. To drag an opponent from a realm filled with hope into the abyss of despair is the quintessence of retribution. The despair and bloodshed that the shinobi world has inflicted upon the Uchiha ought to be reciprocated, allowing them to truly feel their own anguish. Traversing a mountain laden with stones is no simple feat. This desolate expanse bears only the traces left by animals following their habitual migrations, crudely resembling a path. For an ordinary person, navigating such terrain is exceedingly arduous and inconvenient. The stone blades labor ahead, diligently clearing away weeds and slender branches. They lack durability, having been worn down through multiple uses, rendering them essentially disposable. Fortunately, the telekinetic abilities are remarkably convenient and reliable, ensuring a steady supply of stone blades, alleviating any concerns over their availability. Along the way, birds perch upon the trees, chirping melodiously as if to offer encouragement. Occasionally, a few bold ones will alight upon the stones on his back, preening their feathers with a sense of tranquility. Uchiha Hikari gasped like a bull, his emaciated figure maneuvering through the thicket, occasionally leaping as the terrain dictated the necessity of such actions. Whenever fatigue or thirst beset him, he would lean against a tree for respite, quenching his thirst with generous sips from the water pouch adorning his head. It was only by afternoon that he finally ascended to the mountaintop, having nearly completed his physical training for the day. Over the span of a fortnight, he had grown quite familiar with the surrounding environment, confidently navigating his way back to his cave dwelling. Upon clearing the entrance of its concealing foliage, he cautiously restored it, stepping into his temporary abode. The cave walls were adorned with partially dried bear meat, alongside various other animal carcasses, forming a substantial display. He meticulously crafted a bed for himself, constructed from wood and vines, with bedding fashioned from the pelts of animals he had recently hunted. Beneath the sheets lay a thick mattress made of coarse grass, while the covers were derived from the former occupant of the cave, a formidable black bear. In addition, he fashioned several chairs and a table, draping them with the remaining animal pelts. On the table, he arranged a collection of fresh fruits and a half-eaten roasted wild boar from the previous night. Since embarking on his training regimen, his appetite had surged dramatically. Consuming an entire cow in a day was not out of the question, resulting in a dire predicament for the local fauna. Many large creatures had astutely sensed the looming danger and fled the area. Only the numerous wild boars, oblivious to peril and large enough to be substantial, remained unaffected. The cave was also filled with herbs to ward off mosquitoes and insects, as the wilderness was rife with these pests. While they could not breach his defenses, their incessant buzzing proved to be a considerable annoyance, particularly the mosquitoes, whose noise was a veritable torment to human nerves. When alert, he could expel them with his psychic force, but once he relaxed, they became insidiously pervasive and challenging to fend off. Uchiha Hikari's abilities have yet to achieve passive defense. He can only gather a plethora of herbs for preventive measures. He slumped into a chair, his left hand reaching for a piece of fruit from the table, which he promptly consumed in 3 seconds. With his right hand, he tore off a sizable chunk of roasted meat, biting into it with gusto and swallowing it with satisfaction. Life in the wild is manageable, as survival necessitates the availability of resources that can be easily processed for use. Enduring existence is not an issue. As time progresses, his training will intensify, becoming increasingly formidable, and his growth will accelerate at an alarming pace. He will persevere in pursuit of vengeance. Enduring hardships and sweating is trivial as long as he is on the path of strengthening his power. Whenever he contemplates the flourishing peace and tranquility of Konoha, a wave of dissatisfaction washes over him. These comforts shall one day be obliterated by his own hands. Without the Uchiha, Konoha is unworthy of such privileges. All that awaits Konoha is destruction, utter annihilation. Chapter 5. Emergence from the mountains in the first year following his escape. Uchiha Hikari synchronized his physical and mental training to the fullest extent, experiencing rapid growth and strength. By the second year, the enhancement from physical training became less pronounced, as his physique had reached a level where growth could only be attained through automatic progression. During this period, his daily activities consisted of hunting and running. He tasted the flavors of everything edible found in the jungle. The focus of his training shifted towards mental prowess. That year, he mastered the art of flight. And with the aid of his mental abilities, life became significantly easier. His continuous growth in power established him as the dominant force in the current region. The population of wild boars dramatically decreased, necessitating a change in diet as he experimented with other species. Fish, of course, became his primary sustenance. In the autumn of the third year, on yet another sunlit day, Uchiha Hikari sat gracefully in the air above the river, eyes closed, using his mental energy to perceive the world around him. On either side of the riverbanks, 9 water dragons, each 100 meters long, danced freely in the sky, wreaking havoc within a 5-kilometer radius, rising and falling with reckless abandon. Trees were uprooted, boulders scattered, and dust filled the air. Birds in the forest took flight in alarm, their flocks resembling a dark cloud hastily retreating. It was not until the sun crested the mountains, casting crimson hues across the horizon, that the 18 water dragons returned to circle around Uchiha Hikari, while the fish below, intimidated by the oppressive force above, fled deeper into the river. Uchiha Hikari opened his eyes, dissipating the water dragon. The droplets cascading from the sky crashed upon the river, generating surging waves that engulfed both banks. He activated his data panel, scrutinizing the fruits of his 3 years of labor. His panel displayed the following: Name: Uchiha Hikari. Age: 21. Bloodline ability: Modified Uchiha 3 Tomo Sharingan Chakra amount. Genin Soul: Telekinesis level 3 Ninjutsu. None physical strength, level 3. Just moments ago, he resolved to conclude his secluded existence. It was time to emerge from the wilderness and experience human society. That night, Uchiha Hikari returned to his cave, meticulously organizing the useful items from human society. During his flight from the clan, his garments had been buried in their ancestral grounds. And under the relentless sweep of the Konoha ninja, he could not possibly carry any wealth. To reintegrate into human life, financial resources were indispensable, especially in the initial stages. A modest amount of starting capital was essential. On the following morning, at the break of dawn, Uchiha Hikari rose early. Clad in the rudimentary beast skin attire he had tailored, he washed up and hastily prepared a simple breakfast. He approached the riverbank, attending to his appearance in the water's reflection. After a brief grooming, He trimmed his long hair and beard with a stone knife, revealing his handsome visage, presenting himself as a semblance of a normal person. Having packed all the essentials, primarily animal pelts, he selected the finest among them and brought them to the entrance of the cave. By midday, everything was in order, and the cave was nearly emptied. He stepped outside, soared into the sky, and oriented himself. The packaged pelts floated beside him. All was ready as he set forth in a direction away from the hidden leaf village. The flight speed of his telekinesis was swift, yet he required rest. After 3 days of intermittent travel, Uchiha Hikari finally emerged from the dim, damp forest. He discovered a main road and proceeded along it. After half a day, he finally laid eyes upon a human settlement, leaving the pelts suspended in the air as he gracefully descended into the town. The settlement was modest in size but bustling with a considerable populace. It was still daylight, and the streets were lively with people coming and going. Having spent years on the periphery of human society, Uchiha Hikari felt a surge of excitement at this scene. Since his awakening, this was the first time he had directly encountered living beings from the world of the Hokage. The townsfolk regarded the stranger clad in animal skins without undue concern, as hunters occasionally ventured into the town to trade. However, Uchiha Hikari's unconventional attire drew attention, enhanced by his striking features. The combination of his unique garb and handsome face exuded a distinct, untamed charisma that was hard to overlook. Many of the young women in the town couldn't help but steal glances at Uchiha Hikari, some even daring to cast flirtatious looks his way. Following him for a while, Uchiha Hikari wandered through the town, failing to find a target. He casually stopped a passerby to inquire, "Excuse me, is there anyone here who buys furs?" Furs? The shop owned by Dataya in town accepts those. Many hunters sell to him as he offers the fairest prices. The passerby replied, "Just follow this road to the end, then continue to the right, and you'll find his shop nearby. It's quite easy to locate." "Thank you very much." Uchiha Hikari expressed his gratitude and followed the directions given. Before long, he arrived at the shop, a general store nestled among a row of quaint wooden buildings that comprised the commercial street. The shop sign was quite conspicuous, reading, "Dataya's General Store." Upon entering, he discussed with the proprietor, mentioning that he had a batch of furs that needed processing. The owner, intrigued after inquiring about the specific quantity, expressed interest but insisted on seeing the actual goods before providing a price. Uchiha promptly descended the fur from the sky and placed it at the entrance of the shop. The proprietor, upon witnessing this, was taken aback and hastily offered his apologies, expressing regret for having neglected the esteemed ninja. Uchiha paid little heed to this matter, urging the proprietor to swiftly assess the value, as he yearned to obtain the funds promptly for other endeavors. The proprietor, not daring to delay, personally took charge of verifying the price. Concerned about being deceived, Uchiha Hikari threatened, "You may profit a little, but I cannot afford a significant loss. Should I discover that you are misleading me, prepare for your shop and yourself to turn to ashes." The owner, feigning fear, hastily summoned his associates to gather the cash. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Uchiha Hikari secured the money in hand. Exiting the general store, he ventured into a nearby clothing shop. Following the staff's recommendations, he acquired a well-fitted outfit, discarding the poorly crafted beast attire. He then proceeded to a barber shop, where Master Tony expertly styled his hair and groomed his beard. By the end of the day, after the meticulous attention of professionals, he had transformed into the most dashing figure in the town. As twilight approached, he casually chose a tavern and booked a room, inquiring with the proprietor and staff about the most renowned and delectable restaurant in the area. After years of indulging in barbecued meats and fish, Uchiha Hikari's palate had become somewhat discerning. Following a brief search, he arrived at the restaurant, ordering a lavish spread for himself, retreating to a secluded corner to dine. The establishment was bustling during mealtime, confirming the tavern's claims. Its reputation was indeed well-deserved. As he savored his meal, he attentively listened to the patrons' conversations, extracting pertinent information. From their discussions, he gleaned knowledge about his current location, nearby bandit activity, and areas where ninjas had recently eradicated such threats. This town was known as Saishida, still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Directly governed by the daimyo's tax authority, the main road through the town led north to the capital of the Land of Fire and southeast to Sunagakure. It served as a bustling trade route, a vital nexus connecting Konoha with the daimyo's estate. The streets were alive with merchant caravans and ninjas departing the village for missions. However, bandits roamed the area, rendering it less than peaceful. Among the diners near Uchiha Hikari were indeed ninjas, most bearing the emblem of Konoha. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Hikaru felt a jolt of surprise. Realizing that his months of evasion had not succeeded in leading him beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. It appeared that the overall expanse of the ninja world was indeed vast. Concurrently, he began to exercise caution. His recent display, while selling goods, might have drawn the attention of the Leaf Village ninjas. At this moment, it was conceivable that someone was watching him, but fortunately, he had not revealed the existence of his Sharingan. In the minds of the Leaf, they had already eradicated the malevolent clan, save for Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, and thus they were unlikely to easily associate him with that lineage. His current predicament was relatively safe, yet it was imperative to leave the Land of Fire as swiftly as possible. As a remnant of the Uchiha, he could not afford to be careless. Initially, his plan was to ascertain his location should he successfully escape the Land of Fire. He intended to seek out ninjas in the cities of the neighboring nation to learn about chakra refinement and various jutsu, allowing himself to develop discreetly for a time. However, he had drawn the short straw, remaining ensnared in the depths of the Land of Fire, a place rife with animosity towards the Uchiha, a most unfortunate turn of events. Even though Uchiha Hikaru had significantly enhanced his abilities over the past 3 years, they paled in comparison to the combined might of the Land of Fire and the Leaf, which could easily overwhelm him. Lacking Nagato's formidable power to obliterate a village single-handedly, he could not afford to be overly arrogant within the stronghold of the Leaf ninjas. After dining, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. He returned to his inn, lying on his bed with closed eyes, feigning relaxation while actually enveloping the entire town with his mental prowess, diligently attuning himself to the environment. Throughout the night, ninjas traversed the rooftops of the town with haste, moving in various directions. These ninjas, crossing paths under the cover of darkness, appeared to belong to the Leaf Village, each bearing distinct missions and employing unique methods to confirm one another's identities, thus avoiding conflict. The buildings flanking the streets seemed to form a natural thoroughfare, with ninjas leaping between rooftops according to their respective directions, navigating with precision. Uchiha Hikaru observed intently for an extended period, meticulously discerning the circumstances perceived through his psychic ability, assessing whether he was under surveillance. According to the feedback from his mental energy, there was no one specifically monitoring him. He seemed to have yet to attract the attention of the ninjas from Konoha and the Land of Fire. In an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, it appeared that he could rest peacefully this night. He subsequently withdrew the mental energy enveloping the town. However, before succumbing to slumber, he encased his entire body in psychic energy, allowing his subconscious to control it for protection. This was one of the fruits of his 3 years of rigorous training. Primarily, the herbal remedies for repelling insects were not particularly effective. After multiple applications, some mosquitoes developed immunity. To enhance his comfort, he painstakingly devised a new application for his psychic energy, which proved to be remarkably effective. Chapter 6. Prosperity in the Land of Water. On the following day, Uchiha Hikaru rose early. To avoid being recognized by the ninjas of Konoha, he requested a black scarf from the innkeeper to conceal his face, revealing only his eyes. After all, having once been a member of the Uchiha security force, he had considerable interactions with the ninjas of Konoha and had to remain vigilant. Once adequately disguised, he checked out of the inn, and a new escape commenced. Fortunately, this time he did not need to be in such a frantic hurry. He could afford to relax slightly. Upon visiting a shop in the town, he procured a map of the Land of Fire, and after selecting his destination, he embarked on the main road leading to the capital of the Land of Fire. His pace was not particularly swift, as he feared attracting undue attention. Given his performance from the previous day, it was likely that the ninjas of Konoha would soon turn their scrutiny towards him. They would conduct a thorough investigation into his background, where he came from, where he was headed, and his intentions to ascertain whether he was a spy sent from one of the other nations. However, as long as he could escape the Land of Fire, the risks of his identity being exposed would significantly diminish, provided he did not venture into any of the 5 great nations. Uchiha Hikaru advanced while acutely attuned to his surroundings. His telekinetic abilities and reconnaissance far exceeded his expectations, akin to the observation haki in the world of One Piece, albeit lacking the foresight. Nevertheless, his telekinesis possessed formidable offensive capabilities, enabling him to devastate objects and perceive the environment almost as if endowed with divine consciousness from the realm of cultivation. In essence, telekinesis was truly remarkable. After meticulously confirming that there were no suspicious individuals within a 3-kilometer radius, he activated his telekinesis and ascended into the sky, propelling himself northward at high speed. In the ninja world, it was common knowledge that most individuals could not fly, hence few ninjas paid heed to the sky, particularly at great heights. Furthermore, aerial travel was both safe and swift, making it Uchiha Hikaru's preferred method of escape. With all his might, he reached the skies above the capital city, Kyoto. In merely half a day, however, he did not descend, but rather soared past the northwest of Kyoto. To some extent, Kyoto could be regarded as a gathering place for the people of Konoha, with numerous ninjas of considerable strength. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Shortly thereafter, he veered northeast, setting his sights on the land of hot water. This diminutive nation, targeted by the feudal lords, boasted weak ninja villages, rendering it a suitable locale for his early development. By nightfall, he had finally departed from the land of fire, arriving at his destination, the town of Tungza in the land of hot water. He sought a secluded hot spring inn to indulge himself, spending all the money he had acquired from selling furs. When dawn broke, he left the town with the intention of earning money. Regardless of the world, even in the 21st century, a profession that had endured for millennia continued to thrive, serving as the simplest and most lucrative source of income in the world of Naruto. Banditry, characterized by collective robbery, was the fastest way to earn money. And as a ninja, robbing bandits was both reasonable and legal. He arrived at the marketplace and inquired with the locals if there were any reports of merchant caravans being plundered by bandits. The townsfolk were eager to share their tales. Banditry had long been rampant in the region, with many caravans having been raided, often resulting in casualties and the complete loss of goods. Some bandits even attacked villages, leaving a trail of bloodshed and brutality. Occasionally, a survivor might emerge, fortunate enough to escape with their life. In the past, when the strength of the hot water ninja village was formidable, bandits dared not act so brazenly. However, in recent years, the situation had deteriorated. Have there been any recent reports of caravans being raided? Uchiha Hikaru inquired. When have bandits ever refrained from preying on caravans? Their greed knows no bounds. In this land of hot water, a bandit hideout is found every 5 miles, and a bandit group every 10. Merchants must part with a considerable fortune as tolls. Sometimes, even if you pay, it matters not. They will still rob you. After all, they are bandits, and they must have some accomplishments to compare with their peers. The unfortunate souls chosen to be targeted are often left with nothing. If luck is on their side, they may escape with their lives, but if not, they face a grim fate. Moreover, their violent acts have deterred tourists from visiting, severely impacting everyone's livelihood, leading to a decline in quality of life year after year. Oh, indeed. We truly hope that Konoha can come to our aid in eradicating these bandits. The banditry has rendered the business environment dire, and the cost of living in the land of hot water continues to rise, making it increasingly difficult for ordinary people to survive. Uchiha Hikaru listened patiently as the conversation drifted towards the topic of the Flower Maiden, yet he had already acquired the pertinent information. Without wasting much time, he departed the city. In the land of waves, bandits were rampant. For ordinary folk, it was a calamity, but for him, he was the true peril to the bandits. He reached a frequently traversed thoroughfare, undoubtedly leading to Konoha. The land of fire, as the foremost nation in the shinobi world, was rich in resources, with the majority of supplies in the land of soup imported from there. The border between the land of soup and Konoha was infested with bandits and numerous brigand camps. The land of fire would not venture across the border to conduct anti-bandit operations, nor did the ninjas of Konoha possess the leisure to engage in altruistic deeds. Ninjas were motivated by monetary gain. As long as there was profit to be made, the losses of merchants in the land of soup were of no concern to Konoha. An hour later, from his vantage point in the sky, Uchiha Hikaru observed a merchant convoy that had been thoroughly plundered, leaving a scene of carnage with bodies strewn across the ground, and only a handful of survivors remaining. Having witnessed death before, he felt no discomfort. Instead, quietly observing from above, the survivors, gripped by fear, were herded aside by the bandits. Weapons lay discarded on the ground, while a few brigands kept watch over them, chuckling as their recent acts of violence seemed to have elevated their spirits. Other bandits roamed about, inspecting the spoils of their day's work, casually striking the sides of the carts with their blades. Before long, the bandits had stripped the convoy of its valuables. They divided into several groups, hastily driving the carts away from the road, each team moving in a different direction. Simultaneously, the bandits guarding the merchant convoy unleashed a brutal massacre. swiftly executing the remaining individuals with practiced efficiency. The speed and technique exhibited in their actions were undeniably professional. It was a level of expertise that could only be attained after a decade of experience in banditry. Uchiha Hikari remained suspended in the heavens, observing the carnage below as they dispatched their victims and retreated. He chose to follow one particular band of marauding brigands. The dense forest nearly concealed their presence. Yet this was the world of Hokage, where the unreasonable ninjas were indeed the bane of such scoundrels. They aspired for greater perfection. Yet not everyone could ascend to the ranks of a ninja. This was a monopolized resource of the great ninja villages, not easily attained. Nevertheless, the bandits continued their jovial banter as they made their way towards their lair, oblivious to the fact that they were already treading upon the threshold of death. After a day of travel, the brigands meandered along their route, constantly taking detours. Meanwhile, others were tirelessly erasing the traces of their cart, attempting to thwart any potential pursuers. However, their methods were only effective against ordinary folk. As dinner time approached, Uchiha Hikari beheld the bandits' hideout, the rising smoke unmistakably signaling their presence. Accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, he surveyed the scene before him, at the base of a modest hill. A formidable wooden wall constructed from massive logs encircled a cluster of dwellings. Within, the brigands performed their respective duties. Some prepared meals, others stood guard, while a few patrolled the perimeter. At the heart of the encampment lay a sizable square, where approximately 100 rogues brandished their swords, drenched in perspiration. The Uchiha clan's tracking team halted near the encampment, refraining from any further advance. After half an hour, several other teams arrived, and upon convening, they collectively entered the encampment. After confirming his location, Uchiha Hikaru ventured far from the bandits' hideout, casually hunting a few wild creatures for dinner. It was not yet the opportune moment to strike. He needed to wait for the night. As darkness enveloped the land and the wind howled, an eerie silence fell, creating a perfect setting for murder and plunder. The bandits remained dutifully vigilant, guarding their stronghold, while the interior glowed brightly with lights, bustling with the movements of a patrol team. Guided by the flames of the hideout, Uchiha Hikaru successfully descended and, aided by his telekinesis and Sharingan, deftly evaded all detection. Nearby, he discovered a box of nails, an instrument of death he had long contemplated. Nails were plentiful within the hideout, and at this moment, iron nails floated around him. Uchiha Light concealed the nails high in the air while he sought refuge within a wooden barrel. Once everything was prepared, he dispersed his mental energy, precisely locating each individual within the encampment. Damn it, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Uchiha Light muttered under his breath. To his horror, he discovered that deep within the encampment, a large number of abducted women were being violated. Additionally, there were many forced laborers, including young children, all toiling under grueling conditions. While the laborers and women suffered persecution, the others in the encampment indulged in rest and revelry. Uchiha Hikari found no evidence of the laborers resting and assumed that, aside from those actively toiling, all others were mere brigands. Anyone moving freely became a target. Without hesitation, the waiting stakes began to allocate themselves according to the number of individuals, with each person corresponding to a stake, including those on patrol, guarding, or seeking amusement. The leader of the brigands received an even more lavish treatment, encircled by a dozen stakes. While at that moment he was nestled in slumber with a woman, the leader was spared for the time being, as extracting information about any hidden treasures took precedence. After all, the ultimate goal was to seize wealth. While telekinesis proved effective, it could not rival the intricacies of the human heart. Moreover, it was far more efficient to compel others to surrender willingly rather than laboriously searching for treasures. With a mere thought, the stakes swiftly pierced the bodies of their intended targets, and the stronghold echoed with the agonizing cries of the brigands in excruciating pain. Uchiha K did not grant them a swift end. His nails incapacitated everyone's mobility in an instant. Each nail relentlessly pierced their limbs, and those who were inflicting violence upon the woman were treated with particular severity, leaving them utterly helpless. After successfully neutralizing the bandits' ability to move, the nails continued their relentless assault, the brutality akin to 1,000 swords piercing the flesh. He began to torment all present, the nails gradually eroding their flesh and bone. The anguished screams, wails, and pleas for mercy of the humans echoed through the night sky. As for the bandit leader, he and his companion were abruptly awakened by the cries of his subordinates. He forcefully pushed the woman aside, causing her to tumble to the floor, her head striking the ground and rendering her unconscious. The bandit leader hastily threw on his clothes, cursing his inept underlings for allowing intruders into their lair, while reaching for the knife at the bedside. However, as soon as he moved his hand, an excruciating pain shot through his palm. A long nail had been driven deeply into the bed, pinning his hands down. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and noticed a dozen nails poised in the air, aimed directly at him, accompanied by the relentless screams of his men. Panic seized him as he comprehended that ninjas were attacking that night. Yet, with no means of escape, any further movement might result in the nails piercing his head. In desperation, he began to plead for mercy, calling out, "Noble ninja, spare me. I have wealth, a great deal of it. I am willing to pay for my life." The ultimate pursuit of a ninja lies in treasures. As long as one possesses riches, most ninjas can be persuaded to accept employment. Of course, the ninjas from the major hidden villages tend to uphold their principles, making them less susceptible to bribery. Before long, the cries for help from the bandits began to diminish, as the majority could not endure the relentless torment of the flying nails piercing through their bodies. As Uchiha Hikaru discerned that the situation had reached its inevitable conclusion, he emerged from his concealed refuge within the wooden barrel and deactivated his Sharingan, for he was soon to confront the leader of the thieves face to face. And revealing his eye technique was not an option, he proceeded towards the chamber occupied by the thief leader, employing his telekinetic abilities to relocate the woman who had been cast aside from the bed to another room, ensuring that she was unharmed and wrapped in a sheet. Upon reaching the presence of the thief leader, Hikaru found him still groaning in pain. As the door swung open, Uchiha Hikaru swaggered into the room, prompting the thief leader to adopt a defensive posture. "My lord, this hideout is under the jurisdiction of Sunagakure, and the majority of our earnings are surrendered to the higher-ranking ninjas of the Leaf. To kill me would be to offend Konoha, a transgression you cannot afford. Why not spare my life? I can offer you a sum of money as compensation for your troubles." "Ah, so you possess considerable wealth. How much do you intend to offer for your life?" "My price is steep," Hikaru mused, feigning interest after a moment of contemplation. At that instant, the nail embedded in the thief leader's hand soared into the air, eliciting a pained scream from him, although he quickly regained his composure. "My lord, follow me," the thief leader urged, now liberated from his restraints. Aware that today might not end favorably for him, he realized that without significant sacrifice, he could not dismiss this formidable figure. Resolutely, he decided to lead this person to his hidden treasure, contemplating whether the allure of wealth might cloud his judgment, thus providing an opportunity for his own escape, for while money could be replenished, a life was singular. Uchiha Hikari followed the bandit leader, who was accompanied by a stake stained with flesh and blood, an unsettling sight indeed. Observing the circumstances, the bandit leader assessed his chances of escape to be zero. Thus he devoted himself to leading the way. Only by satisfying this individual could he hope for survival. Throughout one's life, one seldom finds oneself at odds with wealth. As long as there is an abundance of money, little else seems significant. Yet, the thought that all his savings would soon vanish brought him immense pain, one that overshadowed even the agony in his hands. Life is precious. Life is paramount. He repeatedly convinced himself of this as he obediently guided the way. After traversing through the darkness for a couple of hours, they arrived at another hilltop. The bandit leader turned to Uchiha Hikari, indicating the need to unlock the storeroom. Seeking his consent, he located a large stone, positioned before 5 trees, 2 gray and 3 white, arranged in succession. Approaching the center pine tree, he walked northward for over 100 paces, finding a marker comprised of 3 stacked stones. Upon pushing it aside, a lock was revealed. He then proceeded eastward to a flourishing giant tree, retrieving a key from within its hollow and placing it in his mouth before returning to the ground to unlock the door, straining to pull it open with both arms. A cellar emerged, illuminated by flickering flames, the light piercingly clear. It seemed evident that the bandit leader frequented this place, and the cellar was thoughtfully designed with a vent. Otherwise, how could the fire continue to burn once the door was shut? The bandit leader entered first, with Uchiha Hikari following closely behind. The expansive cellar bore the marks of many hands at work, suggesting that the thriving giant tree had absorbed the nourishment of countless individuals. Uchiha K entered a chamber filled with cash, an overwhelming sight that left an indelible impression. Amidst the piles of money stood several shelves adorned with an array of treasures and books. To his astonishment, he even spotted several volumes from the Intimate Paradise series. "My lord, the treasures here have been amassed from nearby mountain strongholds and will be personally submitted to Konoha next month. They will send someone to receive them. However, I can offer you a tenth of it." Is that sufficient to purchase my life? The bandit leader inquired after Uchiha had savored the view. Why only a tenth? Could it not be the entirety? Uchiha jested, still grappling with the sheer magnitude of wealth before him, a sum he had never encountered in both his lifetimes combined. My lord, that is simply impossible. This wealth belongs to Konoha. If we do not surrender it, we will both face dire consequences. Konoha is formidable, and we cannot afford to offend them. Have you ever contemplated a certain notion? My lord, could you elucidate further? The bandit leader paused, a chill coursing through him. His lips parched. If I were to eliminate you, would not all these treasures become mine? How could Konoha trace it back to me? Uchiha replied with a smile. At that moment, the bandit leader was struck with horror, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming in anguish as he was unceremoniously expelled from the cellar. Landing at the foot of the mountain. Spare, he barely managed to utter before a nail pierced through his skull. Out of mercy for the treasures within the cellar, Uchiha granted him a swift end. Subsequently, thousands of nails commenced the grisly task of obliterating the corpse, transforming it into a fine pulp, so minuscule that even the head was utterly disintegrated. This measure was taken to prevent Konoha ninjas from extracting intelligence from the deceased's brain, thereby safeguarding his own identity. Should Konoha discover that he had orchestrated the theft of such a substantial fortune, he was certain they would pursue him relentlessly to reclaim their wealth. Uchiha swiftly transferred these items. Apart from the books, he meticulously inspected his collection and found no chakra cultivation techniques, only some incomprehensible ninjutsu. It stands to reason that the ninjutsu collected by bandits are not of high caliber, which he chose to forego. As for other items that appeared valuable, he cast them into the air, including 3 billion in cash, enveloping them with telekinesis to safeguard them from the air. Chapter 7. Acquiring Resources from the Ninja World. Uchiha swiftly packed his spoils, carelessly scattering the items he deemed unnecessary across several nearby mountains, laboring tirelessly until dawn broke. With a substantial fortune in hand, he returned to the city. Indifferent to the fate of the survivors within the bandit stronghold, including the woman in the bandit leader's bed, he was apathetic, believing that life and death were matters of chance. In the tragic realm of the Hokage, ordinary citizens ought to possess the fundamental qualities for survival. Upon arriving in Tungza City, he sought a modest inn, refreshed himself, and then retired to slumber. He did not seek the finest accommodations. It was unnecessary, for after years of survival in the wilderness, his living standards were not particularly lofty. Furthermore, he preferred to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. He rested until noon before emerging from his room. Today, he intended to explore the city, having been somewhat rushed the previous day due to financial constraints. Initially, he had planned to cleanse the bandits of the land of Soup thoroughly. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he had captured a significant prize right away, alleviating his monetary worries for the time being. As he stepped out, he concealed his face as usual. The land of Soup served as a buffer zone between the land of lightning and the land of fire, where ninjas from both sides clashed. He was convinced that the destruction of the bandit stronghold would soon come to light, with survivors remaining. Once they realized they had been spared, they would return to the nearby towns, and the news would spread rapidly. This, however, did not impinge upon his own survival, nor did he concern himself with it. Leaving the inn, he made his way toward the outskirts of the city. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and shops and vendors were plentiful. Children gathered, laughing and playing together. With a cold expression, he observed the city's tranquil facade, devoid of any disturbance. His intention for the day was to locate a currency exchange, inquiring whether he could procure some commonly used ninjutsu techniques and methods for chakra cultivation. The currency exchange was an underground organization within the ninja world, wielding considerable power and operating globally. It served as a marketplace for rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi, being the swiftest means of generating income. To find this establishment, the most efficient method was to seek out wandering ninjas, either to guide him there or to extract the location through interrogation. Uchiha swiftly advanced, emanating his mental prowess to identify all individuals within a 5-kilometer radius. In no time, he pinpointed his target. Accelerating his pace, he made his way towards the location indicated by his psychic energy, arriving at a gambling establishment. Uchiha stepped inside, where the air was thick with the throngs of people, each individual flushed and vociferously shouting their desires. The establishment was teeming with ninjas, most of whom lacked formidable prowess, a mix of the young and the old, the male and the female. The gamblers were entirely engrossed in the gaming tables. Oblivious to his entrance, he cast a sweeping glance around, feigning a search for someone, before discreetly exiting the gambling den and retreating to a secluded alley far removed from the ruckus. His mental focus remained fixed on the entrance of the den, awaiting the emergence of a ninja. Time passed swiftly. The addiction to gambling among the ninjas was palpable, as even those who had lost everything continued to cheer and jeer from the sidelines, as if still partaking in the game. No one dared to cause a stir, indicating that the gambling house wielded considerable influence locally, suppressing any rebellious spirits among the ninjas. After more than 2 hours had elapsed, a ninja finally emerged. Upon detecting the presence of Uchiha Hikaru, the individual swiftly pursued him. Not far from their departure, he intercepted the man by the roadside. Utilizing the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he ensnared his opponent in an illusion, extracting the location of the exchange office. Ascending into the sky with the man, he transported him beyond the city limits, where he executed him and concealed the remains. Upon returning to the city, with minimal effort, he successfully located the exchange office, nestled beside a river in a modest building. Stepping inside, he approached the staff of the exchange office, articulating his intent. "I wish to procure some items. Could you kindly relay a message to your superior for a conversation?" As he spoke, he presented a sum of 50,000. The staff, upon seeing the money, swiftly accepted it, tucking it into his pocket with a radiant smile, and said, "Please hold on, sir, I shall inquire." After a brief interval, the staff returned and announced, "This way, sir. Our director is eager to meet you." He guided him into a room, where only a single table was present, adorned with several books and a few pins, flanked by benches on either side. Taking a seat on one of the benches, the staff proceeded to close the door, standing guard nearby. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered, pushing the door open and seating himself at the table. The staff secured the door behind him. "My subordinate mentioned you wish to make a purchase. What is it that you seek?" The sturdy figure inquired once the door was firmly closed. "I seek items pertinent to ninja training, including chakra refining techniques and basic ninjutsu, all levels from ABC," replied Uchiha Hikaru. "Such items do not come cheap. You must be prepared to pay," warned the man. "As long as your merchandise is authentic, the price is of no concern," Hikaru asserted confidently. "Very well, Xiaomo. Fetch me a copy of the training price list," commanded the burly man. "Understood," replied the individual by the door, departing promptly. 5 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. "Enter." "Director, I have brought the items," came the voice from beyond the threshold. "Present them to him," instructed the burly man, turning his attention to Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru carefully took the list handed to him by Xiaomu. The list contained numerous jutsu: fire release, dragon fire technique, water release, exploding water shockwave, earth release, earth flow rampart, lightning release, false darkness, wind release, pressure damage. The techniques listed were plentiful, with the majority categorized as D and C rank, while A rank techniques were scarce. "How are the prices determined?" he inquired of the burly man as he perused the list. "Each A rank technique is priced at 6.5 million, B rank at 3.9 million, C rank at 800,000. Chakra extraction techniques are divided into ordinary and secret methods. The ordinary ones cost 1.5 million, while the secret techniques are priced at 50 million, the man replied with calm composure. "Ah, the prices are quite reasonable. Please hold on," Uchiha Hikaru responded, taking a pen from the table and marking the list. A few minutes later, he handed the list back to the burly man. "I wish to acquire these marked items. When can I expect delivery?" "Very well, I will prepare the items for you. You may return to settle the payment." The burly man accepted the list and handed it over to Xiaomu without even glancing at it. "Cash on delivery. What about the timing?" "Tonight, Director." "The total amounts to 1.3 billion, Xiaomu conveyed as he passed the list to the burly man. "Xiaomu, kindly see this gentleman off. Do not be negligent." "Of course, sir," Xiaomu replied with an even more courteous demeanor. Upon exiting the currency exchange, Uchiha Hikaru chose a random direction to walk. It wasn't long before he sensed someone trailing him, likely an employee from the exchange. However, this was easily resolved, with a flicker of his mind. A stone beneath the follower's feet suddenly soared upward, striking them heavily on the head, successfully rendering them unconscious. Uchiha Hikaru discovered a store and procured a large box, from which he nonchalantly dropped a substantial sum of money from the air. He casually placed 1.3 billion into the box, leaving the remainder suspended in the atmosphere. Subsequently, he dragged the box to a restaurant and reserved a private room, placing the box at his feet to indulge in a lavish meal. Before he had finished his meal, Uchiha Hikaru sensed that he was being watched, Several pairs of eyes in the restaurant's hall were fixated on his private room. The capabilities and intelligence of the currency exchange were indeed formidable, he mused, yet he remained unfazed. He savored his meal at a leisurely pace, even requesting the server to bring him some tea, to which the server cast a discreet glance at his box. As anticipated, the tea was laced with additional substances, though they had little effect on his constitution. The onlookers outside continued to wait, and the restaurant staff did not hasten him to vacate the room, remaining patient until darkness fell. As the appointed time approached, Uchiha Hikari exited the restaurant with the box in tow, making his way toward the currency exchange. The individuals who had been trailing him dispersed only when they neared the vicinity of the exchange. "Sir, please enter. The director has been awaiting your arrival." Xiaomu greeted at the door, a broad smile illuminating his face upon seeing the box in Uchiha Hikari's hands. It was the same room as before. Upon entering, a burly man was engrossed in a book. Noticing Uchiha Hikari's arrival, he set the book aside. "Here is the money. Where's the merchandise?" Uchiha Hikari inquired. Placing the box on the table, the scent of wealth immediately permeated the room. The burly man rose to inspect the money, but Uchiha Hikari raised a hand to halt him. "We agreed on a simultaneous exchange. The funds are here, but where is the product? I shall verify the goods before you examine the money." "Very well, Xiaomu. Please bring forth the items purchased by the gentleman." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu opened the door, entering with another box, which he also placed on the table and opened. "Sir, here are your items." Uchiha Hikari withdrew his hand and began to inspect the books within the box, while the burly man commenced the examination of the money. After a considerable amount of time, the man confirmed that the money was in order, declaring, "These items are now yours." As he closed the box and handed it over to Zhuangmu, Uchiha Hikari possessed a rather limited understanding of ninja lore, rendering him incapable of verifying the authenticity of the tomes before him. Thus, he interrupted the burly man as he was about to lose his temper, stating, "You are aware that I am not a ninja. I cannot ascertain the veracity of these items. I require some time to hone my skills with them. For instance, regarding the chakra refining technique, once I successfully extract chakra, I will confirm the legitimacy of these texts. The payment will be yours at that time. What do you say?" The burly man, visibly displeased with Hikari's stance, retorted, "Not everyone can successfully refine chakra. If you fail to do so, does that make my items false?" At this, Xiaomu began to glare at Uchiha Hikari with growing ire. "Grant me one day to attempt this. Regardless of whether I succeed in refining chakra, the payment will still be yours. I will not leave the exchange office. Both the money and I remain within your domain, thus manageable," Uchiha Hikari asserted. Meeting the man's gaze, after a moment of contemplation, the burly man replied, "The funds for the chakra refining technique must be paid up front. Is that acceptable?" With that, he retrieved the chakra refining technique from the box and closed it once more. "That is agreeable." Uchiha Hikari counted out 50 million and placed it on the table, securing the box in his grasp as he accepted the chakra refining technique. "Let us proceed." "Very well," Xiaomu replied. "Prepare a training room for this gentleman. Right this way." Subsequently, Xiaomu escorted Uchiha Hikari to a designated room. Upon the entrance of Uchiha Hikari, Xiaomu stood vigil at the doorway, while several others gathered outside to keep watch. Uchiha Hikari secured the door, approached his bed, and unleashed his mental energy for self-protection before embarking on his chakra training. The illustrated text clearly delineated the key points and requisite postures for cultivation. He attentively absorbed the information, initially skimming through it before closing the book to mentally recall the details. Afterward, he reopened the book to verify his memory, and soon the content was firmly entrenched in his mind. Thus commenced his inaugural chakra training session. A few minutes later, Uchiha Hikari sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body, signifying the successful refinement of chakra. Undeterred, he continued his practice. Chakra, a novel power born from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy, possesses extraordinary capabilities. However, Uchiha Hikari, endowed with telekinesis, was continually enhancing his physicality. Although he had missed the optimal age for chakra training, the advantages provided by several external enhancements ensured that his potential remained vast, rivaling that of his peers in the ninja world who had begun their training from a young age. After a few more minutes, he opened his eyes and accessed his data panel to assess his progress. Name: Uchiha Hikari. Age: 21. Bloodline ability: modified 3 Tomo Sharingan chakra level. Ch Nin Soul, level 3 telekinesis ninjutsu. Non-physical strength, level 3. In such a brief time, his chakra had already ascended to the level of a Ch Nin, leading him to reconsider his previous judgment regarding his talent in ninjutsu. Uchiha Hikari mused quietly to himself, acknowledging that the exchange had not deceived him. Yet, he resolved to remain indoors, at least until the day drew to a close, for the sake of prudence. During the ensuing hours, he remained engrossed in his training, finding that the cultivation of chakra did not wear him down. Rather, it invigorated his body with increasing excitement. Uchiha Hikaru sensed the peculiarities of his own body. Damn, am I a masochist? I can't believe I am an M. No, it is merely my body. Indeed. The method of chakra cultivation is perfectly suited to me. The more my body is strained, the more powerful it becomes. For chakra is fundamentally about exerting pressure on the body. A day later, under the cover of night, Uchiha Hikaru emerged from his room with a money box in hand. Sir, how do you feel? Have you made any gains? Jamu inquired eagerly. Quite well, I managed to extract a small amount of chakra just now. The exchange office has indeed kept its promise. Please take me to see your director to complete the remaining transaction, Uchiha Hikaru replied. Jamu, along with the individuals at the entrance, escorted him to the old room, which this time was prepared with tea and pastries. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the director. Jamu departed, while the others remained stationed at the door. The burly man arrived shortly, Jamu carrying yesterday's box beside him. This time, the two parties exchanged their boxes without any delay, and the burly man nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the exchange. The transaction was a resounding success. I hope for future dealings. May I take my leave now? Uchiha Hikaru accepted the box, pocketing several pens from the table. The burly man observed, but refrained from commenting. Jamu, personally escort the gentleman back. Ensure his safety, the burly man instructed Jamu. Stepping out of the exchange office, the night was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. Silently, several pins flew from Uchiha Hikaru's pocket, ascending to hover 20 meters above him, evenly dispersed within a 50-meter radius as a precaution. Jamu walked not far ahead. It appeared that the inn where he was staying had already been located. Midway through their journey, Uchiha Hikaru sensed himself surrounded by numerous wandering ninjas. They had established a perimeter 2 kilometers from their current position, numbering no less than 100. With several larger circles further out, each perfectly encircling the previous one. All told, there were several thousand individuals, all low-ranking ninjas from the underbelly of the ninja world. In the realm of ninjas, strength has always reigned supreme. With power, they could acquire wealth, beauty, and influence. Lower-ranked ninjas harbored dreams. Yet each aspiration necessitated the support of strength. The news of Uchiha Hikaru purchasing ninja training resources had spread throughout Tingza City in a mere day. The wandering ninjas were deeply invested in this information. Adrift outside the 5 great ninja villages, their path to empowerment was fraught with challenges, lacking resources, guidance, and strength. As for talent, even those devoid of the above could become ninjas, and they believed their talent was not lacking. In their eyes, Uchiha Hikaru's undertaking was akin to a sumptuous feast falling from the heavens, placed directly before them. To abstain would be inhumane. Uchiha Hikari did not feel the need to remind the wood, for its fate was of no concern to him. From the moment the director instructed the wood to escort him home, he was acutely aware that the wood had become a sacrificial pawn. For it possessed knowledge that was far too extensive. Outsiders remained oblivious to the specifics of their dealings, including the monetary amounts involved. Uchiha Hikari was convinced that this transaction would undoubtedly result in the director siphoning off a substantial sum, and eliminating those in the know was an imperative task for him. In this orchestrated ambush, the director would ensure the wood's demise. As for himself, should he manage to evade the ambush, it would signify that his strength was sufficient to negotiate with the director. Conversely, if he were to fall, it would perfectly resolve the last remaining informant. Before long, the two of them found themselves encircled. The rogue ninjas unleashed a barrage of kunai and shuriken towards them. However, the wood, no weakling himself, quickly detected the threat and took defensive measures, drawing forth a shuriken to deflect the incoming weapons. Yet it was futile. The assailants were too numerous. And with Uchiha Hikari hindering him, the situation grew dire. He deliberately allowed a shuriken to strike the wood's head, diminishing his focus. The wood was soon overwhelmed, his body riddled with kunai and shuriken. Subsequently, all attacks converged upon Uchiha Hikari, every kunai and shuriken aimed at him. However, mid-flight, the projectiles came to an abrupt halt. Uchiha Hikari exerted control over the assailants' weapons, lifting them skyward to target each attacker, including those lurking at the periphery. Once his preparations were complete, he unleashed his counteroffensive. Each ninja was met with precise kunai and shuriken, piercing their heads, while the night air resonated with the sound of bodies thudding to the ground, orderly and rhythmic. Until silence reclaimed the city. All perished, regardless of age or gender. Chapter 8. Mundane affairs of the Land of Waves and the response of Konoha. Having dealt with the ambushes, Uchiha Hikari, under the cloak of night, ascended into the air, placing a chest among his hoard of treasures as he flew southward. This transaction had successfully procured resources for his training in the short term. The rest was a matter of relentless practice. As for the director of the exchange office, he refrained from silencing anyone. During the transaction, neither party had divulged their identities. Not even a name. He had also withheld any information regarding his affiliation with the Uchiha clan. Considering the substantial sum involved, the other party would likely remain unconcerned about his whereabouts, for the money was indeed genuine. He planned to relocate, as traces had been left in the land of hot water, and Konoha would undoubtedly investigate his recent activities until he had fully developed his abilities. He intended to remain incognito, and should any risk of exposure arise, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Much like the ninjas who had besieged him the previous day, their minds had been shattered, rendering them incapable of revealing any intelligence. As dawn approached, the sun's rays pierced the dark veil of night, infusing the world with vibrant colors. Uchiha Hikari, flying southward, paused to practice under the rising sun. He gathered a few clouds beside him, shaping them into a cushion, and settled down amidst them. His body required significantly less oxygen, and he felt no notable discomfort in the high altitude. Moreover, this elevation aided his concealment, as few ninjas with sensory abilities could detect his presence at such heights. Another day of physical exertion commenced, with sunlight bathing him as his body continued to grow. The refinement of chakra subjected his body to pressure, fostering growth from both ends. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when he finally regained consciousness, he found chakra cultivation surprisingly enjoyable. Almost addictive. He stretched languidly, attuned to the sun's position, realizing it was now afternoon. The exact duration of his training was a mystery, reminiscent of the timelessness experienced by those who pursue enlightenment. To prevent losing track of time again, he retrieved the chest and opened it, selecting the shadow clone technique to study. This technique was not particularly complex. Mastering a few hand seals and controlling chakra flow sufficed for its execution. The primary challenge lay in the fine control of chakra. Soon, Uchiha Hikari concluded his practice of the shadow clone technique, successfully creating a shadow clone. As the clone emerged, it plummeted to the ground, prompting Uchiha Hikari to swiftly use telekinesis to catch it. After ensuring its stability, he dispelled the clone and continued his journey. His next destination was the Land of Waves, situated south of the Land of Hot Water, the very nation where the narrative of the Hokage saga commenced, and where the two saviors began their growth in the ninja world. The speed of Uchiha K was astonishing. He even sprinted across the surface of the sea, creating rippling waves in his wake. By evening, he finally beheld the coastline of the Land of Waves. Upon entering the territory, he ascended to a great height, scanning the horizon for human settlements. This was a fortuitous time to search, as most households were engaged in their evening meals, with wisps of smoke rising high into the air, making them easily discernible from above. Uchiha K sought out the area with the most smoke rising into the air. Descending into a nearby grove, he took a moment to refine his appearance, erasing any traces of the land of soup. In essence, he tore his garments to the point where only the barest coverage of his modesty remained, confident in his wealth to procure replacements at a whim. Naturally, the disguise on his face remained untouched. Taking advantage of the fading sunlight, he located a suitable large tree and summoned a shadow clone. You shall find a tree to conceal yourself behind and awaken me at dawn. Pay no heed to any disturbances in between. Your safety is paramount. That is all. The clone nodded, turning to leap towards another tree, quickly vanishing from sight. The purpose of this clone was to serve as an alarm, for he had discovered that his training could become addictive, causing him to lose track of time. Despite his newfound strength, there were matters requiring his attention, and he had to devise this method to manage his schedule. On the following morning, the clone dutifully roused him at the appointed hour. After dismissing the shadow clone, he made his way to a small river to wash his face and picked up a twig to serve as a toothbrush. Subsequently, he found the main road and proceeded into the town. The town was modest in size, with a sparse population. In comparison to the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup, life in the Land of Waves was far more dire. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Directing himself to a tailor's shop, I require a substantial quantity of clothing suitable for my physique. Could you arrange for a vehicle? I shall cover the costs. The vehicle should be spacious, and I also need you to procure various daily necessities, including toothbrushes, toothpaste, an assortment of seasonings, and a considerable supply of tobacco. Money is no object. Additionally, prepare some local specialties for me. Here is a deposit. I shall return tomorrow to collect the goods. Uchiha placed a box filled with money on the counter and clearly outlined his needs to the proprietor. Rest assured, sir, I will take care of everything for you. And the prices will be exceptionally fair, the shopkeeper assured him. Initially dismissive of Uchiha's attire, the proprietor's demeanor shifted upon seeing the money. Instantly realizing a lucrative opportunity had arrived, he promptly exited the counter to greet him. Prices of little consequence. I demand the highest quality in my goods, with no defects whatsoever. Should I find any shortcomings, bear in mind that my money is not easily earned. I shall return tomorrow. Please ensure the goods are loaded into the vehicle, and I will settle the payment for the transportation at that time. After Uchiha finished speaking, he departed from the tailor shop, with the proprietor personally escorting him to the door. Rest assured, my lord, we will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Without wandering around the town, Uchiha made his way toward the highest mountain on the outskirts. Along the route, he confirmed that no one was tailing him. It seemed that the hearts of the townsfolk were still genuine. Upon reaching the summit, he found a relatively flat stone and began his cultivation. He resolved to dedicate all his time to training. As for sleep, the joy of cultivation far surpassed the comfort of slumber. Naturally, before beginning his practice, he created shadow clones to procure food, instructing them to awaken him at dinner time. Thus, a day passed in tranquil training. On the following day, Uchiha instructed his shadow clone to take money to the tailor shop to collect the goods. A large cart awaited them in front of the store, brimming with numerous packages and fully equipped with pots and pans. The proprietor had been waiting at the entrance, accompanied by several attendants who were scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Uchiha figure, the proprietor beamed and approached him with a smile. Sir, your goods are ready. Not so fast. Let me inspect them first. The goods are in order, and the payment is ample, replied the clone. Please, have the goods unloaded so that the gentleman may inspect them one by one. The proprietor instructed his standing attendants. Once the goods were unloaded, the clone meticulously examined all the items. While the variety was quite complete, the quality was somewhat lacking due to the small-town context. However, it was acceptable, and the main body would likely understand. As for the local specialties, they comprised the majority. Quite satisfactory. How much in total? The clone inquired after completing the inspection. The total is 3 million. The deposit from yesterday was 1 million. So an additional 2 million is required now. All right, here are 2,100,000. Consider the extra 100,000 as your reward for hard work. After addressing the proprietor, the clone instructed the attendants to load the goods onto the cart, ensuring they were secure. Once finished, each worker was to receive a bonus of 10,000. Rest assured, sir, we will work diligently, both swiftly and steadily, one attendant assured. Another attendant bowed before the clone and called upon the others to begin their tasks. In no time, the goods were loaded onto the cart, neatly arranged. The clone kept his promise and distributed the bonuses, then led the cart out of town. An hour later, the clone drove the cart to a location a few miles from the village where Uchiha had been waiting. After changing into suitable attire, he transported all the remaining goods into the air for safe isolation. You will proceed to the next town to sell the cart, Uchiha instructed the clone. No problem, came the reply. Very well, you may set off. Days later, the clone returned, presenting the proceeds from the sales. Uchiha has once again embarked on his journey of flight, ultimately discovering a secluded location where he can engage in solitary cultivation. In the Land of Fire, within the depths of the Leaf Village's root base. Sir, we have received intelligence from the Land of Soup. A root ninja reports to Danzo, holding a scroll of information. What is it? Let me see. Danzo takes the scroll but does not examine it, carelessly placing it aside. The ninja continues, 3 days ago. A bizarre incident occurred in Tingza City, Land of Soup, where thousands of wandering ninjas met untimely deaths. According to our investigation, the time interval between their deaths was exceedingly brief, and the perpetrator employed ruthlessly effective methods. Oh, what is the cause? Danzo inquires, intrigued. To annihilate thousands of ninjas in such a short span indicates a formidable strength that instills a profound sense of threat within him. He cannot help but ponder whether this powerful individual poses a danger to Konoha. According to the intelligence, the reason for the incident stems from a sudden rumor that spread among the wandering ninjas on that day, claiming that a young man had inexplicably spent vast sums at the exchange for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Furthermore, this young man is not a ninja, which ignited the greed of all who heard. The wandering ninjas resolved to eliminate this naive individual and seize the resources he had procured. Oh, what specific resources? Danzo queries, somewhat understanding the allure for the wandering ninjas. Chakra refining secret techniques, as well as top-tier A-grade ninjutsu. The specifics remain unclear. The ninja replies, is that all? In a place as wretched as the land of soup, these items are indeed treasures. Is there a transaction amount? According to the intelligence following the incident, the director of the exchange voluntarily reported a sum of 800 million cash to the higher-ups, which should correspond to the amount of this transaction, the ninja reports. 800 million? Who in the land of soup possesses such financial capability? Is there a suspect? Upon hearing this figure, Danzo is also tempted. Had he been present, he would have joined in the plunder alongside the exchange. There is the feudal lord of the land of soup, but he would not expend such an amount. The soup ninja village lacks such needs as well. It seems the only suspects left are merchants and mountain bandits in the land of soup. According to the intelligence, the probability of the mountain bandits being involved is high, as they would need numerous individuals to simultaneously eliminate all the besieging wandering ninjas, all of whom possess considerable strength. However, the mountain bandits would not be able to completely vanquish thousands of ninjas, thus they are ruled out. The current suspicion leans towards a mysterious organization within the land of soup, with a significant number of powerful members, the ninja reports. Not a single individual, but rather an organization? What does the intelligence department's report indicate? Danzo further inquires. The brains of the deceased have been utterly destroyed, leaving us without valuable intelligence. Simultaneously, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning are investigating this matter. We even had a minor conflict with them, resulting in mutual casualties. What information has the Land of Lightning gathered? According to our intelligence personnel embedded within the Land of Lightning, their upper echelons are equally perplexed by this incident. Nevertheless, they suspect it to be the work of a mysterious organization. What about the young man, the one who purchased the ninja resources? What intelligence do we have on him? Danzo questions. This young man entered Tungza City 2 days prior to the incident. His first day was shrouded in mystery, and his whereabouts were unknown. On the second day, he went directly to a gambling establishment, subsequently visiting the exchange, and by the third day, the incident occurred. Afterward, he vanished without a trace, and no one witnessed his departure. His corpse was not found among the deceased, while the individuals from the exchange died at the scene. Based on the evidence of their deaths, it appears they faced attacks from multiple directions. The individuals from the exchange perished on site, their brains similarly destroyed, and they have since relocated their operations, making them unable to be located. As for the young man, despite extensive searches, his whereabouts remain unknown, and intelligence on him is lacking. Regarding the source of his finances, a villager from the land of soup, who had been captured by mountain bandits, escaped to a nearby town the day before this incident. Our ninja promptly interrogated them for intelligence, discovering that the mountain bandit group allied with us had been annihilated, and the substantial funds they were supposed to surrender are now unaccounted for. Our personnel conducted a thorough investigation of the mountain hideout and discovered that the bandits had suffered severe torture before their demise, with the murder weapon remaining unidentified. They found the bandit leader's treasure trove several kilometers away, but it had been completely ransacked, and the leader's whereabouts are unknown. Some of the treasure had been intentionally scattered around, with our side and the Land of Lightning each claiming a portion. This assault is likely the work of this individual or their organization, the ninja reports. Order the root ninjas to intensify intelligence gathering on the Land of Lightning. I want to know everything they are aware of, and even what they do not know. Additionally, conduct a detailed investigation into this young man and the organization he is affiliated with, as they have become a threat to Konoha. After speaking, Danzo dismisses his subordinates. Once his subordinates have left, Danzo erupts in anger, cursing, "Who the hell is targeting me? My money," as the root serves as Konoha's shadowy organization. There are numerous covert projects that do not receive financial allocation from Konoha in pursuit of his ambitions. These dark and cruel projects cannot be exposed to the eyes of the villagers. To obtain formidable strength and advance these projects, the required funds must be self-sourced. The root has control over bandit groups across various countries, including the Land of Fire, utilizing them as tools for plunder. Each year, they collect a substantial portion of the proceeds from these bandit groups in exchange for protection, with some individuals within the root sacrificing their lives for this cause. Now, just as the root was poised to collect funds, it is unexpectedly intercepted. Damn it, someone dares to lay hands on Konoha's coffers, infuriating Danzo. It cannot be. The finances of the root must remain intact. The protection fees from the Land of Soup must be paid in full. It appears I must promote a leader from the tools of the land of soup and have him devise a means to gather this year's funds. I shall bear the blame for making the citizens of the land of soup suffer, Danzo muses. Come here. Danzo calls for several small teams from the route. You will immediately depart for the land of soup. Contact our bandit group, select a leader from among them, and ensure he is responsible for raising the funds, guaranteeing that the route's money is submitted on time. If the mission is not accomplished, execute them. You will assist until the matter is resolved. I care not for the process, only the outcome. Money must be procured. Do you understand? If you fail, do not bother returning. Yes, sir. The squad leaders responded in unison, and with a mere wave of his hand, Danzo dispatched several teams to the land of water. Indeed, time is money. One can only imagine the impending wave of brutal plunder that the merchants and common folk of the land of water will face. As a weak nation, they could only endure the oppression of stronger nations, suffering in silence and fearing to act. Such actions, akin to those of Root, are not uncommon among the great powers, albeit to varying degrees. It is certain that mere missions cannot sustain the ninjas of the 5 great nations. Chapter 9. The Growth of Uchiha Light. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, learned of the circumstances in the land of water even before Danzo. However, his attitude was similar to that of Danzo. He instructed his subordinates to monitor the situation closely and investigate the young man involved. This incident was evidently linked to the young man, and they needed to ascertain whether it was the work of an individual or an organization to prepare accordingly. He specifically instructed his subordinates to avoid conflict with the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, as he has always upheld the principle of peace and would not allow the outbreak of war. Danzo's self-righteous secrets were not secrets to the third Hokage, as Hiruzen possessed far superior conditions in terms of power, influence, and political resources. Moreover, as the shining representative of Konoha, his charisma was unparalleled, with staunch loyalists of the Hokage lineage spread throughout the village, including the children of the Ninja Academy. This era of Konoha was defined by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regarding Danzo's subsequent actions, Hiruzen could easily predict them, for in terms of tactics, he far surpassed Danzo. After all, light must be stronger than darkness to suppress the shadows and illuminate the village. However, Hiruzen did not intend to hinder Root's actions, as Danzo's deeds had not harmed the Land of Fire, and his undertakings posed no threat to Konoha. The funds acquired were ultimately for the strength of Konoha. The losses endured by the commoners and merchants of the small nation were of little concern to Konoha and himself. Interfering with Danzo's actions could invite discontent from Root, which was unnecessary. Having thoroughly reviewed the official duties of the day, Hiruzen entrusted the mountain of reports to Shikakanara. He then commenced his daily activities, utilizing his telescope technique to survey his beloved Konoha. His primary focus was on Naruto, the orphan of the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Naruto represented Konoha's trump card and must remain under the control of the Hokage. Danzo had also set his sights on Naruto, but his proposals were dismissed by the 3rd Hokage. Naruto possessed immense potential and could become a powerful asset. The former Jinchuriki, Kushina Izumaki, had maintained her dominance over the ninja world even after the death of the 1st Hokage, highlighting the strength of the 9 Tails. Naruto must be a blade in Hiruzen's hands, living according to his design. The darkness of Naruto's childhood was essential, yet his emotional needs required balance, and bonds were the strongest form of inner power. According to the values of the ninja world, once bonds are established, the emotional ties to the village deepen significantly. Under Hiruzen's careful cultivation, Naruto's character and mindset had evolved into an almost perfect tool, far superior to Danzo's convoluted schemes. As for Sasuke, Hiruzen merely monitored him as part of his routine. Out of professional habit, without particular concern, the Uchiha clan no longer captured his attention. The remnants of the massacre night had rendered Sasuke a mere waste, unworthy of his time. However, given that he was the sole surviving Uchiha in Konoha, some attention was warranted. Following the massacre, Sasuke harbored an intense hatred for Itachi, training tirelessly each day to kill him. Yet, without guidance or correction, he could only strive to recall the teachings of his father and Itachi from their training sessions. He sought to grow stronger in accordance with his memories, but lacking sufficient resources, Sasuke's development was painfully slow, and he had yet to master a single decent ninjutsu. At this moment, Konoha, in Hiruzen's eyes, was peaceful and tranquil, with the passage of time serene. Ah, splendid, truly splendid. Peace, he exclaimed after surveying the situation and confirming that all was well, as he stood by the window, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Outside was the peaceful realm he had built. The other four nations and the Akatsuki organization maintained a certain level of vigilance regarding the events in the Land of Water, dispatching teams for intelligence reconnaissance, though they did not attach great importance to it. In the Land of Waves, Uchiha Hikari discovered a deserted island, establishing it as a sanctuary for cultivation. His training ground was situated atop a rocky outcrop by the sea, surrounded by tumultuous waves and the brisk sea breeze. He employed the shadow clone technique to create several clones, delegating various tasks for his training period, such as arranging wake-up calls, preparing meals, procuring daily necessities, and gathering information from the cities of the Land of Waves. Each day after breakfast, Uchiha Hikari dedicated time to diligently study the ninjutsu he had acquired. Once he comprehended the techniques mentally, he would practice them manually to ensure proficiency before entrusting the mastery of the techniques to his clones. Each clone focused on perfecting a specific ninjutsu, enhancing their skill levels. Naturally, once a technique was mastered, he would still set aside time each day for practical application, allowing his body to acclimate to the requisite movements. The majority of his time was spent refining his chakra. Although the increase was modest, he could sense his growing strength. As for the enhancement of his physical and mental prowess, these two skills could only be cultivated over time, naturally progressing without his intervention. The innate abilities bestowed upon him by his unique gifts required no manual operation, which was quite reassuring. Amidst the companionship of the sea winds, crashing waves, and soaring seabirds, Uchiha Hikari's days unfolded in a harmonious blend of simplicity and fulfillment. Regardless of the season, be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter, his place of training remained unchanged. Steadfast upon that very rock, his diligent efforts did not go unrecognized. By the end of the first year, his chakra had ascended to the level of a Chunin. He refrained from indulgent distractions, persistently honing his skills, and once again summoned additional clones to practice their ninjutsu. As the second year approached spring, a tempestuous season marked by raging storms ensued, with fierce waves and wind-laden rain relentlessly battering Uchiha Hikari's secluded island. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens. Yet not a single droplet touched his form. The moisture and debris carried by the wind were effortlessly repelled by his mental prowess. Not far from the rocky outcrop, his clones had constructed a modest dwelling amidst the cliffs, fashioned from timber and stones, haphazardly assembled. At midday, smoke wafted from the chimney of the makeshift home, the aroma of food permeating through the tumult of wind and rain. Inside, various everyday utensils and seasonings were neatly arranged, accompanied by wooden benches and a bed oriented southward, all arranged to resemble a genuine home. Once the meal was prepared, a clone untied its apron and retrieved an umbrella from the entrance. With the umbrella in hand, it leaped towards the rocky training ground to awaken the still meditating original, announcing that it was time for their meal. Uchiha Hikaru sensed the stirrings around him, halting his cultivation to glance at the tempestuous environment. In an instant, his telekinetic prowess enveloped the entire island, isolating the storm beyond its shores and rendering the island serene. He summoned back the shadow clones he had dispatched to practice ninjutsu in the vicinity, assimilating the diverse experiences they had gathered. Thanks to the formidable nature of his telekinesis, his mind felt remarkably untroubled, save for a minor throbbing discomfort at the onset. With a swift body flicker technique, he appeared within his dwelling, where a sumptuous feast awaited him on the table. This opulence was the result of his deliberate decision to send a shadow clone to a renowned restaurant in the Land of Waves, investing a considerable sum and several months to learn from the master chef. The clone diligently ventured to distant towns for supplies, and although the quality of the seasonings was somewhat lacking, it nonetheless introduced a delightful variety, transcending the simplicity of mere grilled fish and meat. "How long have I been training?" Uchiha Hikaru inquired of his clone. 22 months, 9 days, and 8 hours. Nearly 2 years, he mused. Surely, my strength now suffices to ensure my survival. Even if my identity as a member of the Uchiha clan were to be revealed, I should no longer harbor fear. As Uchiha Hikari contemplated, he accessed his data panel to assess the fruits of his labor. Since his recent breakthrough in strength a few days prior, the panel began to display an abundance of information. Name: Uchiha Hikari. Age: 23. Bloodline ability: Uchiha Mangeki Sharingan, modified version. Dual eye abilities: left eye, no distance; right eye. Taiji special ability: Susanoo chakra level, shadow rank soul, telekinesis level 5 ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, fire release, flame slash, fire release, phoenix dance, lightning release, thunderclap, earth release, earth flow river, earth release, earthquake core, wind release, harmful compression, wind release, tornado technique, water release, wave technique, and so forth. Physical strength. Level 5. The ability of his left eye, no distance, allows for spatial movement within a radius of 5 kilometers centered on himself, maintaining a state of invincibility during the transition. The right eye, Taiji, possesses the capability of sealing, serving as an enhanced version of the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. The Uchiha's chakra nature remained an enigma to him, as he had never undergone any assessment. During his dealings with the exchange, he procured every elemental ninjutsu available for purchase, acquiring them all in a single sweep. After diligently practicing, he discovered that he could utilize them proficiently, unaffected by the disparity in elemental attributes, and thus, he paid little heed to this matter. Uchiha Light gazed upon his data and the abilities of his eyes, filled with immense satisfaction. The combination of displacement and confinement skills was extraordinarily powerful. Aside from the absence of healing and shields, his golden finger could compensate for all deficiencies. His physical strength had transcended the realm of comprehension. Once, he commanded objects to strike towards him, and under full exertion, the telekinetically controlled flying nails could only leave a minuscule white mark and a barely perceptible scratch on his palm, causing him not the slightest pain. At this moment, his telekinetic strength made moving mountains seem effortless, rendering him virtually invincible. Uchiha could not help but burst into laughter. At this moment, a new hero was born within the Uchiha clan. He then turned, extending his palm with 5 fingers pointed toward his shadow clone, exclaiming, "Do you realize? It has been 5 years since I traversed to this place. Can you fathom how I have spent these 5 years?" The shadow clone gazed back at him with a look of affectionate pity, as if to say, "I am you. I know your plight all too well." Yet, he had no choice. Fate was beyond his control, and escape was not an option. He could only listen obediently. I, Uchiha Light, carry the millennia-old glory and hope of the Uchiha clan. I should not live like a rat, yet I fled Konoha like a dog. I gazed upon the countless graves of my kin, none of which possessed a proper coffin to cradle their remains. All I could do was endure the pain in my heart, leaving no trace behind. There lie my friends, my lover. I left only a set of clothes to accompany them, entombed alongside my identity as Uchiha. I must tread carefully, fearing the exposure of my Uchiha ancestry, lest Konoha eradicate me entirely. I dread the gaze of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. I stand no chance against them, even at the cost of my life. In those days, I was but a novice. In terms of strength and battle awareness, I was at a disadvantage, and a single misstep could lead to my demise. I had to force myself to train, to grow stronger. Now, at long last, I possess the confidence to dispel the shadows and move freely beneath the sun. I have grown stronger. I can finally live openly and honorably, rather than as a savage. I can reclaim my identity. I am a proud member of the Uchiha clan. I am Uchiha Light. Whoever dares to challenge me shall witness the true might of the Uchiha. With wrath, I declare, I shall annihilate your entire family. I shall strike with the force of a vengeful storm." Uchiha Light dashed out, shouting to the heavens. He continued to curse the heavens. "Curse you, Konoha. Curse this shinobi world. After all I have endured to enter a new realm, I find myself in such a dismal situation. Never did I anticipate this. Could you not allow me to regain my strength sooner? With my insight and abilities, Konoha poses no threat to the Uchiha. Can the third Hokage and Danzo withstand my capabilities? By reaching out to the nations and inciting discord among the people, Konoha must prioritize its survival. Relying on the Uchiha clan, our clan shall never face annihilation. Yet it took the extermination of my entire family for me to awaken to this reality. Why must I endure such torment? You know, I watched my loved ones perish before my very eyes. My brother, my sister, my mother, my father. What sins did they commit? Is merely living a crime? Uchiha Hikari vented his frustrations, pouring out the experiences and grievances he had accumulated over the past few years. His shadow clone remained silent. Observing him, witnessing his outbursts was not a new occurrence, and thus it had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the surrounding psychic energy stirred tumultuous waves, relentless in their motion. After shouting for an extended period, Uchiha Hikari retreated to his dwelling, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to a swift slumber, neglecting to eat. The shadow clone gazed at the slumbering form of its original, then at the meticulously prepared feast it had labored over. With a heavy sigh, it discarded the fruits of its toil, feeding the fish outside. The original had always shunned leftovers, believing them detrimental to his stomach. The small island remained cloistered by Uchiha Hikari's psychic force, tranquil and serene, with the air thick with the briny scent of the sea. The shadow clone was tasked with sourcing fresh ingredients and gathering information, waiting for the original to awaken before indulging in a meal. Fortunately, time was ample. The original, having gone years without sleep, was bound to slumber for several days. After 5 years of unrelenting tension, he truly required a substantial respite. A week later, at noon, the slumbering Uchiha Hikari finally roused. "Water? Is there water?" he murmured as his first utterance. The shadow clone hurriedly provided him with water. And after quenching his thirst with several large cans, he turned and sat up. The table beside him was laden with an array of already prepared dishes. In a swift motion, he moved to the table, disregarding chopsticks, and eagerly began to seize the food with his hands. Hungry after days without sustenance, he hastily stuffed his mouth. Soon, satiated, Uchiha Hikari let out a contented belch, summoning a pool of water with his psychic energy to wash his hands, and then retrieved a toothpick prepared by his shadow clone. "How long have I slept?" he inquired, crossing his legs. Although he could ascertain everything by dispelling the clone, he needed someone to converse with. Ever since mastering the shadow clone technique, he had engaged in dialogue with his duplicates to stave off madness. 7 days and 8 nights. The clone replied, "Good. What news from the Land of Waves? How progresses the construction of the Naruto Bridge? Has that old man, Dasna, traveled to Konoha?" Uchiha Hikari queried. Well aware of the intricacies surrounding the first high-stakes mission undertaken by the protagonist of Konoha, upon arriving in the Land of Waves, he had dispatched shadow clones to closely monitor Dasna's family, tracking their bridge-building progress to confirm the unfolding narrative, ensuring he did not miss any developments. Kato's shipping enterprise was expanding its commercial reach within the Land of Waves, nearly monopolizing it. Recently, he had recruited a multitude of warriors, thugs, and rogue ninjas from various nations, creating a large and unruly presence that instilled fear among the populace. The bridge project had also caught Kato's attention. Under his threats, workers had begun to abandon their posts, prompting Dasna to leave his family and depart the Land of Waves 5 days prior. Following this, Kato had begun surveilling Dasna's family, dispatching ninjas, including the formidable Zabuza Momochi, to pursue Dasna relentlessly. However, according to the narrative, Dasna had already reached Konoha and was on his return journey alongside Team 7. Before long, they would inevitably encounter Zabuza's team, thus commencing the mission storyline. It seems I ought to pay a visit to Sasuke, the only visible member of my Uchiha clan. I shall also seize the opportunity to achieve the highest accolades against Zabuza, striking down the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan-wielding Sasuke, while delivering a blow to the dual god of shinobi, the 6th Hokage Kakashi, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the 7th Hokage Naruto. Uchiha K waved his hand to dispel the shadow clones, attuning himself to the environment beyond the walls. The tempest had subsided, and a gentle rain continued to fall from the sky. Subsequently, he retracted the psychic energy that enveloped the entire island. Uchiha Hikari stepped outside, soaring towards the direction of the bridge in the Land of Waves, intent on lying in wait for an opportunity to unfold a captivating spectacle. Behind him, the humble dwelling constructed by his shadow clone was effortlessly crushed by psychic force, leaving the interior in utter disarray, with all belongings cast into the sea. Chapter 10. The undulations of the plot in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is not extensive, however, due to his hazy recollections. Uchiha Hikari could not ascertain the precise timing. He resolved to position himself near the home of the Dasna family. Following their initial encounter with Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi would suffer grave injuries, necessitating a period of recuperation at the Dasna residence. Only after that would the ultimate confrontation ensue, and all he needed to do was bide his time, awaiting the right moment to instigate events. Upon arriving in the town of the Land of Waves, he instructed his shadow clone to surveil the Dasna family, ensuring immediate communication upon the appearance of Kakashi and his team. Meanwhile, he sought refuge in a local inn. Each day, he would ascend to the rooftop, basking in the gentle breeze and warm sunlight while refining his chakra. 2 days later, news arrived from his shadow clone. Kakashi and his companions had reached the Dasna household, with Kakashi gravely injured and unconscious, a consequence of his encounter with Zabuza. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Hikari retracted his shadow clone and concluded his training, personally making his way to the home of Dasna the following day. Standing at a distance, he quietly observed Naruto and Sasuke diligently honing their skills. Witnessing the only remaining member of his clan in plain sight stirred profound emotions within him. Once the foremost clan of Sunagakure, it was now reduced to but a few remnants of its bloodline, a truly lamentable state. However, as he watched Sasuke's earnest efforts in training, He couldn't help but reflect on his own past, where he too relentlessly pursued strength, pushing his body to its limits. The distinction lay in the fact that Sasuke's motivation was revenge, while his own priority was survival, with revenge coming second. Sasuke possessed the privilege of survival. Secured through a trade involving the lives of his entire clan by Uchiha Itachi and the third Hokage, a luxury Hikari did not share nor require. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Sasuke was also a victim, and as a fellow clansman, Hikari felt compelled to meet him. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily apart in their training, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Sasuke. "Who are you? A ninja hired by Kado?" Sasuke immediately reached for a shuriken in his bag, bracing himself and preparing to create a commotion to summon Kakashi for assistance. Sasuke failed to recognize Uchiha Hikari as a member of his clan. After all, with so many Uchiha, it was neither feasible nor necessary for him to remember an ordinary non-ninja member of the security division. Sasuke, as the clan leader's son, and Hikari, a mere ordinary clan member in the security division, had once existed in vastly different social strata. "Do not be alarmed, Uchiha Sasuke. I am not your enemy, Kado. That merchant lacks the standing to hire me. My purpose in seeking you is merely to converse." Observing Sasuke's defensive stance, Hikari crossed his arms, exerting his mental energy to interrupt Sasuke's attempt to call for help. Sasuke felt an inexplicable force constraining his body, rendering him immobile. "Then who are you?" he managed to ask, struggling against Hikari's mental pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his vigilance, his gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari had no intention of eliminating Sasuke just yet, thus he refrained from unleashing his full power, merely releasing a fraction of it. Observing Sasuke's struggle, he realized he may have been overly harsh and gradually withdrew some of his psychic force, allowing Sasuke a modicum of relief. "Who I am is of no consequence to you. I am merely here to observe. Relax, you have only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to contend with me? Come now, let us take a leisurely stroll together." Sasuke felt the oppressive weight upon him diminish, granting him the ability to move once more. Seizing the moment, he hurled a shuriken towards Uchiha Hikari. Yet, the disparity in their abilities was evident. Uchiha Hikari effortlessly pinched the shuriken between two fingers. Before Sasuke could comprehend the situation, Hikari gently ruffled his hair, remarking on its roughness, truly a thorny character. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a blade and struck Sasuke's nape. In an instant, Sasuke felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground in defeat. With a subtle exertion of his psychic energy, Uchiha Keizo lifted Sasuke's body from the ground, guiding him to a riverbank far from the home of Tsunade, where he gently leaned Sasuke against the gnarled roots of a tree. Uchiha Hikaru gazed towards the riverbank, where the water coalesced into a sphere and accurately struck Sasuke's head, drenching him entirely. Coughing, Sasuke found himself choking on the water. "Have you awakened? Do you comprehend your predicament? In this world, the weak possess no right to defy the strong. Their resistance is effortlessly extinguished by the powerful." Just as the Uchiha clan was annihilated, Uchiha Itachi, being exceptionally formidable, ensured that all members, save for you, were eradicated. "Who are you? Who exactly are you? Are you an ally of Uchiha Itachi? Have you come to eliminate me?" Upon hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke's emotions surged, and with a fierce countenance, he drew a shuriken and hurled it towards Uchiha Hikaru, his expression twisted and menacing, exuding an air of dread. As Uchiha Hikaru exerted his psychic force, Sasuke felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. His assassination attempt abruptly halted. His body was immediately thrust backward, forcefully pinned against the roots of a nearby tree. Sasuke, summoning all his strength, began to struggle, his expression contorted in agony. Yet, his efforts proved futile as his strength gradually waned. 10 minutes later, he relinquished his resistance, fully aware of his own insignificance in the face of the formidable presence before him. The changing environment made him realize that he had strayed far from Kakashi and Naruto, and that his teacher's assistance would not arrive swiftly. This interval was ample for the individual before him to end his life countless times. Sasuke's countenance became rigid. His spirit instantly dampened. In recent days, he had been tormented by passing Nin and had suffered at the hands of Zabuza Momochi. He even discovered that Naruto might be stronger than himself. It was undeniably true that during this mission, Naruto's performance had far surpassed his own. Faced with Zabuza's murderous aura, he could decisively transfer the pressure through pain. Aside from being somewhat dim-witted, Sasuke acknowledged Naruto's strength. even though Naruto was merely the lowest achiever in their ninja academy. As an exemplary student who graduated at the top of his class, it was utterly ironic and painful to realize that in the presence of Chunin, he performed even worse than the underachiever. How has life been for you in Konoha? Noticing Sasuke's demeanor soften, Uchiha Hikaru withdrew his oppressive psychic force. He approached the slumped Sasuke, sitting down to engage him in conversation. Do not fear. I have no intention of harming you. I share a slight connection with your parents, and I am merely interested in your life. You know my parents? Sasuke's spirit jolted. His first thought was that he might not die today and could buy time for Kakashi's rescue. Then, astonishment washed over him at the realization that this person, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, claimed to know his parents, who had perished years ago. This is a trickster attempting to manipulate me for information. Does he truly think I am a child? What a joke, Sasuke mused internally. However, he refrained from displaying his skepticism, merely relaxing his expression as he awaited Uchiha Hikaru's response. Uchiha Makoto and Fugaku? I am acquainted with them, though not intimately, Uchiha Hikaru recalled, searching through his memories of the clan leader and his wife during their visit to the security department. Lady Makoto was gentle and considerate to everyone, while Lord Fugaku often wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him a fortune, yet they were both truly wonderful individuals. The words of Uchiha Kagami stirred within Sasuke a torrent of memories of his parents. He bowed his head, tears streaming down his face, murmuring, "Mother, Father." Sasuke recalled that unforgettable night when his brother ruthlessly slaughtered their parents and all the members of their clan. Beneath his feet, his hands were stained with the blood of his kin, and a glance towards the clan grounds revealed the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Uchiha Itachi. I will kill him. I must kill him. The thought ignited a frenzy within Sasuke, drawing upon a strength he did not know he possessed. He leapt to his feet and shouted at Uchiha Kagami, brandishing his shuriken wildly, though his aim was not directed at Kagami, but rather at the trees behind him. Having just endured torment, he was aware of his limitations. Once Sasuke had exhausted himself, collapsing to the ground in helpless tears, Uchiha Kagami approached him and gently patted his head, the touch unexpectedly comforting. Sasuke turned his head, attempting to evade the gesture, but to no avail. You have yet to answer me. How is life in Konoha? Also, I harbor a grudge against Uchiha Itachi. I, too, wish to kill him. Do not doubt my resolve. My determination to slay Itachi is as fervent as yours, Kagami stated, withdrawing his hand from Sasuke's head. Did Uchiha Itachi also kill your family? Sasuke inquired, lifting his gaze to Kagami. Indeed, he murdered them before my very eyes. You should be able to comprehend my anguish. I am aware of your plight. Our experiences resonate with one another, Kagami replied coldly, meeting Sasuke's gaze. Doubt began to dissipate within Sasuke regarding Uchiha Kagami, for if Itachi could annihilate an entire clan, it was not difficult to fathom the eradication of another family. A person as profoundly wicked as Itachi would hardly concern himself with adding further layers to his sins. What is it you wish to know? Sasuke's demeanor shifted back to a cooler tone, his spirit gradually reviving. Nothing of great importance. My inquiry about your life in Konoha was merely an icebreaker for our conversation, but you may choose to remain silent. I shall not press further. Life in Konoha is tolerable. I have completed the Ninja Academy, become a shinobi, and recently made a friend named Naruto Uzumaki, a passionate fool. Sasuke admitted after a moment of silence. Ah, a tranquil existence indeed. Do you believe Konoha is where you belong? After all these years, you cannot even best a Chunin. Consider your brother. Their strength at your age far surpassed yours, Kagami remarked. I have no choice. I lack a mentor. I have no resources for training, and I can only toil in solitude. I am acutely aware of my weaknesses, yet I shall grow stronger. As the last of the Uchiha, burdened with the blood feud of my clan, I must become powerful. By any means necessary, I will kill that man. You do not belong in Konoha. Depart. Your bloodline holds immense potential, and you should not squander your life in this cradle of complacency, especially considering. As Uchiha Hikari paused, he chose not to elaborate further, instead turning his back towards the riverbank. I shall contemplate it, Sasuke replied, observing Hikari's silhouette. Well then, let us conclude our conversation for today. As someone approaches, your teacher, alongside your two teammates, Hikari remarked, sensing the proximity of Kakashi and others. Before long, Kakashi appeared between Sasuke and Hikari, cradling a dog in his arms, steadfastly shielding Sasuke behind him. Uchiha Hikaru turned around, gazing at Kakashi with an expression devoid of any emotion. Sasuke, are you all right? Keep your distance. A battle may ensue here shortly. Kakashi observed Uchiha Hikaru intently, but then noticed Sasuke was drenched, prompting a concerned inquiry. Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine. He is not an enemy. He did not harm me. Sasuke, are you truly unharmed? We were frantic when we couldn't find you. Thankfully, Kakashi-sensei's ninja dog proved invaluable. Naruto and Sakura arrived, with Naruto immediately inspecting Sasuke. Naruto, stay away from me. Don't touch me. I'm really fine. Sasuke pushed Naruto away, who, upon confirming Sasuke's well-being, scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Sakura, unlike Naruto, was genuinely concerned and approached Sasuke without restraint, which he could not prevent, ignoring the playful antics of the younger generation. Kakashi felt a sense of relief as Sasuke appeared unharmed. However, pain from his wounds persisted, restricting his movements, and he preferred to avoid combat if possible. May I inquire your name? Why have you kidnapped my student, Sasuke? Kakashi sought clarity regarding the situation. I am Hatake Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, reputed for my ability to utilize 3,000 different jutsu. I am the son of the legendary Konoha hero, Tsukumo Hatake, and a student of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is an honor to finally meet you. Uchiha Hikaru, however, did not respond. You were too modest to silently abduct Sasuke from me. Only a select few could accomplish such a feat. Kakashi was astonished that Uchiha Hikaru recognized him instantly and possessed detailed knowledge of his background. Considering his features were not particularly distinctive, and they were in a small nation, Uchiha Hikaru's prowess was palpable. Kakashi felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, as if the environment itself conspired to weigh him down significantly. His instincts screamed at him to flee, warning that engaging this individual would be perilous. Strengthen yourself, Kakashi. Do not perish by my hand in the future. Konoha is nothing but decayed wood. Kakashi's heart tightened at the implication of enmity towards Konoha, eagerly awaiting Hikaru's response, which bore great significance regarding their allegiances. Yes, Uchiha Hikaru remarked coolly before ascending into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Kakashi and the 3 young ones watched as Uchiha Hikaru departed. Kakashi-sensei, he can fly. How cool. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, while Sasuke watched Hikaru's retreat with a glint of aspiration in his eyes. Kakashi's heart sank at this moment. Hikaru's casual tone of guess struck him as unsettling. Yet, there was an undercurrent of lethal intent in his voice, confirming that he was indeed an adversary. This mission to the Land of Waves had become fraught with uncertainties, and Konoha had suffered immensely, receiving far too little compensation. He had briefly entertained the notion of forcibly detaining Uchiha Hikaru, even considering overexerting his body to employ the Sharingan once more. However, prioritizing the safety of the younger generation, coupled with his own injuries and Hikaru's evident strength, he suppressed that thought, recognizing that under the current circumstances, he could not successfully complete the mission. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi sighed heavily. The tumultuous world of ninjas was rife with those wronged by Konoha, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. He could not ascertain Hikaru's identity, but resolved to commit as much information as possible to memory, intending to have Konoha's intelligence department investigate and potentially neutralize the threat before it escalated. Given Hikaru's ability to fly, the danger to Konoha was palpable and warranted serious attention. Naruto, Sakura, take Sasuke back. I need to handle some matters, Kakashi instructed after escorting the group near the home of Tsunade. Sasuke, please write a detailed account of today's events and submit it to me. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, they replied, once the figures of his students disappeared from view. Kakashi turned and hurried towards Konoha's intelligence outpost in the Land of Waves. Following a special marker, Kakashi located the Konoha intelligence point, a modest wooden cabin. After exchanging the necessary passwords with the station personnel and confirming his identity, he was permitted entry, maintaining confidentiality regarding the mission specifics. Lord Kakashi, how may we assist you? Record this. A formidable young man has appeared in the Land of Waves, approximately 20 years old, male, standing 1.8 meters tall, possessing the ability to fly without external aid, likely connected to the Uchiha clan. He successfully abducted Uchiha Sasuke today without inflicting any harm. Please have Konoha's headquarters investigate him. Additionally, I must request permission from the 3rd Hokage to dispatch a support team. There has been a significant misjudgment in the mission's severity regarding Tsunade. We were ambushed by the rogue Mist Ninja Zabuza, and I sustained severe injuries, necessitating medical ninja assistance. I failed to perceive Sasuke's abduction in time, and I feel my inadequacy acutely. Thus, I urgently request support from Konoha's main base. That is all. Please report back as swiftly as possible. Understood. I will relay this information immediately. Rest assured, Lord Kakashi. Also, please prepare some healing supplies for me. I am in need. With that, Kakashi departed the intelligence point with the medicine in hand, returning to Tsunade's home. Upon ensuring that his students were present, he felt a sense of relief and reclined back onto the bed. The medicine was set aside, awaiting Sakura's assistance to administer it. Chapter 11. The Battle of the Bridge. A few hours later, the urgent intelligence relayed by Kakashi reached Konoha. The report immediately captured the attention of the third Hokage. As Kakashi's squad held exceptional significance for the village, one was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other was the last scion of the Uchiha clan. Their safety was paramount. The leader, Kakashi, was regarded as one of the most promising successors to the Hokage's will, and the third Hokage held them in high esteem. The decision to permit their outing from the village was made with careful consideration of the Land of Waves' relative weakness, trusting that Kakashi's strength would ensure the safety of his students while also providing them with valuable combat experience. Furthermore, the mission's target, the wealthy merchant of the Land of Waves, lacked the audacity to offend Konoha. He would have to weigh the repercussions of any actions against them. Should the team face defeat, they might endure hardships, but death was unlikely. Additionally, the mission's classification was not high enough to warrant the presence of any elite shinobi capable of threatening Kakashi's life. However, upon receiving this intelligence, the Hokage's mood shifted dramatically. He was aware of the rogue mist ninja Zabuza, whose reputation for ruthlessness preceded him, and he had indeed heard of his strength. Noting that Zabuza was audacious enough to attempt an assassination on the Mizukichi, yet Kakashi was no weakling either. It seemed implausible that he would require assistance to the extent of calling for aid from the village. The only remaining concern was the enigmatic figure mentioned in Kakashi's report, who appeared to harbor a grudge against Konoha. Why abduct Sasuke without inflicting harm? Could it be that remnants of the Uchiha clan still existed? Survivors cast away prior to the clan's annihilation? The third Hokage contemplated, yet his rationality swiftly dismissed this conjecture. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha had designated the Uchiha clan as a primary target for oppression. The experiences of each clan member in the outside world were meticulously monitored by the Umbu. During the clan's annihilation, the Umbu had forcibly summoned all Uchiha members engaged in external missions back to the village, ensuring no one was overlooked before proceeding to the next step. Additionally, the root organization was simultaneously conducting a population census of the Uchiha clan to guarantee that no one would evade extermination. Any clan members who attempted to escape and seek help were decisively eliminated, for both the Umbu and Root were not prone to such egregious errors. Furthermore, at that time, Itachi Uchiha still occupied a high-ranking position within the Uchiha clan, receiving detailed reports on all clan arrangements. No one could have evaded the reckoning of that fateful night. Moreover, the Uchiha had always taken pride in their lineage and would never allow their blood to spill carelessly, lest it tarnish the illustrious legacy of their clan. Thus, the likelihood of the individual being a remnant of the Uchiha was minimal. However, why had this mysterious figure abducted Sasuke without taking further action? Could it be Itachi? Or perhaps a collaborator of his? The thought of Itachi briefly flickered a pang of guilt within the third Hokage. This child was the most genuine inheritor of the Will of Fire. Had it not been for the Uchiha bloodline, he might have established notable achievements within Konoha's political sphere, potentially even aspiring to the Hokage position in the future. Alas, Itachi's origins were less than favorable. Shaking off these wandering thoughts, the third Hokage returned to the matter at hand. He expressed to Danzo's agreement to Kakashi's request for assistance, dispatching the remaining Jonin on standby in Konoha to the Land of Waves, while also reallocating several medical ninja squads from the Konoha hospital to accompany them. Additionally, summon Danzo to my office. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, Hokage-sama, I shall make the arrangements at once. The support team will depart shortly, Danzo replied, bowing respectfully before exiting. 30 minutes later, Danzo abruptly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, have you summoned me regarding Kakashi's situation? Danzo surmised, having received a notification from Hiruzen, instantly recognizing it pertained to Kakashi's team. He was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Kakashi and his companions. The departure of a Jinchuriki from the village was a significant matter. Hiruzen trusted Kakashi's capabilities and opted not to send additional protection. The root organization operated independently of the Hokage's jurisdiction, and from the moment they departed, Danzo had dispatched operatives to monitor them from a distance. Their mission was twofold: to ensure protection and to observe, should the Jinchuriki and Sasuke This remnant of the Uchiha clan posed any threat to Konoha. They would act decisively under Danzo's orders. Meanwhile, Root's operatives were also en route to the Land of Waves. Can your Root still deploy forces? Send some to support Kakashi. You know the importance of this team, Hiruzen said, obscured by smoke as he drew on his cigarette. My men will ensure the Jinchuriki's safety, Hiruzen. I have stated from the outset that the Jinchuriki must not be allowed to stray from our control. You are jeopardizing the security and future of Konoha. Have you considered the consequences if we were to lose the Nine Tails? You are unfit for your position, Hiruzen. Danzo waved his hand, dispersing the haze that filled the room. Speaking in a solemn tone. Mind your tone, Danzo. You must maintain a basic level of respect for your superiors. Do not forget that I am the Hokage, Hiruzen retorted. Danzo's expression darkened. You are overly concerned with your image, appearing excessively weak. The shinobi world is rife with turmoil, and various nations are eyeing us warily. I cannot endorse your approach. One day, you will regret it. With that, he turned and stormed out. In the Land of Waves, following Dazna's return, the construction of the Great Bridge had recommenced. At Dazna's suggestion, the Konoha team visited the bridge for inspection. To their dismay, upon arrival, they discovered workers sprawled on the ground, having been attacked. The group quickly became alert as thick fog enveloped the bridge. This fog is suspicious, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Be cautious and protect the target. They're coming, Kakashi cautioned. The team, upon hearing this, formed a defensive formation, shielding Dazna at the center. Zabuza, you truly are still alive. I didn't expect you to make an appearance so soon, Kakashi called into the mist. Kakashi, sorry to have kept you waiting. I see you've brought these little brats with you. Look at them, trembling all over. How pathetic, Zabuza's voice echoed through the fog. As the mist began to dissipate, the group realized they were surrounded by Zabuza's clones. Humph, this is merely us stretching our legs before battle, Sasuke smirked, determined not to embarrass himself this time. Let us engage, Sasuke, Kakashi commanded. With that, combat erupted in an instant. Uchiha Hikari floated gracefully above, perched upon a cloud, relishing the spectacle unfolding below. The dense fog did little to obscure his keen observation. In his hand, he cradled a steaming cup of tea, while a tea table levitated nearby, attended by a shadow clone of a chef diligently preparing the brew. Reflecting on the past episodes of the Hokage saga, he found the live performance to be exceedingly thrilling. The outcome of the battle soon became evident, as Naruto suddenly unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails to vanquish Mizunoto Bai, while Kakashi successfully restrained Zabuza Momochi. Subsequently, the participants began to exchange ideals and aspirations. As the two parties engaged in a verbal duel, a kaleidoscopic pattern flickered momentarily in Hikari's eyes. He instantaneously materialized between Kakashi and Zabuza, using a powerful surge of chakra to disperse the mist surrounding the bridge. Suddenly, everyone's vision cleared. Upon seeing Uchiha Hikari, both Zabuza and Kakashi were taken aback, instinctively distancing themselves. The children in the distance ceased their skirmish, returning to their superiors' sides. Ah, the view from above is utterly captivating. Remarkable. Your performance today has surpassed my expectations. The Clash of Novices possesses its own unique charm, Hikari mused with a languid smile. It's you. What brings you here? Sasuke inquired, his emotions somewhat conflicted. Master of flight, could you teach me how to soar? Naruto asked eagerly. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Hikari. The power within his Sharingan beginning to accumulate, his vigilance towards Zabuza slightly diminishing. Uchiha Hikaru paid no heed to the inquiries of those around him, instead unleashing a surge of chakra that resonated with a palpable force, pressing down upon both parties in confrontation. Zabuza, who had been eager to strike at Kakashi due to the openings presented by Hikaru's arrival, suddenly found himself subdued. The younger ninjas, possessing lesser prowess, trembled with tension, their bodies quaking in fear. A shared thought gripped them all: this battle ought to cease. None possessed a legitimate reason or excuse to fight to the death. Ideals and convictions could hardly persuade the adversary. Why persist in this conflict? Kakashi, a noble hound dwelling in the facade of peace, contrasted starkly with Zabuza, who resorted to extreme measures to alter the oppressive blood mist policy of his village, sacrificing the lives of many to force the upper echelons to acknowledge their errors while daring to assault a disgraceful hidden village. Both were of a similar ilk, harboring love for their respective villages. Indeed, Kakashi's capabilities paled in comparison to Zabuza's. He had long since surpassed Kakashi. Yet, should the fight continue, death awaited him, and victory would belong to Kakashi. Firstly, due to his numerical advantage, and secondly, because reinforcements were swiftly approaching. Uchiha Hikaru declared, sensing a group of formidable ninjas racing towards the Great Bridge. Such a magnitude of reinforcements could not have been summoned by Zabuza. They were undoubtedly called upon by Kakashi. "Who are you, and how do you possess such precise intelligence about me?" Zabuza inquired, intrigued by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Hikaru, whose strength seemed to eclipse even that of the mist ninja he had ambushed. "I am someone you will soon come to know," Hikaru replied calmly. The atmosphere fell into a thick silence, yet none made a move. Kakashi awaited his reinforcements, Zabuza sought an answer, and Hikaru anticipated an opportunity to publicly announce the resurgence of the Uchiha clan within the ninja world. "Impressive speed," Hikaru remarked, glancing towards one side of the bridge. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged near Kakashi. Among them were Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Mitarashi Anko, followed closely by a squad of Umbu. Shrouded in secrecy, medical ninjas, shrouded by the protective formation, attended to Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, demonstrating the formidable speed and strength of Konoha's reinforcements. "This must be Tsunade, correct? You should be prepared to take responsibility for your misrepresentation of the mission S rank. Konoha is not easily deceived," Anko stated as she approached Tsunade. "And do not worry about your family. The assailants who targeted them have been dealt with by our students, and they are currently fortifying defenses near your home." Tsunade stood in astonishment as Uchiha Hikaru made his entrance, utterly bewildered by the presence of such powerful ninjas summoned for a mission he, a mere bridge builder from a small nation, had initiated. In an instant, Uchiha Hikaru dispelled all the dense fog, leaving the seemingly formidable Kakashi in a state of anxiety. As the situation had diverged far beyond his expectations, the words of Mitarashi Anko abruptly yanked his wandering soul back, forcing him to confront her questioning gaze. Dasna felt a mixture of guilt and helplessness, realizing that his future appeared shrouded in darkness. After conveying her message to Dasna, Mitarashi Anko shifted her focus back to Uchiha Hikaru. Before long, Kakashi and his comrades had fully recovered from their injuries, while Zabuza remained untreated. As he was not among their ranks, "Who is your master? What is the connection to the Uchiha clan?" asked Yuhi Kurenai. Echoing the inquiry handed down by the Hokage prior to their departure, they were instructed to capture the mysterious figure and ascertain his identity, particularly in relation to the Uchiha clan. Konoha wished to invite the master to reside in the village for a time, requesting his cooperation. Observing the throng of Konoha ninja tightly surrounding Kakashi and his team on one side of the bridge, Uchiha Hikaru turned to Zabuza and asked, "Are you not leaving?" Zabuza paused in silence for a moment, then grasped Haku's hand and turned to depart, knowing he would not receive an answer. The Konoha ninjas made no effort to hinder him, or perhaps they had already devised a plan. Zabuza's departure was inconsequential, as their primary focus was on Uchiha Hikaru. Before Zabuza could take more than a few steps, the unruly mob hired by Kato obstructed his path, their mockery reaching a fever pitch, which incited Zabuza and Haku to unleash a ferocious assault, resulting in a torrent of blood on the opposite side of the bridge. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru and the Konoha members found themselves in a new predicament, as the Konoha ninjas escorted several children and Dasna back. The remaining fighters swiftly encircled Uchiha Hikaru, with Kakashi, Kurenai, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Anko positioned at the heart of the encirclement, while the root agents formed the outer perimeter. The intent of the Konoha reinforcements was unmistakable. He could not be allowed to escape. The Hokage aimed to capture him, while Danzo sought to eliminate him, though their objectives clashed. They were not mutually exclusive. TSK, Konoha is indeed formidable, dispatching such an overwhelming number of elite ninjas. How terrifying. Uchiha Hikaru scoffed at those surrounding him. "Please answer my question, or do not blame us for being impolite," Kurenai pressed on. "Want to make a move? Come on." Uchiha Hikaru continued to mock them. Disregarding Kurenai's inquiries, the five quickly distanced themselves from one another, and upon taking their positions, they swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that had been building for some time. Lightning release, Chidori. Illusion, tree binding death. Earth release, rock avalanche. Wind release, gale force. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The ninjutsu surged forth, causing the bridge to resonate with a muffled thrum, enveloping Uchiha Hikaru in a cloud of smoke and dust. The group remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the location of Uchiha Hikaru. As a gust of wind swept through, the haze dissipated, revealing Uchiha Hikaru unscathed. Not even a thread of his attire torn, their ninjutsu had proven ineffective. Uchiha Hikaru floated in the air, the bridge beneath him marred by several attacks, leaving a gaping hole through which the sea below was clearly visible. The onlookers scrutinized him, Noting the distinctly rotating kaleidoscopic pattern in his eyes, a four-leaf clover swirling within a dark circle, reminiscent of the divine gaze of the grass god. In an instant, they comprehended his identity, a descendant of the illustrious Uchiha clan of Konoha. A sense of bewilderment washed over them. How could a member of the Uchiha clan still exist in the world of ninjas? Why did he harbor such animosity towards Konoha? Displaying overt hostility? Now, you understand my connection to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan truly so formidable? Uchiha Hikari addressed the four. His arms crossed. Behind them, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground resonated, a consequence of Hikari's swift evasion of their attacks, during which he had dispatched his foes with ease. How could he possibly eliminate those behind him in such a brief span of time? They hadn't even had time to utter a scream. Though they did not turn to look, they were acutely aware that all their comrades had perished. The overwhelming power of the figure before them rendering their breath shallow. Kakashi mused, this speed rivals that of my master's flying thunder god technique. This Uchiha possesses space-time ninjutsu, perhaps a manifestation of that pair of eyes, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's secret arts, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Who would have thought someone could awaken such an eye after Madara? I may have inadvertently led everyone into peril. You scoundrel, I will make you pay dearly. Shadow Snake Hand. The demise of their companions did not dissuade them. Yui Kurenai cursed angrily as dozens of snakes surged towards Uchiha Hikari. The enraged group joined forces, with Kakashi focusing his Sharingan on Hikari's movements, sending shurikens wrapped in lightning flying towards him. A golden half-skeleton enveloped Uchiha Hikari, deflecting their attacks as Susanoo. He had only summoned a single stage, sufficient to contend with the individuals before him. As for his physical prowess and mental fortitude, he deemed it unwise to reveal them just yet. He harbored a modicum of goodwill towards these individuals and preferred to refrain from exterminating them at this moment. He could strike when the grand reckoning commenced, except for Asuma Saratobi. I have concealed myself in the darkest corners of the ninja world, living in obscurity, training in silence until recently, when I resolved to step into the light, for I finally possessed the strength to stand unafraid under the sun. No longer fearing the pursuit of Konoha, Uchiha Hikari continued amidst his Susanoo. The group, undeterred by their futile attempts to breach his defenses, persisted in launching their techniques, eager to test the limits of his Susanoo. After a prolonged assault, the Susanoo eventually shattered, revealing Uchiha Hikari's true form. Just as they were poised to continue their assault, Hikari glared at them with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, exclaiming, Taiji. Instantly, a spinning Taiji diagram manifested beneath their feet, golden chains emerging to bind their bodies, halting their motions in an instant. Was this a sealing technique, a manifestation of his ocular powers? This is dire. My chakra and stamina are depleting rapidly. I cannot endure much longer. Kakashi felt the effects of the Taiji on himself immediately. Taiji, one of Uchiha Hikari's kaleidoscopic Sharingan abilities, serves to seal opponents while absorbing their inner energy to enhance the sealing strength, encompassing both chakra and stamina. Should the seal be attacked, the energy released by the attacker can also be absorbed. Once ensnared by Taiji, unless the caster willingly dispels it, the victim remains trapped indefinitely. Chapter 12. Hikari's identity and the hatred of Annihilation. The situation lay firmly in Hikari's control as he descended to the bridge, stepping out from the encirclement of his adversaries. He faced them directly, rapidly weaving seals, fire-style, fire dragon flame bomb. A torrent of flames surged towards them, and in that fleeting moment, every living soul struggled fiercely. Confronted by death, they instinctively fought for survival, yet all their efforts proved futile. They could not breach the seal. Alas, what is happening? Might Guy questioned, perplexed. The flames were fierce, and the chakra was wild. This was undeniably a potent ninjutsu, yet they remained unscathed, feeling no heat from the fire. Guy, this seal absorbs chakra energy, which is why we are unharmed. His target is the corpses of our comrades, Kakashi pondered, quickly grasping Hikari's intent, marveling at the potency of Hikari's ocular technique, a display of power he had never witnessed before. The fire dragon flame bullet technique employed by Uchiha Itachi lasted but a fleeting moment, for his true intention lay with those lifeless bodies. They were unworthy of their physical forms, destined instead to be reduced to mere ashes. This was merely a small act of retribution on his part. On the other side of the bridge, the massacre orchestrated by Zabuza had come to a swift conclusion. The men under Kaido were but hastily recruited, lacking the resolve for a desperate fight, and a few managed to flee in disarray. Zabuza hastily departed from this tumultuous place, recognizing that he could not contend with either side and thus chose to escape. However, he spared Kaido's life, as Mizuki by held a kunai pressed against Kaido's throat. both of them escorting Kaido away into the distance, leaving behind a scene strewn with corpses. Uchiha Kagami did not take any action against Zabuza, as he felt that it would be a pity for someone of his caliber to perish at this moment. Zabuza should still have more to offer in the ninja world. He approached the center of Kakashi and the others, where they were previously encircled by him. He intended to make a statement before guiding Asuma Saratobi on his final journey to reunite with his tragically deceased kin. As far as I know, the Uchiha clan was almost entirely slaughtered by the traitor Itachi Uchiha 5 years ago, leaving only a young blood relative, Sasuke Uchiha. In the aftermath, Itachi was placed under a bounty by the third Hokage and became a fugitive in the ninja realm. Who are you? Could it be that Itachi Uchiha had accomplices, and you are one of the murderers? If not, how did you evade Itachi's relentless pursuit? Kurenai Yuhi inquired, gazing at Kagami's back. Uchiha Hikari turned around and gazed at her. I am Uchiha Hikari. Once, I too was a member of Konoha, an ordinary and unremarkable individual. Until that fateful night when Uchiha Itachi invaded my home, ruthlessly taking the lives of my parents, siblings, and friends before my very eyes. Uchiha Kei's calm response revealed the truth behind Konoha's propaganda. It is indeed laughable. The Uchiha clan, as one of the founders of Konoha and a guardian of peace, had tirelessly fought for the village's interests and ideals. Yet, in a single night, they were annihilated under the very gaze of the third Hokage in the most powerful ninja village acknowledged in the shinobi world. Is this not absurd? However, the perpetrator was indeed Uchiha Itachi, as confirmed by Sasuke, the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, in Konoha. Kurenai Yuhi responded directly. Since you have been resurrected, why not return to Konoha? The village will provide you with proper accommodation, and you can also care for Sasuke. Asuma Saratobi interjected. At that moment, the group ceased their struggle to break free. Uchiha Kei unleashed a wave of fire release, significantly strengthening the seal. This seal also diminished their energy reserves, prompting them to attempt to persuade Uchiha Kei to rejoin the ranks of Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan was once a member of Konoha. They had been kin. Youth. Regardless of the circumstances, the third Hokage will provide you with a satisfactory response. The will of fire shall not betray youth, spoke Guy. Huh? Return to Konoha? Is that even a possibility? I fear not. If the entire village cannot protect my clan, how could it safeguard me? All the eyes of my kin have been gouged out. Konoha has so profaned a clan that was once its brethren, refusing even to grant them a proper burial. Such malice makes it impossible for me to return, Kei retorted. You can voice your concerns to the Hokage. He will seek justice for you and capture the culprit. Kurenai replied. Impossible. The higher-ups in the Hokage's faction harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan. They would rejoice in our demise. Why would they expend their energy on our behalf? Kei challenged. Wouldn't you agree, Asuma Saratobi, son of the third Hokage, the Prince of Konoha, and the designated successor of the sixth Hokage? Uchiha Kei turned to Asuma with a probing gaze. Asuma found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Kei's inquiry. His father, Saratobi Hiruzen, had indeed fostered a rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, a fact that cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. Enough, Kei declared. I shall disclose my intelligence directly. You may return with this information to inform that old fool, the third Hokage, and warn all of Konoha that the Uchiha clan shall not perish in vain. For the death of my clan, Konoha must pay the price. Uchiha Light immobilized everyone, simultaneously reinforcing the seal to render several individuals speechless, interrupting their expressions of sentiment. Captives ought to obediently listen to the victor's address, regardless of their reluctance. According to my investigations over the years, Uchiha Light's opening statement was, in fact, a deception. Since his resurrection, he has dedicated each day to the pursuit of survival through rigorous training. His so-called investigation is merely an expression derived from the information of his previous existence. The Uchiha clan, one of the prominent families that has endured for over a millennium since the Warring States period, was among the mightiest of its time. Eternally at odds with the Senju clan, harboring deep-seated enmities. However, towards the end of the Warring States era, the prodigy Uchiha Madara and his brother Uchiha Azuna encountered the young clan leader of the Senju Hashirama. Madara and Hashirama, both adversaries and allies, had grown weary of the relentless warfare, the unrestrained slaughter, and the annihilation of clans that transpired daily. They shared a common vision. Upon assuming their roles as clan leaders, they united the strengths of the Uchiha and Senju clans to dominate the entire shinobi world, aspiring to create a peaceful haven. Thus Konoha, the present-day foremost hidden village of the shinobi world, was established. Oh, and by the way, the name Konoha was conceived by Uchiha Madara. At that time, the first Hokage suggested the title be conferred upon Madara, yet Senju Tobirama resolutely opposed this, rallying support for his brother and ensuring that Hashirama successfully ascended as the first Hokage. Uchiha Hikari paused momentarily before continuing. During the formative phase of Konoha, in a duel between Uchiha and Senju, your second Hokage launched a covert attack and assassinated Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara. Why did this occur? Because Senju Tobirama perceived a significant threat from Lord Izuna, who, despite his gentle disposition and remarkable charisma, held a commendable reputation among all clans within Konoha. After the establishment of Konoha, he emerged as a formidable contender against the second or third Hokage. Eliminating Lord Izuna was a measure to eradicate future threats. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha, rallying his clansmen to follow him. However, none were willing to join him. The clansmen had, under the guidance of the two brothers, developed a deep affection for the peace of Konoha and were unlikely to follow Madara into the chaotic world of shinobi that still lingered. After the first Hokage Senju Hashirama fell in battle against Uchiha Madara, the second Hokage Tobirama ascended to power. Even in his position, he harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Yet he still required their strength. The second Hokage chose the faction of the Uchiha that favored capitulation as his disciples, intending to divide and better manipulate the Uchiha clan. However, with the outbreak of the Shinobi World War, the second Hokage perished in battle, and his disciple, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, succeeded him. Besides those hailing from the Uchiha clan, all other disciples reached high positions of power within Konoha. This encapsulates the historical entanglements between the Uchiha and Konoha prior to the clan's annihilation. The disciples of Tobirama inherited their master's disdain for the Uchiha. Yet they were even more ruthless and extreme, perpetuating policies that continuously suppressed the Uchiha clan and encroached upon their existence. Only when Konoha faced the specter of war did they recall the Uchiha. As time progressed, particularly during the Night of the Nine Tails, following the beast's assault on Konoha, the malevolence directed at the Uchiha clan was laid bare. At this juncture, a voice began to emerge within the Uchiha, yearning to resist the persecution from the Hokage lineage. After all, Konoha was founded by the Uchiha. Why should the Hokage lineage dominate alone? In light of this situation, the third Hokage had foreseen the impending turmoil and had already identified his representative and puppet within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, a direct descendant of their brotherhood. Through relentless indoctrination, Shisui was successfully co-opted by the third Hokage, and due to the close relationship between Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and Shisui, the latter's thoughts began to influence Itachi as well. A year before the Uchiha clan's demise, Shisui was ambushed and killed by Konoha's higher-ups. Before his death, he entrusted the clan's legacy to Itachi, urging him to seek a peaceful resolution. Nevertheless, under the oppression from Konoha's elite, the Uchiha clan formally commenced plotting a coup. This situation was promptly reported by Itachi to Konoha's higher-ups, indicating that peace was no longer attainable. Furthermore, Itachi held biases against all clan members, leading him to decide to sacrifice the entire clan's lives to ensure the survival of Uchiha Sasuke. Hikari's tone grew heavy as he recounted this. Following the massacre of his clan by Itachi, Konoha's elite, driven by their avarice for Uchiha power, desecrated all remnants of the Uchiha, and even preserved some corpses for experimental research in their dark laboratories. As for the Uchiha clan's wealth and heritage, it was all confiscated by Konoha's higher-ups, with the majority appropriated by their own families and a minor portion distributed among other clans to placate the populace. Thus, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan did not cause significant upheaval within Konoha, as all surviving individuals benefited from it. The clan's demise brought them only advantages, with the sole exception being the nearly extinct Uchiha clan. In the entire Uchiha clan, throughout Konoha, and across the shinobi world, only one individual, no, two, would rise to voice their grievances for the Uchiha and seek vengeance, justice, and fairness. My clan has made immense contributions and sacrifices for Konoha. Yet only Sasuke and I mourn for our family. How tragic and ironic it is. The Uchiha clan's demise served four primary benefits to Konoha. First, it eliminated a clan that had long been a thorn in the side of the Hokage, thus appeasing our ancestors. Second, it eradicated a clan with a legitimate claim to the Hokage position, confining this role solely to their lineage. Third, it served as a warning to other clans within Konoha, compelling them to obediently accept their rule, as if to say, if I can extinguish the Uchiha, what chance do you have? This was evident in the Hyuga clan. which became even more submissive and compliant following the Uchiha's downfall, fearing to defy any of the Hokage's decrees, even if it meant sending their own leader to his death. Fourth, it allowed for the acquisition of vast quantities of Sharingan, which could be utilized for research to create Uchiha power under their control. At this juncture, you should comprehend the identity of the perpetrators behind the Uchiha clan's extermination. The mastermind, who did not wield the knife himself, nonetheless orchestrated the events, the current Hokage lineage, with the principal architect being Sarutobi Hiruzen, who oversaw the grand scheme, and Danzo Shimura, who refined the plan. Mito Gate-in and Tsunade's younger brother were responsible for controlling the village's public opinion, while Uchiha Itachi executed the plan. Ultimately, the blame was shifted onto the capable and sharp blade, the one who carried out the slaughter, Uchiha Itachi. This, then, is the entirety of the information I wish to impart to you today. Rest assured, most of you shall safely return to Konoha, where you may continue to contribute to the peace you cherish. Uchiha Hikaru spoke, glancing around at the top bodies of the others, finally fixing his gaze upon Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He could not fathom that his benevolent father, a man who greeted everyone with warmth and kindness, could commit such an act. The intelligence I possess is unequivocally true. You need not doubt or deny it. This is the information I have uncovered, and it is the truth in which I firmly believe. Uchiha Hikaru approached Asuma. Asuma's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror, yet upon meeting Hikaru's merciless gaze, he comprehended his fate. He turned to glance at Kurenai Yuhi, his fear dissipating, replaced by profound love and reluctance. Once more, Asuma looked at Uchiha Hikaru, his lips moving silently as he struggled to voice his thoughts. However, Hikaru understood his unspoken plea. Asuma wished to convey his final words, seeking the release of the silence that bound him. I am not devoid of humanity, Hikaru conceded. You have 1 minute to deliver your farewell. You see, having confirmed that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the primary perpetrator, I cannot allow you to escape. For the sake of my clan's vendetta, I must not spare you. Otherwise, I would betray my kin. Uchiha Light stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, retracting a portion of his ocular power. How infuriating. Those despicable Uchiha. 8th gate. Open. I implore you to open. Kai's heart cried out incessantly, for he could not bear to witness his comrade's demise before him. He yearned to rescue Asuma. However, Taichi offered him no respite. Devoid of even a trace of chakra, and with his stamina dwindling, he found himself unable to unleash the 8th gate formation. The anguish etched upon his face only deepened. In that moment, every individual endeavored to break free from Taichi's constraints, yet nothing altered. The only transformation was in their expressions, a tapestry woven with sorrow and despair. Uchiha Kagami allowed Asuma and Kurenai to converse, granting this couple, on the brink of a tragic separation, a moment to express their emotions, perhaps in hopes of stirring his own heart, thus ensuring a swifter resolution to his grim intentions. Uchiha Kagami, this does not concern Asuma. There is no need for his life to be extinguished. He did not partake in this endeavor. He does not deserve to die. Kurenai cried, tears streaming down her face. Kagami remained silent, his gaze fixed and his demeanor growing increasingly frigid, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The surface of the sea beginning to freeze. Realizing that Uchiha Kagami's murderous intent was irrevocable, Kurenai, rendered powerless, turned her gaze back to Asuma. Red, I love you, truly. Being your partner is the greatest joy of my life. After I am gone, please find someone worthy of your trust and live a life filled with happiness, Asuma professed, his voice trembling. I love you, Kurenai. Asuma. Kurenai wept, calling out his name as tears flowed from her eyes. I love you too, Asuma. Woe is me. A minute felt fleeting. It is time, Asuma. The moment has come. My kin await you. They have been in the Pure Land for 5 years, and they will continue to wait for many more. With that, Uchiha Kagami retracted his taijutsu aimed at Asuma, swiftly forming hand seals. Asuma Sarutobi, who had been sustaining his position with the taijutsu chains, collapsed onto the ground. Kagami, I can accept my death, but... Asuma gazed at Uchiha Kagami, wishing to convey some final thoughts. Yet, Uchiha Kagami unleashed a wind release, wind cutter technique, cleaving Asuma's body into fragments, which vanished into the winds. However, he spared the head, considering it a parting gift for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The technique's range extended to include Kurenai and Kakashi, who remained unscathed. Yet, the great bridge of the Land of Waves was severed by the technique's power, with Asuma's head tumbling into the sea alongside the debris of the bridge. Once more, Uchiha Kagami performed a water release, water dragon bullet, sending forth a water dragon that bore Asuma's severed head to Kurenai, dropping it at her feet, where it bounced several times, staining the bridge with blood. The lifeless eyes, filled with unfulfilled rage, gazed toward the sky, lips forever shaped in the final utterance. Directed toward Uchiha Kagami. What was once a bustling bridge now lay desolate, with only a few remaining, while the workers who had been attacked lay unconscious. Some among them lost to the chaos. The skills of Uchiha Light did not evade these individuals, and during the battle, Kato took the opportunity to strike down a few. Only those who had retreated to a remote area, avoiding the battlefield, were fortunate enough to survive and await rescue. Lying on the bridge were the corpses of Kato's subordinates, most of which remained relatively intact. Among the deceased from Konoha, only the head of Asuma Saratobi was still whole, the rest had been reduced to ashes and remnants. All cast into the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 13, The Journey Home, Sasuke's New Mission. Asuma. Kurenai Yuhi, upon witnessing this, collapsed in heart-wrenching tears, her wails piercing the air. At this moment, it seemed that the unborn future of Saratobi was indeed non-existent. Having accomplished his goal, Uchiha Light declared, "Today, I have only taken Asuma's life. For the time being, I harbor no interest in you all. Congratulations, you are now free." He waved his hand, retracting the seals from several individuals. Kurenai immediately knelt before Asuma's head and soon fainted, prompting Mitarashi Anko to rush to her aid. Kakashi and a few others arrived around Kurenai, forming a protective barrier. Though it served little purpose, they could not allow Kurenai, Asuma's beloved, to suffer further harm before their eyes. They could only use their bodies as shields. "Damn it, we shall avenge Asuma's blood feud," Guy declared fiercely, glaring at Uchiha Light. Although they had regained their freedom, having been drained by Taiji for so long, the severely weakened individuals dared not attack recklessly, resorting only to empty threats. This is merely the beginning. You are all so agitated and resentful over the death of a single Asuma. I have lost my entire family, my whole clan. The fact that I have spared you is a remarkable act of mercy. What? Do you wish for an early demise? Kakashi quietly urged Guy to remain silent. As the situation was beyond their control, he had to consider the others. Kakashi, take Asuma Saratobi's head back with you. This is the Uchiha clan's first retaliation against the Hokage faction. Since the third Hokage dared to eliminate the Uchiha clan, regardless of age or gender, he should have anticipated this day. Blood feuds can only be avenged with blood. The blood of Asuma alone is insufficient, far from it. Prepare yourselves, Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Ready your esteemed Hokage and his council for the impending vengeance of the Uchiha spirits. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha K gazed intently at Kakashi, demanding a response. K. You must be aware that your actions will provoke Konoha's ruthless retribution. Have you truly resolved to confront despair? Kakashi inquired. Despair? No one can impart despair upon me, for I am the very embodiment of despair. Furthermore, you have it backward. It is Konoha that must prepare itself to face the despair of the Uchiha specters. You ought to comprehend the potency of my eyes. Now, tell me, what despair can Konoha offer me? The Uchiha clan was once a part of Konoha. We will inevitably discover a means to counter you. You stand no chance. Surrender yourself, Kakashi continued. Are you jesting? You, who is utterly powerless before me, dare to counsel my capitulation? Your disdain for me incites my fury, Kakashi. Are all members of the Uchiha clan guilty? Must they all be slaughtered without question? My family was once ordinary. My neighbors and beloved were not shinobi. Did Konoha spare them? Konoha's injustice shall be met with my own. If Konoha seeks my life, then let them come. I require blood to honor my kin. Only one of us shall survive, Uchiha K declared, his expression turning icy. As for now, your strength should have recovered significantly. Depart while my resolve remains unaltered. The farther you go, the better. Kakashi, we must leave. Do not provoke him further. We are the weak ones now, spoke Yui Kurenai as she assisted Tsunade, heading towards the direction of the Dazna household. Might Guy removed his clothing, preparing Asuma's head, one hand grasping it while the other supported Kakashi. Kakashi finally regained a semblance of clarity, wishing to articulate words of righteousness to refute his opponent. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Konoha lacked the moral high ground in this matter. He found no justification to persuade Uchiha K. Perhaps in the future, Naruto might succeed. However, for Naruto to convince others, he must first overpower them. Mere words would hold little weight if he could not achieve that. Ultimately, in the world of shinobi, it is the strong who dictate the terms, and regardless of one's disagreement, one must heed their words. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the departing figures, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, a sense of relief blossoming within him. Sarutobi Asuma, may you taste the torment I once endured. The notion of a hero's demise is indeed a fanciful thought, he mused. Only when the figures faded from view did Hikaru depart from the unfinished bridge, which had suffered significant damage. Dazuna's project is a monumental task ahead, yet ultimately, it holds no significance. Subsequently, Uchiha Hikaru silenced all the ninjas he had detected nearby, leaving behind a grim package of ashes, all while meticulously controlling the power of his ninjutsu to the bare minimum required to obliterate the bodies. An hour later, Kakashi and his team returned to Dazuna's home, carrying the unconscious Yuhi Kurenai. Their students rushed to greet them, a jubilant crowd surrounding the J-nin. However, the sorrow etched on the teachers' faces cast a shadow over the students' joy, an ominous premonition unsettling their young hearts. What happened to Teacher Kurenai? Hinata Hyuga inquired, her voice laced with concern upon seeing Kurenai slumped on Red Bean's back. Hinata, Kurenai. Red Bean's voice faltered, choked with emotion. Where's Asuma-sensei? Nara Shikamaru and his peers noticed the absence of their teacher and voiced their worry. There was no reply, and then they noticed the bloodstained package in Guy's hands. The ever-perceptive Shikamaru's heart sank with dreadful speculation, a wave of panic and grief engulfing him, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees before Guy. Crying out, Asuma-sensei. Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, witnessing this, joined in the lament, their cries resonating through the air. Guy stood motionless, wanting to comfort these fragile children but hesitating as he saw the tears cascading from their eyes. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Who did this? I will avenge Asuma-sensei, Naruto shouted. His eyes blurred with tears, demanding answers from Kakashi. The J-nin exchanged complex glances with Uchiha Sasuke, yet refrained from revealing the identity of the assailant. They only mentioned that the individual bore a grudge against Asuma and was exceptionally powerful, warning Naruto that rushing him would only lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Naruto's fiery spirit persisted, insisting on revenge. To him, strength was secondary, conviction was paramount. Frustrated, Kakashi had to intervene to calm him down. Sasuke, observing their exchange, felt a sense of confusion and unease, suspecting that the enigmatic figure who had once abducted him might be involved. Yet, he pondered. What connection did that person have with Asuma's death? Asuma's passing stirred something within Sasuke, but he had long since learned to remain indifferent to death, having endured the loss of his entire clan. Sasuke and Sakura carefully laid the unconscious Naruto onto a bed inside the house, while the other students, suppressing their sorrow, gathered around Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, offering them solace. Hinata stayed by Kurenai's side, tending to her. The students' anguished cries roused Kurenai from her unconscious state, and as Red Bean sensed her awakening, she gently lowered her down. Upon seeing the bloodied package in Guy's hands, Kurenai's tears flowed anew. Yet she steeled herself against her grief, suggesting, Kakashi, Red Bean, Guy, let us return and ensure the safety of our students. We must all make it back to Konoha together. No sooner had she spoken than she fainted again into Red Bean's embrace. After resting for half a day, having regained their strength, Guy procured carpentry tools from Dazuna. He effortlessly severed a massive tree to construct a small box, intended to hold Asuma's severed head. This was the last remnant of Asuma's body, and they deemed it vital to provide an account to the Hokage. Kakashi went to the market to buy white cloth, ensuring they all donned mourning attire. Red Bean had changed Kurenai's clothes, and she had even customized a special outfit for her. Guy carried the box, while Kakashi bore Kurenai on his back, bringing up the rear of the group. Red Bean carried Naruto, leading the way, with the students following closely behind. A trail of tears and painful memories marked their path. Throughout the journey, Kakashi pondered Uchiha Hikaru's accusations against the Konoha higher-ups regarding the persecution of the Uchiha clan. A sense of confusion enveloped him. If these claims were true, how would he and Sasuke reconcile their existence? Could the village truly accept Sasuke, even with Itachi's looming presence? A threat to Konoha? The harrowing fate of the Uchiha clan haunted his thoughts. Though Sasuke had not been his student for long, a deep bond had formed between them. Kakashi had intended to teach Sasuke his signature jutsu upon their return to the village, but now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Guy, lend me a hand. Kakashi called to Might Guy, and they paused. Kakashi entrusted Kurenai to Guy. I'm sorry, I have a matter to attend to. Despite his sorrow, Guy was not one to dwell in grief. He placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, forcing a smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. Go on, Kakashi. Whatever you choose to do, I trust you have your reasons. Thank you, Kakashi replied, expressing his gratitude before hastening to rejoin the students. Sasuke, pause for a moment and come with me. Kakashi beckoned Sasuke, leaping toward a nearby tree to wait. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke inquired, halting in confusion beside Kakashi. The others continued onward, their pace slightly slowing as they awaited the two. "Why did we stop, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke questioned. "Kakashi-sensei," he began, intending to reveal the truth but hesitating. He realized that discussing such matters at this juncture would leave Sasuke with no alternatives, leading him down a path Kakashi hoped to avoid. It was a dead end. The strength of Konoha was not something a few individuals could easily challenge, and he himself was not capable, let alone Sasuke. Instead, he opted to disclose some pertinent information, albeit selectively. "Sasuke, I have a task for you. This is solely your mission. You need not return to Konoha with us. To aid you in accomplishing this, I have prepared a jutsu suited to you, one that can only be executed in conjunction with your Sharingan, a lightning-fast technique." "Is it Chidori?" Sasuke's face lit up with surprise. Ever since the massacre of his clan, he had not had the opportunity to learn any significant jutsu, merely practicing the techniques taught to him by his family during his childhood. The prospect of learning Kakashi's signature technique brought him a step closer to his quest for vengeance. "Yes, time is of the essence. Absorb as much as you can. If you can't grasp it immediately, don't worry. Observe my demonstration, and feel free to ask any questions." Upon concluding his words, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Kakashi's hand, the crackling thunder echoing throughout the surroundings. As Kakashi demonstrated the technique, he elucidated its crucial aspects and key points to Sasuke. Sasuke, displaying remarkable diligence, listened intently while simultaneously practicing under Kakashi's guidance. His innate talent shone through. As soon a flicker of lightning materialized in his grasp, only to vanish in an instant, leaving him breathless. Observing this, Kakashi recognized that Sasuke had grasped the technique. Albeit with insufficient chakra, he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Truly impressive. I did not expect you to master it so swiftly." "Because I am an Uchiha," Sasuke replied with pride, thinking to himself that this jutsu could rival that of another, yet he aspired to surpass it. "Kakashi-sensei, to what extent can this Chidori evolve?" Sasuke inquired eagerly. "The lightning release techniques demand a substantial amount of chakra, and for someone with limited chakra like me, this is already my limit," Kakashi replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Is it impossible for it to evolve further?" Sasuke's expression fell, disappointment creeping in. "Not entirely. But the path ahead will be fraught with challenges, requiring relentless effort, remarkable chakra reserves, and robust physicality." "I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Leave the mission to me." "I shall see it through," Sasuke responded, revitalized by the words. Seeing his resolve, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. In light of Asuma's death, the third Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha might unjustly direct their ire towards Sasuke, potentially persecuting him and holding him accountable for Asuma's demise. At this juncture, Sasuke was ill-suited to return to Konoha. Otherwise, he would face either perpetual confinement or an untimely demise, regardless of their bond as teacher and student. Or even out of respect for his friend Obito and the Uchiha clan, Kakashi felt compelled to safeguard Sasuke. Moreover, he was grateful to the Uchiha clan for not forcibly reclaiming the Sharingan bestowed upon him by Obito. After months of interaction, a solid teacher-student bond had developed between them, and Kakashi could not bear to witness Sasuke tread a path of despair. The only viable solution was to temporarily sequester Sasuke until the situation was clarified and the threat to him diminished. Given his own influence and strength in Konoha, Kakashi realized he lacked the capability to protect Sasuke and needed to find someone who could. In Konoha, there were two such individuals, elusive as they were. He could only hope to locate one. "Sasuke, your mission is to find the legendary Toad Sage of Konoha, Jiraiya." His distinct features include long white hair, a prominent oil character tattooed on his forehead, and red markings around his eyes. He typically frequents hot springs and possesses a rather unique personality. You will understand when you encounter him. The land of hot water is his most likely haunt. You must locate him and persuade him to return to the village. Inform him that Konoha is facing a grave crisis and requires his strength. Should you fail to find him, Sasuke, you need not return to Konoha. Do you understand? Sasuke fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Kakashi's words before looking up and firmly stating, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Leave it to me. I will complete the mission. Go. And be cautious. Also, the clan emblem on your clothing may reveal your identity, leading to unforeseen dangers. For safety's sake, you should change. Here. I have prepared this for you," Kakashi said, producing a sealing scroll containing a specially tailored outfit from the Land of Waves. Sasuke quickly changed, carefully folding his original attire and holding it in his hands. "Leave this to me. I will return it to you." Kakashi took the clothing and placed it within the sealing scroll. Sasuke bowed to Kakashi and turned to depart, while Kakashi hastened towards his awaiting comrades. Soon, he caught up with his companions. The absence of Sasuke did not seem to surprise the Jonin, who remained silent. "Did you finish the preparations?" Guy inquired as he approached. "Yes, I apologize. This is my final act of defiance," Kakashi replied, his voice audible to the nearby Jonin. "Kakashi-sensei, where has Sasuke gone?" Sakura, concerned for Sasuke, lagged behind to walk beside Kakashi, her urgency palpable. "Sasuke has a new mission to undertake and will not be returning to the village with us for the time being." Kakashi responded coldly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. "Forgive me, Sakura, but this is all for Sasuke's safety. I cannot divulge the reasons." Chapter 14. Sasuke becomes a millionaire. Kakashi's decision to allow Sasuke to depart alone carried significant risk for the presently vulnerable Sasuke. Navigating the shinobi world alone posed dangers comparable to those in Konoha. The multitude of ninjas coveting the Uchiha bloodline was staggering, and the odds of survival were precariously balanced. However, Kakashi had faith in Sasuke's intelligence, as long as he remained cautious and concealed his identity, especially that of the Uchiha clan. The threats he faced would diminish significantly, given that the mission was merely to locate someone. Yet, at this moment, the gravest peril lay within Konoha itself, necessitating Kakashi's immediate efforts to ensure Sasuke's safety. As for Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi harbored no concerns. Based on Itachi's initial restraint in harming Sasuke, it seemed he did not harbor a murderous intent, despite being responsible for the demise of their entire clan. Uchiha Itachi has only slain Asuma while sparing several others, demonstrating a degree of clarity regarding grievances. Albeit this is not characteristic of the Uchiha clan. However, Sakura pondered quietly, questioning how they could be entrusted with missions so soon after graduation. She refrained from voicing her doubts. Challenging her teacher was not a prudent course of action. Unlike Naruto, who acted impulsively, she felt compelled to adhere to her teacher's directives. As the group continued their journey in silence, the Chunin among them found little inclination for conversation. Their thoughts solely focused on returning to Konoha and delivering the intelligence as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the land of waves, Sasuke hastened towards the land of hot water, feeling utterly perplexed by the mission. After all, locating an individual within an entire nation was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite the target's distinct characteristics, the thought of the task at hand weighed heavily on Sasuke's mind. Nevertheless, Kakashi had imparted to him a formidable secret technique, and in honor of his teacher's efforts, he was determined to locate Jiraiya and bring him back to Konoha. Reflecting on this, he reached to touch the emblem over his heart, a symbol of his clan and the most significant mark he bore in this world. After Uchiha Light eliminated Asuma, the backlash of the Manjiki began to manifest, accompanied by an excruciating pain in his eyes. This prompted a recollection of the original narrative, wherein the abilities of the Sharingan stem from ocular power. Having just ascended to the fourth stage of his Sharingan, he had yet to attain the limitless ocular power characteristic of the eternal Manjiki. Ocular power is finite. With each use, a fraction diminishes, and every application consumes the endurance of his eyes. At the bridge of the land of waves, he had executed several uses of the no-distance technique and employed the Tai Chi to restrain Kakashi and others. Although the binding capacity of Tai Chi was unparalleled, it necessitated a continuous output of ocular power to maintain the seal. The ocular power consumption of no distance was relatively justifiable. Yet the expenditure for Tai Chi was somewhat excessive, depleting at least 1/10 of his ocular power. He ascended a small hill to continue his training, still indecisive about where to wander next, and opted to adhere to the habits he had cultivated over the years. Here, he began to assess the condition of his eyes in detail, facilitating future combat preparations. Upon introspection, he discovered that his ocular power was recovering at an exceedingly slow pace. Devoid of the drawbacks associated with the Uchiha bloodline in the original work, where each utilization brought him perilously close to blindness. A small consolation indeed. Evidently, he had been subtly altered by the golden finger, endowing him with a modicum of the eternal eyes characteristics. However, at this rate, it would take roughly a week for recovery, which felt excessively protracted. It seemed prudent to contemplate the evolution of the eternal eye. Yet how could his eyes undergo such transformation? Would it necessitate the absorption of another's ocular power, as depicted in the original narrative? Uchiha Light pondered aimlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his mental perception detected Uchiha Sasuke racing alone several kilometers to the southeast. Is Sasuke not returning to Konoha? What are the Chunin exams? I had intended to reveal my identity to Sasuke during that time. Uchiha's thoughts wandered back, pondering whether Konoha's reinforcements had indeed arrived, using Sasuke as bait to lure him in. Subsequently, he extended his mental prowess, conducting a comprehensive scan over several kilometers surrounding Sasuke. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that, aside from a few hunters and wandering warriors, there were no signs of any ninjas. Uchiha Kagami ceased his training and pursued Sasuke. The disparity in their speeds was immense. One soared through the air while the other dashed on foot. Uchiha Hikari stood before Sasuke, calling out to him as he passed by. "Is that you, Sasuke? It's been a while." Leaning against a tree, Uchiha Hikari observed Sasuke, who was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, contemplating how to locate Jiraiya-sama. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie, calling his name. "Who is it? Has my mission been compromised? Has my identity been exposed? Did Kakashi-sensei betray me?" Panic surged through Sasuke, and in his moment of distraction, he misstepped, losing his balance and tumbling towards the ground. Fortunately, having trained in the land of waves on tree-walking techniques and being sufficiently agile, he swiftly adjusted his posture mid-air, executing a graceful cat-like roll, landing safely without a fall. Upon reaching the ground, his sharp gaze turned towards the individual above him. Recognizing the person who had previously kidnapped him, a sense of relief washed over him. In the presence of this individual, his predicament felt less dire. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked coolly. "Nothing much, just curious. How dare a novice like you wander alone out here? Who gave you the audacity?" Uchiha Hikari descended and stood beside Sasuke. The moment he laid eyes on Sasuke, he understood Kakashi's reasoning behind such a decision. However, he was taken aback by Kakashi's audacity in allowing Sasuke to roam outside of Konoha unaccompanied. It must be noted that Kakashi could be surprisingly unpredictable at times, yet this was arguably the best way to protect Sasuke. Kakashi had little choice. The Hokage's authority loomed large over Konoha, with only the top 4 clans daring to challenge it. The remaining families submissively adhered to their power. The 4 prominent clans of Konoha, Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, held nearly all the power, controlling military, finances, personnel, public opinion, and the hearts of the people. Among them, the Sarutobi clan was the most powerful, with numerous subordinate families under its command. Following the ascension of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan invested heavily in its growth while systematically suppressing the development of other families, reaping their benefits. The narrative surrounding them suggested that the intent was to democratize the ninja in Konoha, as the resources held by clan ninjas were excessive. Through the will of fire, they sought to compel these clans to willingly relinquish their shares, a strategy favorable to the Sarutobi clan. Recently, a significant coup was orchestrated, leading to Uchiha Itachi's near-perfect annihilation of the Uchiha clan, allowing the Sarutobi to absorb nearly all of the Uchiha clan's heritage and wealth, a substantial gain. Currently, within the confines of Konoha, no rival stood against the Sarutobi clan's supremacy. The will of the Sarutobi represented the will of Konoha itself. To strive relentlessly for the clan's robust growth, even at great personal sacrifice, epitomized the will of fire. This ideology had permeated through generations, deeply rooting itself in the soil of Konoha, a testament to Sarutobi Hiruzen's cunning strategy. In time, Konoha would inevitably transform into the Sarutobi clan's fiefdom, with the worst-case scenario being that they would firmly grasp a portion of Konoha's upper echelons, allowing for a resurgence. With the untimely demise of Asuma, the heir painstakingly nurtured by the third Hokage could not simply languish in vain. The Sarutobi clan could easily demand Sasuke's life as a substitute for Asuma's. After all, they had previously orchestrated the death of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, in exchange for the life of a Cloud Village envoy. For the sake of peace, Sarutobi Hiruzen was capable of any act that would challenge conventional morality, particularly given that the deceased was his own son, upon whom he had placed such high hopes. The groundwork laid for Asuma's ascent was extensive. For instance, he had entrusted the descendants of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans to him, forging bonds that would ensure their unwavering support for Asuma's rise to Hokage. However, with Asuma's abrupt death, everything came to a halt, and plans had to be recalibrated from scratch. One could hardly blame Sarutobi Hiruzen for his turmoil. "Ward now, move aside. I have matters to attend to." Sasuke brusquely pushed past Uchiha Hikari and continued on his way. Uchiha KZ placed the money from the air onto a distant tree, dispatching a shadow clone to retrieve it. In the ninja world, necessities abound, particularly money. Kakashi, being a pauper himself, could hardly provide substantial aid. Observing Sasuke's silhouette, Uchiha KZ inquired. Sasuke, gathering strength to ascend the tree, was startled by the question, wondering if his mission had been exposed. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, prompting him to retract his power, contemplating the prospect of staying behind to enjoy a lavish meal. With the other party having discerned the specific circumstances, denying it seemed futile. Following the annihilation of his clan, he had primarily relied on the monthly relief funds from Konoha to survive, and his cash reserves were meager. Kakashi had prepared a modest sum within his clothing, merely around 200,000, which would not last long. Faced with an uncertain future and myriad unforeseen circumstances, he needed ample funds, for instance, to purchase intelligence. It's not much, just a little, Sasuke remarked bitterly. Indeed, most of Kakashi's money is squandered on novels. How could he possibly provide more? Yet, given this situation, do you dare to venture out alone, courting death? Uchiha KZ teased. That's because Kakashi-sensei believes in my strength. Besides, I am not weak, Sasuke retorted defiantly. Sasuke, you're mistaken. In truth, you are quite weak. Have you not noticed Naruto's abnormalities? That terrifying chakra he unleashed on the bridge, I assure you, that belongs to Naruto. Compared to Naruto at this moment, you are considerably weaker. Though your Uchiha lineage possesses great potential, your growth rate pales in comparison to Naruto's. If you do not strive diligently, you will soon find yourself left behind, unable to glimpse his back. For within Naruto resides one of the calamities of the ninja world, the Nine Tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts. Do you grasp the weight of such a disaster? Uchiha KZ voluntarily divulged information about Naruto, hoping to spur Sasuke into action. That idiot Naruto is that strong? Sasuke expressed skepticism. Given Naruto's dismal performance in the Ninja Academy, it seemed ludicrous to consider him superior. That is due to the Nine Tails' influence. Were it not for the Nine Tails, Naruto would still be an undeniable genius. No, I will not concede to Naruto. I am an Uchiha. Sasuke quickly regained his composure, undeterred by the revelation. His confidence and pride rekindled. Truly, you are the embodiment of an Uchiha. Very well, I have faith in you. Here is 10 million. I hope you can keep pace with Naruto, or even surpass him, Uchiha KZ encouraged, though internally he mused that in the original narrative, Sasuke's strength ultimately fell short of Naruto's. Shortly thereafter, the Shadow Clone returned, presenting Sasuke with a box filled with money. Thank you. Sasuke did not refuse Uchiha KZ's generosity, accepting the box and bowing deeply, for this sum was of paramount importance to him. Safeguard the money and attend to your affairs. With that, Uchiha KZ departed. Wait, may I know your name? Sasuke called out to the figure in the sky. The timing is not right. You shall know in due course. I hope you are not too surprised then. Haha, Uchiha KZ's voice echoed. Yet he had vanished without a trace. Observing that no one was around, Sasuke retrieved a sealing scroll from his cloak. It was left by Kakashi to store money, and he had been instructed on its use. Sasuke transferred all the money from the box into the scroll, discarding the box aside and carefully securing it. Although he was uncertain why Uchiha KZ was willing to bestow such a large sum upon him, he could not dwell on that now. For he genuinely needed the money, and earning such a fortune by his own means would be arduous. After Sasuke departed, the discarded box soared into the sky, reaching Uchiha KZ who hovered above. Providing Sasuke with money was a means to ensure his well-being. After all, based on information from his past life, Sasuke was merely prideful. He held a measure of fondness for Sasuke, who had yet to fully commit to Konoha, and there remained hope. As one of the ultimate forces in the later stages, Sasuke would become a cornerstone in suppressing the ninja world. Yet with such strength, he ultimately became a pawn of Konoha, his clan's honor and prestige never fully restored. It was as if the massacre had never transpired. Casting aside the hatred and tears of his kin, this perception was intolerable to KZ's bloodline and consciousness, necessitating correction. Wrong is wrong, and one must pay the price. Failing to do so indicates that vengeance has not been sufficiently exacted, thus it must be intensified. Hence, Uchiha KZ would clandestinely follow Sasuke, observing him, and would intervene when faced with mortal peril. Now is not the time for Sasuke to perish. At times, Uchiha KZ was even tempted to procure a pair of glasses to wear. Outside the village gates of Konoha, the two gatekeepers, Steel and Kamizuki Izumo, halted Kakashi and his group upon their arrival. Noticing their weary, funeral garb-clad appearances, alongside Naruto slung over Sakura's back and Kurenai resting on Kakashi's, the seasoned gatekeepers promptly allowed them passage. Surely, a significant upheaval or crucial intelligence must have prompted such exhaustion, especially with injured members in tow. They dared not delay them. Once inside the gates, several Jonin directed the students to return home, while Naruto was taken by Sakura for care, as they were teammates. The Jonin, carrying Kurenai, proceeded toward the Hokage Tower, where Might Guy set down the box containing Asuma's head, cradling it in his arms. After thorough inspection, they arrived at the Hokage's reception room to await an audience. Kakashi gently placed Kurenai on a chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to meet with them and enter the room. Upon seeing the Hokage, they collectively knelt, intoning Hokage-sama. The third's authoritative gaze scrutinized the bowed figures, his heart sinking as he noted Asuma's absence. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Kurenai and the box held by Might Guy, causing him to stagger slightly. Hokage-sama, please accept my condolences, Might Guy said as he placed the box into the Hokage's hands. We failed in our mission and could not safeguard Asuma. Please punish us accordingly. What transpired? How could Asuma be dead? How is it that you remain unscathed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired immediately, suspecting that there might be a traitor among them. Or perhaps they all conspired to betray Asuma, whom he valued deeply. Sir, it was the Uchiha clan who killed Asuma. We are uncertain why they spared us. Akamichi Karui hastily explained, fearing that if the Hokage believed they had betrayed him, their fate would be dire, potentially endangering their families as well. The Uchiha clan? How is that possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the revelation. Was it Uchiha Itachi? He asked Akamichi Karui. No, his name is Uchiha KZ. A few years older than Uchiha Itachi, Karui replied. Is he the mysterious figure mentioned in previous intelligence who abducted Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen further inquired. Yes. Chapter 15. The third Hokage decides to eliminate Sasuke. Why would he kill Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his grief and asked. Third Hokage. The situation is as follows. Upon our arrival in the Land of Waves, we witnessed Kakashi confronting Uchiha KZ. Akamichi Karui detailed Uchiha KZ's actions and words on the bridge, recounting every detail. Almost every word was relayed, and the others supplemented their accounts after Karui finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation after hearing their reports. Why did Uchiha Itachi come to know the truth behind the clan's annihilation? Remarkably, he managed to escape the brutal massacre that transpired on that fateful night in Konoha. It is worth noting that all the Uchiha clan members who sought external assistance were mercilessly slain. Only a handful within the village were privy to the truth, besides Itachi. There were Danzo, Konin, In, and Uchiha Sasuke, totaling merely 5 individuals who possessed such understanding. Since the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi has not been seen in Konoha, and Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha lineage would prevent any collaboration with them. Thus, there can only be one truth. Was it Itachi who revealed the reality to Uchiha Kagami? Could it be that during his years of wandering in the ninja world, that completely brainwashed child was somehow led back? It is simply astonishing. However, since Itachi departed, intelligence has scarcely returned to Konoha. Has he truly betrayed them? Yet, why would he not be concerned that his treachery could plunge Sasuke into a perilous situation? No, it cannot be. Itachi would not act in such a manner. Considering Itachi's willingness to sacrifice his entire clan for Sasuke, he would never make such a choice, for it would only result in the senseless slaughter of his family. Nonetheless, we must return to the original question. How did Uchiha Kagami come to know the relevant truth? Moreover, the targets of his vengeance are remarkably precise. Could it be Itachi's accomplice? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled that Itachi had previously reported the involvement of another individual in the clan's annihilation. The abilities of Uchiha Hikaru have garnered significant attention from the third Hokage, surpassing even the Flying Thunder God technique in speed and convenience with his spatial ocular jutsu. Alongside formidable and inescapable sealing techniques, it is no wonder that Kakashi and his companions found themselves ensnared, rendered powerless to resist, forced to await their fate with closed eyes. The possible reason for Hikaru's leniency towards these individuals might be their limited connection to the Uchiha clan's massacre. Very well, I understand. Kakashi, Might Guy, please escort Yugao to the Konoha hospital. Leave Akamichi behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the others accordingly. Once the room was left with only Akamichi, she discerned the rationale for her retention, yet her countenance remained inscrutable. As Sarutobi approached the door, he instructed the guard to summon Yamanaka and Noichi. When the individuals arrived, he addressed Akamichi. Jonin Yamanaka Akamichi, I require your battle memories from this mission. This is the master of memory retrieval from Konoha. Rest assured, this process will not adversely affect you. Understood, Hokage-sama, Akamichi replied, acquiescing to the request and allowing herself to be taken by Inoichi. Once the room was deserted, Tears of anguish streamed down Saratobi's face. The moment he learned of his son's demise, he was struck down by the weight of the devastating news. He simply needed to maintain his composure in front of his subordinates, forcing himself to appear unshakable. Had it not been for the poise cultivated through years in high office, he might have faltered in front of them. Asuma. Saratobi did not weep audibly but silently shed tears, repeatedly whispering his son's name. He had not anticipated that a mere C-rank mission would inflict such profound sorrow upon him. The vicissitudes of life arrive with alarming swiftness. 10 minutes later, a knock resonated at the door. Saratobi wiped his tears and composed his expression. After a few more knocks, he settled into the Hokage's seat. Enter. Hokage-sama. The memory retrieval of Yamanaka Akamichi has been completed. The relevant intelligence is currently being organized. She has been sent to the Konoha hospital for recuperation and is temporarily unharmed. Reported Yamanaka Inoichi. Very well, submit the report promptly, the third Hokage stated as he lit his cherished pipe, exhaling thick smoke. At dusk, the written report detailing the memories of Yamanaka Akamichi from the Land of Waves mission was submitted for the third Hokage's review. He held the report, reading it word by word, meticulously cross-referencing it with the testimonies of the other participants, keen to identify any discrepancies or concealments. After finishing, he set the report down. Leaning wearily against his chair, gazing out at the sky, Asuma's visage shimmering in his mind's eye. Come in. Yes, Lord Third. Please issue your orders. Responded the on-duty Umbu as they entered at the call. Proclaim a bounty. The fugitive, Uchiha Hikaru, described as one of the perpetrators of the Uchiha clan massacre. Aged between 20 to 23 years, specializing in spatial jutsu and sealing techniques, classified as S-rank. The bounty is 50 million, regardless of condition. Additionally, alert all Umbu to intensify patrols around Konoha to preempt any surprise attacks by rogue ninjas. Furthermore, instruct the intelligence division abroad to prioritize the collection of information regarding Uchiha Hikaru, ideally pinpointing his location. Saratobi Hiruzen resolved to place a bounty on Uchiha Hikaru, signaling a stance to the entire ninja world. He could not remain idle in the wake of Asuma's death. Besides, what of it if Uchiha Hikaru were to discover the truth? The strength of an individual is indeed insignificant, incapable of defying the will of the majority. The truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation has been unveiled. This revelation may have slightly tarnished one's reputation, yet the impact is minimal, as the distribution of interest has already been established, with each clan reaping its share. As for the opinions of the common folk, provided that public sentiment is properly guided, the truth becomes inconsequential. The times have transformed. Had anyone accused oneself at the very moment of the Uchiha's demise, the harm could have been considerably greater. However, as years have passed, the aftermath, the substitutes, and the associated personnel have been largely arranged. People may be aware of the truth, yet evidence remains elusive. Nonetheless, Saratobi Hiruzen has overlooked a critical point. If an individual possesses strength akin to that of the first Hokage, the absence of proof is of no significance. Suspicion alone is enough to constitute a crime. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi has not falsely accused Saratobi Hiruzen. He indeed participated in orchestrating the Uchiha's massacre. Even if the entirety of the ninja world were to disbelieve, what does it matter? The annihilation of the ninja world would suffice. After all, Uchiha Itachi possesses an advantage. Anything is possible. Additionally, send someone to the root headquarters to summon Danzo forth. Saratobi concluded with a brief remark, and the Umbu ninja received the order to withdraw. That night, in the same office, Danzo and Hiruzen sat opposite each other. I have learned of Asuma's fate, Danzo stated quietly. This news brought him a modicum of delight. For Hiruzen, the old rogue had made numerous arrangements to elevate his son, with the ultimate goal of inheriting the title of Hokage. His greatest ambition has always been to become Hokage, to declare before Hiruzen the words he had heard countless times. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Now, with Asuma's sacrifice, his most formidable rival has vanished. As the saying goes, with Saratobi's demise, Danzo shall rise. Even the heavens seem to favor me. I dispatched agents to the Land of Waves, yet not a single body was recovered. Only traces of battle were found near the Great Bridge. The adversary was formidable, and my men scarcely had the means to retaliate, being systematically eliminated. Danzo reported his losses to the Hokage, asserting that Asuma's affair had no bearing on him. As he spoke, a pang of regret began to stir within him. This represented a significant portion of his amassed fortune over the years, now largely squandered. This is the mission report from the Land of Waves. Take a look, Saratobi said, presenting the memory text from Akamichi. A profound silence enveloped the room. And after a long pause, Danzo set down the report and turned to Hiruzen, saying, "Hiruzen, I have warned you before that the Uchiha clan is exceedingly malevolent and dangerous. They must be dealt with decisively, lest you find yourself regretting it. We should not have spared Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke that night. We should have acted without hesitation to prevent Asuma's tragic fate. Now, it is time to rectify our mistakes and eliminate future threats." With that, Danzo exited the conference room, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, neither affirming nor opposing Danzo's words. The third Hokage had long been aware of Uchiha Sasuke's absence from the village. While he could empathize with Kakashi's paternal sentiments, a lingering unease persisted within him. However, as Kakashi was someone he held in high regard, he refrained from taking any drastic measures. Yet, if Uchiha Sasuke were to pay a price for his actions, it would be something he would welcome. After all, with the tragic loss of his only son and heir, all that remained was the hope vested in his grandson, Konoha. Destined to be incapable of shouldering such heavy responsibilities after his demise, could only plan for the future, hoping that the next generation would rise to the occasion and reclaim the title of Hokage. Upon returning to the roots, Danzo promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts and issued a decree for his elimination. Due to his ambiguous strength and position, Uchiha K decided to send individuals to investigate, intending to make further arrangements once the intelligence was accurate. The following day, a grand funeral was held in Konoha for Asuma Sarutobi, with envoys from the feudal lord's residence attending to pay their respects. Except for Sasuke, all those who had traveled to the Land of Waves were present, including Naruto and Yuhi Kurenai. After recuperating in the hospital, Akamichi Karui soon emerged from the anguish of memory retrieval and joined them. Sasuke, carrying a substantial sum of money, traversed the path while diligently practicing Chidori. As his proficiency increased, he finally mastered the technique, though its effectiveness was limited by his scarce chakra. Observing this, Uchiha K, who was trailing him, unceremoniously learned Raikiri and instructed his shadow clones to practice incessantly, intending to surprise Kakashi or Sasuke later. Recently, Sasuke often heard the sound of thunder from the sky. But upon looking up, he saw a clear blue expanse, leaving him puzzled about the daily rumbling. He merely noted it and moved on, wondering if perhaps the heavens were simply under the weather. Throughout his journey, Sasuke encountered various typical incidents within the ninja world: pirates, mountain bandits, bullies, heroic rescues of maidens, and the giving of alms to beggars. His understanding of the ninja realm deepened, revealing that the world was not solely at peace. Outside of Konoha, most regions were rife with chaos and disorder. During one encounter with bandits, he witnessed their heinous actions and, unable to restrain his anger, decisively eliminated them, gaining a small fortune in the process. Of course, this was money that Uchiha K had previously left behind after dealing with the bandits himself, ensuring that Sasuke faced no mortal threats from them, allowing him to refine his skills. After several months, Sasuke finally arrived in the Land of Hot Water. He had heard of its stunning landscapes and abundant hot springs during his time at the Ninja Academy, and upon arrival, he found it to be as magnificent as rumored. The Land of Fire was characterized by its dense forests and relatively flat terrain, while the Land of Hot Water boasted uniquely shaped volcanic formations and breathtaking waterfalls that cascaded dramatically, instilling a sense of natural awe. Upon reaching the Land of Hot Water, Sasuke began inquiring near various hot springs, providing a detailed description of Jiraiya. However, most people he spoke to shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered such a man. If a lecher like him were to appear, he would undoubtedly be captured and beaten, becoming a notorious figure, as such individuals were the enemies of all women and men alike. Sasuke realized that, according to Kakashi's description, Jiraiya was a powerful ninja and it seemed unlikely he could easily be found near the hot springs. Thus, he felt the completion of his mission was still a distant prospect. For 3 months, Sasuke wandered through numerous towns, gathering scant information. When he finally followed a lead, he discovered it did not pertain to his intended target. It was not until a fortuitous encounter, where he rescued a woman clad in sheer fabric, revealing a considerable expanse of fair skin, that he obtained more specific information about Jiraiya. The woman recounted that a week prior, a ninja resembling Jiraiya had visited her workplace, a izakaya, accompanied by her and another sister. He was charming, humorous, and quite familiar with the hearts of women, making his conversation particularly delightful, though his lecherous nature left a lasting impression. As for his current whereabouts, she could not say, as she was merely a staff member. Upon receiving this intel, Sasuke shifted his focus to izakayas. However, being a child, He was unwelcome in such establishments and could only hire adults to gather information on his behalf. Unsurprisingly, he found no leads in this city, and during this time, his showing of wealth attracted unwanted attention. Each time he ventured into secluded areas, adults would approach him with intentions to rob. Initially, Sasuke would merely incapacitate them as a warning, but as their numbers grew, he resorted to greater force. After unleashing Raikiri upon a large group of robbers, he found himself severely drained and had no choice but to leave the city, his funds dwindling. Though he once possessed a fortune in the millions, money was fleeting. Fortunately, he received assistance from bandits and other charitable figures along the way, allowing him to manage his circumstances. Reflecting on his situation, he couldn't help but criticize Kakashi for only allocating him a few $100,000, pondering what Kakashi could have been thinking. Did he believe earning money was effortless? Killing was exhausting, especially for someone like Sasuke, still a child. Yet, upon touching the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest, he regained his resolve and continued onward. A mission was a mission, and it must be fulfilled. Meanwhile, the Root organization had begun targeting Sasuke, having tracked his movements for some time. Upon learning of his quest for Jiraiya, Danzo couldn't help but admire Kakashi's cunning. However, finding Jiraiya was no simple task, as the man was notorious for his indulgent lifestyle and erratic whereabouts, making it difficult for the Root to monitor his movements. Thus, Danzo did not harbor significant concerns about Sasuke encountering Jiraiya. Following Asuma's funeral, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to cast a shadow over Konoha. Whenever he saw his grandson Konohamaru, he was reminded of Asuma, who was the last of his line. During a meeting 3 months later, Hiruzen subtly expressed to Danzo his desire to eliminate Sasuke, at least offering a Uchiha head as a tribute to his grief over losing a son. As for the threat posed by Itachi Uchiha, Hiruzen was unconcerned. The intelligence of the great nations had already speculated on Itachi's motives, and he merely confirmed their suspicions, posing minimal threat to Konoha. To draw an analogy, it was akin to contemporary America. Despite nuclear leaks and biohazard incidents, the nation continued to thrive as a global superpower. Unaffected by negative press, the common people were primarily concerned with their lives, prioritizing survival over the sufferings of others or the darkness of politicians, which were mere topics for casual conversation. Furthermore, since the night of the Uchiha massacre, Itachi's value to Konoha had diminished drastically. He had become a useless blade, an expendable asset. Initially, Hiruzen had been moved by Itachi's audacity in slaying his own clan and willing to bear the burden of blame, which had conveniently facilitated the legal acquisition of Uchiha assets, earning him profound respect and admiration. Hence, he refrained from taking action against him. The Uchiha clan cannot openly annihilate themselves, as it would pose significant political repercussions. Even if the Uchiha clan resolves to rebel, they cannot bring about their own extinction. For the Uchiha embody a profound sense of righteousness. The Uchiha clan was one of the founders of Konoha. In an era dominated by the Senju clan, they possessed sufficient rationale to challenge the current lineage of Hokage. Thus, they became a significant threat to the Hokage lineage, prompting an urgent need for a suitable instrument. Fortunately, I found two, Shisui and Itachi, both devoted and reliable allies. With their assistance, I successfully achieved my objectives. Chapter 16. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, however. Despite learning of Sasuke's precise whereabouts, the Root organization did not immediately act against him. Orochimaru, upon discovering Danzo's maneuvers, urgently contacted him, requesting a halt to his actions and expressing a desire to handle Sasuke himself for his own purposes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi. They gained renown during the Second Shinobi World War, particularly when Hanzo of the Salamander summoned his namesake to unleash a vast array of toxins that incapacitated many leaf ninjas. Ultimately, only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru remained on the battlefield, earning Hanzo's admiration, who bestowed upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. Thus, their names began to spread throughout the world of ninjutsu. Sasuke narrowly escaped a disaster. However, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Orochimaru, aware of his intentions, dispatched false information across the land of water to lure Sasuke to the land of sound. The proximity of the land of water to the land of sound allowed Orochimaru to act conveniently, as he was occupied with experiments. Enticing Sasuke to his domain became the most effective strategy, a delightful endeavor indeed. The results were evident, as Sasuke took the bait. Overnight, rumors of a white-haired ninja in the land of sound spread throughout the land of water. Upon learning of this, Sasuke decided to depart from the land of water. He inquired about the general situation in the land of sound, discovering it to be a small nation, weak in both resources and population. Surprisingly, there existed a ninja village called Odogakure, renowned for its strength and reputation among neighboring countries. The leader of Odogakure, however, was elusive, rarely seen by anyone. But Sasuke believed that this would not pose an issue for him. Months passed with little to show for his efforts, and he grew increasingly disillusioned with this once awe-inspiring country. The whispers of a small lamb parading around with a large sum of money turned him into a coveted target, attracting unwanted attention from all corners. Despite inflicting severe blows upon them, onlookers only deemed the attackers incompetent for failing to subdue a mere child. The continuous harassment from those seeking to exploit him became unbearable. As Sasuke journeyed toward the Land of Sound, Uchiha Kagami observed the unfolding drama with great interest, not attempting to intervene. After all, one could never predict when a captivating show might arise. Nearby, hundreds of shadow clones diligently practiced their ninjutsu, each team focusing on mastering a specific elemental chakra transformation. This training was based on Kagami's recollections from his initial world, as the chakra expended by the shadow clones would be replenished instantly. Days later, Sasuke crossed the border into the Land of Sound. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already entered the Land of Sound from the Land of Iron, having received word from the toads of Mayaboku Mountain that a young leaf ninja was seeking him. This child, possessing considerable wealth, soon became the subject of rumors in the Land of Water, indicating a deliberate attempt to lure him. Concerned, Jiraiya set out to assess the situation. On another front, Itachi, upon learning that the leaf had issued a bounty for another Uchiha, was alarmed. Had his previous performance not been flawless? Or had that old fool Madara inadvertently allowed someone to escape? Upon inquiring about the reasons for the bounty, Itachi learned that Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's son, had recently perished at the hands of Uchiha Kagami. Realizing the implications of this incident, he became increasingly concerned for Sasuke's safety. The intelligence indicated that Sasuke had not returned to the leaf following Asuma's death, prompting Itachi to leave the organization and search for his brother. Utilizing the Akatsuki's intelligence network, Itachi successfully tracked Sasuke's whereabouts. Fearing for his brother's safety, he resolved to travel to the Land of Sound personally, accompanied by his partner, Kisame Hoshigaki. The two were en route through the Land of Fire, soon to arrive in the Land of Sound, where significant figures would converge. Upon entering the Land of Sound, Sasuke quickly drew attention. However, the ninjas of Odogakure underestimated Sasuke's cunning, allowing him to evade their grasp. Though pursuers soon caught up, those who had been outsmarted became mere fodder for Orochimaru's experiments, instilling fear in the remaining ninjas and prompting them to intensify their vigilance over Sasuke. Under Orochimaru's manipulation, Sasuke conveniently reached his intended destination. After some inquiries, he learned that Jiraiya was currently in Odogakure, presenting a dilemma. Entering a foreign ninja village required proper notification, yet Sasuke needed to conceal his identity, necessitating the creation of a false document. Orochimaru had already prepared such documentation for Sasuke, and through a simple transaction, the customized credentials were handed over, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Armed with the forged documents, Sasuke boldly entered Odogakure, fully exposed beneath Orochimaru's watchful gaze. Upon entering the village, he hurried toward an izakaya, searching for Jiraiya, but to no avail. Venturing into an alley, he encountered a peculiar figure, the Snake Man. Sasuke regarded the pale-skinned individual with suspicion, inwardly reflecting on the man's strikingly unusual appearance. Orochimaru observed Sasuke with keen interest. Since his last defeat at the hands of Itachi, he had developed an insatiable desire for the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. His primary target was Itachi, yet he found himself unable to overpower him. With the recent emergence of Uchiha Kagami, whom he could not locate, he reluctantly settled for Sasuke, the last known surviving Uchiha heir. According to Danzo, Sasuke had already awakened a Sharingan, though he was not yet the ideal candidate for Orochimaru's reincarnation techniques. Nonetheless, with proper nurturing, Sasuke could soon unlock the Meijiki Sharingan, presenting a perfect opportunity for Orochimaru to seize his body. Gazing at Sasuke, a satisfied expression gradually formed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Who are you? Have you come to rob me as well?" Sasuke gazed at Orochimaru with evident displeasure. Based on his experience, it was clear that this individual was after his wealth. He never anticipated that his reputation as the wealthy boy had spread to the Land of Soup. He prepared to teach this peculiar man a lesson, and without waiting for a response, launched a barrage of shuriken. Following that, a surge of lightning appeared in his left hand as he attacked Orochimaru. Orochimaru, observing Sasuke's advance, swiftly executed the Shadow Serpent Hand technique. A serpent erupted from his mouth, instantaneously biting Sasuke's neck, rendering his body immobile. With a thud, a wooden post fell to the ground. This was the body replacement technique, a hallmark of ninja school graduates, and Sasuke, having graduated at the top of his class, was exceedingly adept at it. Quite impressive, Orochimaru remarked, as Sasuke successfully landed a surprise attack. However, the impact of the Raikiri only sent a tingling sensation through his body. After carefully assessing the potency of Sasuke's Chidori, he sighed, "Yet, it is too feeble." With the emergence of the Shadow Serpent Hand, a multitude of serpents materialized in the air, ensnaring Sasuke tightly. In the presence of Orochimaru, Sasuke was merely a dish to be served, his strength vastly overshadowed. Meanwhile, the root agents, observing the situation, quickly retreated to report back to Konoha. Orochimaru had long sensed their presence but chose to disregard it. "Let go of me, you bastard. What do you intend to do?" Sasuke protested fiercely, struggling against his captor. "I will take you to a delightful place, one you will surely enjoy," Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with evident glee. The Uchiha bloodline was successfully acquired, and he was genuinely elated. "I won't go. Let me go, you scoundrel. I won't go. Orochimaru swiftly silenced Sasuke, finding the child's incessant noise quite vexing. His subordinates promptly arrived, retying Sasuke and lifting him towards Orochimaru's laboratory. Midway, a silver-haired ninja obstructed their path. "It's been a while, Orochimaru. Is it not beneath your dignity to trouble a mere child?" The newcomer was Jiraiya, who had been guided here. The informant was none other than Uchiha Kagami, who conveyed the news of Sasuke's capture to him, detailing the location of Sasuke's impending transfer on a mere piece of paper. Although Orochimaru's laboratory was clandestine, it was rendered visible under Uchiha Kagami's psychic influence, allowing Jiraiya to simply wait along the route. Naturally, Jiraiya could not turn a blind eye to the child who had fallen into Orochimaru's clutches due to his own actions. He was acutely aware of his partner's tendencies. If he remained indifferent, the child's future would undoubtedly be shrouded in darkness. How could he possibly stand by? Uchiha Light observed the confrontation between Jiraiya and Orochimaru with great amusement. Perched atop a cloud, he leisurely pulled out a telescope. Preferring to witness the spectacle through his own eyes rather than relying on telekinesis, as the former offered a more vivid and authentic experience. "Jiraiya, what brings you here? I never imagined that after hiding for so long, you would still manage to find me." Orochimaru expressed his astonishment at Jiraiya's unexpected arrival. He had long been aware that Jiraiya traveled the ninja world under the pretense of searching for him, but he never anticipated being discovered by this foolish, lecherous sage. "Indeed. I am just as surprised. Who would have thought that the one using my name as a facade would be you?" Jiraiya replied with his arms crossed, a hint of delight in his expression. After all, reuniting with an old friend after a long separation warranted a moment of joy. "Stay out of this, Jiraiya. You mind your business, and I will mind mine. We shall each pursue our own paths, your search for the prophesied child, and my quest for immortality, without interference." How does that sound? Orochimaru maintained a rare patience, knowing that dealing with Jiraiya, given his prowess, would not be easy. This child is one of the few remaining bloodlines of the Uchiha clan, exceptionally precious. "I cannot afford to relinquish him," Orochimaru added, gesturing towards Sasuke. "That's out of the question, Orochimaru. He belongs to Konoha first and foremost, and he was captured because he sought me. You understand that I cannot allow him to fall into your clutches. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Konoha." Jiraiya shook his head, his hands loosening as he prepared for a confrontation. "So, it appears we must fight, Jiraiya?" Orochimaru remarked grimly. While he feared no battle, he was concerned about the potential collateral damage to his carefully constructed sound village. "Enough of your chatter. Release him, Orochimaru. Hand him over and return with me to apologize to our teacher. Did you truly believe I was not serious in my search for you? After finally locating you, do you think I would let you go? I am taking this child with me, and you as well. Don't push me," Orochimaru shouted at Jiraiya. With that, he swiftly approached his subordinate, seizing Sasuke and fleeing into the distance. Jiraiya naturally pursued, aware that the Sound Village was not an appropriate venue for a fight, as it could lead to innocent casualties. Only when they reached an open area did Orochimaru come to a halt, and they faced each other once more. Yet, neither made a move, for Sasuke was too fragile and could easily perish, causing both to hesitate. Soon, Orochimaru's subordinates arrived to take Sasuke away. "Take him far away and keep a close watch on him. Otherwise, it's back to the lab for you," he commanded, his subordinates trembling but assuring him they would comply. Jiraiya watched without intervening, merely acknowledging their departure. After some time had passed, Jiraiya estimated they were far enough away. He suddenly moved his fingers, prompting Orochimaru to react. The two launched into a rapid exchange of blows, their strikes reflecting the bond of brotherhood forged by their shared master. Unfortunately, their techniques were so similar that neither could gain a decisive advantage, resulting in a stalemate. After a prolonged bout of hand-to-hand combat, both warriors began to warm up. They exchanged blows, then retreated to summon their respective summoning beasts. Summoning technique. Manda, Orochimaru declared. In a swirl of smoke, two colossal creatures materialized, towering above the ground. Jiraiya and Orochimaru appeared as mere ants atop these monstrous beings, their sheer size compelling Uchiha light to increase his distance for safety. Orochimaru. This time I demand 200 sacrifices. One less, and I shall consume you, Manda threatened menacingly as he emerged. Little Jiraiya, are you truly going to battle against Manda? Wanta, the other beast, unsheathed his blade, targeting Manda. Agreed. Manda, eliminate him, Orochimaru seethed, pointing at Jiraiya, though Manda's focus remained on Wanta. Wanta, I need your assistance once more. Please teach Orochimaru a lesson. It has been too long, and he ignores my words. This cannot continue, Jiraiya instructed Wanta, gesturing at Orochimaru. With their exchanges complete, the two colossal summoning beasts engaged in a fierce melee. Wanta struck at Manda with each swing of his blade, while Manda skillfully evaded the attacks, frequently retaliating with his tail. The ground trembled under the impact of their tremendous forces, uprooting trees and creating deep craters. The commotion was so immense that Jiraiya and Orochimaru found it difficult to maintain their balance atop their respective beasts, prompting them to dismount and seek another location for their standoff. As a renowned summoner in the ninja world, Orochimaru possessed an array of hidden techniques. Likewise, as a master of sage arts, Jiraiya was not without his own tricks. This battle would determine the victor. Impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru exclaimed as he initiated the summoning technique, causing two coffins to rise from the ground, revealing the first and second Hokage. Jiraiya's heart raced with alarm. This technique? Is it not the forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage as noted in the sealing scroll? He recalled the heavy toll associated with this jutsu, especially upon recognizing the tags affixed to the coffins. Enraged, he shouted, Orochimaru, how dare you disturb the peace of our ancestors? It seems I must inflict pain upon you to reform your ways, forcing you to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Orochimaru successfully summoned his allies. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, both notorious figures in the annals of Konoha's history, stood ready for battle. Orochimaru positioned himself behind them, implanting control seals into their minds. The two resurrected Hokages then advanced swiftly towards Jiraiya. Fire style, Great Fireball. Jiraiya unleashed a massive fireball towards his attackers. Water style, Water Barrier. The second Hokage countered with a water technique. A torrent of water surged forth, forming a formidable wall that effectively repelled Jiraiya's assault. The first Hokage then split off from the second and charged at Jiraiya, while the second Hokage, having blocked Jiraiya's attack, formed a series of hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A colossal water dragon erupted, surging toward Jiraiya, demonstrating the formidable prowess of Konoha's predecessors, executing techniques without even requiring precise hand seals. Earth style, Earth Wall. Jiraiya countered, raising a towering wall of earth to divide the oncoming water dragon, standing atop the barrier as he surveyed the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the first Hokage had maneuvered into an advantageous position, closing the distance with a swift body flicker and engaging Jiraiya in close combat. After landing several blows, Jiraiya seized an opening, delivering a powerful kick that sent the first Hokage tumbling down the earthen wall. The second Hokage's water techniques surged forth, relentlessly assaulting Jiraiya. In the midst of dodging and countering, Jiraiya retaliated with fire techniques, but the second Hokage deftly evaded them. As the water waves continued their assault, the earthen wall was cleaved in two, sending debris crashing down and creating a thick cloud of dust. Chapter 17. The initial clash of light and Itachi. As the dust settled and the earth lay in ruins, Jiraiya found himself standing atop a protruding mound of earth. Yield. Jiraiya. Before you stand the first and second Hokage, you have no chance of victory, Orochimaru taunted from behind the first Hokage. Jiraiya remained silent, instead unleashing the whirlwind technique, causing his white hair to elongate and ensnaring both Orochimaru and the first Hokage. Jiraiya, let me witness your true strength. Orochimaru, while speaking, began to soften and transform into a sludge that fell to the ground, breaking free from Jiraiya's control. Once the ooze hit the ground, it reformed into Orochimaru's original body. Jiraiya, realizing he could not subdue Orochimaru, shifted his focus to the first Hokage. The hair that ensnared the first Hokage expanded once more, enveloping his form. After a few writhing motions, Jiraiya retracted the hair, leaving only a pile of detritus. However, this did not entirely incapacitate the first Hokage. As the remnants began to coalesce at an observable rate, and soon the first Hokage was restored to his former state, the wood-release technique was invoked again, summoning a dense forest that ensnared Jiraiya entirely. The outcome was apparent, and the second Hokage ceased his water release. Orochimaru approached Jiraiya, flanked by the two Hokages. Jiraiya, how about it? That child is mine, no objections, I trust. As for you, you may return to Konoha or continue your journey in search of your prophesied child. Orochimaru remarked to Jiraiya, who was visibly distressed yet still struggling. Is that so? Do you truly believe you have one, Orochimaru? Jiraiya replied, a faint smile breaking upon his lips despite Orochimaru's victorious demeanor. Orochimaru felt a sudden chill, realizing the sky had darkened. The titanic serpentine form had met its match against the seasoned Fukasaku, with a flurry of deadly strikes from the large blade in Fukasaku's hand. Orochimaru's summoned snakes were severely wounded, and without hesitation, they retreated, failing to inform Orochimaru. Witnessing Jiraiya ensnared, Fukasaku leaped towards Orochimaru, swinging his blade. Orochimaru dodged, but he could not control the first and second Hokages in time, and both summoned beasts were cleaved into fragments by Fukasaku's strike. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya unleashed a Rasengan, breaking free from his bindings and soaring above Fukasaku. Without further delay, Jiraiya and Fukasaku unleashed their respective techniques, oil and fire, creating a colossal inferno aimed directly at Orochimaru and his companions. The second Hokage, just regaining his form, attempted to erect a water barrier, but it was futile. The barrier shattered, reducing both him and the first Hokage once again to mere remnants. Observing the Edo Tensei bodies continuously regenerating, Jiraiya felt a sense of urgency. He could not sustain this fight indefinitely. Thus, he executed the earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp, transforming the ground into a mire that hindered the movements of the first and second Hokages. With their speed compromised, Jiraiya launched a series of high-frequency attacks, landing Rasengans upon them and inscribing cursed seals on their forms. Jiraiya reappeared not far from Orochimaru, who promptly commanded the first and second Hokages to attack him. Orochimaru, you have lost, Jiraiya declared with a smile, quickly forming hand seals before exclaiming, Spirit Binding Technique. This technique was a modified version of the fire sealing technique, and Jiraiya believed it would prove effective against the Edo Tensei bodies. As he unleashed his ninjutsu, sealing runes spread from the bodies of the first and second Hokages, causing their advancing forms to freeze. Once the seals enveloped them entirely, both Hokages' bodies began to disintegrate, revealing the human components within. Ultimately, the souls of the two Hokages looked upon Jiraiya with gratitude, nodding in approval before dissipating into light. At that moment, only Orochimaru remained, facing the formidable Fukasaku and Jiraiya. Orochimaru, come back to Konoha with me, Jiraiya's voice echoed from above. Orochimaru, filled with disdain, thought to himself that Jiraiya was far from capturing him. Drawing the Kusanagi, Orochimaru prepared to engage Fukasaku in combat. My apologies, little Jiraiya, but I must depart. My task here is complete, Fukasaku stated, retracting his blade and vanishing in a puff of smoke. Thus, the scene reverted to a standoff between the two. Jiraiya clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ah, such is the humor of the Sage of the Frogs. Orochimaru silently regarded the fool before him, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt. After a moment of laughter, Jiraiya's expression grew serious, and he spoke coldly, Orochimaru, you have clandestinely learned Konoha's forbidden techniques, experimented on living individuals, and toyed with the souls of the first and second Hokages. You have committed unforgivable sins, and you must return to Konoha to answer to the Hokage. Surrender now. You cannot defeat me, for I have yet to unleash my sage techniques. Dream on, Orochimaru retorted, summoning a snake from the earth to swiftly carry him away. Jiraiya, witnessing this familiar scene, hurriedly pursued. In the distant woods, Sasuke and Orochimaru's subordinates were shocked by the ferocity of the battle. The clash of the colossal beings sent tremors through the ground, and the towering earthen walls combined with sudden would-release techniques left them feeling utterly insignificant. So powerful. Jiraiya-sama is truly formidable. Kakashi-sensei sent me to find him. It seems Konoha is indeed in grave danger and needs such immense strength, Sasuke pondered. I wonder who is stronger. Jiraiya-sama or that man? No, I am too far away. I must train harder to close the gap. I will kill him. After the battle had settled, Orochimaru's subordinates, sensing the outcome was decided, took Sasuke once more towards Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha had entered the Land of Sound, intercepting a root ninja en route. After interrogation, he learned that Sasuke had been captured by Orochimaru, with his life in jeopardy. Anxious, Itachi quickened his pace, arriving at the Sound Village just as Jiraiya and Orochimaru clashed. Following the direction of their battle, Itachi and Kisame reached the vicinity, but by the time they arrived, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had vanished. Fortunately, the battle had only recently concluded, and they had not gone far, leaving Itachi with the opportunity to pursue. Itachi unleashed a swarm of ninja crows, scattering in search of Orochimaru. Minutes later, he spotted Orochimaru's ninja fleeing with Sasuke through the woods, and his heart leaped with joy as he prepared to give chase. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent erupted nearby, causing him to pivot and glance towards the other side of the battlefield. There, a figure emerged, and upon closer inspection, it was a young man, Uchiha Kagami. Itachi instantly recognized the newcomer, for Uchiha Kagami bore the unmistakable traits of their clan, particularly his striking looks and commanding presence. Initially, Uchiha K intended to pursue Orochimaru, eager to witness the unfolding of his relationship with Jiraiya. However, upon discovering that Uchiha Itachi was nearby, an uncontrollable surge of rage welled up within him. Memories of the fateful night of his clan's annihilation began to assail his consciousness, prompting him to swiftly alter his course of action in an attempt to alleviate his turmoil. Uchiha Kakashi descended to the ground, recalling all his shadow clones, and stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing intently at Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, Itachi Uchiha retracted most of the ninja crows, leaving a small number to accompany Sasuke. His piercing gaze remained fixated on Uchiha K, ever vigilant of his movements. The emergence of Uchiha K compelled Sasuke to abandon Konoha, diverting him from the meticulously charted course he had envisioned for himself. The painstakingly crafted plan for Sasuke's development teetered on the brink of failure, and the aspiration to restore the glory and prestige of the Uchiha clan seemed all but lost. At this juncture, Konoha's stance towards Sasuke was one of swift execution, and Itachi harbored a profound intent to eliminate Uchiha K, the architect of this turmoil. The Uchiha clan has been utterly annihilated. The loss of this final member is of little consequence to him, for in his heart, only Sasuke embodies the essence of the Uchiha legacy. Uchiha Kagami began to approach Uchiha Itachi, and with each step, the chakra emanating from him started to wreak havoc upon the surrounding ruins. Itachi, your kin is quite formidable, remarked Kisame Hashigaki, sensing the pressure exuded by Uchiha Kagami. He drew his sword, Samahata, from behind, preparing for an offensive. Kisame, this is a matter of the Uchiha clan. Do not interfere, Itachi interjected, halting Kisame and urging him aside, declining his assistance. As Uchiha Hikaru walked, the impact of memories began to subside, yet the fluctuations of his chakra intensified. He approached Uchiha Itachi directly. In the face of Hikaru's chakra surges, neither Itachi nor Kisame displayed any signs of fear, for they possessed similar strength. Uchiha Itachi, it has been a long time. Do you remember me? My current power is a result of your influence. I trust you appreciated the gift I sent to Konoha? Uchiha Hikaru gazed at Itachi, his killing intent unabashedly evident. So it is Uchiha Hikaru? Since you have miraculously returned to life, why not hide away? Making it difficult for me to find you? Why emerge again? Is it so delightful to face death once more? Uchiha Itachi replied coldly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he scrutinized the face of Uchiha Light, recalling the moment when he had slain him. It was that individual who, in a bid to protect his family, resolutely took up arms to confront him, the wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan. Despite being pierced through the heart by his blade, he should have had no chance of survival. Instead, he had witnessed the brutal slaughter of his entire clan, dying in agony as an ordinary member of the clan. Why did the deceased Uchiha not simply accept his fate, but instead return to disrupt Itachi's plans and disturb Sasuke's peaceful existence? Even now, Uchiha Itachi harbored no remorse for the annihilation of his clan. He never considered his actions to be erroneous. His will, his spirit, and his vision all were conceived from the lofty perspective of a Hokage. The existence of the Uchiha clan has profoundly impacted the tranquility of Konoha and ought to be completely eradicated. The Uchiha clan's actions could lead to the ruin of Sunagakure. The death of a single Uchiha is deemed preferable to the demise of the villagers. Within Itachi's heart, the Uchiha clan is not considered a part of Konoha. while he himself perceives himself as a true local. Excluding himself and his brother, all other Uchihas are regarded as mere cattle, expendable and easily slain. This is why his methods are so brutally sanguinary, devoid of humanity. One may justify the killing of close ones, be it 1, 5, 10, or even dozens, because there are still others to carry on the lineage. The bloodline will not be extinguished. However, for Itachi, who has annihilated his kin, reducing a clan of thousands, the most prominent in Konoha, with a legacy spanning millennia to a mere 1 or 2 survivors, he is no longer worthy of being called human. He does not deserve to live. Konoha never contemplated preserving the Uchiha's bloodline. Had it wished to do so, it should have ensured the safety of Uchiha infants during the night of the massacre. These innocent children, unaware of the events, could have easily been indoctrinated and transformed into loyal subjects of Konoha, potentially serving as the most effective instruments for the Sarutobi clan's continued dominance and as ideal subjects for Danzo's inhumane experiments. Yet, Konoha failed to act, neglecting even the salvation of a single infant. The intent to eradicate the Uchiha was absolute, unwavering, and necessitated complete execution. Had it not been for the need to placate Itachi, this invaluable pawn, the third Hokage would have prioritized protecting Sasuke, leaving the latter to be eliminated by Danzo. Oh, I still vividly recall that night, the anguished cries of my clan, the rivers of crimson, and those lifeless, unblinking eyes. Therefore, I shall not hide away like a rat in the shadows of the ninja world. My arduous training is aimed at the day when I can exact vengeance for the suffering, grievances, and slaughter endured by our clan, Uchiha Kagami declared fiercely. Now, let me witness your resolve. Itachi unleashed the Tsukuyomi technique, drawing Uchiha Kagami into the realm of illusion. This is my Jinjutsu space, where every element, time, place, quality, is under my dominion. You will endure immense physical and mental torment within this illusionary world, and the agony you experience will be indistinguishable from that of reality, Itachi stated. Gazing at Kagami bound upon a crucifix, Uchiha Hikari paid no heed to Itachi's words. He was well aware of the information regarding Tsukuyomi. This time, he had intentionally ventured in, seeking to explore this legendary realm. How unfortunate that such a remarkable technique is associated with someone so utterly worthless. I feel a sense of pity for it, Uchiha Hikari replied nonchalantly. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged as his body transformed into countless phantoms, each brandishing a sword and lunging toward Uchiha Izumi's corporeal form. In an instant, they pierced his being. However, Uchiha Izumi felt nothing, for the damage inflicted by Tsukuyomi was of a psychological nature. The technique, Tsukuyomi, would typically synchronize the inflicted torment with the physical body of the individual ensnared by its control, which is generally accurate, as it deceives the mind. Yet, Uchiha Izumi was an anomaly. He was a mere spectator, with a system of hierarchy and function that surpassed the realm of the shinobi by a considerable margin. Within the spirit of Uchiha Kagami resides a system, while telekinetic powers served as guardians of the core. Uchiha Kagami's mind struggles to comprehend how Tsukuyomi could inflict harm upon him, and how he could possibly be deceived. If his spirit were truly injured, resulting in a physical manifestation of pain, it stands to reason that Uchiha Kagami's formidable physique would resist such an assault. What manner of attack could possibly breach this resilient body to the extent of causing death? This situation is reminiscent of Kaido from the world of pirates, who suffers grievous injuries to his body yet remains unyielding. Thus, the illusion of Tsukuyomi proves largely ineffective against him. Uchiha Itachi mechanically held Uchiha Light's body, and Uchiha Light showed no signs of struggle. He was even too apathetic to engage in conversation. Reasoning with a madman was futile, and he preferred not to waste his breath. However, as time dragged on, Uchiha Light decided to simply succumb to sleep. The monotonous 72 hours passed, during which Uchiha Itachi allowed blood tears to cascade from his eyes, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Uchiha Light. At this moment, Uchiha Light's consciousness had yet to awaken. The remnants of Tsukuyomi's waves had stirred him, yet the restoration of his awareness required its own time. Uchiha Itachi drew a ninja blade once more, aiming for the heart of Uchiha Kagami. He had met his demise in a similar manner before. Perhaps this time would be no different. However, as the blade pierced through fabric and approached its target, it was unexpectedly halted, unable to advance. Upon closer inspection, Itachi discerned that there was no obstruction. It was simply the skin that thwarted the blade's progress. Uchiha Itachi was astonished by the physical resilience of his opponent. After all, at this moment, Uchiha Light had not employed any ninjutsu to enhance his physical form. The fact that such a defenseless body remained unscathed was perplexing. How had this individual trained? Itachi promptly resolved to imbue his blade with Amaterasu and strike once more. Yet, the opportunity had already slipped away as Uchiha Light was on the brink of complete consciousness. In haste, Itachi retracted his blade and leaped away, creating distance between them before unleashing a mighty fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. At that moment, Uchiha Light regained his awareness, sensing the oppressive weight of chakra. He opened his eyes to behold a sea of crimson flames before him. Instantly, he conjured the water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, releasing a torrent of water from his mouth that swiftly expanded, forming dozens of water dragons to counteract Itachi's ninjutsu. The chakra of Uchiha Light was truly remarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Kisame? Do you wish to savor this spectacle? Once Itachi prevails, I shall ensure you have your fill. The shark-like Kisame stepped aside, his expression serene as he observed the clash between the two, his weapon, Samahata, quivering in anticipation. Chapter 18. The Judgment of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, after creating some distance, unleashed a magnificent fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, the resplendent flames resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers. Aimed directly at Uchiha Kakashi as an assault from above. He then followed it up with the formidable fire release, Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Keika effortlessly flashed to Uchiha Itachi's side, raising his hand with the intention of delivering a swift and decisive blow to the scoundrel. Itachi Uchiha reacted swiftly, executing the body flicker technique in a timely manner to evade the attack. Upon realizing that Uchiha Hikaru possessed spatial displacement abilities, his pupils constricted, and he began to take his opponent seriously. The Sharingan in his eyes revolved rapidly, seeking to pinpoint Uchiha Hikaru's figure to unleash a Jinjutsu, aiming to regain control over his movements, thus creating an opportunity to strike. Uchiha Kakashi swiftly approached Itachi, unleashing his Chidori, which struck true. However, in the very instant of their contact, Itachi's form erupted violently, engulfing him entirely. It was the technique of his shadow clone self-detonation. Uchiha K immediately dispersed his mental energy, conducting real-time surveillance on all living beings within a 2-kilometer radius. Soon, he discerned the figure of Uchiha Itachi, yet multiple Itachis appeared scattered in various directions, rendering him momentarily unable to identify the true body. Without hesitation, he flashed into the sky, forming hand seals with deft precision, and unleashed the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, as an almost boundless tongue of flame descended from above. Uchiha K, unconcerned with the expenditure of chakra, directly encompassed an area of 1 kilometer in his assault, entirely disregarding the presence of Kisame Hashigaki beside him, as he deemed it unnecessary to pay heed. Although his chakra reserves were modest, merely at the level of a shadow, he could recklessly refine it without regard for his physical state, as it posed no harm and indeed proved beneficial. The magnitude of his singular attack remained constant. However, the dynamics shifted dramatically with sustained output. Endless torrents of fire-style chakra descended from the heavens, incinerating everything in their path without exception, while the land beneath emitted anguished groans. Shrouded in thick smoke from Uchiha K's devastating onslaught, the surviving creatures frantically fled the area, coalescing into a stampede of beasts in the distance, trampling each other in their haste to escape. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, engaged in a playful chase nearby, paused to gaze towards the direction of the swirling dust, sensing 3 formidable chakra signatures manifesting in the very spot of the earlier commotion. Curiosity sparked within them. Such exaggerated combat prowess was rare in the ninja world, and they felt capable of matching it with effort. However, the emergence of 3 powerful figures in the diminutive land of sound was utterly perplexing. Orochimaru felt a pang of unease, as the land of sound was his domain, and the arrival of these 3 masters left him somewhat rattled. In the forest, Itachi's crow clone remained fixated on Sasuke, exhibiting no interest in the battle unfolding with his original. Meanwhile, those accompanying Sasuke, believing that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had resumed their quarrel, fled with even greater urgency. As Uchiha K launched his assault, he realized that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki had joined forces to thwart his ninjutsu with a water technique. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, he materialized behind Uchiha Itachi and unleashed a Chidori aimed at the back of Itachi's heart. He then cast a fierce glare at Kisame, employing a Tai Chi technique that immobilized both him and the shark skin. Once they regained their senses, they found themselves entirely ensnared by the chains of Tai Chi, and Kisame began to struggle with all his might. As the Chidori struck Itachi, Uchiha K paused to savor the sensation of his hand penetrating Itachi's body. But soon he sensed that something was amiss. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's form transformed into a swarm of crows, a manifestation of his crow clone technique. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi pinpointed the figure of Uchiha Kagami and decisively revealed his true self, the two locking eyes with their Sharingan. Itachi's complexion paled, blood oozing from his Sharingan. While Kagami felt a painful pressure in his eyes, however, his expression remained unchanged, displaying his resilience. At that moment, Itachi was a mere shadow of his former self. Weakened and frail, while Kagami stood in stark contrast, his body robust, and his Sharingan in a far superior state. Both combatants' ocular prowess was on par. Yet as Itachi attempted to hypnotize Kagami, his Manjiki Sharingan instinctively resisted. Naturally, Kagami triumphed, resulting in a backlash against Itachi, a significant cost for him in his current state. Itachi was taken aback to discover that a clan member he once deemed easily disposable now possessed such formidable strength, solidifying his resolve to eliminate Uchiha Kagami, who harbored an unwavering will to protect Konoha. However, when his illusion was thwarted and he faced the repercussions of his own eyes, Itachi's heart sank, prompting him to swiftly execute the body flicker technique, leaving behind a shadow clone in his place. This process transpired in mere moments, and with Itachi's exceptional combat prowess, this flaw was exceedingly difficult to detect. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami's combat experience was severely overshadowed by Itachi's, as he had only recently emerged from obscurity. With limited experience beyond trivial skirmishes, Uchiha Light harbored a ruthless intent, determined to swiftly conclude the battle. He immediately employed the Taiji technique against Uchiha Itachi, aiming to seal him and subsequently administer severe punishment. The potency of Taiji was undeniable, and indeed, Uchiha Itachi found himself ensnared. At that moment, Uchiha Light approached Itachi, a mocking expression adorning his face as he gazed upon the bound figure. Drawing a shuriken from the earth beside him, he held it aloft, crushing the handle with his grip, leaving behind merely a slender fragment. Discarding the now deformed and unusable weapon, he addressed the ensnared Uchiha Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you must comprehend why I seek your demise. You cannot deny that you deserve death. For your actions, you merit 1,000 deaths, 1,000,000. Once more, he summoned a shuriken, this time controlling his power, refraining from destruction, and choosing not to end Uchiha Itachi's life instantly, for he was indeed the archvillain of the ninja world. He had long harbored sentiments that needed voicing. Indifferent to any potential interlopers seeking the crystal. Itachi, are you aware of our clan's history? We have persevered for millennia, our ancestors being the legendary sage of 6 paths. Yes, the sage truly existed. Otherwise, what do you think grants our Sharingan its unparalleled prowess? This history is documented within our clan, inscribed upon a stone tablet that clearly delineates our origins. Once a clan member awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, they can perceive the contents recorded on that tablet. For so long, the Uchiha clan has maintained a grand reputation and honor within the ninja world, yet you have laid waste to it all. You must take pride in the fact that you single-handedly annihilated a 1,000-year legacy. The entire ninja world trembles at the might of the Uchiha, but due to your actions, they shall soon no longer have to confront this reality. As the Uchiha clan dwindles, our existence, all our legends, will be utterly buried, including the very fact that you orchestrated our clan's extinction. I believe you must find joy in this, for otherwise, you would not be so merciless, sparing not even an infant. In truth, I am quite grateful to you. If not for your actions, I would remain an ordinary individual, a mere security officer engaged in daily squabbles with street vendors, earning a meager wage, burdened by the responsibilities of marrying my childhood sweetheart and educating my younger siblings. Yet, after that fateful night, everything changed. I lost all my family, my beloved, my kin, all departed from my life, compelling me to grow on my own and survive in this world. Eventually, I came to understand the truth. Had it not been for you, the Uchiha clan would still be oppressed by Konoha, enduring in silence. The once great Uchiha reduced to a mere dog, subject to Konoha's whims. So, Uchiha Itachi, your act of annihilating our clan was executed exceptionally well. Because of your actions, the Uchiha met a clean demise. They're all gone. Thus, what do you and Konoha intend to offer in exchange for our clan's millennia-old history, honor, dignity, wealth, and lives? Understand this. Upon my arrival, you entered into this wager. Now, I wish to pose a question. What do you and your beloved Konoha intend to exchange for everything you have taken from the Uchiha? I know you plan to wager your worthless life to perish at the hands of your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, whom you have so mercifully spared. You feigned the conclusion of Uchiha's enmity, allowing your brother, representative of our clan, to become what Konoha deems a hero, carrying forth all that is Uchiha, wholly devoted, destined to serve as Konoha's watchdog for generations to come. In your heart, Do you perceive our clan as so insignificant? Are the lives and futures of our kin but trifles? Is it enough for you alone? What right does Sasuke possess to forgive you on behalf of our clan? Ha! You are brothers, bound by blood. Can Sasuke truly not forgive you? Ha ha, it is ironic that in the end, you intend to rely on familial ties to sway your brother. Truly, it is absurd. And thus, I emerge, representing the Uchiha clan. Behind me stand our ancestors, who have struggled for millennia to ensure our clan's survival against insurmountable odds. They are the forebears who faced bloodshed for the sake of their kin. For the future of our clan, they are those who contributed to the establishment of Konoha, who sought to end the warring states period in the ninja world, unafraid of death for the pursuit of peace. The valorous Uchiha martyrs, who sacrificed themselves in the numerous ninja world wars, have left their sweat and blood upon every inch of Konoha's soil. They are the slain Uchiha, mercilessly butchered by you and your beloved Konoha. With your hand, you have extinguished the lives of our kin. They should now await in the afterlife, anticipating the arrival of someone like me who can advocate for their justice. As the Uchiha face extinction, I stand as their representative, embodying the will of every Uchiha throughout the past millennium. In this vast expanse, under the gaze of heaven and earth, I summon you to judgment. Uchiha Itachi, son of the former Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. You were cherished from birth until the moment of our clan's demise, bearing the hopes and dreams of the Uchiha's resurgence. Though your father may not have been well regarded, the clan maintained a basic respect for him. They saw in you the future. You were the eldest son, the prime candidate to succeed the clan leadership. Before the annihilation, you merely needed to endure for a few more years. With your strength and prestige at that time, you could have forcefully postponed the coup, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. All clan members would follow you. If only you had waited a few years, the Uchiha would have been your dominion. Your father, unable to withstand the pressure from both sides, would have soon entrusted the clan to you, believing you could forge a new path and build a bridge to peace. At that moment, you would have comprehended the severity of the threats faced by the Uchiha within Konoha. Moreover, let me share a piece of information. Had you chosen to wait longer, the Uchiha clan would have flourished even more. In that future, the Uchiha would have been the saviors of the world, not the scapegoats of Konoha. All the machinations of those in the shadows would surface, and preserving the clan would not require excessive effort. Once the third Hokage's lineage relinquished the oppressive ideologies imposed upon the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage, subsequent Hokage heirs, with the progression of time, would treat the Uchiha clan with fairness and justice. Yet, all of this was extinguished on that fateful night. The night your hands were stained with blood. The future, hopes, dreams, and honor that were once brightened by your presence were all extinguished by your own hand, reduced to mere echoes of history, destined to become fodder for the living's discourse. Uchiha Itachi listened calmly to Uchiha Kageme's words, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. As one deemed the perfect ninja by the original creator, he harbored no feelings for anyone other than Sasuke. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Uchiha Kageme felt a tinge of boredom after delivering his speech. He refrained from discussing the schemes of the Leaf Village or revealing his own plans, for it seemed unnecessary. Convincing a mature individual with a steadfast spirit through mere words would be an arduous task, and would only serve to heighten the discomfort. I, as the embodiment of the Uchiha clan's will, hereby declare, Uchiha Itachi, you shall perish. Uchiha Kageme proclaimed to Itachi with a grim expression. Subsequently, disregarding the exposure of his psychic abilities, he commanded all weapons on the battlefield to levitate into the air, targeting Uchiha Itachi. Witnessing this spectacle, Kisame Hashigaki halted his efforts to unravel the Taichi and, gazing at the swirling weapons above, exclaimed, "One for the nation." Kisame couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Itachi, out of sheer mercy, do you have any final words? Perhaps a simple apology to your deceased clansmen? Uchiha Kageme spoke once more, declaring that this was not an opportunity for Itachi, but rather a solace for his own darkened heart, allowing it to soften in the future. The demise of the Uchiha clan, he asserted, was ultimately beneficial for peace and for Konoha. I shall not apologize for this matter. Throughout my life, the only one I have wronged is Sasuke, and he alone. Itachi lifted his gaze and replied. After hearing Uchiha Kageme's words, his heart remained unmoved. Itachi Uchiha is not one to have his resolve easily swayed. Moreover, he possesses the most formidable will of fire in the shinobi world. In his eyes, those narrow-minded and unvisioned clansmen are unworthy of a future, for they have lost all meaning in their existence. Every encounter with his kin fills him with disdain, while the sight of those from Konoha brings him joy. He has long since despaired of the Uchiha clan, so how could he possibly contemplate their future? Indeed, Itachi Uchiha truly embodies the essence of a devoted brother and stands as Konoha's finest ninja, the most effective weapon of the third Hokage. Thus, let your sins fade from this world. Uchiha Kage raised his hand, and his ocular power began to command the Tai Chi to absorb the energy from Uchiha Itachi's body, while the weapons in the air prepared to launch an assault. However, Uchiha Itachi's form suddenly vanished, causing the Tai Chi to dissipate as well. Uchiha Hikaru instantly realized that he had misjudged his target. He had sealed not the original body, but rather a shadow clone. The chakra of the shadow clone had just been entirely absorbed by the Taiji, and thus it was destined to vanish. Damn, the cunning Uchiha Itachi. Enraged, Uchiha Hikaru began to unleash his telekinetic powers, sweeping across the entire battlefield. He initially encircled the land within a 5-kilometer radius with an overwhelming force of telekinesis. The ground trembled and quaked, accompanied by the thunderous roar of mountains and soil being torn asunder. In no time, the very surface of the battlefield was completely severed by his telekinetic prowess, defying gravity and ascending into the air. As the ground rose, the enveloping telekinetic field began to extend downwards, ultimately forming a flawless sphere in midair that entirely obscured the battlefield. Except for light and air, nothing could escape or enter this enclosure. With control established, Uchiha Hikaru wielded his telekinesis in every direction, shattering the battlefield. Mountains, trees, rivers, and even the creatures within were disintegrated into fragments. Following this fragmentation, he further inflicted meticulous devastation, intending to reduce everything to mere ashes. At this moment, the formidable and bizarre power of Uchiha Kage's psychic abilities began to reveal itself. With no time to escape the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi found himself reluctantly forced into action. He had been on standby for quite some time, making various preparations, intending to execute a decisive strike against his opponent with complete readiness. Uchiha Itachi clearly heard the words spoken to the shadow clone. He dared not deny his actions. Even now, he remained uncertain whether his choices were right or wrong. However, the massacre of his clan had become an irrevocable fact, unchangeable and futile to lament. Thus, he silently prepared for everything, intent on eradicating Uchiha Itachi's existence. Exerting every ounce of strength to steer Sasuke's life back onto the path he had meticulously planned. The language of Uchiha Light merely serves to amplify his murderous intent. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming power of Uchiha Light in his frenzied state, he finds himself lacking effective countermeasures. The destructive force he unleashes resembles a natural disaster, obliterating all the meticulous plans he had devised during this period. Is this power truly that of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Itachi gazes upon the heart-wrenching devastation of the battlefield, his heart filled with doubt regarding the nature of reality. The psychic energy rampages throughout the entire space, and in his ailing condition, he senses the looming threat of death. Reluctantly, he must summon Susanoo to shield himself from the rampant psychic force of Uchiha Light. Chapter 19. The Civil War rages on. Uchiha Hikaru swiftly discerned Itachi's Susanoo, a resplendent crimson manifestation that rose mightily, thwarting all of his assaults. Possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the defensive prowess of Susanoo, Hikaru recognized its near invincibility. The notion of absolute defense was not mere hyperbole. At this moment, his corporeal form was insufficient to contend, and only Susanoo could oppose Susanoo. His psychic force failed to inflict harm upon Kisame, as the nature of taijutsu inadvertently reinforced the bindings of the technique. Kisame, astonished, gazed at Uchiha Hikaru as if witnessing a deity, incessantly uttering the name of his homeland. Observing Itachi unleash his ultimate technique, Hikaru reciprocated without hesitation, activating his own Susanoo to charge at his adversary. He retracted the psychic force that had been lifting the earth, causing the suspended landmass to crash down violently, enveloping the feet of Susanoo in a billowing cloud of dust. At that moment, two colossal and imposing Susanoo figures stood face to face. As Hikaru's golden Susanoo loomed before him, Itachi exhibited no sign of surprise. From the moment his ocular prowess faltered in their clash, he had come to realize that Hikaru's eyes had awakened as the Manjiki Sharingan. When the Uchiha clan loses their most cherished possessions, they attain such formidable power amidst profound sorrow. It is a cursed strength. Moreover, Hikaru, having lost everything, was indeed worthy of such eyes. In the current state of affairs, Itachi's Susanoo bore two divine artifacts, the Yata mirror in its left hand and the Totsuka blade in its right, allowing for a harmonious balance of offense and defense. While Hikaru's Susanoo wielded naught but its fists, devoid of weaponry. The two Susanoo soon closed the distance for combat, engaging in an extraordinarily fierce clash, with each exchange resonating with thunderous roars and the ferocity of their strikes. Gale force winds swept through the battlefield, uprooting debris already shattered, while the surrounding forest swayed tumultuously. The confrontation reached a fever pitch, with Itachi's Susanoo brandishing the Totsuka blade, executing techniques with unrestrained precision, each strike unerringly aimed at the head of Hikari's Susanoo, causing golden sparks to erupt with every blow. Uchiha Hikaru's Susanoo, a formidable display of strength, unleashed chaos with its limbs in a flurry of attacks. One hand deftly blocked Itachi's incoming blade, while the other hand or foot delivered a punishing strike aimed at Itachi, who skillfully deflected the assault with his Yata mirror. In this moment of turmoil, Hikaru longed to wield the power of Amaterasu, yet the immense pressure he faced from Itachi compelled him to abandon that thought. At this juncture, Hikaru, engulfed in fury, momentarily forgot to employ Tai Chi techniques, a testament to his incomplete ninja training and his limited combat experience. Moreover, he harbored a genuine desire to vanquish Itachi with his bare fists. Nearby, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding in the sky, where Uchiha Hikaru's manipulation of the earth transcended their wildest imaginations. Jiraiya, have you heard of any ninjutsu capable of levitating the very land itself? And to such an extensive scale? Orochimaru inquired as he fled. Both of them directed a portion of their attention towards the battle nearby, halting their skirmish to exchange information upon witnessing the dramatic changes above. No, I have not heard of any such abilities within the ninja world. If anyone could possess such power, it would likely be the first Hokage or the legendary Shura of the ninja realm. However, this individual does not seem to have reached that level, Jiraiya replied. And Orochimaru, do not run. I will catch you eventually. I shall not relent. He called after Orochimaru's retreating figure. On the opposite side of the battlefield, under the watchful gaze of Itachi's shadow clones, the group accompanying Sasuke came to a halt, their eyes fixed in disbelief upon the floating land, initiating their own discussions. Lord Orochimaru is truly remarkable. The Sound Village will inevitably conquer the four nations and strike fear into Konoha. One passerby exclaimed joyfully. Turning to the bound Sasuke, he added, to join Lord Orochimaru's ranks is a privilege of a lifetime. Sasuke, rendered speechless, could only stare blankly, his mouth sealed, as he contemplated the extraordinary display before him. He had believed the previous battle to be unparalleled, only to discover an even greater power at play, realizing the widening chasm in their combat abilities. As the earth began to descend, two colossal figures emerged, exuding an aura of dominance that sent a thrill through Sasuke's heart. How awe-inspiring. What is this power? Sasuke mused, sensing an innate connection, as if he too could possess such strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru ceased their pursuit at the appearance of Susanoo. They exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to a temporary cessation of hostilities. This seems familiar, Jiraiya murmured, gazing intently at Susanoo. This is the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, known as Susanoo. The legendary Uchiha Madara utilized it during his battles with the first Hokage in the Warring States period. Orochimaru interjected, displaying his knowledge. Since his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, he had diligently gathered intelligence on the Uchiha lineage, and now this knowledge proved invaluable. How astonishing that the Uchiha possessed such formidable power. Yet, did not their clan face annihilation? Who is currently fighting? Jiraiya pondered, curiosity piqued. Did your sanctuary not inform you? Not long ago, another survivor of the Uchiha clan emerged, named Uchiha Hikaru. He claimed to have evaded the massacre and escaped Itachi's grasp. A powerful individual. He recently killed Asuma Saratobi in front of Kakashi, prompting our teacher to issue a bounty on him. Dead or alive, Orochimaru explained, his interest in Hikaru intensifying. If Uchiha Hikaru has not fallen to Itachi's hand, he could be a valuable asset for my plans. Defeating Itachi through him and subsequently seizing Itachi's body would be nothing short of perfection, Orochimaru mused. So, the combatants are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Hikaru? It is no wonder that their encounter is destined for a brutal clash, fueled by the blood feud of their clan, Jiraiya realized, understanding the depths of their enmity. Yet, questions lingered. How had Uchiha Hikaru developed such prowess, and who was his mentor? To produce a disciple capable of standing toe-to-toe with Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya was eager to meet Hikaru's teacher, who must surely be a reclusive and enigmatic figure. It should be noted that Uchiha Itachi had previously been the prodigious young head of the Uchiha clan, enjoying significant access to clan resources during his formative years. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances before returning to the battlefield, each intent on gathering intelligence from this internal Uchiha conflict. Jiraiya sought to compile information on Uchiha Itachi, the most notorious rogue ninja in Konoha, while Orochimaru aimed to acquire insights into the abilities of both Uchiha combatants, preparing for his future schemes. In the distance, Black Zetsu and Tobi, disguised as Madara, were engaged in their own dialogue. Initially indifferent to Uchiha Hikaru, they were closely monitoring Uchiha Itachi, especially given that Itachi was accompanied by Tobi's ally, Kisame Hoshigaki. Tobi had been tracking Itachi's movements in real time from the outset, and upon receiving reports from Kisame regarding Itachi's sudden advance towards the Land of Sound, his curiosity was piqued. Black Zetsu joined him shortly after, coming to share intelligence. Tobi, do you believe Itachi can prevail? This Uchiha Hikaru is no ordinary foe, suddenly appearing in the ninja world with such formidable strength. Could this impact our plans? Black Zetsu expressed a sudden, inexplicable concern as he observed the intensity of the battle between the two. Itachi will not falter. His abilities and talents are unparalleled, the finest I have ever witnessed. As for Uchiha Hikaru, I concede his strength is considerable, but to triumph over Itachi is utterly implausible, Tobi asserted, confident in Itachi's prowess. Recognizing the necessity of keeping a close watch on such a formidable opponent, let us continue observing. Black Zetsu, ensure you gather comprehensive intelligence on both Itachi and Hikaru, with a particular focus on Itachi, Tobi instructed. Rest assured, when it comes to intelligence gathering, I am unrivaled in the ninja world, Black Zetsu replied. And they both directed their attention back to the battlefield, where Uchiha Hikaru and Itachi unleashed their true might. Each strike laden with their full power, at least Itachi was employing his utmost strength. The ascension of Uchiha caused debris to scatter across the ground, swept away by violent winds stirred up by the ensuing attacks, gradually vanishing from sight. All that remained was a vast crater, 5 kilometers in diameter, left by Uchiha's excavation. Such a fierce confrontation did not endure for long. Under the relentless barrage from Uchiha, Itachi's ocular prowess swiftly reached its breaking point. The form of Susanoo began to deteriorate, ultimately fading into nothingness. Itachi's body, drained of strength, plummeted from the sky. In this battle, he succumbed to his frail physique and lack of endurance, unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Uchiha. Observing this dire situation, Obito and Korezetsu exclaimed in unison. This is bad, Itachi is in danger. Before their words had fully escaped their lips, Obito vanished, hastening to the rescue. The Susanoo's fist of Uchiha Kagami surged forth towards the exposed Itachi, yet it failed to extinguish his life, for Obito arrived just in time. At that moment, Obito harbored no desire to see Itachi perish, as his grand ambition still required Itachi's formidable strength, prompting him to protect him. After all, Itachi's combat prowess was indeed considerable, and he intended to engage in dialogue with Uchiha Kagami. The darkness residing within Itachi rivaled his own, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, it was imperative to draw him into his ranks to serve his purpose. Utilizing the Kamui technique, Obito traversed the telekinetic blockade, whisking Itachi away into the Kamui dimension just as defeat loomed over him, narrowly saving his life as he bore Itachi upon his back. Upon the appearance of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Kagami was momentarily taken aback, pondering the inexplicable presence of this individual. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that Uchiha Obito was notorious for his heinous deeds, having slaughtered his own master and annihilated his clan. It was only natural for him to appear in a moment of crisis, given his collusion with Itachi in their shared malevolent endeavors. Both Obito and Itachi were the true perpetrators of the massacre of the Uchiha clan, deserving of their fates. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami felt no inclination to engage in lengthy discourse with Obito. He swiftly unleashed a Susanoo punch to convey his sentiments unequivocally. I am Uchiha Madara, your forebear. Itachi's life must be spared for now. He holds value to me, Uchiha Obito declared, standing firm amidst the impending onslaught. As the Susanoo punch approached, he regarded Uchiha Kagami with an unflinching demeanor, dismissing the impending attack. The skill Kamui proved remarkably convenient, even if one wished to eliminate him. They were compelled to endure his incessant prattling for several moments during the skill's invulnerability phase. The Susanoo of Uchiha Kagami unleashed a powerful gust of wind, carving a deep trench behind Obito. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Uchiha Kagami ceased his actions and retracted the Susanoo. While this ability indeed significantly enhances combat prowess, it also demands an extravagant toll on his ocular power. Moreover, his Susanoo must contend with the 2 legendary artifacts wielded by Uchiha Itachi. In this brief skirmish, his ocular strength had diminished by half, causing his vision to grow increasingly hazy. Uchiha Madara, such a formidable figure, reduced to parading around in a ludicrous mask? As a proud Uchiha, Madara is resolute and haughty. He would never stoop to the level of petty, base individuals who lurk in the shadows. Do you truly believe I would accept such a notion? Uchiha Kagami did not reveal his knowledge of Tobi's true identity. Rather, he found Tobi's disguise utterly ridiculous. Since you have saved Itachi, you have positioned yourself as my adversary. In dealing with foes, I have always maintained the utmost respect, sending them to their demise. Now, this self-proclaimed clown known as Madara, do you intend to meet your end? Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Kei's gaze sharpened, and a fierce aura emanated from him, directed towards Obito and the weakened Uchiha Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such disrespect towards their ancestors was unforgivable. Obito responded coldly, invoking the wood release, cutting technique, with sharp wooden spikes aimed at Uchiha Kei's heart and head. Be cautious, Uchiha Kei's ocular technique is a sealing one, and his physical prowess is formidable, Itachi weakly warned. Standing before me is your gravest error, Uchiha Kei scoffed, disregarding the incoming wood release ninjutsu. The wooden spikes were repelled by his telekinetic force, shattering before they could reach him. He swiftly initiated a Tai Chi formation directed at Obito, where a yin-yang symbol materialized beneath his feet, chains ensnaring towards both Obito and Itachi, seemingly on the brink of success. However, Obito's reflexes were equally sharp. Before Kei's Tai Chi could reach him, he activated Kamui, evading the lethal strike. Obito, along with Itachi, retreated into a different dimension, while simultaneously. The observing Kisame shouted in jest, 666. At Uchiha Kei. This entire exchange transpired in less than a second. Uchiha Kei could only perceive their movements through his telekinesis, struggling to react in time. He couldn't help but marvel at Obito's swiftness and agility. At that moment, Kei's abilities had yet to reach their zenith. Facing these seasoned veterans in the ninja world, he found himself lacking a significant advantage. His earlier victory over Asuma stemmed from inaccurate intelligence and an overwhelming display of strength, leaving the opponent unable to mount a formidable defense. In this battle, the strengths of both sides were comparable, although his telekinetic abilities were extraordinary. They faltered against opponents who could disregard damage. After all, the enemy was in another dimension, agile and elusive, while his Tai Chi required visual targeting. Thus, the limitations of his technique became glaringly apparent. He was not as invincible as he had hoped. In brief, Kamui was truly insidious. Soon, Obito manifested a kilometer away from Uchiha Kei, but within half a second, he once again vanished through Kamui. Damn it, this old trickster doesn't afford me any opportunities. Kei thought, initially planning to use his instantaneous technique to appear beside Obito, simultaneously binding him with Tai Chi before delivering a fatal blow. Perhaps Itachi and Kisame had briefed Obito about Kei's abilities, as he proceeded with utmost caution. Obito had concluded that Kei's sealing ocular technique was exceedingly formidable. He had been unable to break the seals on Kisame despite employing various methods within the Kamui dimension, as any chakra that came into contact with the chains was forcibly absorbed. According to Kisame, you're not rescuing me. You're merely reinforcing the very thing that confines me, while the nearby Samahata glared disdainfully at Obito. Realizing the futility of confronting Uchiha Kei, Obito resolved to escape with these two burdens first. As for Black Zetsu, aside from its intelligence-gathering abilities, it was essentially useless. There was no hope to rely on it. At this point, it had likely fled to a safe distance. Seeing no hope of victory, Uchiha Kei retracted his Tai Chi, choosing not to squander any more ocular power. While he could indeed pursue, both his instantaneous technique and Kamui were spatial displacement skills, equally matched with Obito's, though the disparity in ocular power was considerable. The ocular power of Uchiha Itachi has nearly been depleted, while Obito possesses full ocular strength, enhanced by the cells of Hashirama, allowing for a recovery rate that surpasses Itachi's own. At this moment, Kisame has also unleashed his full power, and the excitement of the shark skin in his presence brings him joy at the departure of the ominous entity. Kisame approaches Itachi, concerned, and inquires, "Are you all right, sir?" "Do not grieve. This battle was hindered by our lack of intelligence. However, I have gathered ample combat data on Uchiha Itachi, and next time, we shall surely defeat him." "It is nothing. I shall recover in due time," Itachi responds, blood spilling from his lips and staining his chest, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Given his injuries, a normal person would have perished countless times over. One must admit, he possesses an extraordinary resilience. The wicked may live for a millennium, while the virtuous often meet untimely ends. As for his eyes, the blood tears carve clear trails down his face. Kisame, witnessing this, feels a profound sorrow. Since their partnership began, he has never seen Itachi in such a wretched state. Itachi's eyes can barely open a sliver, rendering his surroundings exceedingly blurry. His vision deteriorates further, leaving him unable to discern distant objects, relying solely on his chakra perception. This battle has consumed more of his Mangeki Sharingan's power than anticipated, and the time left for him is indeed limited. He must reconsider his plans regarding Sasuke. Itachi is indifferent to his own physical condition. His sole concern lies with Sasuke and his future. He hopes that Sasuke can uphold the banner of the Uchiha clan and restore its honor, which remains his greatest aspiration. He wishes for Sasuke's descendants to once again become a prominent family in Konoha, just as their father Fugako had believed in him. He, too, has faith that his brother Sasuke can revitalize the Uchiha. Even if it is merely Sasuke left standing, Itachi's plans are audacious and ambitious. Yet, regrettably, Sasuke cannot be expected to spread love indiscriminately and propagate a lineage. Konoha will not allow the Uchiha clan to rise again, mired as it is in blood feuds. Itachi cannot cleanse the clan's sins alone. Future generations will undoubtedly study this history, and should conjectures arise, the seeds of calamity will take root, growing ever stronger until they bring about total destruction. Ultimately, the world of ninjas is one of formidable energy, where individual power supersedes the order established by the ordinary. Therefore, in the end, all members of the Uchiha clan shall perish, turning to dust. Chapter 20. The final battle. Having distanced himself from danger, Itachi's focus now shifts to Sasuke. Nearby, a crow clone of Itachi transforms into his true form, retrieving several shuriken from his pocket and launching them at the fleeing individuals. Itachi's throwing technique is exceptionally refined. Orochimaru's subordinates are nothing but mediocre, unprepared to evade the assault of a formidable opponent. Sasuke hears the slicing of blades through the air, followed by several pain gasps. Those advancing alongside him come to an abrupt halt and collapse to the ground. The ropes binding him are severed, and after being restrained for what felt like an eternity, Sasuke finally regains his freedom. Despite his exhaustion, Itachi is still a formidable force. The level of these lackluster foes is far beneath him, making it as easy as drinking water to dispatch them. As Sasuke frees himself, Itachi's clone shifts positions again, transforming back into a crow clone to continue monitoring Sasuke. Knowing someone is aiding him, Sasuke swiftly removes the ropes and approaches the fallen assailants, each of whom has been precisely struck in the throat by shuriken. With one lodged in their foreheads, they died instantly, without suffering. The assailant is undoubtedly a master. Sasuke scans the surroundings, finding no trace of others, which does not surprise him. The person aiding him is not one to reveal themselves easily. He then contemplates his next course of action. His mission is to find Jiraiya, who is currently on the battlefield. Above the battlefield, clouds of dust swirl, and the tumult of combat has ceased, suggesting a resolution has been reached. After much deliberation, he resolves to confirm the situation. The worst-case scenario would be to collect Jiraiya's remains. Returning the deceased to Konoha would suffice to fulfill Kakashi's assignment. Regardless, Sasuke must make the journey. He harbors concerns about being captured by Orochimaru once more, yet he reassures himself with the notion of having assistance. Judging by the prowess of the one who rescued him, they should be capable of handling a significantly drained Orochimaru. Furthermore, Jiraiya is no weakling. To truly defeat him, Orochimaru would have to pay a price. What if Jiraiya emerges victorious? That would be the best outcome, bringing him closer to fulfilling his mission and allowing him to return to Konoha. After being away for so long, he longs to see Naruto again. Sasuke decides to take a gamble. He gathers what he can from the fallen bodies, sifting through their belongings before stretching his aching limbs and dashing toward the battlefield. Itachi's crow clone witnesses this scene, and a flicker of astonishment crosses its Sharingan. It does not comprehend why Sasuke would make such a choice, especially when Uchiha Obito is still present. Uncertainty looms over whether Obito will resort to violence against Sasuke. However, Itachi lacks the strength to intervene and can only follow, observing the situation unfold, ready to call upon Obito for assistance if necessary. Obito understands the significance Sasuke holds for him and can even surmise Itachi's plans. He is not foolish. Amidst the chaos he has wrought, Uchiha Obito clears the area around him, crafting a makeshift chair to sit upon. Contemplating the gains and losses of this battle, he secretly welcomes the possibility of an ambush. It would serve as an outlet for his frustrations. In summary, his understanding of Uchiha Itachi is still insufficient, and he remains oblivious to the intricacies of ninja combat and its associated tactics. Thus, every time he appears to secure a victory, he faces a tremendous reversal. Each time he captures Itachi, it is merely a clone. He has been bested by Uchiha Itachi time and again. The extensive output of his abilities, driven by desperation, has come at a great cost. At this moment, he supports such a vast battlefield, which, visually, appears almost explosive, yet the consequence is a tremendous drain on his mental energy, rendering his cognitive responses sluggish and numb. Furthermore, his intelligence has been nearly fully exposed, making him a potential target for those with ulterior motives. He recognizes the need for a period of silence and discreet development. Propping his chin on his right hand, he reflects with a displeased expression, surrounded by an eerie stillness. Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrive on the battlefield, both silent as they gaze into the gaping chasm before them. Though they had estimated its size from the sky, witnessing it firsthand is still awe-inspiring. They quickly spot Uchiha Obito seated upon the earthen chair. From the looks of it, not a single tear has marred his attire. Undoubtedly, he has emerged victorious. And decisively so. It seems that since his defection from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi's growth has stagnated, unable to best this fledgling prodigy, such as Jiraiya's assessment. Recalling the genius Itachi was once known to be, Uchiha K sensed the arrival of others, pausing his contemplation to gaze upon Orochimaru and Jiraiya, his Sharingan remaining active, adorned with a remarkably exquisite clover pattern. As they beheld the eyes of Uchiha K, both men heightened their defenses. For the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has always been notorious for its malevolence, warranting caution. Could it be that the eternal seeker of immortality, Orochimaru, and the lecherous toad sage, Jiraiya, had come to visit? It is an honor to meet you, Uchiha K remarked nonchalantly. Uchiha K, I never imagined you could defeat Uchiha Itachi. That is truly impressive, Orochimaru replied, a hint of surprise flickering within him. Based on his understanding of Itachi, he believed the latter could swiftly eliminate him. The perfect ocular prowess combined with formidable strength had captivated him, and he held a profound trust in Itachi's abilities. The notion that Itachi had been bested was unexpected. Did this imply that Uchiha K might also possess the capability to eliminate him in an instant? A shadow of danger loomed over Orochimaru's thoughts. Thank you for the compliment. However, I still failed to take his life, Uchiha K said, his expression darkening in response to the flattery. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder I held Itachi in such high regard, Orochimaru chuckled. If you wish to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, might we collaborate? What? Are you still coveting that wretched boy's body? Did you not set your sights on Sasuke? Uchiha K countered. A glimmer of hope ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, as it seemed there was a possibility of enticing Uchiha K to join him. Yet, he was equally astonished at how deeply Uchiha K understood him. It was as if Uchiha K had been lurking nearby, monitoring his every action, even perceiving his innermost thoughts with clarity. Shall I offer my assistance? Orochimaru continued. No need. The conflict among the Uchiha is beyond your capacity to engage. You are simply too weak, Orochimaru. Uchiha K was somewhat derisive as he remarked that Orochimaru's soul appeared as fragile as an ant when confronted with Uchiha Genjutsu. You scoundrel! Orochimaru retorted, his expression darkening with ire, feeling deeply aggrieved. After all, he was one of the legendary three ninjas, renowned for his prowess. Was this Uchiha K truly blind? Unable to perceive the olive branch extended to him? Uchiha K, you were once a member of the Leaf Village's Uchiha clan, were you not? Why did you choose to kill Asuma? There has been no prior connection between you, has there? At this juncture, Jiraiya interjected. He was particularly concerned about Uchiha K's actions towards Asuma, as Sarutobi Asuma had once been a cherished junior of his. Uchiha Hikaru turned his head to gaze at Jiraiya, who wore an expression of righteous indignation. This character, who had once moved him deeply in the original tale, evoked no significant animosity in him. Out of respect for their past connection, he was willing to grant him a reprieve this time. Jiraiya, the life of Asuma Sarutobi merely serves as a repayment of a small debt. The specifics are for you to investigate. I bear no obligation to convey them. But I shall say this, Asuma deserved his fate. Jiraiya stared intently at Uchiha Hikaru's grave demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, Is that so? With no justification, is this the essence of Uchiha? Hikaru-san, as a member of Konoha, I cannot stand idly by while the perpetrator of Asuma's murder roams free before me. Please surrender, and accompany me back to Konoha to face the Hokage and seek atonement. Jiraiya, you fool, can you not see? Uchiha Hikaru harbors immense hostility towards Konoha. Why utter such foolishness? Orochimaru interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Ah, indeed, the legendary toad sage of Konoha. Such formidable will of fire. Your ability to brainwash is truly remarkable, Uchiha Hikaru retorted with a touch of derision. Orochimaru, step back, Jiraiya commanded as he prepared for confrontation. Orochimaru complied, maintaining a curious gaze upon Uchiha Hikaru. Despite the previous slight, he still harbored admiration for him, a sentiment that now only fell short of his esteem for Itachi Uchiha. Planning to escape, are we? Leave your life behind, Orochimaru, Uchiha Hikaru declared, intent on claiming a life as an offering to the heavens. Harboring such anger was detrimental to his well-being. Without further ado, his Manjiki Sharingan unleashed a Taiji seal upon the two. Jiraiya, caught unprepared, fell victim to the ambush. This young man was utterly unscrupulous, disregarding any sense of martial ethics. Orochimaru fared little better. Upon hearing Hikaru's words, he was rendered speechless, bewildered as to how he had provoked such ire, especially since he had expected Jiraiya to mitigate the situation. Who would have anticipated that Uchiha Hikaru, standing against two of the legendary Sannin, would not only refuse to surrender, but would boldly initiate an assault? The precision of his attack was extraordinary, unmistakably marking him as a pure-blood Uchiha, as confirmed by Orochimaru. In an instant, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru found themselves in a state of confusion. Once they regained their wits, they endeavored to unravel the Taiji seal using their knowledge and experience, but to no avail. They were thoroughly ensnared. A glance exchanged between them confirmed their unspoken understanding. This situation would not conclude amicably. One of them must perish. Orochimaru felt little concern, having an abundance of backup plans. A single death was inconsequential to him. Uchiha Hikaru, you are formidable. I concede defeat. This seal must be a product of your ocular technique. I never would have imagined that after your battle with Itachi, you would still possess such vigor. No, your recovery must be astonishingly rapid, Orochimaru remarked, assuming that Hikaru's current strength was merely the result of recuperation post-battle. Orochimaru, you must understand that I have no grievance with you. I have no reason to kill you, Uchiha Hikaru stated as he approached the two, now fully aware of his control over their fates. Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that Hikaru seemed to possess an extraordinary insight into his motives, leading him to grasp the rationale behind the desire to eliminate him. Indeed, Hikaru had every justification for his actions, and even Orochimaru could not dispute the validity of his claims. However, the question lingered. Was Uchiha Hikaru aware of Orochimaru's contingency for resurrection? What jutsu did he intend to employ to achieve such an end? Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. Hikaru's emergence represented a significant variable in his plans. He remained uncertain whether Hikaru possessed other enigmatic abilities, as his recent exploits had been nothing short of monumental. Yet, contemplating further, Orochimaru recalled that his resurrection techniques were intertwined with sage arts. Given Hikaru's current prowess, he should not yet have access to such realms. The sanctity with which the sage's domain regarded its legacies implied that if Hikaru truly wielded sage power, intelligence regarding it would have reached him through his connections with the Dragon's Cave. After considerable reflection, Orochimaru concluded that Hikaru likely lacked the ability to master the reanimation jutsu, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. I seek to terminate you because you have desecrated the might of the Uchiha. Your collusion with Danzo and the murder of my kin, your covetousness for Uchiha power, and the abhorrent experiments conducted upon my clan's bodies, all these reasons are more than sufficient to justify my intent to slay you. Uchiha Hikaru once again emphasized his rationale, acknowledging that the propensity for villains to be verbose is indeed a flaw, one that seems incurable. Jiraiya's reaction to this news was rather subdued. His pursuit of Orochimaru over the years stemmed from the latter's heinous crimes, which included conducting inhumane experiments on the villagers of Konoha, ultimately fleeing when his transgressions were uncovered. It was only upon learning of Orochimaru's escape that Jiraiya found the opportunity to wander the ninja world. The malevolence that Orochimaru is capable of no longer surprises him. He possesses a faint understanding of the chilling psyche of his former comrade. However, much like Kakashi and the others on the bridge, he cannot bear to witness Orochimaru's demise before his very eyes. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Orochimaru possesses numerous resurrection jutsu, a fact known to Uchiha Hikaru, who realizes he is presently incapable of vanquishing him entirely. The intent to kill this time is merely a response to the day's misfortunes, a means to vent his frustrations. With the architects of his clan's genocide, Uchiha Itachi and Obito, standing before him, he bears the heavy burden of having failed to eliminate them. He chastises himself internally for falling short compared to Uchiha Itachi and Obito, who successfully annihilated his kin, while he has allowed them to escape during his moment of vengeance and utter disgrace. Moreover, he has unwittingly divulged a wealth of information, complicating any future attempts to confront them. The myriad of extraordinary jutsu within the ninja world presents countless techniques that could potentially restrain him. Uchiha K was acutely aware that the primary reason for his predicament was his own insufficient strength, rendering him incapable of eliminating those two offspring. He resigned himself to allow them to live a while longer, as their fates were ultimately sealed. In his heart, he sought solace, while simultaneously vowing to fully execute the plan he had envisioned in honor of his fallen kin. Jiraiya had been tirelessly attempting to decipher the intricacies of the Taiji technique. Yet each endeavor had culminated in failure. The ocular jutsu he faced was unlike any seal he had previously encountered. His efforts were utterly in vain, inadvertently fortifying Taiji's confinement. His complexion grew pale as he realized that both he and Orochimaru were destined to perish here today. Turning to Orochimaru, Jiraiya remarked, "I never imagined we would meet our end on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Orochimaru, I have no regrets. At least I will have your company in the afterlife, and I shan't feel lonely. If you attempt to flee, I will pursue you." Orochimaru, naturally, did not wish to witness Jiraiya's demise, for it was a genuine possibility. Thus, he addressed Uchiha K. "Are you truly intent on killing Jiraiya? He has done nothing to betray you or the Uchiha. There is no need for his death. Spare him." He was aware that if Jiraiya were to be slain, it would only serve to hinder his own ambitions. Uchiha K chose not to divulge his knowledge of Orochimaru's potential resurrection, his tone somber, and his countenance exuded a determination to vanquish Orochimaru. With that, he intensified the output of his ocular power, and the energy absorption capability of Taiji surged to its maximum. Orochimaru experienced the might of K's ocular technique, as the glint of avarice in his eyes intensified. He began to take a keen interest in K's Manjiki Sharingan, realizing that this inescapable jutsu rendered all struggles futile, only amplifying its potency. It was exquisite beyond measure, and he yearned for it. He pondered the boundless resources he could acquire upon mastering this technique, a boon to his eternal aspirations. Of course, he coveted Itachi's eyes even more. After a minute, the Taiji technique relayed a message back. The available energy for absorption had drastically diminished, leaving Orochimaru depleted. Uchiha Itachi swiftly retracted the Taiji from Orochimaru, simultaneously unleashing a fire release, dragon flame jutsu that enveloped both Orochimaru and Jiraiya entirely. The flames persisted for a considerable duration, completely obliterating Orochimaru's corporeal form. Upon sensing that Orochimaru had truly perished, tears streamed down Jiraiya's weathered face, reflecting profound sorrow. Yet, in that moment, he found himself powerless. All his strength eluded him. Even if he possessed the formidable sage techniques, what advantage would it offer him now? After pursuing Orochimaru for so many years, he was left helplessly witnessing his demise before his very eyes, a torment that weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart. Uchiha Light observed Jiraiya's demeanor with a profound understanding. In that fleeting moment, an unbreakable bond shattered. Had Jiraiya belonged to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Light harbored no doubt that he could unleash the Manjiki Sharingan at this instant. Enough with the wailing. It's maddening. Even drained of strength, you still have the energy to weep. It seems I have been excessively lenient with you. Uchiha Light found Jiraiya's sonic assault intolerable. Do you truly believe Orochimaru is dead? Do you think such a character would face death with such tranquility? Is the Orochimaru you witnessed truly Orochimaru? Uchiha Light murmured, retracting his Tai Chi stance. With the seal lifted, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, immediately grasping the implication of Uchiha Light's words. Ah, right. Damn Orochimaru, tricking me into tears again. Just wait until I find you. I shall not spare you, you scoundrel. A spark of realization surged through his mind, and the sorrow that had consumed him was swiftly eclipsed by the fury of having been deceived. You may depart. You have not participated in the enmity against the Uchiha clan, and I have a certain admiration for your character. There is no necessity for me to end your life at this juncture. Uchiha Light returned to his seat, lost in contemplation, not even casting a glance at Jiraiya. Chapter 21. Jiraiya and Sasuke. Jiraiya felt a wave of relief, yet found himself unable to move. The Tai Chi had drained him of all vitality, leaving him incapable of escape. Sasuke finally arrived, immediately spotting Jiraiya lying on the ground, while the familiar enigmatic figure sat in the nearby chair. Neither spoke, as a myriad of questions flooded Sasuke's mind. What was happening? Jiraiya appeared gravely injured, but where had Orochimaru gone? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sasuke became vigilant, scanning the surroundings with meticulous caution, only to find an emptiness devoid of any presence. Elation surged within him. It seemed Orochimaru was either dead or had fled, ensuring his own safety. To be targeted by a creature as twisted as Orochimaru was an unbearable sensation, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, utterly powerless and anxious. Jiraiya-sama? Are you all right? Sasuke rushed to Jiraiya's side, offering support. Jiraiya gazed at Sasuke, weakly inquiring, "Why has a young Uchiha like you come here?" Jiraiya held no concern for the threat Uchiha light posed to Sasuke. He merely wondered what had emboldened the boy to approach, displaying remarkable courage. In Jiraiya's mind, Sasuke was merely an ordinary Uchiha child, and he had little reason to worry, as he was unaware of the connection between the boy and Itachi. "The task Kakashi-sensei assigned me was to locate you, Jiraiya-sama. To fulfill this mission, I had to come here and take a chance, as you are rather difficult to find. I've been searching for you for months," Sasuke replied, a hint of complaint in his tone. "Kakashi sent you, did he? Very well, I understand." Jiraiya refrained from asking further questions, mindful of the presence of Uchiha light, and continued, "I am fine, merely lacking energy." A sense of shame washed over Jiraiya. It had been a long time since he had felt so utterly depleted, stripped of all strength, and left defenseless before an adversary. The last time he had experienced such a state was during his early days as a novice ninja. The fact that Uchiha light had reduced him to this level was difficult for him to accept. With Sasuke's assistance, Jiraiya managed to sit up, rubbing his aching back to regain his strength, while Sasuke inspected his body for any wounds that required bandaging. "I assure you, I am fine. You need not concern yourself. Just remain nearby," Jiraiya instructed, and Sasuke complied, standing by. Jiraiya then turned his gaze toward Uchiha light and asked, "What are your plans moving forward? Might you share them with me?" At this moment, Sasuke began to scrutinize Uchiha light closely. Upon witnessing the crimson hue of his eyes and the four-leaf clover pattern, Sasuke's face flushed with excitement, akin to a boy confessing his feelings for the first time. "Ah, so you are also of the Uchiha clan? How did you survive? Are there other clan members still alive? May I meet them?" Sasuke inquired, his voice trembling with hope at the prospect of encountering a living relative. "Now you comprehend my identity? Surprised? Elated?" Uchiha light replied, "You rejoiced too soon. You are the sole survivor of Itachi's massacre. While I have returned bearing the will of my clan after death, I am among the few remaining Uchiha. Our lineage has been extinguished without a doubt. You must confront this reality. There is no use in evasion. Our clan has become a pitiful target, vulnerable to any and all." Uchiha light deliberately omitted any mention of strength, focusing solely on the mindset of others. Compared to the bloodlines that thrived in numbers, the Uchiha had dwindled to a mere handful, rendering them incapable of maintaining their former prestige and influence. To outsiders, they appeared woefully weak. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's previously joyous expression faltered. The mention of Itachi's name evoked memories of that fateful night drenched in crimson, a reminder of his brother's merciless cruelty. The enmity directed at Itachi was palpable in Uchiha light's demeanor. "Very well, Jiraiya, it appears you shall remain here for the time being. I will take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow for our paths to cross again. Before I depart, I offer you this intelligence. The ninja world is on the brink of annihilation. That is all I can say. Sasuke, strive to grow stronger. The future is exceedingly harsh, and the weak have no hope of survival. Your current strength is truly inadequate." With that, Uchiha light summoned a kunai and effortlessly dispatched the shadow clone of Itachi lurking in the distance before soaring away. As Uchiha Itachi lay on Obito's back, he sensed the demise of his clone, but it came as no surprise. The power of that clan member was sufficient to achieve such a feat thankfully. In his final moments of consciousness, he had witnessed Sasuke and Jiraiya together, ensuring the danger had passed, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. "Itachi-san! Itachi-san!" Kisame called out repeatedly, attempting to rouse him. Kagaya suddenly appeared beside them, checking on Itachi and addressing the vociferous Kisame. "He is merely overexerted. A few days of rest will suffice. Kid, snap out of it. He is already departed," Jiraiya remarked to the dazed Sasuke. He had closely observed Uchiha light's final actions, but the overwhelming reduction in power left him unable to glean further information. Sasuke, regaining his composure, asked, "Jiraiya-sama, do you know him?" "I did not know him before. I have only just made his acquaintance. He is quite an extraordinary individual," Jiraiya replied with a hint of exasperation. "And what is his name? What of Orochimaru? Has he been slain?" Sasuke inquired with curiosity. "His name is Uchiha Light, and he has indeed killed Orochimaru. Do not worry for the time being. Orochimaru will not trouble you again." Sasuke was left bewildered by this revelation. If Orochimaru had been killed, how could he possibly pose a threat? What of those two giants? Were they the ninjutsu of Orochimaru and Uchiha Light? "Jiraiya-sama, can you perform such techniques? Will you teach me?" "I cannot. Be quiet and allow me to rest. Now, go and procure some food. I am famished." Jiraiya opted for silence. As twilight descended, The two of them struggled to climb out of the massive crater left by the battlefield, eventually setting up a fire in a nearby forest to prepare their meal. Sasuke returned with game, and after a hearty feast, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to inquire about Sasuke's purpose in seeking him. How did Kakashi send a mere genin like you to find me? Are you truly that exceptional? I am Uchiha Sasuke. Having graduated at the top of my class from the Ninja Academy. Among my peers, my strength is indeed formidable. My highest-ranked mission was a C-rank escort task. After its successful completion, while returning to Konoha, Kakashi-sensei instructed me to leave the team and seek you out, asking me to return to the village with you. He mentioned that Konoha is currently facing a grave crisis and requires your strength. Sasuke paused his meal, responding to Jiraiya's query. Sasuke, your father is Uchiha Fugaku. Your mother is Uchiha Makoto, and you are the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi? Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically, for he was unaware that the last survivor of the Uchiha clan was Sasuke. He recalled the origin of Sasuke's name, a tribute from Uchiha Fugaku to the third Hokage. Intended to strengthen ties with the Hokage, he was astonished that Uchiha Obito had spared Sasuke's life and had maintained a relatively amicable demeanor, unlike Itachi, who had always approached with lethal intent. Hearing those names caused Sasuke's demeanor to darken, rendering him speechless. Observing this, Jiraiya quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I did not mean to bring up such painful memories. It's all right, Lord Jiraiya. One day, I will kill that man, Sasuke declared, shaking his head with resolve. The plight of the Uchiha weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart, although he had previously disapproved of the Uchiha's arrogance in Konoha. Witnessing the decline of such a once mighty clan was profoundly sorrowful. He had received information about the Uchiha's demise solely from Konoha's announcements and had lacked the time or will to delve deeper into the matter. After all, the fate of the Uchiha was of little concern to him. However, given the hostility that Uchiha Obito had exhibited towards Konoha, it was evident that the village must have committed some grave offense, possibly even colluding in the clan's annihilation. It became clear that the village was indeed facing a significant threat from Uchiha Obito. With his strength, should he unleash his wrath, the village would suffer irreparable consequences. For instance, if Uchiha Obito were to manipulate the land of Konoha as he did today, the village would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. Jiraiya then recalled Obito's ominous words before his departure, warning that the ninja world was on the brink of peril. What could it entail? Was it connected to Konoha? His thoughts whirled without resolution, leading Jiraiya to conclude that he must temporarily cease his travels and return to the village for a more in-depth discussion with the Hokage. Moreover, Kakashi surely possessed crucial information, which prompted him to send Sasuke alone. What is the nature of your mission? Tell me everything in detail. Something must have occurred for Kakashi to send you out. You mentioned Kakashi and the others were ambushed and suffered heavy losses? No. Only Asuma-sensei was killed by Uchiha Obito. The rest of us are unharmed. Upon saying this, Sasuke realized why he had been tasked with seeking out Jiraiya. Especially since Kakashi had emphasized that if he could not find Jiraiya, he need not return to Konoha. He finally understood his teacher's intentions and was taken aback by the influence Jiraiya held over the Hokage's decisions. So that's it, I see now. Kakashi is indeed a good teacher, Jiraiya mused to himself, reflecting on Kakashi's desire to leverage his strength for the protection of his student. Lord Jiraiya, will you accompany me back to Konoha? Sasuke inquired. He now recognized that Jiraiya's return was crucial to his own survival. Should Jiraiya choose not to return, he would undoubtedly be unable to go back himself. Jiraiya raised his gaze towards the sky in the direction of Konoha, with Sasuke following suit. And they both fell into a long silence. A few days later, in the land of rain, within the Akatsuki-S hospital, Uchiha Itachi lay on a hospital bed while Pain, Konan, Tobi, Kisame, and other temporarily unassigned members of the Akatsuki stood nearby, witnessing Itachi's condition. Kisame could not help but address Pain. Leader, should we place Uchiha Obito on the organization's assassination list? It is not prudent for the organization to reveal itself to the various nations at this time. Our actions must remain discreet. Currently, Uchiha Obito is under scrutiny from all major nations. Let him live for a while. The divine will pass judgment upon him. Our plans remain our top priority, and we shall allow Itachi to handle matters concerning the Uchiha when he recovers, Pain replied. Understood, Kisame murmured in agreement. After their visit concluded, they dispersed to attend to their respective duties. The five great nations soon learned of the fierce battles that had erupted in the Land of Sound, dispatching several small teams to investigate the battlefield firsthand. Detailed reports on the combat quickly emerged, shocking the high-ranking officials of each nation. The scale of the conflict and the brutality of the battlefield were beyond imagination, with many witnesses recounting the cataclysmic events. 2 battles had occurred in the Land of Sound. At the same location, with the first battle's remnants obliterated by the second. The devastation revealed the unmistakable presence of Susanoo, leading the officials to confirm that it was indeed an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan that had ravaged the site of the first battle. The participants were swiftly identified as the rogue ninja Itachi, responsible for the clan's massacre, and the rising star of the ninja world, Uchiha Obito. It was evident that these 2 Uchiha clan members were adversaries, providing some relief to the officials. If they had both been from Konoha, the morale of the other 4 nations' ninja forces would have plummeted, rendering any confrontation futile, especially with the enduring legend of Uchiha Madara still echoing in the ninja world. Konoha's sentiment was more complex than that of the other 4 nations, as half of the combatants had originated from Konoha, while the other half had once been affiliated with the village. Lord Hokage, the situation is precisely as reported. The authenticity is assured. A few days prior, the Umbu discovered that Lord Jiraiya was accompanied by Uchiha Sasuke, heading towards Konoha. As for the others, their whereabouts remain uncertain, and it cannot be ruled out that some may have perished, reported the Umbu. Has the intelligence department assessed whether anyone was killed during the Uchiha conflict? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his mind preoccupied with the current situation. After all, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were his disciples. It was unlikely they would resort to lethal measures against one another. Judging by the circumstances of the Second Great Ninja War, they presumably had not encountered any remnants of the Uchiha clan, thus remaining unscathed. The primary concern lay in ascertaining whether any Uchiha combatants had suffered casualties. Should there be any, he would devise a means to locate them, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them in their weakened state, including his former beloved blade, Uchiha Itachi. Ever since the loss of his son, Hiruzen harbored a profound animosity towards the remaining Uchiha remnants. Currently, there was no substantial intelligence indicating casualties at the scene, due to insufficient information. A proper assessment could not be made. I implore you to pardon this oversight. The head of the intelligence department bowed in apology. Enough, you may withdraw. Continue gathering intelligence on the Uchiha remnants, and if necessary, consider negotiating with other nations, Hiruzen replied, flicking the ash from his pipe. The individual obediently exited the Hokage's office. Deep in thought about the Uchiha, are we? Shimura Danzo entered, posing the question. What brings you here today? You rarely come unbidden. Hiruzen set aside his pipe in response. The power of the Uchiha remnants poses a grave threat to Konoha. I must bolster the strength of the root to pursue them relentlessly. Danzo's intentions were straightforward. Funding. That is out of the question. Konoha's finances are severely strained this year. The root will have to endure, Hiruzen insisted. You cannot be so dismissive, Hiruzen. Refer to me as Hokage, Danzo. You. Their exchange ended with Danzo storming out in frustration. Bring me the others. Hiruzen called after Danzo had departed, not even glancing back. Once he was out of earshot, he summoned those on duty. Inform Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko that their house arrest is to be lifted. Furthermore, instruct the Umbu to reduce their surveillance on Kakashi and Anko. Though the mission to the Land of Waves had confirmed Asuma's death, and the successful evacuation of the ninjas involved through memory retrieval, Kakashi's unilateral decision to release Sasuke still warranted scrutiny. During peacetime, high-ranking ninjas were required to register missions with the mission department to obtain formal approval from the Hokage, thus permitting them to execute their duties. Kakashi had clearly overstepped his authority. The failure of other J-Nin to intervene in Kakashi's actions was also a transgression. However, given that Yuhi Kurenai was his future daughter-in-law and Might Guy was a simpleton, there was no need to expend unnecessary effort. Therefore, the remaining 2 received special treatment from the higher-ups. The words spoken by Uchiha Light were met with a strict silence imposed upon everyone, forbidding the disclosure of a single word. This was due to the implications for the esteemed image of the Hokage and the stability of the Hidden Leaf Village. The higher-ups summoned a few individuals to view the situation from a broader perspective, insisting on absolute confidentiality regarding the matter, while concurrently placing these individuals under home quarantine for scrutiny. Naturally, the third Hokage would not resort to executing Kakashi. White Fang had made indelible contributions to the village and still wielded considerable influence. Although public opinion had diminished White Fang's reputation somewhat within the clan, many continued to hold him in high regard. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not take any drastic measures against the lone heir of the Hitaki clan, just as he could not directly annihilate the Uchiha clan, but rather had to orchestrate a series of calculations that would lead to their mutual destruction. Thus, for the past few months, Naruto and Sakura were left to train according to the teachings imparted by Kakashi at the Ninja Academy. Fortunately, prior to their confinement, Kakashi had entrusted Might Guy with the responsibility of helping his two students secure some missions for sustenance. Chapter 22. The return to Konoha. In the dark laboratory of Orochimaru in the Land of Sound, a sealed individual suddenly emitted a harrowing scream. The cursed seal on his body erupted with formidable power, overwhelming his will with intense agony. Subsequently, a soul emerged, consuming his tormented essence entirely. After a brief interval, silence fell over the scene. The man's skin rapidly turned pale, and his visage began to contort until it bore a resemblance to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had been resurrected. The process was simple and casual, thanks to his prior preparations. Uchiha Light, what immense power, he mused. Yet, you failed to kill me. I find it trivial. Indeed. The rebirth technique is the most effective. As he acclimated to his new body, he casually released the seals binding it. Upon stepping outside, he found his subordinates waiting for him, a throng amassed. Lord Orochimaru, the capture of Sasuke has failed. All personnel responsible for his transport are dead, and the assailant remains unknown. Sasuke is missing, reported one of his subordinates, the information of utmost importance given the significant losses incurred by Sasuke as comrades. Useless fools. Unable to guard a mere genin, Orochimaru scolded, taken aback by the unfortunate news mere moments after his resurrection. He had intended to nurture Sasuke for a few years, but it seemed a more extended strategy was necessary. Incompetent subordinates. A sidelong glance from Orochimaru was enough to ensnare the reporting subordinate with a shadowy serpent technique, binding him in place. Lord Orochimaru, spare me. The man pleaded, desperate for his life, as he had no part in the failure. He was merely the messenger. Yet, Orochimaru was unmoved by his cries, swiftly dismembering him and discarding the remains to feed his snakes. His mood had already soured from being effortlessly defeated by Uchiha Light, and not exacting revenge would compromise his villainous demeanor. What is a villain if not one who kills indiscriminately, driven by impulse without sentiment? Moreover, the strong hold absolute dominion over the weak. Killing is merely an act of will. The remaining onlookers exhibited no reaction to the death of their comrade. They had witnessed much death under Orochimaru's command, be it mortals, shinobi, or comrades. All were fodder for his experiments, nothing to be alarmed about. For the individual who had just been reborn, he had once been one of their brethren. Yet, each one had been indoctrinated by Orochimaru's notion that being reborn under him rendered their lives worthwhile. Has any intelligence arrived from Danzo's side, particularly regarding Sasuke? Orochimaru inquired of his subordinates. The group fell silent, then hastily responded, Lord, Danzo has indeed sent some intelligence, primarily concerning the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure. He also dispatched a letter, which requires your personal attention, mentioning Sasuke's current endeavor with Jiraiya en route to Konoha. One of the Jonin replied, handing the letter to Orochimaru. The Chunin exams? How intriguing. It appears fate has deemed Sasuke to be mine, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips at the news. The Chunin exams presented a splendid opportunity for infiltration into Konoha. Despite the fact that his identity as the leader of the Sound Village had already been exposed due to his confrontation with Jiraiya. However, Orochimaru was aware that his rebirth had altered his appearance considerably, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him. Lord, Sunagakure has previously invited us to participate in the Chunin exams, and we are eligible to bring a team of students. Very well. Prepare accordingly and select a Jonin to lead our participation. The Sound Village must make its presence felt at these exams, Orochimaru commanded, signaling for his subordinates to withdraw while he opened the letter to peruse its contents. Orochimaru read, the Chunin exams will soon be held in Konoha. This is an excellent opportunity for your teacher to make a heroic exit. I trust you share this sentiment. Hiruzen has grown old. Konoha requires a new leader to usher in a new will. Once I become Hokage, I will ensure the allocation of your research funding and assist you with the matter concerning Sasuke. Furthermore, regarding the recent battle, I hope you will share more intelligence, especially concerning the combat capabilities of the Uchiha clan. Do not withhold any information. Danzo's signature. That old fool is desperate to become Hokage, Orochimaru thought. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity. Konoha indeed requires some transformation, lest it be destroyed by either me or Uchiha Light. After finishing the letter, Orochimaru ignited it with fire jutsu, reducing it to ashes. At the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya and Sasuke finally returned. Lord Jiraiya, we have returned. This is Konoha. Kid, I'm not blind. The gate guards recognized Uchiha Sasuke and were about to conduct a check when a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, presenting the Hokage's orders to allow Jiraiya and Sasuke passage without obstruction. Upon verifying, the guards quickly stepped aside, permitting Jiraiya and Sasuke to enter. Subsequently, the Umbu approached Jiraiya, bowing deeply. "Lord Jiraiya, welcome back." The Hokage was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He originally intended to come personally, but is currently preoccupied with matters concerning the Chunin exams. "So he sent me to welcome you." At this moment, Sasuke glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded reassuringly, prompting Sasuke to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. I will go find Kakashi-sensei," he said before hurrying away towards Naruto's home. Finding Naruto was essential to discovering Kakashi's whereabouts. Truth be told, he missed Naruto dearly, feeling an impulsive urge to reunite. Once Sasuke had distanced himself, Jiraiya instructed the Umbu beside him, "Let us proceed. Take me to the Hokage, and until then, do not interfere with Uchiha Sasuke." "Understood. Please follow me to the Umbu. I'll lead the way, and Jiraiya will follow behind." As he gazed at the bustling streets of Konoha, he silently acknowledged the commendable efforts of his mentor. At the same time, he pondered whether the hot spring industry in the village was thriving and whether he could resolve his literary material dilemmas with a dedicated guide. They swiftly arrived at their destination, where Hiruzen Sarutobi had arranged to meet him in his office. Upon entering, Jiraiya was greeted by the sight of swirling smoke rising from behind a towering stack of documents. A shiver ran through him, affirming that the position of Hokage was a burdensome one, certainly not suited for him. "You finally decided to return. It's good to see you back. As long as you're safe. I was worried about you. At my age, I was hoping you could help alleviate some of my burdens. It's been so many years since you last visited your teacher. Jiraiya, is the outside world truly more comfortable than home?" Sarutobi put down his pipe, stepped away from his desk, and scrutinized his beloved pupil while voicing his grievances. "Come on, old man. You know how Orochimaru is. He never lets up. And I can only keep chasing him," Jiraiya replied. "Don't pretend you don't know me. I just wanted to have some fun while playing hide and seek with Orochimaru." The two exchanged casual pleasantries, strengthening their bond through light-hearted banter, before Jiraiya took the initiative to steer the conversation towards recent events. "Teacher, about Asuma, my condolences. When I faced Uchiha Itachi, I sought revenge, but regrettably, I was ambushed by that kid and was powerless to retaliate. I'm sorry, it was my inadequacy. It's all right, it's in the past. There will be opportunities to avenge Asuma," Sarutobi replied, his mood darkening at the mention of his son. "What kind of technique did Uchiha Itachi employ that even you couldn't counter?" he asked, taken aback. "It's a technique of the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess. He activated the legendary eyes of his clan during our fatal encounter. I had intended to strike while he was weakened, but he acted recklessly, launching his ocular technique at both me and Orochimaru before we could react." Jiraiya began to recount the details of his battle with the Uchiha and the intelligence he had gathered. "Itachi possesses some mysterious power that can lift the very earth of the battlefield, causing immense destruction, possibly another ocular technique of his. No, his other ocular ability has spatial attributes, allowing for rapid movement within a certain range, comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique. This insight comes from reports submitted by Kakashi and others following the mission in the Land of Waves, which the Intelligence Department corroborated." It was unexpected that Jiraiya could not contend with Uchiha Itachi. Now that the truth was known, would Itachi continue to target Konoha? Sarutobi pondered, arriving at a grim conclusion. Yes, and the village would pay an immeasurable price. This mysterious ability likely isn't a hereditary trait of the Uchiha clan. It's possible that Itachi's bloodline has mutated. He is indeed a perilous individual, Jiraiya speculated. Indeed, and according to Kakashi and others, Itachi harbors significant malice towards Konoha, and the likelihood of an attack is high. I sense something awry in the land of sound as well. Old man, did you intervene during the Uchiha massacre? Jiraiya questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Those without the will of fire are unworthy of Konoha protection. I merely made the decisions a Hokage must make, Sarutobi replied. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a heavy weight in his heart. The old man must have participated in the Uchiha massacre to some extent. No wonder Itachi held such animosity towards the village, and the old man was unperturbed, not even denying it. And what do you plan to do about Sasuke Uchiha? He is, after all, a student I brought back, Jiraiya inquired, concerned for the boy's fate. Rest assured, I will not target that child, Sarutobi assured, though he secretly harbored thoughts of possibly taking action against Sasuke. However, out of respect for Jiraiya, he could not act against the boy. especially since he hoped Jiraiya would one day succeed him as Hokage. Following Asuma's death, Jiraiya was the best option. In the matter of succession, Jiraiya ranked above Tsunade. Given their shared history, it was unlikely he would be excessively harsh on the Sarutobi clan. A comparison sprang to mind: Boris Yeltsin and Vladimir Putin, Yeltsin being one of the most notorious traitors in Slavic history. Overseeing the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the near-total loss of national assets accumulated through decades of struggle. Fortunately, he appointed Putin as his successor, allowing him to evade the reckoning that awaited traitors of the Slavic people. Well, I was just asking. I've come to know that Sasuke is not a bad kid. Throughout our journey, I learned that Sunagakure has taught him well. Aside from his desire for vengeance, he has not displayed any negative feelings towards the village. After all, he was born and raised here, and he carries a degree of the will of fire within him. Jiraiya expressed his views on Sasuke. Is that so? That's good to hear, Sarutobi replied, though inwardly he contemplated whether Sasuke might become the next Itachi, the most effective weapon in his arsenal. Considering this possibility, he began to devise plans. However, the outcome was bleak, with Uchiha Itachi knowing the truth, and now there was another individual aware of it: Uchiha Itachi himself. Because of him, Uchiha Sasuke had become a ticking time bomb. Should Sasuke grow stronger and Itachi reveal the truth to him, what choice would Sasuke make? He envisioned himself in that position. If the higher-ups of Sunagakure were plotting the annihilation of the Sarutobi clan, he would undoubtedly seek ruthless revenge, ensuring that the perpetrators paid with their blood, vowing to not cease until his goals were achieved. You haven't taught Sasuke anything, have you? Sarutobi inquired. No. Why would I? Jiraiya replied. Good. Sasuke will be taught by Kakashi. You truly shouldn't interfere. Sarutobi's question was aimed at controlling the pace of Sasuke's power growth. At the very least, it must remain within his manageable scope, ensuring that a powerless Uchiha would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Jiraiya's response truly secured Sasuke's safety. Had Sasuke received any training from Jiraiya, he could have become a potential threat to Sunagakure. The village had always adhered to a policy of discovering and eliminating threats at their inception. It was better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip through, eradicating everything before it could manifest. Of course, this task primarily fell to the root, with the Chunin exams approaching. To prevent any malicious disruptions, especially potential attacks from Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi advised, you should refrain from going out during this time. Also, don't wander about as if nothing is amiss. When you have time, come to my office and assist this old man with some administrative duties. Spare a thought for my weary bones, you rascal. Haha. We'll see. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, offering a pretense before hastily exiting. Upon observing the towering stack of official documents upon the Hokage's desk, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Considering the old man's principles, he feared that lingering any longer might lead to conscription. Thus, he dared not tarry. As he closed the door behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words before immersing himself in the remaining paperwork. Moments later, the door was unceremoniously kicked open, and Danzo strode in with an air of nonchalance. Has Jiraiya returned? And has he brought back Uchiha Sasuke? Hiruzen, hand him over to me. I shall ensure his loyalty to Konoha and mold him into a valuable asset. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Hiruzen, for the time being, refrain from targeting Uchiha Sasuke. Let us wait until after the Chunin exams. He was brought back by Jiraiya, and he is my student. We must extend him some courtesy. Danzo, I warn you, do not engage in any underhanded tactics during this period, or I shall dissolve Root. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this, Danzo retorted, before storming out once more. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi arrived near Konoha village, sensing the vast protective barriers surrounding it. However, it posed no challenge for him. With ease, he traversed the formidable defenses that typically thwart ordinary individuals, going unnoticed as he infiltrated Konoha. Upon entering the village, his emotions became a tumultuous blend. He had once lived here for over a decade, remaining intimately familiar with every aspect of it. Yet it stood as the stage for his tragedy. After assessing his bearings, he made his way towards the Uchiha clan cemetery. Indeed, he was headed there, for he sought to meet his parents and kin. He could not afford to fly. Fortunately, his telekinetic abilities granted him comprehensive surveillance, enabling him to deftly evade the patrolling shinobi of Konoha. After several hours of walking, he reached the very place where his rebirth had commenced, just as dusk fell. The Uchiha cemetery has fallen into a state of disrepair, as the villagers of Konoha did not take care in burying their dead. Sasuke's focus lies in his personal cultivation. leaving him unable to manage even this alone. The Uchiha clan has been relegated to the annals of history, leaving Sasuke as the sole remnant of his lineage in the entirety of Konoha. It is unlikely that anyone else would come here to tend to the neglected graves of a clan disdained by the village. Numerous tombs have suffered from human-induced desecration, with some even exposing their skeletal remains, most of which lie in a fragmented state, human bones scattered across the expansive burial grounds. Surrounding the area is a plethora of refuse, piled into small mountains. Konoha harbors such animosity towards the Uchihas that the remains of the clan's deceased are left to coexist with trash. Nevertheless, there are still traces of offerings, suggesting that Sasuke has paid his respects. It is heartening to see that amidst his training, Sasuke has not forgotten to visit his kin. The Uchiha burial site sprawled before him, a vast necropolis that rendered his heart numb. Nearly all of his kin lay interred here. Tears moistened his visage as he located the spot where he once knelt, bowing once more before his ancestors, striking his forehead against the earth in reverence until his tears gradually ceased. Approaching his own grave, he found the small mound had been disturbed. The garment he buried long since decayed, remnants scattered about. Chapter 23. The Roots of Konoha. On his journey, Sasuke encountered classmates from the Ninja Academy, members of other teams. He inquired urgently about Kakashi and Naruto, and they informed him that Kakashi was at home, while Naruto was in the western part of the village, engaged in a mission under Gai-sensei. Without delay, Sasuke hastened to find his companions. Upon reuniting, the two were overwhelmed with emotion. "Sasuke, you've returned!" Sakura exclaimed, rushing towards him with the intent to embrace, only for Sasuke to sidestep effortlessly. Naruto whirled around Sasuke, scrutinizing him, and Sasuke remained aloof, allowing the examination. Noticing that Sasuke bore no injuries, Naruto and Sakura finally relaxed, exchanging pleasantries and expressing their delight at his return. "In Naruto, Sakura, I need to find Kakashi-sensei. Where is he?" Sasuke's voice was filled with urgency. He was anxious to ascertain whether Kakashi had faced any treachery upon his return to Konoha, as it bore significant implications for his own perception of the village. "Kakashi-sensei has been placed under house arrest by the Hokage and has not been seen for months. We were entrusted to Gai-sensei during this time," Sakura replied, standing beside him. As expected, Sasuke thought to himself. He then asked, "Do you know where Kakashi-sensei lives?" Gai-sensei had taken them there once, but they had been thwarted by the Umbu, who forbade their approach. Naruto had been incensed, turning to seek out the Hokage, and it was only through his determination that they managed to see Kakashi-sensei, Sakura explained. "Why should the Hokage restrict Kakashi-sensei? It simply isn't right," Naruto remarked, scratching his head with a laugh. "Thank you, Naruto," Sasuke replied just as a familiar voice called from behind them. "Kakashi-sensei." The trio hurried to greet him, performing a respectful bow. "Kakashi-sensei, congratulations on regaining your freedom. I missed you. The third Hokage has done a good deed," Naruto said cheerfully. "Haha, I missed you all too. Now that Sasuke is back, let us all go for barbecue. It's on me," Kakashi announced. "Yay, Kakashi-sensei is the best. Come on, barbecue," Naruto exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, guiding him toward the renowned barbecue joint in Konoha. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, wishing to convey something. "Let us speak while we eat, Sasuke. It's the perfect opportunity to share your experiences with your comrades," Kakashi suggested, understanding the unspoken words in Sasuke's gaze. At the barbecue restaurant, Sakura and Naruto busied themselves with the grilling, while Sasuke sat beside Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, thank you. Meeting Jiraiya-sensei has made me understand your good intentions. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you." Sasuke expressed his gratitude earnestly. "There is no need for thanks. As your teacher, it is my duty to protect my students. The important thing is that you are back, safe and sound. You executed your mission exceptionally well, Sasuke. You have grown significantly during this time," Kakashi replied, ruffling Sasuke's hair. "Indeed, the world outside Konoha is chaotic. I encountered many things I had never imagined," Sasuke acknowledged. "Yes, peace is hard won. Sasuke, we must do everything in our power to safeguard this peace," Kakashi remarked, his words laden with significance. Sasuke remained silent, picking up a piece of meat grilled by Naruto, dipping it into a sauce prepared by Sakura before savoring it. Once Sakura and Naruto finished their grilling, they joined Sasuke in conversation while Kakashi took over the grilling duties. Sasuke shared tales of his travels, recounting only those experiences that left a deep impression on him. Though storytelling was not his forte, he narrated in the rhythm his mother once used when telling him tales. Naruto and Sakura were less concerned with the content of the stories than with Sasuke's well-being. However, as they listened to Sasuke's narratives, both realized the vastness of the shinobi world and the thrill of the mission he had undertaken. After their meal, the group emerged from the restaurant, clutching their full bellies. "Everyone, rest well tonight. We will assemble at the usual place at 8 tomorrow morning. Attendance is mandatory," Kakashi instructed his students. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, but please don't be late again," Sakura cautioned earnestly. At that moment, an Umbu approached, informing Kakashi that the Hokage requested his presence immediately. After Kakashi departed, Sasuke returned home alone, while Naruto and Sakura continued with their own tasks, needing to make up for the time Sasuke had delayed them. Arriving at the Hokage's office, other shinobi greeted Kakashi warmly. They were unaware of the reasons behind his house arrest. Only 4 individuals privy to the truth understood. Might Guy approached Kakashi, clapping a hand on his shoulder without uttering a word, while Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko smiled in his direction. Kakashi's social circle was extensive, and many of Konoha's elite shinobi held him in high regard, hence the joy that enveloped the room upon his return to freedom. Their concerns eased. They noted that aside from a slight melancholy, Kakashi appeared unscathed, indicating he had not endured any punishment, merely a prolonged respite at home. After some light conversation, the group fell silent, as decorum dictated in the Hokage building. Once all the Jonin were present, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the office, directing his gaze toward his immediate subordinates. He nodded to the assembly and took his seat at the head of the table. The purpose of the gathering was to announce that in 1 week, Konoha and Sunagakure would co-host the Chunin exam within the village. From tomorrow, registration would commence, providing each Jonin a week to conduct intensive training for their teams, thereby affording more candidates the opportunity to ascend to Chunin and cultivate talent for Konoha. During this period, Konoha would reimburse the expenses of each team. Though expenditures must remain reasonable and justifiable, any requests deemed excessive or unfeasible would be rejected by the finance department, which would demand modifications. Thus, each Jonin should evaluate whether their students meet the Chunin criteria. If not, participation is optional. Additionally, competitors from Sunagakure would be arriving in Konoha soon, posing certain challenges to the village's peace and order. The Umbu would primarily oversee maintaining order during the exam, while teams opting out would serve as security personnel. However, no team member should instigate conflict or provoke international discord. The preservation of peace is paramount. This time, the third Hokage refrained from smoking during the meeting, being mindful of the female Jonin present. Upon concluding the meeting, the Jonin proceeded to the Hokage Building's registration center to enroll their teams, with teachers authorized to register on behalf of their students. Students could also voluntarily register, with no cap on numbers in principle. But they must meet the required standards. This was a non-negotiable rule. Previous joint exams had seen fatalities. Thus, teachers were urged to remind students not to enroll recklessly to avoid tragic outcomes. With that, the third Hokage exited the meeting room. As each elite shinobi departed, they sought their respective students to observe their choices. Should they elect to participate, rigorous training would ensue without the possibility of regret. "Lord Kakashi, the Hokage awaits you in the office," a voice called. Upon exiting the Hokage building and preparing to seek out Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi was halted by a member of the Umbu. After listening, he paused, turning back towards the Hokage's office. The guard immediately knocked on the office door, for not everyone possessed the audacity and strength of Danzo to kick the door open unceremoniously. "Lord Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki has arrived," the ninja announced. "Allow him to enter," the Hokage replied. The guard opened the door, and once Kakashi stepped inside, he closed it behind him and retreated. "Kakashi, do you believe Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are qualified to participate in this examination?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly. "Well, third Hokage, they have only just graduated, and I have not instructed them for a few months. To be honest, I am uncertain," Kakashi responded after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, that holds merit. What are your thoughts on Sasuke? I have heard you taught him a jutsu." "Yes, in my efforts to locate Lord Jiraiya while ensuring Sasuke's safety, I imparted the lightning release, Chidori technique to him. Sasuke is quite astute. He grasped it after only a few demonstrations. However, his chakra is rather limited, making its application strenuous for him," Kakashi explained. "Quick to learn, yet lacking in strength?" Sarutobi mused softly, reflecting, "Sasuke cannot compare to Itachi's brilliance. By now, Itachi has joined the Umbu, undertaking various missions with strength rivaling that of A.J. Nin. The disparity between the brothers is rather significant. Nevertheless, If Sasuke were to display talent surpassing that of Uchiha Itachi, would I truly be able to permit a remnant of the Uchiha clan to remain in Konoha? Regarding the Chunin exam, do not make unilateral decisions. Consult your team first. At least one member from Team 7 must participate, though having all of them would be preferable. You can gauge this as you see fit. I have faith in your judgment. Yes, Lord Hokage. The conversation concluded swiftly, and Kakashi departed the Hokage building, intent on consulting his friends about the examination to make early arrangements and targeted training plans. As for his earlier intention to seek out his students, he was not in a rush, having already arranged to meet them the following day. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was scouring potential locations for his material, conducting on-site reconnaissance. Having been away from Konoha for over a decade, many were unfamiliar with him, greatly facilitating his plans. That evening, Sarutobi received troubling news. With the Chunin exam approaching, the scope and frequency of Umbu patrols had increased. Soon, they discovered alterations at the burial site of the Uchiha clan. All graves had been meticulously tended to, with even the decayed remains reinterred. The bones that had been carelessly discarded or ravaged by animals were also restored, and the refuse surrounding the graves was transported far away. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi and Danzo hastened to the Uchiha burial grounds, followed closely by Narashikaku and Midogate. The once desolate graveyard was now bustling with life. As never before had so many living souls gathered there. An Umbu stood guard at intervals among the trees, encircling the clan's south resting place. As they entered the Uchiha graveyard, a sea of mounds greeted them, lacking tombstones or flowers, only well-maintained earth mounds where bodies lay buried, clearly indicative of careful upkeep. Esteemed lords, the alterations here likely occurred between 8:10 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. during our Team S patrol interval. Given this area's seclusion, the work schedule was extended slightly. Prior to this, everything appeared as usual during our patrol, but at 8:40, my team noticed the changes and promptly reported. The Umbu subsequently activated the emergency response protocols and summoned reinforcements. Currently, aside from environmental alterations, no other signs of individuals have been detected. After hearing this, Sarutobi and the others fell into silence. They made their way to Uchiha Itachi's grave. Where only a tattered garment had been unearthed during a previous search, every other grave corresponded to a body. Sarutobi could not forget the position of this particular grave. At that moment, the side of Uchiha Itachi's grave, which had been thoroughly excavated, was being restored. Dig up the entire grave, Danzo commanded. Yes, sir. Earth release, split earth technique. A ninja transformed the soil of the Uchiha Itachi grave into rock, leaving behind a gaping hole. The group descended into the pit, sifting through the remnants, while the removed stone was turned into fine sand to search for clues meticulously. Simultaneously, Uchiha Light approached the Hokage building. Utilizing his psychic abilities to locate the secret vault of Konoha, the Book of Seals, particularly within the Hokage's office, he quickly found it. Easily evading all surveillance to pinpoint the tome's location, a compendium of advanced technologies ninjutsu within the Hokage's world. Such a vital treasure was naturally safeguarded by Sarutobi's sealing techniques, which he could not decipher, leaving him no choice but to abandon that endeavor for now. After departing the Hokage building, Uchiha Light expanded his psychic reach, commencing a comprehensive surveillance of Konoha. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto were training diligently. Sakura was assisting her family with household chores, and Kakashi was deep in contemplation. In the midst of this, Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko were bathing, as were many of Konoha's women, while Jiraiya, blushing profusely, lingered awkwardly by the bathroom door. Unfortunately, our protagonist remained oblivious to such distractions, focusing solely on whether others were engaging in unusual activities. Before long, Uchiha Light pinpointed the root organization's headquarters. He soared into the night sky, unnoticed by others. As for Konoha's surveillance department, they could only monitor chakra fluctuations to locate adversaries. He was not utilizing chakra for his flight. Upon reaching the root base, Uchiha Light activated his Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing a flurry of swift attacks that incapacitated the shinobi within moments, akin to harvesting chives. In the face of this ruthless slaughter, the root ninjas were utterly vanquished. Possessing chakra and secret techniques mattered little when they were sealed away, leaving them vulnerable to his swift strikes. After the carnage, Uchiha Light maintained control over the bodies, ensuring they remained in their slain postures. This way, they would go unnoticed for a while and without awareness. There would be no defenses, easing his concerns. In less than 5 minutes, Uchiha Light had decimated the root headquarters. This underground realm was now littered with corpses, with only a handful of living souls remaining. Even if a few sensed something amiss, the scarcity of survivors meant that cries for help would likely go unanswered. Attempts to alert others were swiftly thwarted as Uchiha Light approached them with lethal intent. The expenditure of his ocular power during these few minutes paled in comparison to the effort required to seal Orochimaru. Uchiha Guang, while dispatching his foes, could not help but voice his disdain. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Is this truly the darkest hour of Konoha? Damn it. Has the Uchiha clan been reduced to this pitiful state by these fools? How tragic. He took the opportunity to search through the Roots collection, hoping to uncover some jutsu that could enhance his abilities. The techniques obtained from the exchange were disappointingly rudimentary, with a meager chakra utilization rate. Before long, he stumbled upon the jutsu repository, where he began to rummage through the vast assortment. Employing his mental prowess, he established a 10-kilometer perimeter for early warning, facilitating a hasty retreat if necessary. True to its reputation, the Roots collection was extensive, revealing an abundance of jutsu backups. This included not only the millennia-old compendium of the Uchiha clan, but also the secret arts of other Konoha families, chakra cultivation methodologies, and practical combat training. Regrettably, the world of Hokage is one that values bloodlines above all else, with the Senju and Uchiha clans being the most esteemed heirs. While the Uzumaki clan is considered a distant cousin, both of these semi-divine bloodlines had been thoroughly exploited by the cunning machinations of the third Hokage's faction, leaving the Root with a treasure trove of jutsu that proved to be neither particularly potent nor weak, rendering them largely ineffective. Damn it, does Danzo possess hamster genes? Within the confines of the base, Uchiha Guang discovered a staggering number of Uchiha Sharingan, over 200 pairs, with not a single tomo spared. There were also wood-release cells, human organ specimens in jars, semi-dissected living specimens, complete human skeletons, and a prison housing a plethora of experimental materials. Upon his arrival, the occupants of the facility caught sight of Uchiha Guang. Most had been tortured to the brink of humanity, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons from starvation. It was, after all, a reflection of Root's meager funding. How could they afford to provide sustenance for their materials? Likely, they were fed only enough to ensure they did not perish outright. All prisoners were restrained, a precaution to prevent them from succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. Each suicide necessitated the capture of a replacement, a process that consumed considerable time and resources. Thus, Root implemented stringent measures to keep them alive for the sake of their experiments. In death, they became mere materials. In life, they served as pawns, everything meticulously orchestrated, with no waste tolerated. Upon entering Root, there was no alternative. One had to first become a subject of experimentation, with survival leading to acceptance. Many were left with barely a breath, their eyes filled with yearning as they gazed at Uchiha Guang, unable to voice their thoughts. Fur funnels were inserted into their mouths for feeding, also serving to prevent prisoners from communicating or causing disturbances. The moment each prisoner laid eyes on Uchiha Guang, they began to thrash violently, the chains binding them clattering in response. Uchiha K stood at the center of the prison. You ought to be aware that your chances of survival are non-existent. Even if you manage to escape from this place, Konoha will pursue you relentlessly to the ends of the earth to prevent any information from leaking. And they will not hesitate to endanger your family and friends in the process. Uchiha Hikari spoke, his voice soft yet commanding enough to halt the struggles of those around him. Soon, a profound silence enveloped the group. They understood his words. And those who remained were mostly newcomers, having recently entered this grim reality. The Roots experiments required a vast number of subjects, with fresh faces arriving daily from various corners of the ninja world. Some were slaves purchased for this purpose, others were bandits captured after surrendering. And there were common folk whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Among them were even politicians, warriors, and soldiers. A mix of both genders, but notably absent were the elderly and children. The frail bodies of children could not withstand the torment, leading to their swift demise. Thus, they were promptly conscripted into the experiments. As for the elderly, their fate was similarly grim. The anatomical specimens previously mentioned were predominantly children, including those from the Uchiha clan. One such specimen was a half-dissected child he had encountered during his time at the security division. This child, blind and resigned to a life of mediocrity like their kin, had mysteriously vanished at the age of 12, with the Uchiha police scouring Konoha to no avail. Despite the clan's relentless pursuit of the truth, the extermination of their lineage left the matter unresolved. Having participated in the investigation, Hikari was intimately familiar with the child's physical characteristics. Upon seeing the tiny body suspended in an unknown liquid, its organs laid bare, he recognized it instantly. Chapter 24. The destruction of Root's headquarters. Once everyone fully grasped their dire predicament, Uchiha Hikari shattered the chains that bound them. They collapsed to the ground, emitting pained groans. "Now, you are free," he uttered softly. Each individual comprehended this declaration, yet not a single smile graced their faces. A minute later, Uchiha Hikari extinguished their lives. To experience a fleeting moment of freedom before death was far preferable to a lifetime of bondage, even extending into the afterlife. This was the only solace he could offer them. In the remaining time, Hikari ransacked the Root base, taking anything of value. Supplies that could not be transported or were deemed unnecessary were utterly destroyed. Pots were crushed into shards, divided into 7 or 8 pieces. The animals within the facility, chickens, ducks, fish, and dogs, met their end, while eggs and vegetables were smashed and ground into pulp. In summary, nothing was spared. Subsequently, he unleashed his telekinetic powers to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire base. Not a single sheet of paper was allowed to remain intact. All were to be torn into countless fragments, scattering like autumn leaves, and even the notoriously resilient cockroaches met their demise. Explosive tags and other munitions were strategically placed throughout the base, ready to be detonated at a moment's notice. This was merely the second phase. And he hoped this surprise would be to their liking, Hikari mused as he exited the Root headquarters. The heads of Root ninjas were severed and arranged in a pattern resembling the Uchiha clan emblem upon the ground not far from the base. The headless corpses were manipulated by his telekinesis, kneeling in a macabre circle around the emblem. The scene was undeniably bizarre and terrifying. Having concluded the handling of his spoils, Uchiha Hikari ascended into the sky, crossing once more the protective barrier of Konoha. At the Uchiha burial site, an Ambu ninja discovered a letter among the grave of Uchiha Itachi and respectfully presented it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sir, it has been examined. It is free of toxins and safe to open," reported the ninja. The Ambu stationed themselves at a distance for vigilance. Danzo approached, dismissing his subordinates, and gazed at the letter in the third Hokage's hands. The members of the Sarutobi clan gathered around, and only then did Hiruzen unfold the letter. The letter contained but a single sentence: Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, Mido, Konoha, Uchiha Itachi sends his regards. 11 characters, yet they all understood the implications. Uchiha Itachi had indeed infiltrated Konoha. He had succumbed to madness. This wretch, who gave him the audacity to declare war on Konoha. Mido Gate's flame seethed with anger upon reading the contents. The entire Uchiha clan had been eradicated. How could a mere fortunate specter dare to challenge Konoha? One of the 5 great ninja villages? What had the 4 nations failed to achieve that he believed himself capable of doing? Was this not the very definition of insanity? The other clan leaders and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, yet their brows furrowed, their expressions complex. Given Uchiha Itachi's demonstrated strength within the ninja world, Konoha was not intimidated by his power. However, the collateral damage in the midst of conflict was an unavoidable concern. This was their greatest fear. While they did not regard Uchiha Itachi as a real threat, the potential loss of civilian lives and property was glaringly apparent. Should calamity befall them, it would inflict a significant blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation and hinder the Sarutobi clan's continued influence over Konoha's governance. The only viable course of action was to swiftly locate Uchiha Itachi's hideout, set an ambush, and eliminate him, ideally with utmost efficiency. However, selecting the right candidates posed a significant challenge. Among the elite of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya stood at the pinnacle of strength. Considering age, Jiraiya held a slight edge. While the rest of the available ninjas were mediocre at best, more fit for basic tasks than significant undertakings. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was still a mere genin. Having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and was unable to fully harness the Nine-Tails Chakra, Konoha was still wary of allowing him to use it freely. The ninjas from other clans, Hiruzen believed, might possess hidden talents, yet, given the precedents set by the Senju and Uchiha clans, would these families be willing to expose such individuals? Should they be revealed, they would become the next target of the Hokage, and their clans would likely face disbandment or a significant decline in strength, potentially leading to the grim fate of the Uchiha clan. For if the Hokage discovered that various clans had concealed such individuals, it would signify disloyalty and a threat. Numerous examples abound, such as the Senju, the Uchiha, and the Hatake and Nara clans. While Konoha's overall strength was formidable, it was predominantly composed of weaklings, relying on sheer numbers to secure victories. Otherwise, the Hokage would not emphasize the sacrifice of the will of fire, which merely encouraged people to face certain death for the benefit of the higher-ups. Danzo, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, handing the letter to Danzo and the others for their perusal. Without a doubt, Uchiha Itachi has marked Konoha as his target for vengeance. Every inhabitant here is an object of his wrath, not just our clans, Danzo replied. Hiruzen, we must prepare, quelling this danger before it burgeons. Is there a specific execution plan? Hiruzen pressed. There is, but it hinges on locating him. Without that, no plan, no matter how well crafted, will bear fruit, Danzo responded. Shikaku, upon your return to the intelligence department, devise a strategy to uncover this rat. Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen instructed his chief advisor. Once Shikaku accepted the task, Hiruzen added, Anbu, stand down and resume your patrols. Ensure the enemy has no opportunities to infiltrate. Let us return as well. The senior officials of Konoha reconvened at the Hokage building to deliberate in private on how to counter the threat posed by Uchiha Itachi while simultaneously organizing the upcoming Chunin exams. Given the current circumstances, Uchiha Itachi's intentions to disrupt the Chunin exams were painfully evident. They had to prepare, should the Sand Ninjas suffer significant casualties during the examination. A conflict between the two nations was inevitable, leading to widespread devastation and the end of peace. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, typically a proponent of peace, willing to sacrifice anything for it, save for his own clan, felt a surge of murderous intent toward Uchiha Itachi. One was a vengeance for a lost child, the other a disruption of his ideals, shattering the peace of Konoha and undermining his authority and achievements. Such a person had no right to exist. Upon entering the conference room, Danzo confronted the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you are incapable of managing the threats facing Konoha. It is time for you to step down. Once I assume the role, I will unify all of Konoha's forces. A mere specter of Uchiha will not stir any significant turmoil, nor will Konoha suffer great losses. The others remained silent. Danzo had made such remarks on numerous occasions. Though unpalatable, the Hokage had tolerated them each time, and this instance would likely be no different. The prospect of Danzo becoming Hokage was unacceptable to several clans. It was unthinkable. Given Danzo's past actions, what gave him the audacity to seize the highest power in Konoha? Did he possess the people's trust? Did he wield influence over public opinion? Did he have loyal factions? None whatsoever, only the pervasive resentment throughout Konoha and a penchant for incessant prattling. Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds. This is not for you to decide. Focus on your role as my advisor, Hiruzen replied coolly. Danzo's irritation was palpable. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and sat back down, awaiting others' remarks, hoping to exploit any weaknesses to vent his frustrations. Notify the Barrier Division to inspect Konoha's protective barriers for vulnerabilities. Ascertain the potential entry points for Uchiha Itachi. Additionally, the AMBU and other departments must conduct thorough investigations of all new arrivals in Konoha. Be cautious. Do not reveal your presence, especially not to incite distrust among the participants. Mark all suspicious individuals for post-examination handling. Furthermore, elevate the security levels, recalling forces from the borders to safeguard the village. Alert all major clans in Konoha to enhance their vigilance. Uchiha Itachi may target them, and intensify patrols and alerts in the heart of Konoha. High-ranking officials must ensure their protection to avoid assassination. As the meeting concluded, each member returned to their respective homes. At that moment, an AMBU entered the Hokage's office to relay the latest intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen halted Danzo, stating, "There has been an incident at Route, and it occurred recently." "Damn it!" Danzo exclaimed, his agitation evident. "How could my hidden base be discovered?" Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no heed to Danzo's outburst and led him toward the Route headquarters. This matter required Danzo's involvement alone, as it was inappropriate for other high-ranking officials to engage with such sensitive information. Upon arriving at the Route headquarters, they were met with a grim sight. Human figures arranged in kneeling positions, their heads displayed as grotesque artwork. The sight of those images, which should have been consigned to memory, sent shivers down the spines of both the third Hokage and Danzo. "Sir, the inspection is complete. There are no survivors. The enemy showed no mercy. All valuable resources have been destroyed, and the base is littered with explosive tags, which our subordinates are currently dismantling." The dark-clad ninja approached the two individuals to deliver an intelligence report. Upon hearing the news, Danzo felt a wave of despair wash over him. The Route base he had painstakingly cultivated had been utterly annihilated, leaving him with a mere fraction of his former strength. This revelation struck him deeply, nearly drawing tears from his eyes. Without the Route, what leverage did he possess to vie for the position of Hokage or to assert dominance over the other prominent clans? It was over, everything was lost. Yet, Danzo's anguish was somewhat premature. High above, Uchiha Itachi monitored the arrival of the third Hokage and Danzo, forming a hand seal in preparation. Outside the root base, a violent explosion erupted before all present. A mushroom cloud ascended into the night sky, casting ominous shadows, while shockwaves hurled debris in all directions, devastating the surroundings of the base. The Umbu, encircling the third Hokage and Danzo, hastily formed multiple earthen barriers to shield against the onslaught, but the explosion still claimed the lives of several Umbu and left many others wounded. The deafening blast awakened all of Konoha, prompting the civilians, haunted by memories of the Nine-Tails attack, to instinctively rush towards the shelters. Under the guidance of Konoha's ninja, the entire populace began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the air was filled with chaos, cries, and lamentations echoing throughout every corner of the village. As the explosion subsided, the ninjas dismantled the earthen barriers, revealing a vast crater where the base had once stood. Its former structure was now entirely obliterated, and those who had entered beforehand were lost without a trace. Uchiha, this prodigal son, has expended all the explosive tags, resulting in a tremendous and astonishing force. My lord, this, remarked the Umbu agent who had just reported, swallowing hard in disbelief at the scene before him. The original site had vanished due to the explosion, revealing a vast pit filled with countless corpses, encompassing individuals of all ages and genders. The blast had scattered some remains far and wide, with numbers beyond estimation, certainly exceeding 100,000. This spectacle sent shockwaves throughout all present, igniting boundless fury and murderous intent within their gazes directed at Danzo. In light of this scene, the third Hokage could not afford to wallow in sorrow over the losses of his Umbu. He hastily turned to Danzo. Danzo, is this the result of your actions? I hereby order the revocation of your position as Hokage's advisor. Seize Danzo and escort him to his residence. Without my command, he is forbidden from entering or leaving. He shall reflect on his misdeeds in solitude. The third Hokage, striving to mitigate the damage and protect Danzo, acted preemptively to remove the deeply pained Danzo from the fray. Danzo made no attempt to resist. He understood that any opposition would be futile. Once evil is laid bare, one must bear the consequences. You all, ensure that everything before you is handled appropriately. Forget this incident. Do not disseminate it casually. Any violators will face execution. This matter concerns the peace and order of Konoha and must remain concealed. Do you comprehend? Understood. The assembled ninjas replied in unison, acknowledging the esteemed reputation of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha, recognizing that all his actions were aimed at preserving its peace. Conversely, if this event could shock even the Umbu, who regarded life and death with indifference, what would it do to the populace? Would they not question the governance of the Hokage, the very cornerstone of Konoha's peace? Such a revelation could unleash a political and public uproar, sowing turmoil and unrest within the village. Given the fragility of peace, they had no choice but to obey their superiors and bury the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart ached. His anguish mirrored that of Danzo. Konoha relied on two branches of enforcement, one overt and one covert, working in tandem to sustain its unique governing order, a painstakingly established necessity for peace. The significant loss of the latter signified a weakening of Konoha's strength. How could he not grieve? As for the heaps of corpses, he felt only a modicum of concern. Danzo could justify his actions as being for the betterment of Konoha, asserting that the sacrifices made were valuable and thus understandable and forgivable. Yet, he was acutely aware that the sentiments of those below him might not align with his perspective. Hence, it was imperative to suppress this instability swiftly. The root must be rebuilt. It was his meticulously crafted Fade, an essential force for maintaining Konoha's peace and a means of intimidating and subduing other clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance was inextricably linked to the root and Danzo. Danzo was his greatest asset in basking in public approval, a reality Hiruzen had grown accustomed to and relished. He could not afford to abandon the root, especially now that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving Konoha's animosities in need of a new focal point. Danzo and his root would serve that purpose. Without them, the resentment and discontent of Konoha's populace would inevitably be directed at the third Hokage, a scenario he could not permit. However, the reconstruction posed a formidable challenge. The dissatisfaction of the Fire Country's daimyo towards Konoha had become increasingly apparent, particularly following the death of Asuma, which severed the ties between the Sarutobi clan and the daimyo's estate. Securing financial support from the daimyo was, at best, a distant prospect, especially given the negative impression they held of Danzo. Contemplating the necessary expenditures, Saratobi felt a deeper pang of sorrow. He calculated the financial, material, and human resources required to rebuild the organization. Among these, manpower was paramount. In the past, Danzo had scoured various clans for recruits, and the drastic transformation of their kin upon joining the route had left those families heartbroken. Should another recruitment drive occur, it might incite rebellion among those clans. Furthermore, the invaluable experimental materials, such as the Uchiha clan Sharingan, had likely been decimated in this incursion. This setback made it clear that the route could no longer reach its previous heights unless one were to recklessly infuse it with resources. For now, the focus lay on Danzo's subsequent actions, hoping he could restore the route's scale and strength, rejuvenating the vital limbs of Konoha. After addressing the situation, he observed as the Umbu ninjas utilized earth release techniques to relocate the victims' remains to deeper subterranean depths, ensuring they would go unnoticed. Only then did the third Hokage feel a sense of relief as he returned home, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. As for Danzo, once confined to his home by the Umbu, he unleashed his rage, demolishing everything within reach while cursing Uchiha. He found it unbearable to cope with this loss. Overnight, he plummeted from Konoha's second most powerful figure, his control and influence waning dramatically. His standing fell even below that of Tsunade and Mito, a reality intolerable for someone accustomed to wielding life and death over others. Chapter 25, Summoning Itachi. Arranging the Chunin exams, the Hokage's Umbu proceeded to disseminate propaganda throughout the village, dispersing the citizens still flocking to shelters. They emphasized that Konoha had not been attacked. The explosion was attributed to the mismanagement of a warehouse storing explosive tags, resulting in a catastrophic detonation that claimed the lives of the guarding ninjas. There were no civilian casualties. The explosion merely produced significant noise. The Hokage urged everyone to return home, to safeguard their children and finances to prevent further losses, while simultaneously apprehending or even eliminating those who attempted to exploit the chaos. Thus, an event that should have reverberated throughout Konoha gradually subsided. Uchiha stood aloft, observing the commotion among the villagers of Konoha, and could not help but marvel at the third Hokage's remarkable ability to govern, earning deep affection and trust from the people. Truly, he had thrived for decades, basking in the warmth of admiration, masterfully cloaked in a fade. However, it was imperative that he stirred the pot a little, for maintaining such tranquility among the populace could not come without a touch of intrigue. In the shadows, Uchiha Hikaru struck ruthlessly, claiming the lives of unsuspecting ninjas with a deft throw of his shuriken, leaving his victims either gravely injured or lifeless. Under the influence of his telekinetic prowess, the shuriken maneuvered with eerie precision, resulting in the demise of over 100 ninjas within a single night. His wrath was not directed towards civilians. For him, exterminating mere ants held no significance. The limited number of fatalities was primarily due to the fact that the slain ninjas met their end in full view of others, their shocking fates inciting widespread chaos. Upon learning of these events, the third Hokage quickly deduced that Uchiha Hikaru was operating nearby, initially contemplating a swift and decisive ambush. He realized that the suddenness of the attacks left his forces ill-prepared. Sending reinforcements now would only lead to further loss. Thus, he commanded that civilians be managed carefully while the remaining ninjas banded together to ward off potential assaults. After all, the efficiency of Uchiha Hikaru's slaughter instilled a palpable fear among the ninjas. In the face of such adversity, the village of Konoha found itself challenged by a formidable adversary who lurked in the shadows, ever ready to strike down any inhabitant. The village's strength was fragmented, unable to mount an effective defense, especially with many of its elite warriors having already perished. The third Hokage was compelled to consider summoning those skilled ninjas who had wandered beyond the village's borders, such as Tsunade and even Itachi Uchiha. Yes, the very perpetrator of the Uchiha clan massacre was among his considerations, as he had once been a staunch ally. According to Jiraiya's intel, during the Uchiha civil war in the Land of Sound, Itachi had suffered a narrow defeat. However, his demonstrated abilities suggested that he was not significantly inferior to Uchiha Hikaru. Itachi could potentially withstand Hikaru's onslaught. The third Hokage's current strategy mirrored his previous one, to have an Uchiha confront another Uchiha, thereby distancing himself from direct involvement. Yet, the decision to recall Itachi was fraught with risk. Itachi had been out of his watchful gaze for over 6 years, without the continuous influence of the Will of Fire. Could he still be considered a weapon under the Hokage's control? Was Itachi truly trustworthy? Would he rebel against the very people who had coerced him into the massacre of his kin? These uncertainties loomed heavily in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, particularly given the close ties between Asuma's death and the Uchiha clan. He himself harbored a desire for vengeance against the Uchiha, a sentiment that Itachi would certainly perceive. Would Itachi be willing to once again eliminate the remnants of his own bloodline for the sake of the Sarutobi clan and the village of Konoha? Would he find such a sacrifice worthwhile? After prolonged contemplation, the third Hokage resolved that regardless of the risks, the threat posed by Uchiha Hikaru was undeniably real. Itachi would be summoned to lie in wait, poised to counter Uchiha Hikaru. Should Itachi succeed in eliminating the threat, he and any remnants of the Uchiha clan he spared would ultimately require eradication, thus removing this peril once and for all. The Uchiha clan's inability to integrate into Konoha has become an unyielding decree of fate, leaving one powerless in its wake. After all, compared to the unpredictable prowess of the rising Uchiha, Itachi is acutely aware of his own limitations. Consequently, Konoha can devise strategies to counter him with relative ease. For instance, the use of Uchiha Sasuke as leverage against Itachi highlights a conspicuous weakness that lies firmly within their grasp, making it simple to manipulate. The third Hokage now feels a profound sense of relief for not having eliminated Uchiha Sasuke at the outset, nor having placed undue blame upon him. This serves as a promising foundation for recalling Itachi. At the very least, from this perspective, Itachi is likely to trust the higher echelons of the Hokage, refraining from rash actions. With resolve, the third Hokage personally sought out the archives, locating the emergency contact for Itachi and promptly relaying the urgent message of Konoha's peril and the need for swift protection. This endeavor was undertaken personally. The existence of Itachi is a closely guarded secret among the higher-ups, and it could not be entrusted to mere subordinates. On the following morning, the Umbu gathered the remains of their fallen comrades, each exuding an aura of profound sorrow. Their animal masks obscured their faces, leaving it uncertain if any tears were shed. Yet silence reigned as they meticulously prepared the bodies for burial. The remains were gently placed into coffins and transported to the Konoha Heroes Cemetery, where their families awaited to pay their respects. Once the arrangements were complete, the Konoha forces initiated a comprehensive sweep of the area. The 7 prominent clans and their affiliated families deployed numerous ninjas throughout Konoha, commencing identity checks. Those lacking valid reasons or entry permits were apprehended on the spot and confined to Konoha's prison. Given the vast expanse of Konoha and the multitude of individuals traversing its grounds, such inspections could not be completed in a short span. To expect to locate Uchiha through this operation was nothing short of fanciful dreaming. This endeavor served merely to placate the families of the victims. A sordid performance of political artifice. A few days prior, in the Sand Village, Orochimaru hastened his journey, arriving with a lucrative bribe to secure an audience with the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The 4th Kazekage, adept in the use of magnet release, sand gold, commanded formidable power over the one-tail, Shikaku, even in its rampaging state. Under the pretext of defeating Konoha, Orochimaru engaged in clandestine negotiations with Raza. The first round of discussions established the operational plans, while the second round involved Orochimaru designating a location for secret deliberations on the distribution of post-operation profits. In light of Orochimaru's candor and the substantial benefits presented, Raza readily acquiesced. However, he was unaware that once Orochimaru confirmed his presence, an immediate and powerful ambush was launched by Orochimaru and his subordinates. With prior knowledge of Raza's strength, he was swiftly vanquished. Orochimaru then removed Raza's skin, performing an astonishing transformation to assume his identity, thereby seizing the reins of power within the Sand Village. Upon his return, Orochimaru promptly convened the Sand Village's high-ranking officials. Armed with intelligence gathered on Raza beforehand, his disguise went undetected. He proclaimed that the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha would present an excellent opportunity to vanquish the village. Given that both the Sand Village and Konoha were relatively weak, they would not be on high alert against the Sand Ninjas. Furthermore, with the backing of Orochimaru, a former disciple of the 3rd Hokage, providing combat strength and intelligence support, and the assistance of a mysterious figure within Konoha's upper echelons, the probability of success for the Sand Village's infiltration during the exams was significantly heightened. This marked the first occasion since the Sand Village's inception that they held a decisive advantage over Konoha in terms of combat strength and intelligence, a chance not to be squandered. After weighing the potential gains and losses, the Sand Village's leadership was successfully persuaded by Orochimaru, who began crafting and dispatching troops for a surprise assault on Konoha. Concurrently, Raza would lead relevant exam candidates from the Sand Village to Konoha to partake in the exams. Tasked with diverting Konoha's high-ranking combatants to facilitate the Sand Force's plundering and destruction plans, candidates would be subject to unrestricted conscription during the conflict, participating in the assault on Konoha. The objectives of this surprise attack were fourfold: to shatter the peace Konoha had maintained, to disrupt its burgeoning economic power, to rob the affluent, thereby alleviating the financial plight of the village and its inhabitants, and to demonstrate the Sand Village's might to the shinobi world, deterring potential threats while bolstering its reputation. Additionally, it aimed to weaken Konoha's combat capabilities, laying the groundwork for a future offensive against the Fire Country. Orochimaru's ambitions and the tangible benefits of defeating Konoha ultimately resonated with the Sand Village's leadership. With collective strategizing, the war plan was swiftly refined, encompassing attack routes, retreat paths, gathering points, and logistical support, all meticulously arranged and assigned to designated individuals. They concurred with Orochimaru's proposal to employ the one-tailed Jinchuriki as a trump card in the Chunin exams, while simultaneously instructing border forces to maintain only minimal vigilance, allowing the main contingent to covertly traverse through the land of rivers towards the border with Konoha. All personnel were mandated to assemble at designated points near Konoha by a specified time, with strict orders that any breach of secrecy would result in death. This represented a grand maneuvering and infiltration operation within the shinobi world, and Orochimaru also dispatched personnel from the Sound Village to assist. The timing of the surprise attack was to be determined by Orochimaru, who would signal when to breach Konoha's protective walls. The Sand Forces would enter through the breach, while exam candidates would be required to unconditionally cooperate with the village's operations. Leading Chunin could disclose limited information regarding the operation before its commencement. Once inside Konoha, the entire force would operate freely, generating as much commotion as possible and reaping maximal rewards. This operation was dubbed the Konoha Collapse Plan, a name that met with unanimous approval. In Konoha, Kakashi gathered once more with his students. Observing his young disciples, he extended an invitation to battle, specifying that this engagement would not require teamwork. It would be a one-on-one test of individual prowess. Upon hearing this, aside from Sakura, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, Sasuke and Naruto were eager, both wishing to showcase their recent progress. Kakashi, relieved by the sight, noted that despite his recent confinement, they had not grown complacent. They had all diligently trained, and now was the time to assess their results. The battle concluded swiftly. Naruto had shown little change, his shadow clone technique dazzling, yet still relatively basic, although his physical skills had improved considerably, albeit in comparison to lower-ranked ninjas. As for Sasuke, he had mastered Chidori and could proficiently use C-rank fire release techniques, though his limited chakra hindered his endurance. His physical skills had also seen significant growth, and his throwing techniques had become more refined. As for Sakura, she remained at her current level. The aforementioned trio, prior to encountering their esteemed mentors, the legendary Sannin, had all experienced relatively slow growth, with no remarkable leaps expected in the near term. While battling his students, Kakashi continually assessed the gap between them and ordinary Chunin, realizing that since the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke had made the most substantial progress. After all, having taken lives during his travels, Sasuke's attacks were imbued with a subtle aura of lethality, and his demeanor exuded coldness, instilling a sense of intimidation in ordinary folk. Naruto retained his optimistic disposition, but his array of unconventional tactics was ever evolving. What he could not conceive, an enemy would find even more bewildering. And Sakura? She remained as she was. Growth has been orderly, yet in comparison to the previous two individuals, it may still seem quite formidable. With evaluations established, Kakashi formally communicated the information regarding the Chunin exams to his disciples, urging them to seize the opportunity to enhance their skills. As for teaching them various ninjutsu, Kakashi deemed it too challenging. He possesses a vast array of techniques, yet most are unsuitable for these particular children. Sakura, with her average chakra, embodies the qualities of a Chunin, yet her control is exceptional. However, she will struggle to learn ninjutsu, and even if she does, her chakra reserves fall short. Naruto, possessing frightening chakra, suffers from poor control, rendering his efforts in learning ninjutsu largely ineffective. He is unlikely to grasp anything in just a few days. Sasuke, with limited chakra, demonstrates excellent learning ability. For now, it is unwise for them to divert their focus towards mastering too many techniques. He merely needs to refine what he already knows to comfortably pass the Chunin exams. Dismissing the team, Kakashi instructed his disciples to refrain from undertaking any missions for the next few days, directing their energies primarily towards strengthening their abilities in hopes of achieving commendable results in the exam, thereby bringing honor to Konoha. Subsequently, Kakashi hastened to the Hokage Tower to register his students and secure a substantial amount of funding for their logistical support. From that point onward, Kakashi diligently monitored their training daily, the usual scene being him engrossed in a book while his students toiled away, sweating and shedding tears. On one particular day, after completing their training, the trio bid farewell to Kakashi and made their way towards a ramen shop. This was a culinary delight highly recommended by Naruto, his favorite, and he insisted that their meal today be at Ichiraku Ramen. Sasuke remained indifferent, and Sakura was content simply to be near Sasuke. Thus the location was settled. Naruto, brimming with joy, hopped ahead, leading the way. As they passed a large bathhouse, Sasuke's keen eyes spotted a familiar white-haired man, Jiraiya, who was diligently gathering materials, his face flushed. He approached Jiraiya and greeted him. "Lord Jiraiya, long time no see. What are you up to?" Sasuke inquired. "Ah, Sasuke, these are your teammates?" Jiraiya responded, his body jolting momentarily, caught off guard as if he were a miscreant caught in the act. Recognizing Sasuke, he sought to alleviate the awkwardness by inquiring about the others. After all, they were standing beside the women's bathhouse. "This is Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki, my teammates and companions," Sasuke introduced. "Sasuke, is this the person you wandered for months to find, Lord Jiraiya?" Sakura asked curiously. "This is the legendary master? How could he possibly be near a women's bathhouse?" "He truly is just a lecherous old man," Naruto chimed in, picking his nose. Due to Sasuke's mission not being officially registered by Konoha, it remained unacknowledged. Sasuke did not overly conceal details, thus his teammates had a basic understanding of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, displaying indifference towards Sakura, felt a spark of recognition upon hearing Naruto's name, which evoked thoughts of his former students, Minato and Kushina. He regarded Naruto intently. "How strikingly similar. Just like you, Minato. But why is he so short and lacks vision? That I simply cannot accept," Jiraiya mused internally, yet seeing Naruto's spirit brought him joy. His intelligence had already informed him of Naruto's status in Konoha, leaving him somewhat disgruntled, unable to fathom his former students' motivations. However, witnessing Naruto's current demeanor indicated he had not been crushed by past experiences. He remained vibrant and full of life. Much like his father, Minato, despite the latter's diminutive stature. Upon realizing they had identified him, Jiraiya immediately adopted a characteristic pose, exclaiming, "I am the manly Jiraiya, and I shall never be seduced by feminine charm. A handsome man like me causes women to swoon effortlessly. Ha! What a boast." For he was indeed a lecherous old man. Naruto turned to survey the surroundings, reassessing Jiraiya's character. "This is definitely not my disciple, that rascal Naruto," Jiraiya muttered, embarrassed by Naruto's antics. "Naruto, I am the renowned heir of Mount Maiboku, having trained under the legendary sage, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya." He insisted defensively. "More like the lecherous sage," Naruto retorted, promptly conjuring a catchy nickname that he deemed superior to his father's. "Pathetic, pervert," Sakura added, echoing their sentiments. They had yet to witness Jiraiya in action, lacking the basic respect one ought to have for a formidable figure. Nonetheless, Jiraiya bore them no ill will. One was his disciple, and the other was merely a companion of his student. Thus he felt no inclination to hold any grudges against Sakura. However, the situation was undeniably awkward, prompting him to seek an excuse to depart hastily. As for Sasuke, having experienced Jiraiya's nature previously, he was under no illusion that Jiraiya would behave himself on the return journey. Quite the contrary, Tsunade was a gambler, and Jiraiya, too, was a connoisseur of fine establishments. When it came to spending money, he showed no restraint, indulging those beautiful temptresses. Most of Sasuke's funds had been funneled into Jiraiya's and his romantic interest pockets, leaving him feeling pained at the thought of payment. Due to the incident involving Uchiha Itachi, Konoha had significantly heightened its security measures, with an abundance of patrolling Umbu personnel. However, they did not trouble the few individuals present, as Kakashi's influence meant that Naruto and the others were well-known and familiar faces to the Umbu. In fact, even when they witnessed Jiraiya peeping at the women's bathhouse, they dared not intervene, having received prior instructions to turn a blind eye as long as no significant disturbances occurred. After all, the majority of women frequenting the bathhouse were civilians, and the noble families had already been informed to avoid public bathhouses and hot springs during this period. Furthermore, Konoha had its own circle of acquaintances for Jiraiya. How could they not offer him protection? After Jiraiya's departure, Naruto and his teammates indulged in a hearty meal at Ichiraka Ramen. Following their repast, they each returned home to dedicate themselves to their respective training regiments. In the lead-up to the Chunin exams, Orochimaru, disguised as Raza, successfully escorted the representatives of Sunagakure to Konoha. To demonstrate respect, the third Hokage personally welcomed Raza. The fourth Kazekage. The two parties engaged in amicable discussions at the Hokage building, issuing a joint declaration regarding the upcoming joint exam. Both sides concurred that this examination would serve to enhance bilateral relations and fortify mutual friendship, having far-reaching implications. The arrival of Raza made headlines in the Konoha newspaper on the very day he reached the village. Konoha meticulously registered each participant from Sunagakure, issuing them special identification that documented their essential details, including appearance, age, and gender. Holders of this identification were permitted to move freely throughout most of Konoha for the duration of its validity, with Konoha ninjas instructed not to impose any undue hardships upon them. Beyond the protective barriers of Konoha, the designated assembly point for Sunagakure's forces was established. Teams arrived in succession, and to conceal their movements, Sunagakure meticulously eliminated any potential targets that might expose their whereabouts along the way. Those who arrived early were dispersed to different locations for standby, thereby minimizing the risk of detection. Sound Village and the Umbu began to provide corresponding logistical support. Although the main base of the Umbu had been destroyed, their forces were not entirely concentrated in Konoha. Smaller teams remained active beyond the village's borders, despite significant losses. Remnants of the Umbu still existed outside, and Danzo continued to maintain a level of activity. Some mid-level leaders within Sunagakure expressed skepticism regarding this operation, fearing it might jeopardize the fragile trust established with Konoha, undermine the spirit of internation agreements, and hinder the future development of Sunagakure. After all, they believed the village held no moral high ground. However, the higher-ups had their own considerations. The Wind Country was vast yet weak, characterized by harsh conditions, barren land, and impoverished citizens, further exacerbated by deliberate targeting from the feudal lord. The plight of Sunagakure had grown increasingly dire. At this juncture, they feared little left to lose. If they did not provoke some significant upheaval in the ninja world, instill a sense of crisis in the feudal lord, and strengthen financial investment in their village, Sunagakure could foresee a future of diminishing strength, with the potential for national collapse. The resolve among the higher ranks regarding this military action was unwavering. The ninja forces were mandated to execute the tasks assigned by the leadership. Success was secondary. As long as Konoha suffered losses, Sunagakure would emerge victorious. One need only recall how, in the past, Kumogakure, despite lacking justification, used the assassination of their ambassador in Konoha as a pretext to compel Konoha to eliminate the Hyuga clan leader, demanding retribution for their envoy's life. Though Hinata Hisashi survived, it was only due to having a twin brother to shield him from harm. This incident catapulted Kumogakure to immense prominence within the ninja world, elevating their influence to nearly equal standing with Konoha overnight. From a broader perspective within the ninja world, Sunagakure identified Konoha as the most advantageous target for acquiring resources and prestige, with no alternative in sight. Konoha's wealth was a source of envy for many struggling villages, inciting a primal urge akin to that of workers wishing to hang capitalists out to dry. Furthermore, the citizens of Sunagakure endured relentless drought and sandstorms, suffering from inadequate food and water, living in dire conditions. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of Konoha thrived in a lush environment, rich in resources and happiness. Was this just? Was it fair? It was only natural for anyone to desire to strike back at Konoha. In summary, the forces of Sunagakure entered a state of war, and the conflict had become inexorable. In the Land of Rain, at a base of the Akatsuki organization, following treatment at a local hospital, Itachi Uchiha's condition had significantly improved. However, the durability of his Mangeki Sharingan had undoubtedly diminished, and his physical condition was far from what it once was. Comparatively, Itachi was now somewhat weaker, and a rematch against Shin Uchiha might not yield a favorable exchange ratio of losses. Nagato, recognizing Itachi's recent exhaustive battles, refrained from assigning him new missions, advising him instead to rest adequately for a time. During his recovery, Itachi received a recall message from the third Hokage. Konoha was under threat from Shin Uchiha, and he was to return post-haste. When he had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen could never have easily forsaken such a valuable asset as Itachi. After all, effective tools are cherished and not discarded. At that time, both parties had agreed to publish coded messages in a specific Ninja World newspaper, and upon receiving this recall intel, Itachi understood it signified an urgent crisis in Konoha, necessitating his swift return to safeguard peace. Naturally, he had to operate from the shadows. After all, given Itachi's past actions, the third Hokage could not publicly endorse him. Such a stance would be too scandalous and morally reprehensible. Contemplating the opportunity to fight for Konoha's peace filled Itachi with a surge of excitement and solace. The third Hokage had faith in him, and this was perhaps the essence of that feeling. With this thought, Itachi's spirit lifted, and he perceived a slight improvement in his physical condition. Having personally taken the drastic step of exterminating his entire clan to preserve Konoha's peace, how could he idly stand by while others sought to undermine it? Would that not render his sacrifices in vain? The sins and solitude he bore were not in vain. He silently cursed Shin Uchiha, grappling with his inability to understand why Shin sought to target Konoha, fully aware of the truth that had necessitated the annihilation of the Uchiha clan to maintain peace. If Shin persisted in attacking Konoha and disrupting that peace, then the sacrifices made by Itachi and his clan would become utterly meaningless. Itachi had never considered why the Uchiha clan chose to remain in Konoha. Had they not longed for peace, they would have followed Madara and departed, leaving Konoha without the opportunity for the massacre of their clan. After Konoha's establishment, Madara had sensed the growing marginalization of the Uchiha clan within the village. Foreseeing an unfavorable outcome should they continue to reside there, he promptly rallied his clansmen to follow him away from Konoha to explore the ninja world. Yet, not a single soul chose to accompany him. Madara understood and respected their decision. Those who yearned for peace were ill-suited for a chaotic world. Thus, he resolved to leave the village alone. It was precisely this reason that the Uchiha clan would never permit Konoha's destruction. In contrast, the love that the Uchiha clan held for Konoha could only be rivaled by that of the Shinju clan. All other clans paled in comparison, for in their hearts, the Shinju were akin to mother, while the Uchiha were like father. It was a land of hope built hand in hand by both clans. How could the Uchiha allow others to shatter this hard-won peace? What the Uchiha clan seeks is nothing more than fairness, indeed, and nothing but fairness. Is that truly so difficult to attain? If only the Hokage lineage were willing to make a slight concession, acknowledging the political status of the Uchiha clan and bestowing upon them the respect they deserve. As the founding ninjas of the village, their rights and standing in Konoha are appallingly diminished, akin to that of a mere dog, a reality that no individual could endure, let alone the proud Uchiha. Were it not for love, could they possibly endure decades of discrimination? At this juncture, the Uchiha merely wishes to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to concede, to abandon the continued oppressive policies against their clan, and to grant them equal treatment. The fact that such a modest request must be sought through a coup d'etat underscores the extent of the persecution faced by the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Uchiha Itachi gazed towards the direction of Konoha, a fleeting sense of longing stirring within him. Konoha, he yearned to return and behold the fruits of the sacrifices made by his clan for the sake of peace. He wondered if that peace had rendered Konoha a more beautiful place. Additionally, he pondered how Sasuke had fared upon his return to Konoha, and he longed to savor the famed dango, a delicacy cherished by Izumi. Uchiha Izumi, a strikingly beautiful member of the Uchiha clan and an admirer of Uchiha Itachi, finds herself entangled in a complex and ambiguous relationship with him. However, due to Itachi's role as a spy implanted by the third Hokage, he has long since betrayed his clan and is unable to reciprocate her affections. On the fateful night of the clan massacre, Itachi summoned a companion, Uchiha Bido, who cruelly took Izumi's life. In her final moments, Izumi hoped for Itachi's rescue, calling out his name, yet tragically, her trust was misplaced. Her eyes were keen, but her heart was blind. In essence, it was Itachi who ended her life. Considering Uchiha Sasuke's formidable strength, Itachi, wishing to minimize or even avert Konoha's losses, willingly responded to the Hokage's summons. At that moment, he was unburdened by missions and free to act, provided he kept the Akatsuki's secrets intact. Betrayal would invoke Nagato's wrath, and Itachi dared not gamble on Nagato's strength, especially given the legendary Rinnegan he possessed, which affirmed his unparalleled power. The Akatsuki was filled with skilled individuals, and Itachi feared the ramifications of exposing any information that could pit Konoha against the organization. Thus, he was resolutely committed to safeguarding Konoha's peace, avoiding even the slightest threat. Itachi soon sought out Nagato, fabricating a narrative to explain his situation. Nagato readily agreed to Itachi's request, allowing him a period to travel through the ninja world, but insisted that he must return to the organization to fulfill his duties once the time was up. After departing from the land of rain, Itachi immediately journeyed towards the land of grass. Concerned about potential pursuers, he cautiously assessed his surroundings, repeatedly confirming that he was not being followed. Although he recognized the improbability of this, given Konoha's circumstances, he had no time to hesitate and swiftly altered his course towards the Land of Fire. With Konoha village as his destination, in the distance, Korezetsu revealed himself, silently observing Itachi's path. A mere teenager, Itachi was outmatched in experience by Korezetsu, who had already received intel regarding Uchiha Sasuke's activities in Konoha. As the foremost intelligence master in the ninja world, he found himself perplexed by the inexplicable strength of Uchiha Sasuke. Would Itachi's actions undermine his own plans to rescue his mother? Korezetsu pondered. Considering that this information needed to be relayed to Obito, Itachi's fate was of no concern to him. That was Obito's responsibility. Soon after, Itachi's movements were reported to Obito, who felt a pang of disappointment upon learning that Itachi was ultimately not one of their own. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Naruto and Sasuke, engrossed in their preparations for the Chunin exams, encountered candidates from the Sand Village, leading to an uncomfortable exchange. Despite the tension, they at least recognized one another. Naruto met Gaara, another Jinchuriki, for the first time, and Gaara's indifference deeply wounded him. At that moment, Gaara believed that only Uchiha Sasuke was worthy of his attention, drawn by Sasuke's deceptive aura as the second heir of a prestigious clan. Sasuke's aristocratic demeanor, coupled with his cold exterior, haunting words, and subtle murderous intent, amplified his allure. Sasuke's strength was undeniable as he effortlessly countered an attack from one of Gaara's companions, earning the admiration of Temari, who was smitten by his looks. At the root headquarters, the third Hokage clandestinely met with Danzo. "What brings you here? Is there trouble in the village?" Danzo inquired, startled by the third Hokage's unexpected visit. "No. I merely wish to check on you. How have you been managing your emotions?" The third Hokage admonished him. "Your actions this time were truly excessive. With so many lives lost, could you not have buried them elsewhere? Why do so in your own stronghold? Do you not find that disconcerting? All of this is for the strength of Konoha," Danzo retorted, fiercely defending his motives. He believed that transferring the corpses would be impractical. The frequent experiments conducted by Root were a necessary evil to convert their findings into strength, despite the tragic loss of life involved. Furthermore, the cost of relocating so many bodies was not justifiable, and the risk of discovery during transport was too great. As the Chunin exams approached, maintaining order necessitated manpower, and preventing potential attacks from Uchiha Itachi required further resources. The village's forces were stretched thin, prompting the third Hokage to request Danzo's Root personnel to return and assist in defense. Absolutely not. Root's missions are of utmost importance. To withdraw them now would render previous efforts futile. Incurring unbearable losses, Danzo staunchly refused. "Perhaps we could draw some troops from the border near the river country." With the Chunin exams underway, the Sand Village should not dare to invade, suggested the third Hokage, reasoning that their hostages, including the fourth Kazekage, would deter any rash actions from the Sand Village. "Your proposal has merit. Let me consider it," the third Hokage replied, contemplating the implications of such a maneuver. While some units had already been recalled from the border, another withdrawal could destabilize that area. However, with the enemy's leadership under control, even in the event of an unexpected attack, Konoha could potentially eliminate their opponent's leader. Given the Sand Village's relative weakness compared to Konoha, the risk seemed worth taking. "Danzo, when do you plan to depart?" the third Hokage inquired. "I've successfully concealed the matters of Root. All informed personnel have been reassigned from Konoha, and unstable individuals have been dealt with. Collect yourself and prepare to depart. Konoha needs you." Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed leader of Konoha, exhibits remarkable efficiency in addressing such matters, meticulously eliminating any suspicious remarks that could jeopardize Danzo's reputation, striving to ensure the stability of his governance. Danzo, eager to consolidate his power, readily acquiesced. He was determined to ascend to the position of Hokage, a title that had eluded him due to a moment of hesitation. The regret and remorse he harbored were profound, for the Hokage title rightfully belonged to him. This aspiration had become an obsession that would haunt him throughout his life. Meanwhile, atop Konoha, Uchiha Hikaru was meticulously organizing his collection. Among the artifacts were a plethora of Sharingan, relics of his clan that he contemplated returning to the burial site one day, hoping to reunite them with their rightful owners, as these eyes were meant for remembrance rather than utility. Recently, he had pondered the acquisition of the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, believing he must follow the original narrative and seek out blood relatives for fusion. However, with the loss of all family ties, he could only devise strategies through external means. Upon thorough examination of the system panel, he discovered that his bloodline had been optimized, eliminating the need to evolve his eyes like his long-extinct kin. Instead, his ocular development was intrinsically linked to the growth of his mental energy, indicating that his eyes were continuously evolving. The eternal eye was not far out of reach. Patience would reward him in due time. Fortunately, as the narrative remained in its nascent stages, there were not yet many formidable adversaries causing upheaval, allowing him ample time to cultivate his strength. He possessed a vast array of elemental ninjutsu, a diverse arsenal at his disposal, including backups of sealing techniques. This was a delightful surprise, but upon reflection, it was to be expected given the nature of Danzo's relationship with Sarutobi. Even if the third Hokage discovered the backups, he would likely turn a blind eye, tacitly accepting the truth. The third had never perceived Danzo as a threat to his rule, believing he could always keep him in check. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's secret technique, Izanagi, which allowed for resurrection at the cost of a Sharingan, transforming all damage into a dreamlike state and blurring the boundaries of life and death, was of little value to Uchiha Hikaru. He was reluctant to squander the eyes of his kin, as they represented the only legacy they had left in the world. Additionally, the would-release cells, a legitimate enhancement in the world of Hokage, promised a transformative leap in both chakra and combat prowess for any ninja able to adapt without succumbing to their lethal backlash. If fortune favored him, he might even inherit the signature bloodline limit of the first Hokage, the formidable would-release techniques. However, Uchiha Hikaru dismissed this prospect, setting it aside. For his physical prowess was steadily advancing, rivaling that of Shinja Hashirama. After all, was would-release truly rare? Uchiha Hikaru certainly did not find it so. In the absence of spatial abilities within the ninja world, his speed surpassed that of most, rendering them mere fodder, including Hashirama himself, with a single, decisive motion. His enemies would find themselves like meat on a chopping block, at his mercy. Chapter 27. Chunin exams. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Hikaru remained diligent, honing his chakra while simultaneously practicing various ninjutsu techniques. Uchiha K emphasizes the cultivation of Naruto's auxiliary technique, Shadow Clone Technique, which is particularly suitable for ninjas with an abundant chakra reserve. This jutsu is exceedingly practical, aiding practitioners in mastering their own techniques. It stands as one of the essential jutsus that every traveler in the world of Hokage must acquire, proving to be remarkably effective. Uchiha Hikaru currently possesses chakra at the level of a Kage, effortlessly creating dozens of clones. The multiple shadow clones exhibit remarkable aptitude for learning and practicality. And Uchiha Hikaru revels in the continuous sensation of becoming stronger. Danzo re-emerges before the high-ranking officials of Konoha. No one seems to have taken notice of his absence over the past few days. His actions have always been shrouded in secrecy, and such mysterious disappearances are commonplace, prompting no inquiries. The first order of business upon Danzo's return is to establish contact with Orochimaru. He requires Orochimaru's power, as well as the backup of Hashirama's cells, as he remains undeterred in his quest to develop and research would-release techniques. The two quickly establish communication, and Orochimaru divulges aspects of his plan to Danzo, recognizing the critical importance of his collaboration. Upon hearing the specifics of Orochimaru's plan, the gloom that hung over the remnants of the route dissipates, filling Danzo's mind with boundless aspirations for the future. In his view, the only entity capable of firmly suppressing him within Konoha is Hiruzen Sarutobi, should the third Hokage fall. He believes he is the sole candidate fit to ascend as Hokage, once he secures the position. He is confident that the losses Konoha has endured will be worth the sacrifice, as he possesses the capabilities to restore their former glory. Controlling the various ninja clans of Konoha, armed with the dirt he has on everyone, would be a mere trifle. Although Orochimaru's plan may temporarily benefit Sunagakure, Danzo sees no significant issue. Should the need arise, he could deploy forces to the Land of Wind and reclaim what was lost. A crucial aspect of his strategy involves solidifying his position through military victories against Sunagakure, thereby legitimizing his authority to issue commands from the highest echelons of Konoha, ultimately subduing all four nations and ensuring Konoha's dominance. Danzo is pleased that Orochimaru can bring such promising news and greatly admires his scheming. Utilizing Sunagakure to further his own agenda is a flawless plan. Under the pressure of external threats, Konoha will have no choice but to accept him as Hokage. After Orochimaru departs, Danzo instructs the route team stationed outside Konoha to fully support the actions of the Sound Ninja, facilitating their endeavors. The plan to dismantle Konoha is progressing rapidly, Yet the long-standing peace within the village remains oblivious to the impending crisis. They are preoccupied with preparations for the Chunin exams, as well as the futile efforts of those tasked with searching for Uchiha Hikaru through continuous screening operations. Narashikaka soon formulates a plan to capture Uchiha Hikaru. Yet it appears utterly implausible in the eyes of the Hokage, as the concept is far too fanciful. The notion of using a sealing scroll as bait, coupled with threats to the Uchiha burial grounds, lacks both humanity and transparency. Nara Shikaku finds himself at an impasse, as Uchiha Hikaru's appearances have been fleeting, amounting to less than half a day, and his limited interactions render Konoha's intelligence severely inadequate to make any beneficial decisions. Thus, they are left with no viable options. The intelligence divulged by Uchiha Itachi is exceedingly scant, leaving Kakashi unable to discern his vulnerabilities and thus incapable of formulating an effective strategy against him. In the realm of ninja combat, the struggle is fundamentally an intelligence war. Without the requisite information, one must pay a monumental price to procure it, often measured in the lives of numerous ninja. At this juncture, it is not opportune for Konoha to confront Uchiha Itachi. On the eve of the Chunin exams, Uchiha Itachi successfully arrives at Konoha to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, have you summoned me back urgently due to the damage Uchiha Itachi has inflicted upon Konoha? Itachi inquires anxiously. Throughout his journey, Itachi has sought to uncover the significant events transpiring in Konoha, fearing that he might be summoned to recover bodies rather than to provide protection. However, reports indicate that Konoha experienced merely a single explosion a few days prior, although several ninja fell victim to ambushes. Such losses do not present a grave threat to the peace of Konoha, alleviating the weight upon his heart. Uchiha Itachi has plundered the root headquarters of the affiliated Umbu, slaughtering all root ninja, resulting in a severe depletion of Konoha's military strength. Currently, amid the Chunin exams, we cannot deploy additional forces to counter him. As a precaution against potential assaults, we must recall you for the time being, the third Hokage explains. Reflecting upon Itachi, he also considers Tsunade and has ordered her recall through special means, yet she has not arrived. The peace of Konoha outweighs all else. What does Lord Hokage require of me? Itachi responds, his demeanor solemn and resolute. Upon hearing Itachi's reply, Hiruzen Sarutobi expresses his satisfaction and admonishes him. Very well. But remember this, you must not appear before the villagers, nor reveal your identity. Of course, in unavoidable circumstances where exposure is imminent, I permit you to act first and report later. Your identity must remain concealed. I trust you have not forgotten this. It is evident that Itachi remains a youth imbued with the will of fire, unwavering in his commitment to his village despite his departure. His heart continues to reside within Konoha, deeply concerned for its peace. Yes, my lord, I am capable of fulfilling this task, Itachi affirms. These matters pose no challenge for him. He finds it far easier to take the lives of others than to harm his own kin. Moreover, it is for Konoha, for the greater good, and for the ideals he cherishes. After their discourse, Hiruzen Sarutobi assigns Itachi a new identity, enabling him to operate as an Umbu directly under the Hokage's command within Konoha. Due to the clandestine nature of the Umbu, identities are typically shrouded in secrecy, and no one would deliberately seek to uncover another's true identity, provided the token is accurate. Hiruzen Sarutobi is profoundly moved by Itachi's swift return and his eagerness to continue fighting for peace. Indeed, he is a treasured weapon of the Hokage, exceedingly effective. After bidding farewell to the Hokage, Itachi, bearing his new identification, traverses unobstructed to the location of the Uchiha clan within Konoha, now the sole residence of Sasuke, the last remaining Uchiha, and once the domicile of his family, a home he had personally destroyed. As he draws nearer, his emotions surge with turbulence. He feels a sense of disquiet, fully aware that he is no longer a member of this household. Scaling the wall, Itachi enters the residence, finding Sasuke absent. Engrossed in training outside, the courtyard remains unchanged from his memories, evoking familiar sensations. Upon entering the living room, he is met by the spirit tablets of his parents. Struggling with his emotions, Itachi kneels in tears, bowing deeply in reverence. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi was compelled to overturn the spiritual position. Repulsed by the crocodile tears of one who had committed patricide, matricide, and the slaughter of their own kin. How distasteful! Uchiha Itachi, upon recognizing the situation, discerned that there was foul play afoot. Few dared to orchestrate such a scheme against him within the shinobi world, and presently, only Uchiha light resided in Konohagakure. With no response forthcoming, Itachi understood that Uchiha Light wished to avoid him. A person so intent on his own demise would hardly engage with him. Did he truly believe he could locate him? Itachi harbored little hope. If the entirety of Konoha's resources could not uncover his whereabouts, how could he, a solitary individual, succeed? Uchiha immediately sensed Itachi's return to Konoha. This time, his emotions did not experience significant fluctuations due to the stimulus, and he had no intention of intervening. He was not yet equipped with the power to overpower Uchiha Itachi, as he was preoccupied with enhancing his own abilities through the study of ninjutsu, leaving him no time to engage with him. Uchiha Itachi deeply comprehended that vengeance was no longer of paramount importance. Rather, the enhancement of his strength had become the foremost priority. The likelihood of successfully eliminating Uchiha Itachi once more was exceedingly slim, and the prospect of encountering a mere shadow clone would be profoundly embarrassing. During their previous confrontation, he had been thoroughly unsettled by Itachi's adept manipulation of substitution techniques. Moreover, given Itachi's intellect combined with the prowess of formidable allies such as Jiraiya and Might Guy, acting impulsively posed a considerable risk. Uchiha Itachi was not inclined to confront directly. His journey to Konoha had already yielded significant gains. The collection from the root had sufficiently met his future needs for strength. Regarding his impending vengeance, he merely awaited the opportune moment to strike, hoping to seize another opportunity. In his heart, the peace established upon the blood and tears of the Uchiha clan held no value. The tranquility of Konoha would soon be disrupted by his hand. Itachi wiped his tears and rose, making his way to his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Sasuke's belongings, the walls adorned with his own portrait, marred by numerous scratches that tore through the paper and into the wall itself. The depth of Sasuke's hatred for him was evident, and Itachi found satisfaction in this. The more Sasuke despised him, the quicker his strength would grow, an immutable fact dictated by the cursed bloodline of the Uchiha clan. His brother's actions aligned perfectly with his expectations. The furnishings in the room were arranged according to Sasuke's habits. Though few, they were remarkably practical. After a brief inspection, Itachi meticulously erased any traces of his presence before exiting the room. In the evening, after a gathering, Sasuke returned home to find that his parents' memorials had been disturbed. Assuming it was merely the wind, he paid it little mind, bending down to restore them respectfully and offering his prayers. As was customary, he then directed a few harsh words at Itachi's portrait before focusing on refining his chakra, a task he continued until the early hours of the morning, allowing himself to rest slightly earlier in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exams. Uchiha Itachi concealed himself nearby, observing his younger brother Sasuke, a bag filled with dango resting beside him. Sensing Sasuke's lackluster strength and his mere one-tomo Sharingan, Itachi felt a profound disappointment. Evidently, the stimulation he had provided was insufficiently harsh. He contemplated finding an opportunity to further torment his brother, spurring him to greater heights. Itachi remained vigilant for an extended period, not departing even after Sasuke succumbed to slumber, having long since consumed the dango. The following day, the Chunin gradually gathered at the examination venue, where the first step was merely a preliminary selection, aimed at eliminating a substantial number of participants. The initial test of the Chunin exams assessed the Chunin's observational and responsive abilities against Jinjutsu. Only those who could navigate to the true examination site based on their own merit would be considered genuine candidates. Many participants, lacking prestigious lineage or exceptional bloodlines, predominantly commoner shinobi, were filtered out, leaving only those who had studied under renowned masters. These individuals, benefiting from their mentor's guidance, would inevitably traverse a more efficient path to success, their prowess vastly superior to that of ordinary candidates. Achieving the rank of Chunin was already a remarkable feat for many. The ascent to Chunin, however, posed an insurmountable challenge without proper guidance or resources. Once the candidates entered the appropriate examination space, they were presented with test papers. After completing the exam, they faced a quintessential final question, a query that could determine their destinies. Under Naruto's exuberant verbal prowess, their examination room boasted an astonishing pass rate. While only a handful of teams and other venues succeeded, the format of the Chunin exams was evidently flawed, yielding few truly capable individuals. As the academic component seemed less valuable than mere bravery, essentially a game of audacity. The subsequent day ushered in the survival skills test, set within the perilous confines of the Forest of Death, where candidates who had passed the written exam participated. This segment required teams to collect 3 scrolls, representing heaven, earth, and humanity, with each member tasked with acquiring one type. Only upon the complete submission of these scrolls could their results be validated. Orochimaru seized this opportunity to pursue Sasuke, assuming the guise of a fellow candidate. Having previously captured his target with alarming ease, he resolved to observe more keenly this time. Upon encountering Sasuke's team, Orochimaru unleashed a wind release technique, sending Naruto sprawling. He then directed his formidable killing intent towards Sakura and Sasuke, endeavoring to shatter their spirits before confronting them. Under the onslaught of this malevolent aura, Sakura faltered first, collapsing to the ground in terror, tears streaming down her face as she succumbed to despair. Sasuke, recognizing Sakura's plight, yearned to rescue her, yet the disparity in their strengths rendered him powerless. In that moment, he recalled Naruto's indomitable spirit during their mission in the Land of Waves, resolutely retrieving a kunai from his tool pouch and plunging it into his thigh. Blood cascading to the earth. The excruciating pain momentarily liberated him, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. Was this truly a genin, with such overwhelming murderous intent? The malevolence emanating from this candidate dwarfed even that of Zabuza. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru hurled a flurry of shuriken at Sakura to commence the test. Swiftly, Sasuke activated a body flicker technique, shielding Sakura from the impending assault. Awakening from her stupor, Sakura noticed the kunai embedded in Sasuke's leg and instinctively reached to assist him, but Sasuke halted her with a gesture, while Orochimaru morphed into a massive serpent. Feigning a sudden discovery of Sasuke, the battle ensued, with Sasuke struggling against Orochimaru's might. To ensure Sakura's safety, he relinquished the scrolls he had just gathered. Believing that this adversary was merely another candidate, driven by the same aspirations. At a crucial moment, Naruto, having been flung aside, re-entered the fray, reigniting the contest for the scrolls. Naruto was swiftly overwhelmed. His resistance and attacks were dismissed, while the Nine-Tails chakra he had hoped to unleash was forcibly sealed by Orochimaru, rendering him unconscious and devoid of combat capability. In that critical juncture, Sasuke successfully activated his Two-Tomo Sharingan, marking a significant advancement in his Uchiha lineage. What followed was a spirited exchange between Sasuke and Orochimaru, with the former managing to land several strikes amidst the skirmish, unleashing the Uchiha fire-style techniques with precision. From Sasuke's perspective, this encounter was a triumph. However, as exhaustion set in and his chakra reserves dwindled, he felt himself succumbing to fatigue. Seizing this moment, Orochimaru intended to deliver his meticulously prepared curse-mark gift to Sasuke. His head began to morph grotesquely, his neck elongating as he lunged towards Sasuke with a predatory intent. Yet, just as he advanced, a formidable aura surged nearby, accompanied by a barrage of shuriken aimed at his head, compelling him to evade lest he be struck. Orochimaru halted his advance, retracting his head in a defensive posture, exclaiming, "Who dares to thwart my endeavors?" As he evaded the assault, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the identity of his unseen adversary. Suddenly, a collective of Konoha Jonin, tasked with maintaining the examination's integrity, arrived, positioning themselves between Orochimaru and Sasuke. These shinobi had been summoned by Itachi, who had been monitoring Sasuke closely, recognizing the familiar presence of his old acquaintance as soon as Orochimaru appeared. Contacting the instructors stationed near the exam site, he alerted them to the infiltration of an unidentified, formidable individual seemingly intent on hunting down candidates. Itachi remained vigilant, discreetly observing the unfolding drama between Orochimaru and Sasuke. The latter's evident yearning for Sasuke was undeniable, particularly after his final assault. Regardless of Orochimaru's intentions, intervention was paramount, and Itachi acted decisively. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to reveal his true identity, still masquerading as a candidate. However, his visage bore the scars of battle. Half of his face severely burnt by fire techniques, rendering him a chilling sight. Who are you to masquerade as a candidate and disrupt the joint exam of our nations? Surrender at once. Realizing the futility of continuing his assault on Sasuke, Orochimaru recognized that he could not fear these seemingly weak jonin. However, the unknown assailant who had interrupted him posed an uncertain threat, and it was unwise to engage recklessly. How intriguing, he mused cryptically, as the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire, swallowing him whole. Orochimaru's speed was remarkable. As the jonin prepared to retaliate, he vanished without a trace. Sakura, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, rushed to Sasuke's side, disregarding the unconscious Naruto. Sasuke's condition was dire, his chakra and stamina were nearly depleted, and his mental fortitude was wavering. With a faint shake of his head, he collapsed into Sakura's arms, losing consciousness. Several instructors, observing the scene, approached the lone conscious Sakura. inquiring whether she wished to forfeit the exam on behalf of her teammates and have them transported for medical treatment. Recalling Kakashi's expectations of her team and the sacrifices made by Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura resolutely declined the instructor's offer. She wished to wait for her teammates to awaken, believing that the decision should not rest solely on her shoulders. Chapter 28. A gathering of masters due to Itachi's unexpected intervention. Orochimaru was thwarted in his attempt to mark Sasuke, allowing the latter to escape a grim fate. After Orochimaru's departure, his frustration manifested in the misfortunes of the Chunin squads he encountered. Aside from those from Konoha and Sunagakure, the remaining teams were swiftly dispatched. Mere supporting characters in this narrative. Orochimaru pondered the identity of the individual who had fortuitously intervened just as he was poised to act against Sasuke. Konoha had no obligation to assign someone to watch over the Uchiha clan, and the one who had interfered was no weakling, displaying a power that rivaled his own. Such individuals were scarce within the shinobi world, and even fewer remained in Konoha. It struck him as exceptionally poor luck to have encountered someone of that caliber. Incorrect. Orochimaru gradually recalled that the individual was specifically tasked with protecting Sasuke. The only ones who could exhibit such concern for Uchiha Sasuke were typically his own kin. Jiraiya, on the other hand, would hardly care about the fate of the Uchiha clan. The incident in the Land of Sound was an exceptional circumstance. Thus, it could be inferred that the person lurking in the shadows was either Itachi Uchiha or Shining Uchiha. He remembered a previous encounter with Danzo, during which the latter had revealed that Shining Uchiha was indeed lurking in Konoha. With this conjecture solidified, Orochimaru slammed his hand in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, Shining Uchiha! You've thwarted my plans once again. I will have my revenge when the opportunity arises." As he made his way, Orochimaru suddenly sensed a shift in his surroundings and mused, "Genjutsu? Those Uchiha bastards are at it again." Once the illusion dissipated, he found himself back in reality. His body pierced by over 100 blades, blood pooling around him, and his hands severed and lying askew, even crawling with ants. "Damn it, Shining Uchiha, you scoundrel. You betrayed me once more." Orochimaru immediately began to curse, wondering if this would ever cease. He paid little heed to the state of his hands. What irked him greatly was the disrespectful manner in which he was treated like a mere plaything, devoid of any regard for a senior. Without delay, he activated his specialized ninjutsu, and soon his severed hands began to regenerate. Well, in fact, he had misattributed his ire. It was Itachi Uchiha who had acted. Witnessing Orochimaru torment his younger brother, Itachi felt a surge of displeasure. Had he not intervened in time, his brother would have suffered Orochimaru's venomous kiss. Fortunately, he had not succeeded, and Itachi merely sought to teach him a lesson. For others, such wounds could prove fatal. For Orochimaru, they were merely a nuisance, a minor inconvenience at best. Meanwhile, in the skies, Shining Uchiha could hardly tolerate Orochimaru daring to insult him. Initially, he had no intention of engaging. Yet Orochimaru's provocations left him no choice. "Prepare yourself." Shining Uchiha promptly ensnared Orochimaru with the Tai Chi technique. As Orochimaru realized the attack was coming, he opened his mouth to utter a curse, but before a single word could escape, his body went limp, and he collapsed forward, nearly face-first into the ground. Uchiha Hikaru swiftly rendered him into a feeble state, retracting his ocular technique. With telekinetic force, he propelled Orochimaru against the ground, swiftly creating a human-shaped pit beneath him. Orochimaru's visage became grotesquely distorted, an unsettling sight to behold. After several minutes of relentless pounding, a reprieve from his academic anguish was granted as Uchiha Hikaru finally relented. Orochimaru found himself once again ensnared by Uchiha Hikaru's ocular prowess, causing his psyche to shatter. Just as he contemplated uttering another boastful declaration, the searing pain coursing through his body compelled him to silence. Rendered utterly powerless, he lay in place, awaiting the restoration of his chakra and vitality. Fortunately, this secluded spot afforded him the solace of anonymity, sparing him the humiliation of being observed in such a disgraceful state, which brought him a measure of comfort. Cursed Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hikaru and Itachi, our enmity has deepened. This matter shall not be dismissed. One day, I shall reclaim my honor. Sasuke, my Sasuke. Damned Uchiha Hikaru. As he lay there, Orochimaru's mind became a tempest of curses. The tirade subsided after a while, giving way to thoughts of the Uchiha's formidable power, such an exquisite force that left him utterly defenseless, a desire that ignited within him. The Sage of Six Paths has shown undue favoritism towards the Uchiha clan, allowing such a powerful lineage to endure through the ages, instilling both dread and fascination. With innate talent and lineage, the The Uchiha stand as paragons within the ninja world, yet resources, once abundant, now seem to dwindle, leaving him in a state of destitution. The Uchiha clan has already lost its future. Why not serve as a stepping stone for one's own immortality? After all, I have always yearned to become a member of the Uchiha. If this desire were to materialize, I would indeed be considered part of the Uchiha, and such power would be within my grasp. Uchiha Itachi, wait for me to successfully claim Sasuke's body, and then we shall settle the score. If I do not skin you and Itachi alive and fry your remains thrice, it would be a testament to my mercy, as Orochimaru. An hour later, Orochimaru regained a semblance of mobility, struggling to rise as he utilized ninjutsu to mend his injuries. Once he felt that all was back to normal, he departed from the forest of death and returned to his designated quarters in Konoha. Today had been yet another fruitless endeavor, and Orochimaru sighed in frustration. After Itachi had dealt a brutal blow to Orochimaru, he swiftly made his way to Sasuke's location to protect him from the shadows. He also relayed the information about Orochimaru's appearance to the third Hokage. The intentions of the latter in Konoha were certainly not as simple as merely concerning his brother. There must be grander schemes at play, prompting him to urge the third Hokage to make a decisive judgment. Orochimaru has come? What is that scoundrel doing in Konoha? When Sarutobi Hiruzen received this information, he was filled with conflicting emotions. Two of his proud disciples had returned, which brought him joy. Yet the thought of Orochimaru's past misdeeds dampened his spirits. How highly he had once regarded him, even contemplating passing on his mantle. Only for Orochimaru to undergo a drastic transformation after the war, becoming someone he no longer recognized. Upon receiving an anonymous tip about Orochimaru conducting human experiments on the villagers of Konoha, he initially dismissed it. Yet, in his quest to clear his disciple's name, he personally investigated, only to catch Orochimaru red-handed. Recalling that moment, amidst the bloodshed and the stench of decay in the underground chamber, Orochimaru's nonchalance had infuriated him. Yet, being his most beloved disciple, he had shown mercy, allowing him to escape with his life, hoping never to see him again, only to find him back once more. Itachi's intel indicated that Orochimaru had attacked Uchiha Sasuke, only to be thwarted by Itachi himself. Was Orochimaru's sole aim to target Sasuke, the last surviving Uchiha bloodline openly preserved in Konoha? Would he truly refrain from causing a major incident during the Chunin exams? With these thoughts swirling, the third Hokage summoned Danzo, seeking any pertinent information from the root organization. Moreover, Orochimaru's recent closeness with Danzo could be significant, especially considering Danzo's influence had been severely diminished by Uchiha Itachi. It was essential for the Hokage to comprehend the situation for effective countermeasures. What is it that you require? I am quite busy, Hiruzen, Danzo inquired upon entering. I have received word that Orochimaru has infiltrated the village with unknown motives. I wish to consult you regarding any unreported information from the root, Hiruzen replied. Orochimaru has appeared? What could his intentions possibly be? As his former mentor, you should know him better than I, Danzo feigned surprise, cursing inwardly at Orochimaru's premature exposure. Is that so? You have had no contact with him? Hiruzen questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze. None, Danzo affirmed. Very well, instruct your people to monitor recent developments in Konoha. I have a foreboding sense that something significant is about to transpire, Hiruzen stated, unease settling within him. My subordinates are tirelessly dedicated to Konoha's peace. You need not reiterate that. I am well aware of what to do, Danzo snapped. Furthermore, regarding Orochimaru, I have a theory. Could it be that he believes you are growing old and has returned to assess his former master? The insinuation that their bond still held weight in Orochimaru's mind was a deliberate misdirection on Danzo's part, aiming to cloud Hiruzen's judgment. Given Hiruzen's pride in having trained three of the most renowned disciples in the ninja world, he felt a swell of pride, despite their respective shortcomings. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were indeed his pride, a fact universally acknowledged. Otherwise, what merit would Hiruzen have to be called the Ninja King and the strongest Hokage? Naturally, Danzo's emphasis on Hiruzen's age served as a reminder that it was time for a change in leadership, having held the position for far too long. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen remained lost in thought, staring at the closed door. He had recognized the underlying implications in Danzo's words, firmly believing that Orochimaru's actions were intertwined with his own ambitions. Yet, there was truth in Danzo's words. He was indeed aging. Recently, he had found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on administrative duties, his focus waning as time marched on. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen felt a surge of vigilance. These two individuals were undoubtedly scheming together, plotting a significant upheaval within Konoha. As a precaution, the third Hokage discreetly summoned his advisors, Mito Gate and Kuranai Shokunin. In Konoha, the game of power continued to abide by the same rules. The third Hokage wielded complete authority, while his subordinates were divided into two factions, one advocating for peace and the other for war, an embodiment of the coexistence of light and darkness. In this game of checks and balances, the third Hokage was a master, with Mito Gate and Kuranai Shokunin serving to counterbalance Danzo's influence. The trio convened in secret, the importance of this meeting underscored by the absence of any records. "Hiruzen, why have you summoned us?" they inquired once settled. "Through our efforts. Konoha has managed to maintain peace for several decades, but the current state of the village is troubling. The remnants of the Uchiha are conspiring, and Danzo is up to his old tricks, while we, due to our advancing years, can scarcely keep up. I called you here to discuss my intentions. Should I meet with any unforeseen misfortune, I wish to recommend a successor for the position of Hokage. I hope to see Jiraiya ascend to that role. You are all aware of Jiraiya's formidable strength. His reputation in Konoha is commendable, and the people hold him in high esteem. He possesses no blemishes upon his record and has a solid foundation for governance. He is my ideal successor. You also understand his temperament. He is kind-hearted and receptive to counsel, and he would not seek retribution against our families for past transgressions. In fact, he would likely forego pursuing any claims to preserve the integrity of his teacher's legacy. Do you have any objections? None. Jiraiya is indeed the best candidate for succession. We fully support this." Mito Gate and Kuranai Shokunin exchanged glances, in agreement with the third Hokage's decision. They dared not voice dissent, for Hiruzen had nurtured his clan into what was arguably the strongest in Konoha, and their respective clans flourished under the auspices of the Sarutobi clan. From a standpoint of mutual benefit, Jiraiya's ascendance was a shared aspiration, and out of respect for their teacher and past camaraderie, Jiraiya would not exact vengeance upon them for any benefits they may have accrued. "Very well, let us settle this amicably. Jiraiya shall succeed me as Hokage. Furthermore, I would appreciate if you could counsel Danzo to cooperate amicably. Given our lengthy partnership, I am reluctant to take any harsh measures against him, as his actions have largely been in service to Konoha's peace. Danzo's contributions to Konoha are significant, though not without fault. Do not be overly harsh with him. Also, please speak well of him to Jiraiya, honoring the bonds of our shared mentorship." "Understood, Hokage-sama." After the elite shinobi confirmed Sakura's decision, they withdrew, as they were burdened with other missions and could not linger. Sakura brought Sasuke and Naruto to a cave, tending to the still unconscious duo with a face full of concern. Shortly thereafter, several ninjas from the Sound Village appeared, seeking trouble and demanding that Sakura hand over the scroll she possessed. Reluctantly, she engaged them in battle. Fortunately, as they were merely genin, their combat prowess and destructive capabilities were limited, allowing Sakura to hold her ground. The commotion of the fight attracted nearby teams, predominantly from Konoha, who hastened to the scene. Upon discovering Sakura being bullied, the Konoha candidates swiftly joined the fray. However, the Sound Ninjas, utilizing their advantageous tools, managed to defeat the entire Konoha team. Just when the situation seemed dire, Sasuke regained consciousness and entered the battle. True to his status as the top graduate, he confidently subdued the strongest opponent, while the others united to confront the remaining adversary. Naruto soon awakened, and upon witnessing the ongoing conflict, was filled with wrath, promptly joining the fight. With Naruto's involvement, the Sound Ninjas found themselves increasingly overwhelmed and surrendered, relinquishing the scroll they had obtained. As the teams prepared for the forthcoming examination, they dispersed, while Kabuto remained to accompany Naruto's team. With little time left before the exam concluded, Naruto's team advanced towards the central tower, intent on seizing enough scrolls to ensure their collective passage. Along the way, after overcoming several skirmishes, they ultimately triumphed over their opponents, securing their qualification for the next round. Following the survival assessments, half of the participants were eliminated according to the rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after concluding a confidential meeting, personally arrived to support the children, eliciting great excitement among them at the presence of their Hokage. Many who had passed the survival test became acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and their rivals, choosing to withdraw voluntarily, such as Kabuto. The Chunin exams progressed to the third phase, the individual ranking battles. The following day, the ninja arena was designated as the battleground for the Chunin exams. On the highest platform sat government officials from the Land of Fire, including the daimyo. To the left of the daimyo was Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and to the right sat the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, Orochimaru. The safety of the platform was ensured by the elite guards of both nations, while directly below, the announcer was responsible for enhancing the atmosphere and reporting on the exam proceedings. Below them, the audience seats were arranged in tiers, with many drawn to witness the spectacle due to their curiosity and passion for ninjas, creating a bustling and fervent atmosphere. One side of the arena featured a large display screen, showcasing the basic information and combat order of the students engaged in battle for the spectators' understanding. To ordinary eyes, the battles of the Chunin were quite thrilling, with Naruto and Sasuke each delivering impressive performances that garnered gasps and encouragement from the audience. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kagami, and Jiraiya each occupied distinct positions within the examination arena. Clad in the attire of the Umbu, Itachi roamed the venue, diligently searching for traces of Uchiha Kagami amidst the throng, where many ninjas akin to him were present. Meanwhile, Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, who was disguised as Raza. Orochimaru offered him a reassuring glance, and Danzo immediately understood, seeking a pretext to withdraw. He needed to hasten to the safe house to envision the scenarios of his impending succession. On another side, Jiraiya reveled in the enchanting figures and allure of the beautiful women who had come to witness the competition, yet he too remained vigilant, discreetly on the lookout for Uchiha Kagami, prepared for any potential ambush. Uchiha Hikaru meticulously adorned himself, masquerading as a tourist. He procured an expensive ticket, granting him access to the inner sanctum, and selected an advantageous vantage point, situated conveniently near the daimyo, offering an unobstructed view and an exceptional viewing experience. In his hand, he held a tub of popcorn, while his bag overflowed with an assortment of renowned delicacies and beverages from Konoha, a veritable feast. He indulged in these treats while observing the spectacle. At first glance, he appeared indistinguishable from the ordinary audience. However, Uchiha Hikaru occasionally fixated his gaze on the third Hokage and Orochimaru, who were engaged in light-hearted banter on stage, their conversation a mystery to those around them. Uchiha Itachi observed the scene with a sense of detached amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen would realize that the jovial figure before him was none other than Orochimaru. He also pondered what expression the third Hokage would wear when he learned of the task he was about to undertake. After several days of contemplation, he resolved to seize this rare opportunity to instigate further chaos. At this juncture, the Chunin exams had reached the halfway mark, and the audience fervently rallied behind their favored competitors, their cheers echoing across the arena. As the competition neared its climactic showdown, Orochimaru's scheme was set into motion. The Sand Ninjas employed Genjutsu to hypnotize the majority of the onlookers, while Orochimaru cast aside his disguise, revealing his true self to lure Sarutobi Hiruzen to the rooftop. He simultaneously signaled the Sand Ninja forces to commence their planned assault. Once the positions were established, the Sound Force swiftly utilized their jutsu, the Four Violet Flames formation, to ensnare the third Hokage with remarkable efficiency, wasting no time. The final act of Orochimaru's and his former teacher's Chunin exam showdown, a one-on-one bout, was about to commence. Realizing the peril, Uchiha Itachi swiftly countered the Sound Ninja's assault, dispatching them with a few well-placed skills, leading to the dissolution of the Four Violet Flames formation. He and the arriving Umbu surrounded the third Hokage in a protective formation. Orochimaru, taken aback, regarded the suddenly formidable Umbu, Uchiha Itachi, and exclaimed, "Teacher, I never imagined you had such a hidden trump card." "Experience is the greatest teacher," Orochimaru replied confidently. "No matter your plans, I shall prevail. Surrender now." "Do you not comprehend my resolve?" Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. "I would choose to perish in battle rather than die of old age. I cannot acquiesce to surrender." The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing these words. Orochimaru's statement resonated deeply with him. Having presided over Konoha for so many years, he had seldom fought on the front lines. Yet, his spirit remained fervent, yearning for the thrill of battle. As the Hokage of Konoha, he was unwilling to fade into obscurity from his position. Since Orochimaru was willing to grant him this opportunity, he would embrace it, knowing that his successor was already designated, ensuring the village would not descend into chaos. Having committed many egregious acts during his tenure, he recognized that securing a favorable legacy posthumously would be challenging. However, should he perish in defense of Konoha, his misdeeds would be overshadowed by his sacrifices, and the narrative would favor his contributions over his failings. Indeed, Orochimaru, you speak the truth. But today, I shall cleanse the past and atone for your transgressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved, casting a long glance at Orochimaru, determined to bear witness to his own convictions. Withdraw to the vicinity to prevent Orochimaru's escape. I shall handle this myself, the third Hokage commanded, urging Itachi and his subordinates to withdraw, as the one-on-one duel was set to proceed. Hokage-sama, this is unwise. Orochimaru is exceedingly dangerous, Itachi cautioned. Bewildered by the third Hokage's decision, which seemed sluggish in its execution. Stand down and allow me, the Hokage, to engage in battle. Though I am aged, I am far from ineffectual, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted resolutely. Seeing no alternative, Itachi and the others complied. Jiraiya had not intervened immediately, as he wished to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions. Upon overhearing their exchange and the third Hokage's orders to withdraw his subordinates, he understood that this battle was a fight to the finish, and he could not intercede. Having served as the leader of Konoha for so many years, it would be disingenuous to claim that he had been a beacon of light. Now, in his twilight years, he was concerned for the future, hoping to leave a path for his successors. Jiraiya comprehended his teacher's mindset and offered his support. Meanwhile, a few remaining contestants, including Sasuke and Naruto, sensed the upheaval above, realizing that the higher-ups were on the verge of combat. Should we intervene? They wondered, apprehensive. Just then, Umbu ninjas arrived with urgent news that Konoha was under attack and required immediate reinforcement. Kakashi and his comrades seized the moment, pulling Naruto and the stunned Sasuke back from their impulse to protect the third Hokage. You cannot assist here. Let us head to the battlefield where you can make a difference. Understood, Sensei, they replied. The other Jonin quickly dispersed to support the village's defense forces, with Kakashi also taking the opportunity to pull Might Guy along. Outside Konoha, under Danzo's covert machinations and aided by Orochimaru's summoned beasts, the Sand Ninja forces breached the village's protective walls, unleashing chaos within, their battle cries resounding. The defenders of Konoha struggled against the onslaught, suffering heavy casualties from the surprise attack, their defensive capabilities rapidly diminishing. On the rooftop, as Orochimaru and the third Hokage exchanged glances, combat erupted between them, each displaying an array of substitution techniques and intricate jutsu. Ha ha ha, this is truly entertaining, third Hokage. Thank you for presenting such a splendid spectacle. The combat is exhilarating, a testament to the bond between master and student. Tell me, Orochimaru, can you unravel this? Uchiha Kagami appeared atop the rooftop, casually discarding the half-eaten popcorn from his hand as he spoke, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan mesmerizing and striking. Upon witnessing this, the spirits of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were instantly invigorated. The anticipated harbinger of chaos had indeed made his grand entrance. At the moment when Uchiha Kagami made his entrance, all the ninjas in proximity to the third Hokage, except for Uchiha Itachi, were forcefully repelled by a telekinetic surge. They struggled vehemently, attempting to employ various ninjutsu to resist Uchiha Kagami's psychic power. Alas, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, rendering their efforts futile as they were involuntarily propelled away. Jiraiya and Itachi swiftly converged, employing shadow clones for the engagement. Having faced this adversary before, they were acutely aware of the risks involved. Thus, they refrained from revealing their true selves in this confrontation. Both of them had witnessed the formidable power of Uchiha Light's ocular technique. The other two released their shadow clones while their true selves concealed nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, it proved futile. Upon his arrival, Uchiha Light enveloped a 2-kilometer radius with his telekinetic force. Given that the adversary possessed no spatial abilities, the likelihood of success was remarkably high. He repelled the irrelevant ninjas to prevent their interference from dampening his mood. As for the truth, whether these ninjas were aware or oblivious held little significance. The world operated thus. The knowledge of the truth by those unconnected could alter nothing. The so-called truth was merely fodder for idle chatter. Once a significant figure spoke, all discourse and thoughts could vanish without a trace, much like the Root incident from a few days prior, which stirred not a ripple in Konoha. He emerged only after establishing battlefield isolation, a lesson gleaned from the previous telekinetic outburst. Regardless of how the opponent utilized clones or substitutions, if single-target skills proved ineffective, then unleashing all-encompassing abilities was the way forward. Controlling a 5-kilometer radius had been somewhat taxing last time. This time, with 2 kilometers, it would undoubtedly be a decisive strike. Uchiha Light, you truly remain in Konoha. What is your intention? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression dark and foreboding. What do I intend? What can I do? I merely seek justice. My first step is to settle the score with you, Uchiha Light replied, arms outstretched. How dare you? Do you think Konoha is just any place? Today, I shall avenge my son Asuma." Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly comprehended Uchiha Light's purpose, though regrettably, his perspective remained limited. "Are you unaware of why Asuma met his demise? Do you not dare to confront the fact that the Uchiha massacre was facilitated by your own inaction?" He pointed an accusing finger at the third Hokage. "But what does this have to do with Asuma? By the time I received the news and arrived, it was already too late. The tragedy had unfolded." "No, it was not too late. You knew all along. From the very beginning. You either knew or were complicit in the events of the massacre, quietly facilitating them, and at the critical moment, you chose to remain silent." Uchiha Kagami listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, laced with indignation, and shook his head as he continued, "You have successfully cultivated two formidable blades within the Uchiha clan. One is Uchiha Shursui, and the other is Uchiha Itachi. I must commend your exceptional skills in manipulation, having led the heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi, astray, substituting the clan's future with the notion of peace in Konoha, all for your own gain, even to the extent of slaughtering the entire clan. Asuma is but a trifling price for the sins you've committed. Uchiha Kagami, do not be so extreme. The truth is not as you perceive it." "The third Hokage would never act in such a manner," Jiraiya interjected. "Jiraiya, you have only returned to Konoha a few days ago. Are you even aware of what your teacher has done? Do you truly comprehend the filth and darkness that permeate the upper echelons of Konoha? What right do you have to counsel me? Because of your teacher, my family and my clan have been reduced to ashes. At this very moment, they lie upon the soil at the fringes of Konoha, watching me. And you ask me to refrain from being too extreme? With that, Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Itachi, disregarding Jiraiya's evasion of his attack, continued, "For the so-called peace you speak of, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Under such a pretext, you exterminated a lineage that had endured for millennia. Truly, the actions of Konoha are cloaked in hypocrisy. Should I commend you for your righteousness? Is it right to declare the Uchiha clan deserving of such a fate?" Meanwhile, in the root sanctuary, Danzo eagerly awaited the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, preparing for his ascendance. Tintin and Mito Menka coordinated their forces to counter the Sand Shinobi's offensive. As these impoverished invaders looted Konoha indiscriminately, including women, engrossed in their chaos, Kakashi and Might Guy hurried to extinguish the flames of conflict, delivering fierce blows to the Sand Shinobi upon encountering them. Sasuke and Naruto clashed with Gaara of the Sand, engaging in battle. The disparity in their levels was evident, as Sasuke suffered greatly without Itachi's protection by his side. Fortunately, Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine-Tails Chakra at a critical moment, preventing Gaara from delivering a lethal blow to Sasuke. In the ensuing skirmish, Sasuke found himself relegated to the role of a mere spectator, while Naruto and Gaara showcased their extraordinary combat prowess, far surpassing what one would expect given their youth. Observing their formidable strength filled Sasuke with dismay. They were peers yet appeared overwhelmingly powerful, while he, burdened by a vendetta, seemed so feeble. Was he truly worthy of being called an Uchiha? Witnessing the cataclysmic scene around him, Sasuke yearned for strength, unwilling to be outpaced by Naruto. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from the examination site, the ninjas expelled by Uchiha Itachi were relentlessly assaulting his psychic barrier, striving to aid their beloved Hokage. Sensing the onslaught against his barrier, Uchiha Itachi's gaze hardened. Countless shurikens, kunai, swords, and kitchen knives soared around the assailants, unleashing a merciless, indiscriminate attack. The shinobi world's version of 10,000 swords returned to the fold was once again unleashed. The ninjas were caught off guard. Amidst Itachi's relentless barrage, those who were slow to react perished on the spot, their corpses subsequently pierced by the storm of weapons, reducing them to mere skeletons. Other ninjas attempted to utilize earth release techniques for defense, but maintaining such jutsu required constant chakra output. A momentary lapse would result in their defenses being shattered in an instant, as the assaults were unceasing. The Konoha ninjas were compelled to disperse to evade the attacks, relying on their speed to escape. Nevertheless, their evasive maneuvers proved futile. No matter how agile they could not outpace the aerial weapons, forcing them to abandon their assault on the barrier. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them. Why should they, mere pawns, meddle in the affairs of titans? Konoha was under siege. Their contributions would be better spent on the battlefield, aiding their comrades. Let the giants clash while they played the role of insects. What was there to gain from this? Not everyone possessed such clarity. Those with slower wits or unwavering loyalty to the third Hokage continued their futile attempts to breach the barrier, only to meet swift and merciless ends at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. The remaining ninjas turned their attention to resisting the sand shinobi, their movements decisive. On the rooftop, Jiraiya declared, "The truth cannot be as you say. I refuse to believe it. My teacher, who embodies the will of fire, would never engage in such deeds." His tone was resolute, for he believed in his mentor's righteousness, acknowledging that mistakes could occur, yet his heart remained untainted. "Ah, you speak true. A benevolent and approachable third Hokage would never stoop to such depths. However, he could employ tools, such as Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. These are quite effective instruments. And the third Hokage must be quite pleased with himself." Uchiha K turned to Itachi, who was still masquerading as a member of the Umbu, and said sharply, "Am I correct, Uchiha Itachi? You must have informed the third Hokage prior to the massacre of our clan, didn't you? He even came to oversee the aftermath. And you had a conversation about peace and righteousness, didn't you? It has only been a few years, and you have already forgotten the teachings of our beloved third Hokage? Am I right or wrong? Itachi-kun, you are here? Uchiha Itachi, he is also present?" Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned to gaze at the only Umbu member deliberately left behind on the field. Uchiha K had initially dismissed the Hokage's guard, but chose to retain this individual. Their suspicions were confirmed when the identity of the person was revealed. "Do you think I cannot recognize you just because you wear a mask? Did you believe you were well concealed? In truth, I detected your presence as soon as you approached Konoha. I have refrained from acting these past few days because I deemed it was not yet time. I am not as blind as you are," K mocked. Itachi turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently inquiring if he could reveal his identity. With K having already disclosed it, was there any need for further concealment? Orochimaru, well acquainted with Itachi, understood that the two individuals on the field had unequivocally confirmed their identities, leaving only Jiraiya unaware of the truth. Seeing this, the third Hokage nodded slightly. Itachi decisively removed his mask, revealing his true visage, his other Sharingan now visible. The sacrifice of the Uchiha clan was for the noble cause of Konoha's peace. They died honorably, Itachi declared upon his revelation. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya realized that his prior suspicions had been validated. His teacher was indeed involved in the Uchiha massacre. He turned to look at Itachi, then at K, sighing repeatedly. "What is this? Why have I returned?" For him, K's quest for vengeance was just, but given that this matter involved the peace and stability of Konoha, he felt compelled to prevent K's retribution. In that moment, his emotions and intentions felt torn asunder. "Very well. Perhaps I shall find an opportunity to let Uchiha K off the hook. It would serve as a form of atonement for my teacher," Jiraiya contemplated. At the moment Itachi unveiled his true self, a gleam of golden light appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He was intensely drawn to Itachi's body, observing keenly. He soon discerned that Itachi's condition was not right. He appeared gravely ill, leading him to doubt the validity of his pursuits. At this moment, Orochimaru's desire for Itachi suddenly waned. He glanced at K, comparing the states of the two Uchihas, and it became evident that K was far more suitable as his vessel. The contrast was striking. Tragically, he was unable to defeat either of them alone. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. In a 4-on-1 scenario, his chances of acquiring K's body would significantly increase. With a comrade, a teacher, and a Manjiki Sharingan wielder, the odds were decidedly in his favor. After several exchanges of glances, Orochimaru and Konoha reached an understanding, forming an alliance against Uchiha K. "Why don't you perish? Why doesn't he, the Hokage, perish? Why is it that my entire family is gone? We merely wish to lead ordinary lives, yet Konoha denies us even this minuscule opportunity. Is there no justice? Is there no law?" K retorted vehemently. With words failing to resonate, the four dispersed to their positions. Itachi was the first to launch an attack. Summoning the flames of Amaterasu towards K, he swiftly channeled his chakra to form a protective cloak, dispelling the encroaching flames, then vanished in an instant. Striking directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chidori successfully struck Hiruzen, but it was merely a shadow clone. Hiruzen reappeared and unleashed a technique of darkness, rendering K's eyes unable to perceive the surroundings. Fortunately, he retained his mental faculties to sense the opponent's location, simultaneously executing a water technique that enveloped the area in a torrent. The other combatants unleashed their techniques as well. Itachi's Amaterasu Shuriken rained down upon K, who deftly dispelled the flames yet allowed the Shuriken to pierce his body, unconcerned as it posed no threat, recalling K's physical resilience. Itachi promptly abandoned his favored Shuriken technique in favor of the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Jiraiya unleashed Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Toad Oil Bomb, respectively. The coordinated assault obliterated K's location. Without the protection of the four purple flames formation, the rooftop was reduced to ruins, and the audience, who had been rendered unconscious, suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, they were oblivious to their suffering, passing away peacefully in their dreams. The attacks from the third Hokage and others managed to avoid the spectators. But both Orochimaru and Kei were not so fortunate, with the majority of the casualties attributed to their actions. The onslaught continued unabated, and under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. The combined might of their techniques proved extraordinarily potent. Yet, they were of little consequence, as Kei disregarded the attacks and moved effortlessly beside Itachi, unleashing wind release, great impact, which Itachi narrowly evaded with the water substitution technique. Uchiha Kei felt that the battles among ninjas were truly underhanded. Many had intended to deliver a fatal blow, only to discover that their opponent was merely a shadow clone. It was utterly infuriating. Only a ninja could endure such a sensation. Chapter 30, Fierce Combat. Uchiha Hikari engaged in a fierce exchange with several opponents, only to discover that each strike landed upon mere shadow clones, failing to deliver any substantial damage. Frustrated, he promptly unleashed his ultimate technique. Given that he had already sealed the area with his psychic energy prior to revealing himself, the true forms of his adversaries were undoubtedly within the range of his attack. The scene from the land of sound unfolded once more, as Itachi felt the earth tremble violently beneath him. Memories of his previous battle with Uchiha Hikari flashed through his mind, the ground lifting and shattering, forcing him to summon Susanoo for passive defense, only to be outmaneuvered and revealed. He called out urgently, "Everyone, be cautious and brace yourselves. This technique possesses immense power and an extensive range." Uchiha Hikari aims to raise the ground and obliterate it, compelling us to reveal our true forms. We must hasten our assault and deny him any time to gather strength. If the ground descends upon us, our village will suffer irreparable damage. We cannot allow this to continue. We must interrupt his incantation. Upon hearing Itachi's warning, the group tensed, understanding that Konoha stood at a critical juncture. In a bid to divert Uchiha Hikari's attention, Itachi took a bold risk, summoning Susanoo and wielding the dual sacred treasures as he charged toward Hikari. Buying time for his comrades to unleash their powerful techniques. Seizing the opportunity, the others initiated their summoning jutsu. Orochimaru performed the impure world reincarnation, calling forth the legendary Senju brothers, his most cherished summons. Jiraiya summoned the toad Gamaken, the one adorned with a pot, while simultaneously conjuring two sage toads to enter sage mode. Sarutobi summoned his trusty summoning beast, Inma, transforming him into a staff for combat. What began as a 4-on-1 confrontation transformed into a 9-on-1, significantly tilting the odds in their favor. To shield their true forms from being sealed by Uchiha Hikari's ocular techniques, Sarutobi Izashi and Jiraiya employed fire and water release techniques, generating a dense vapor that obscured their silhouettes. However, Gamaken, due to its considerable size, could not evade the binding of the taijutsu. As the battlefield became shrouded in mist, the group instinctively utilized sensory ninjutsu to ascertain the positions of both friend and foe. Uchiha Hikari was on the verge of unleashing the Tai Chi seal to contain Itachi and his Susanoo. However, the opponent's coordination was impeccable. Just as the Tai Chi was about to be released, Itachi withdrew his Susanoo after achieving his goal of buying time. The steam completely enveloped his figure, causing his eyes to lose their target, resulting in the failure of the Tai Chi seal. Gazing at the mist before him, he soared into the sky, rapidly forming hand seals, and unleashed a powerful wind technique, Explosive Gale, directed towards the space below. Jiraiya and the others keenly sensed Uchiha Hikari's actions. Taking advantage of his airborne position, they unleashed their most formidable ninjutsu in retaliation while swiftly utilizing the shadow clone technique to conceal their true selves. Regardless of the obstacles Uchiha Hikari faced, the steam would be dispersed by the force of the wind, inevitably revealing their positions. Confronted with Jiraiya's Sage Art, 5 Right Gates, Orochimaru's Triple Resurrection Gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 Elements Composite Ninjutsu, and Itachi's Genjutsu, how could he confront them head-on? He teleported directly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes wide as he released Tai Chi, only to quickly realize that it was yet another clone. Itachi, considering the battlefield dynamics, decided to disregard the strain on his Manjiki Sharingan, persistently attempting to hypnotize Uchiha Hikari. Or rather, depleting Hikari's ocular power. Only the Manjiki could counter the Manjiki. Thus, the battle between the two was fundamentally one of ocular prowess. Without the assistance of the Manjiki, Uchiha Hikari would be considerably easier to handle. At this moment, The earth had been completely severed by Uchiha Hikari's telekinetic force and was gradually ascending. Both the Sand Shinobi and Konoha warriors engaged in battle since the sudden upheaval. Kakashi. Should the earth fall, the consequences would be dire. We must go lend support, regardless of who incited this chaos. We must put a stop to it. Even at the cost of our lives, Guy declared to Kakashi, who immediately recognized the threat and nodded in agreement. The two swiftly unleashed their full strength to dispatch the Sand Shinobi squad they were entangled with and turned towards the rising land. Sasuke, witnessing the familiar scene, understood that it was Uchiha Hikari's doing. He then called out to Naruto, who was battling the tailed beast Shikaku atop Gamma on his head. Naruto, look over there at the exam site. Quickly deal with your opponent. They need you. Engrossed in his fierce battle, Naruto could hardly hear him. And Shikaku was no easy foe to contend with. Distraction was not an option. With no other choice, Sasuke rushed towards that direction, hoping that his clan member would show restraint and refrain from causing excessive destruction to Konoha. After all, this was the place he had grown up in, and he held a deep-seated affection for it. He certainly did not wish to see Konoha laid waste by Uchiha Hikari. At the exam battlefield, seeing that their attacks were ineffectual in halting Uchiha Hikari's elevation of the earth, the group intensified their assault. At that moment, Gamaken had been rendered into a limp frog by Uchiha Hikari's Taichi, losing all combat ability, and he incessantly complained about Jiraiya. As Jiraiya and the others contemplated the grim aftermath, their apprehension propelled them into desperate combat, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of sage art attacks against Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikaru chose to confront his adversaries head-on, as Itachi relentlessly unleashed Genjutsu upon him, causing his ocular power to dwindle continuously. With the use of Mugen, he realized that he could not subsequently employ the Tai Chi technique to ensnare them all at once. After all, his Meijiki Sharingan's current prowess was rather limited, and his ocular power's maximum capacity, coupled with its sluggish recovery rate, hindered his endurance, which had yet to recuperate from the last battle. Against the ninjutsu attacks from the entire Hokage faction, Uchiha Hikaru relied solely on his chakra to counter. However, when faced with Jiraiya's sage techniques, he often found himself outmatched. After enduring several strikes, he sustained injuries and was compelled to evade Jiraiya's assaults using Mugen. Yet, against others, he defended with ease. He yearned to retaliate, but his opponents offered him no respite, launching a barrage of powerful techniques that left him little opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, Jiraiya and the others discerned the shift in his condition, realizing that only sage techniques could inflict effective harm upon Uchiha Hikaru's form. As for other ninjutsu, their impact on Uchiha Hikaru was negligible. They also noted the diminishing state of his ocular power, as he had ceased to employ Mugen continuously, utilizing it solely to evade Jiraiya's sage techniques. As the battle raged on, Uchiha Hikaru pondered the need to undermine their morale. Thus, he retracted the Tai Chi technique, which was still depleting his ocular power, and activated Mugen, targeting Gamaken's head. He unleashed Chidori directly towards Gamaken's eyes, unleashing a surge of chakra that obliterated the creature's eye, blood splattering in all directions. Despite his massive form, Gamaken was not slain. Uchiha Hikaru's full-force assault had only inflicted severe injuries. He continued to unleash the Great Fireball technique, sending forth a fiery dragon from his mouth to strike Gamaken's other eye. Jiraiya swiftly utilized Body Flicker technique to appear before him, employing water-style sage techniques to temporarily stave off the impending crisis, urgently instructing Gamaken to retreat. Faced with the specter of death, Gamaken, in a panic, burned his life force to extract a modicum of chakra, enacting the reverse summoning technique to flee back to Mount Maiboku. Gamaken's abrupt disappearance momentarily destabilized Uchiha Hikaru, granting Jiraiya a rare opportunity. The Rasengan struck true, sending Uchiha Hikaru hurtling away, his body colliding with his own psychic shield. The vanishing of Gamaken provided Sarutobi and his allies with an excellent window for attack, yet it was but a solitary chance. Upon crashing into the shield, Uchiha Hikaru regained his composure, swiftly ascending into the skies, manipulating his psychic power to elevate the already fragmented earth rapidly. As Uchiha Hikaru soared aloft, Sarutobi and his companions concentrated their firepower, directing their onslaught toward him. Hikaru employed his psychic abilities to shield against their assaults. However, due to the reduced area of control, he had sufficient reserve to engage in combat. As the ground ascended to a height of 500 meters, Uchiha Hikaru decisively curtailed the battlefield's dimensions, compressing the area to 500 meters, thereby constraining their mobility. The land, devoid of psychic support, fractured into countless shards, plummeting toward the ground. A cacophonous roar echoed across the land of Konoha as the falling debris rained down, akin to meteors laying waste to vast expanses of the village. In this cataclysm, Konoha suffered the loss of over 100,000 lives, with civilians ensnared in the genjutsu of the Sand Shinobi. Departing from a world rife with suffering and bloodshed without a trace of pain, Uchiha, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly took control of the falling fragments of the earth, guiding them to descend gently. How could he allow the people of Konoha to perish so beautifully, devoid of any suffering? Such a notion was utterly contrary to his intentions. He could not permit the denizens of Konoha to evade the bitter taste of despair, to witness the devastation of familial bonds and the bloodshed that stained the ground. Otherwise, the essence of his vengeance would be significantly diminished. On the battlefield below, the Sand Shinobi were also enduring significant losses, many of whom were caught completely off guard and met their demise at the hands of the falling debris. Their remains rendered unrecognizable. Kakashi and his companions had arrived in the vicinity, yet they found themselves helpless against the aerial conflict. Unable to bridge the gap due to their insufficient abilities, left only with the option of watching in despair. Might Guy, in a state of urgency, unleashed the eighth gate of death, attempting to leap into the fray. However, though he managed to reach a suitable height, he was met head-on by Uchiha's psychic barrier. Sensing the shift in the battle, Uchiha's expression darkened upon seeing Might Guy's presence. He had spared him once. But did he truly believe he would be so lenient again? Without hesitation, he bestowed upon Might Guy a Tai Chi seal, rendering him powerless within mere seconds. The overwhelming force of his psychic energy crashed down upon Might Guy, shattering his bones and inflicting devastating damage upon his internal organs. In agony, Might Guy lost control in midair, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, reminiscent of the once invincible Kai from the Fourth Great Ninja War, whose bloom had withered before it even began. As a taijutsu specialist, devoid of any deceitful techniques such as the body replacement jutsu, he became an effortless target. Demonstrating the ease with which such a formidable opponent could be tormented, Might Guy, gravely wounded, plummeted from the sky. Had it not been for Kakashi and the others, who combined their strength to catch him, he would have met a fatal end. "Guy, how are you? Wake up, Might Guy!" Kakashi exclaimed, cradling his friend and witnessing the blood cascading down his face. "Kakashi, escape quickly," Might Guy managed to utter, summoning the last vestiges of his strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Kakashi hurriedly transported him to the medical ninjas for urgent assistance. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the aerial battlefield, the members of Konoha continued to unleash their formidable attacks against Uchiha, their jutsu and chakra flowing forth as if they were of no consequence. Uchiha Itachi and others, having anticipated the situation, activated their most formidable defensive ninjutsu in an instant, while Uchiha Kakashi calmly evaded, unleashing a powerful burst of psychic energy that shattered the encircled battlefield. Uchiha Hikari unleashed his psychic energy while employing ninjutsu, hovering in the sky above, launching relentless bombardments upon those who were valiantly resisting. Under the might of his formidable assaults, the aged Tsuratobi Hiruzen was the first to falter, relying solely on his summoned beast, Enma, for protection. Yet, how long could Enma withstand Uchiha Hikari's onslaught? Orochimaru, manipulating Senju Hashirama, unleashed would release to shield the remaining few, acutely aware that such defenses were but a fleeting reprieve. The relentless attacks from their adversary caused the outermost layer of the wooden barrier to shatter continuously. The inevitability of defeat from a protracted defense was a truth understood by all. Uchiha Hikaru, with an air of grandeur, relentlessly unleashed his recently practiced ninjutsu from the heavens, targeting the ground below with formidable force, further shattering the already ravaged earth. Countless colossal chakra fire dragons danced wildly amidst the chaos, compelling his adversaries to reveal their true forms for a decisive battle. The escape of a mere Toad Sage was inconsequential. What mattered were the protagonists still standing. For the Toad Sage could be vanquished at a later time. Itachi found himself confronted once again with the challenges of their previous encounter. Yet Uchiha Hikaru was no longer the same as before. Time had shifted, and one could not perceive others through the lens of the past. Itachi could only inform Tsuratobi Hiruzen and the others of a secret technique belonging to the Uchiha clan, specifically designed to counter those who possessed the Meijiki Sharingan. He required an opportunity, a chance to approach Uchiha Hikaru. Initially, he had intended to utilize the Kodo Amatsukami reserved for Sasuke, but the pace of battle was too swift, and the tremors from the ninjutsu were too intense. His crow, embedded with Shirsue's eye, dared not emerge. After listening to Itachi's account and marveling at the might of this technique, The group quickly devised a plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already resigned to his fate, recognized that Uchiha Hikaru's target was none other than himself. Thus, he willingly accepted the role of bait, determined to make a final stand for his village. Shortly after Uchiha Hikaru's rampage commenced, under the cover of the Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "Uchiha Hikaru, cease your assault. As long as you do not devastate Konoha, I am prepared to lay down my life at your hands. It is I who have wronged your clan, and you may take my life whenever you wish." At this moment, Uchiha K felt a surge of anger upon hearing those words. Channeling all his energy, he unleashed a powerful assault on the monkey demon. His psychic force forcefully suppressed the creature, while he executed a swift and precise maneuver to close the distance between them. With a single, formidable punch. Enhanced by the system's augmentation of his martial arts, the impact was tremendous. The summoned beast, overwhelmed by this dual onslaught, could not withstand the force and was instantaneously obliterated, leaving no farewell but instead dissolving into ash, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked on in astonishment, as Uchiha Light swiftly immobilized the old monkey with the Tai Chi technique. An overwhelming force surged from his eyes. The others struggled against their own mental powers, unable to offer timely assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hour of reckoning had arrived. A mere apology from you, with your frail, aging life, can hardly compensate for the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. What a jest. Old dog Sarutobi. You underestimate the Uchiha and misjudge my benevolence. When my family fell before my eyes, I ceased to be human. Do you comprehend? I am a specter. A wraith risen from the depths of hell solely for vengeance. Uchiha Light gazed with a hint of delight at the doomed Sarutobi Hiruzen as he spoke. The Tai Chi technique drained the old monkey's energy, but he remained cautious, wary of Jiraiya and others potentially harboring formidable techniques, compressing the battlefield once more. The formidable mental force continued to bear down upon the group. Chapter 31. The will of the death god. The tempest of mental energy ravaged the battlefield, spanning several hundred meters, relentlessly depleting the strength of those present. Fortunately, the summoned Senju brethren brought with them an inexhaustible supply of chakra, providing temporary refuge for everyone except Sarutobi Hiruzen under their protection. However, their movements were still constrained, and to confront Uchiha Light, someone would need to make the ultimate sacrifice to seize a fleeting opportunity. Uchiha Hikaru approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, retracting his taijutsu, leaving the old monkey in a state of utter helplessness. Hokage-sama, when you determined the fate of the Uchiha clan, did you ever envision this day? Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Hikaru delivered a punch, sending Hiruzen flying. He carefully controlled his strength, ensuring he did not end Hiruzen's life too swiftly, lest it benefit him. This punch is from my mother, this punch is from my father, this is from my brother. With each successive strike, he battered Sarutobi, leaving him bloodied and wailing in agony. Stop, Uchiha Hikaru. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? The glory of the Uchiha clan will be utterly extinguished in Konoha. Do you wish to betray the sacrifices of your clan? Itachi's anxious voice rang out from the side. Haha, how amusing that you would utter such words. Did you ever ponder this question when you annihilated our vast clan, leaving only you and your brother? Where did you place the clan then? Do you truly believe that mere words can sustain the Uchiha clan, that it can remain alive and grand? Speaking of the Uchiha's glory, is it truly glory without any living souls to inherit and promote it? The Uchiha clan is already extinct. What do you want from me now? To emphasize the clan's glory in Konoha? Is that truly significant or meaningful? Is it not laughable? Uchiha Hikaru could no longer contain his laughter, his voice growing colder. On the fringes of the battlefield, Naruto finally noticed the changes occurring in Konoha. Alarmed, the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted uncontrollably from him, swiftly defeating Gaara. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Gaara's siblings arrived, having learned that their fourth Kazekage was an imposter, and that this assault was orchestrated by deceivers. They sought to exchange Gaara's life for the retreat of Sunagakure, at the cost of their own village. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto agreed, and Temari and the others hastily carried the severely injured Gaara, signaling for retreat into the sky. Upon receiving the signal, the Sunagakure forces immediately commenced a large-scale withdrawal, disengaging from battle with the Konoha ninjas, laden with plundered goods as they fled through the breach. The residents of Konoha gradually awakened from the illusion, their eyes opening to the devastated state of their village. Faced with the sudden reality of loss and separation, they called out for their loved ones, panic-stricken. Rushing towards the examination grounds, Konoha ninjas mobilized to organize the residents' evacuation, intercepting those who attempted to head that way. Do not go there. Everyone at the examination grounds has perished, including officials from the daimyo's residence. Head to the shelters first. The enemies are engaged in battle with our leaders. They will make the adversaries pay a price. Only emerge once the fighting has concluded. With tears in their eyes, the villagers were forcibly taken to safety, their cries echoing through the air, one after another. Meanwhile, Naruto hurried towards Uchiha Hikaru, accompanied by Fukasaku, witnessing the tragic scene of Konoha, his anger boiling within. While Sasuke was still on his way, on the battlefield, Uchiha Hikaru continued to assault Sarutobi Hiruzen, uttering the name of an Uchiha clan member with each strike. This cannot continue. The Hokage will be killed. I cannot stand by and watch, Itachi said, glancing at Jiraiya. Do not act recklessly. You are a Konoha ninja. Can you not endure this situation? Jiraiya reprimanded. The ocular technique of Uchiha Hikaru is exceedingly troublesome. If you intervene now, you are merely offering yourself as a sacrifice. There is no need for that. Moreover, the teacher has not given up. He is lying in wait, anticipating an opportunity. You must be prepared. With Uchiha Hikaru's power and awareness, the teacher's control may only last a fleeting moment. Be patient, Orochimaru explained from the side. Understood. Itachi grasped the situation immediately. Realizing his agitation stemmed from the fact that Sarutobi was his idol. Witnessing his idol endure such torment was understandably distressing. Orochimaru, what is your perspective on Uchiha Hikaru's explosive power? Is there any record of this in the ninja world? Jiraiya inquired. This power appears to move with the will of its wielder. Thus, we cannot interrupt Uchiha Hikaru's performance. The upheaval of the earth cannot be hindered. Such power does indeed exist in the ninja world, though few possess the capability to reach Uchiha Hikaru's magnitude. I can assert that he is a wielder of dual bloodlines. Ah, what a perfect vessel, Orochimaru explained, unable to conceal his covetousness for Uchiha Hikaru's physique. Itachi listened, his expression darkening. As Uchiha K engaged in a fierce confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt an overwhelming sense of solace. The sorrow and resentment that had long been suppressed within him surged forth, bringing a subtle joy to his spirit, rendering his body light and invigorated. Naturally, he remained vigilant against any potential resurgence from Hiruzen. Given his cautious nature, it was unthinkable for him to overlook such a possibility. After all, wasn't the third Hokage's most formidable technique the Reaper Death Seal? Did Hiruzen truly believe he could perish alongside Uchiha K without consequence? As Sarutobi Hiruzen began to regain a modicum of strength, he swiftly devised a plan. When he launched another attack, he narrowed his eyes, which could barely open a slit, and meticulously locked onto K's figure, enduring the pain as he unleashed the vortex sealing technique. 8 trigram seal. Chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Uchiha K entirely. Oh, who would have thought that you too have delved into the 8 trigram seal of the Uzumaki clan? Truly, you are a scholarly ninja. K was taken aback by the oppressive force of the seal, which constrained his chakra, preventing its free use. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. His mental prowess was still at his disposal. Meanwhile, within the depths of the wood release, Orochimaru and Jiraiya concurrently employed defensive ninjutsu to bolster Uchiha Itachi, ensuring he could withstand K's onslaught. Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen rasped, his call signaling that the conditions were ripe. Senju Hashirama immediately withdrew the wood release protection, exposing the group to the overwhelming force of mental energy, which pressed them to the ground, blood streaming from their mouths. Uchiha Hikaru, wielding his formidable physical prowess and telekinetic force, ruthlessly tore apart the 8 trigram seal of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the chains resonating with the sound of imminent rupture. In mere seconds, the 8 trigram seal was successfully dismantled by Uchiha Hikaru. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's frail physique and his dwindling strength over the years, it was implausible for him to remain ensnared for long. He had contemplated this from the outset. As the 8 trigrams chains were shattered, Uchiha Hikaru swiftly redirected his gaze towards the few individuals who had become exposed, intending to seize this opportunity to seal them away and conclude matters once and for all. However, he failed to detect Itachi's presence, which startled him. In an instant, his telekinetic senses alerted him to Itachi's emergence behind him. With a swift twist of his waist, he delivered a powerful punch. Itachi was sent flying a considerable distance by Hikaru's strike, yet due to his formidable protective jutsu, the damage sustained was minimal. Seizing the moment, he executed the family's secret technique, Izanami, striking Uchiha Hikaru, who became momentarily immobilized, his expression a tumultuous array of transformations. With his mind unrestrained, The oppressive force of telekinesis upon them dissipated. Orochimaru and Jiraiya felt a sudden release. The levitating ground lost its control and plummeted, inflicting further devastation upon Konoha. A significant number of civilians and shinobi perished, unable to seek refuge in time. Itachi gently descended to the ground with the third Hokage in his arms, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru descended using their respective techniques, with Orochimaru intentionally shielding Uchiha Hikaru's body. As everyone landed safely, Orochimaru retracted the Edo Tensei technique. Itachi, cradling the third Hokage, exclaimed with fervor, "Hokage-sama, our strategy has succeeded." The nearly unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, rallied slightly. He did not look at Itachi but turned to Jiraiya and said, "Konoha is entrusted to your management. Uchiha Hikaru cannot be allowed to remain." Be wary of the group. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness, after enduring relentless assaults from Uchiha Hikaru for several minutes. His body and consciousness could no longer withstand the strain, and it was only by sheer will and determination that he had managed to hold on, ultimately achieving the anticipated outcome. Jiraiya, obediently preparing to take action against Uchiha Hikaru, was blocked by Orochimaru, who intended to utilize Hikaru as a vessel for reincarnation. It was inconceivable to allow such interference. Itachi then interjected, "Jiraiya-sama, this is our clan's secret technique. If Uchiha Hikaru does not relinquish his obsession with revenge, he will be trapped in this jutsu, endlessly cycling until he genuinely repents, accepts his fate, and abandons his vengeance." "Itachi, your eye?" Jiraiya exclaimed. Noticing the pallor of Itachi's eye, concern etched on his face. "It is the price of unleashing this technique. There is no need for you to worry, Jiraiya-sama. It is all for the sake of protecting the peace of Konoha, and it is worth it." Jiraiya gazed at Itachi with a complex expression, finally grasping that Uchiha Hikaru's vendetta had not been misdirected. Itachi Uchiha was but a blade in the hands of the third Hokage. The massacre of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by him, as Itachi had always been a loyal member of Konoha, willing to sacrifice everything for the village. He never betrayed his village. The necessity to depart stemmed from the unbearable weight of the Uchiha massacre, a burden that the third Hokage could not bear alone. The Hokage gazed into Itachi's eyes filled with sorrow, unsure of how to confront him. This was a truth too cruel and dark to face. One of the founders of Konoha had systematically annihilated a clan. The truth must remain concealed, permanently hidden, for its revelation would strike an unparalleled blow to the hearts of the villagers. What would the remaining clans think? Would the will of fire still hold? Such turmoil could lead to imminent civil strife. Itachi could not reveal his connection to Konoha or his teacher. He could only silently guard the village from the shadows, with no other path available. Jiraiya looked upon Itachi with a mixture of pity, admiration, and profound regret, recognizing the immense suffering this child had endured. Itachi adjusted his Umbu mask as Naruto, riding on Gamabunta, and Sasuke Uchiha arrived. Kakashi was absent, tending to Might Guy. The bulk of the ninja forces soon arrived, unleashing a barrage of shuriken, kunai, and other weapons aimed at Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru effortlessly deflected the rain of attacks. Jiraiya called out, "Do not attack. He is not the enemy." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya," responded the other ninjas who recognized him. The focus of the assault shifted to Uchiha Light, whose body was bombarded by weapons, creating a cacophony yet inflicting no damage. Not even the blade of Gamabunta could breach his defenses. The attack by Uchiha Light had resulted in numerous fatalities among the Konoha ninjas, including their kin, friends, lovers, and clansmen, fueled by hatred. The Konoha ninjas could not spare Uchiha Light. Their enmity extended even to Sasuke, simply because he too bore the Uchiha name. Observing Uchiha Light's unyielding state against the onslaught, Orochimaru's face lit up with excitement as he thought, "Perfect, simply perfect. I must possess him." He turned to Jiraiya and insisted, "Uchiha Light must be entrusted to me. I will neutralize his threat to Konoha." "No, Orochimaru, abandon that notion." Jiraiya firmly rejected, unwilling to hand over Light, as it would spell disaster for Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, Light's expression had ceased to waver, and his eyes were no longer clouded. Itachi placed too much faith in his jutsu, while others placed too much trust in Konoha's might. Recalling the moment Uchiha Light had fallen victim to Izanami, he found himself reliving the scene from the Chunin exams to his confrontation with Itachi, cycling through it repeatedly. Frustrated, he unleashed his full psychic power, forcibly restraining everyone before him while he sank into contemplation, pondering how to escape this space. It was a moment of introspection regarding his own heart and will. After a lengthy period, as he gazed at those still resisting his psychic force, his expression grew colder and more ruthless. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and uttered softly, "Darkness ends all. The god of death reigns eternal. My will is unshakable. Not even the heavens nor the divine can sway me. No one shall obstruct my path. My purpose shall be fulfilled, my will realized. Before the god of death, all is equal." As soon as his words fell, the realm of Izanami shattered, and Uchiha Light's consciousness returned to reality, completely vanquishing Izanami with his dark and relentless will. Having transcended his soul, he could not be suppressed by Izanami for long. This technique merely provided him clarity regarding his own intentions. In that moment of lucidity, he observed Orochimaru and Jiraiya arguing over the fate of his body. Naruto was worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sasuke stood nearby, his expression complex, surrounded by Konoha ninjas, with a pile of standard weapons beneath his feet. After striking Uchiha Light, Gamabunta returned to Mount Mayaboku, realizing the attack was ineffective. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at him. Feeling their glares, he suddenly found it exhilarating. Suffering is meant to be shared. And in this moment of shared anguish, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. He abruptly changed his mind. Now was not the time to kill the third Hokage. If he could not make the Hokage feel the same pain he bore, it would be a regret. Assessing the remaining chakra in his eyes, he realized there was less than 30% left. A plan sparked in his mind. He unleashed the Tai Chi technique upon the unsuspecting Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Itachi, and Naruto, sealing them within. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, being already incapacitated, he was of no concern. The others, however, were to be dealt with gradually. The Tai Chi diagram appeared beneath them, chains binding them securely. Having just emerged from battle and feeling slightly relaxed, they were entirely unprepared, successfully caught off guard. Faced with this sudden turn of events, a singular thought resonated within them. It's over. They all knew that Konoha's ninjas could not withstand Uchiha Light, unless there were hidden forces yet to be revealed. The Konoha ninjas reacted swiftly, collectively launching an assault against Uchiha Light. A torrent of ninjutsu and weaponry surged towards him. "How did you break Izanami? This is impossible," Itachi inquired, his voice trembling. "Izanami is meant to save those who have light in their hearts. But I am beyond salvation. This secret technique may restrain me temporarily, but it cannot bind me forever. To change my mind, the Uchiha clan must rise again. And all my kin must stand before me and say, 'We forgive you.'" Uchiha Light's eyes bled as he spoke softly. "Now, let the people of Konoha apologize to the Uchiha clan. My kin have waited long enough. I refuse to let those who have waited blame me for not doing my utmost. Run. You stand no chance." Jiraiya, realizing the situation was irretrievable, urged the surrounding ninjas. "Ha ha ha, now you decide to flee? Is that even possible?" Uchiha Light laughed boisterously, moving without distance, ruthlessly claiming the lives of Konoha's ninjas. Simultaneously, he manipulated all the weapons on the battlefield, mercilessly unleashing carnage. The ninjas fell like grass before the wind, with few able to withstand the onslaught. Blood nearly drowned their feet. Sasuke remained untouched, as Uchiha Light could not bring himself to harm his only remaining clan member. Before the eyes of those present, Uchiha Light soon decimated a nearby group of ninjas. None could withstand his lethal strikes, and no worthy opponent remained. The cost was the rapid depletion of Uchiha Light's chakra, blood continuously streaming from his eyes. The scene of carnage left everyone dumbfounded. Naruto wept in anguish, witnessing the slaughter of his fellow villagers. "Stop, you butcher. Please, cease this madness," he cried out in despair. At that moment, Naruto desperately needed power. Yet the more he unleashed, the stronger the ceiling grew. In Chapter 32, Konoha, Sasuke, and Naruto fought valiantly against Uchiha Light's massacre, yet despair enveloped them as their ninjutsu. Sealing techniques and thrown weapons were rendered futile, much like Itachi's merciless slaughter of his own kin. Faced with the omnipresent weapons raining down from above, they found themselves powerless to defend or evade. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? The assault was a multidimensional, all-encompassing attack, executed with astonishing speed that left one utterly unprepared. Once the defensive ninjutsu proved effective, Uchiha Hikaru would close the distance, unleashing a barrage of punches that rendered foes into mere fragments. Those who summoned their spirit beasts met with annihilation, as he displayed his might with impunity. Even the ninjas from various prominent clans of Sunagakure, such as Hyuga, Waihai, and Hitaki, were not spared. Any adversary within sight was subject to targeted slaughter. Blood, screams, curses, and hatred accumulated until no enemy stood, at which point Uchiha Hikaru would deliver final blows to those still writhing, moaning, or gasping for breath. The method was brutally simple. He would control shurikens, kunai, and even wooden stakes to pierce each body over 100 times, with at least 30 strikes aimed at the head. This gruesome pattern continued until the bodies of the fallen ninjas were reduced to a grotesque state. Jiraiya, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke, and Naruto gazed in despair at the battlefield strewn with corpses, their eyes brimming with tears, particularly Itachi's, which flowed with blood, witnessing the peace of Konoha, for which he had sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan. Being obliterated in such a short time by Uchiha Hikaru filled Itachi with immense regret and anguish. He lamented his earlier hesitance, believing he should have obliterated Hikaru that fateful night. The heavy toll on the villagers due to his negligence weighed heavily on his conscience. He could not confront the scene of bloodshed in Konoha, yet he found solace in recalling that night concerning the Uchiha clan, for he prioritized being a citizen of Konoha, then a Hokage, and lastly, the Uchiha clan's minor heir, rendering the clan insignificant in his heart. After slaughtering the nearby thousands of Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Hikaru chose not to pursue the distant remnants, as he still had a few more individuals to deal with. Following the carnage, he remained untainted by a single drop of blood. Why, Hikaru? Why treat Konoha this way? Why not kill me? Sasuke inquired with evident pain. Recognizing that among the slain were his teachers, classmates, and even esteemed seniors he had once known, he could not comprehend Hikaru's extreme measures nor the cruelty of ensuring each victim's demise. What enmity could provoke such wrath? As Hikaru's eyes, nearly at their limit, mirrored Itachi's, blood tears streamed down his face. Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, he pointed towards the figure in umbu disguise beside him. Who is he? Sasuke turned to the masked individual, feeling an unsettling familiarity, and after a moment's contemplation, a startling realization struck him. It was that man. Grabbing a kunai, he thrust it towards Itachi's heart, but the blade halted upon reaching Hikaru's seal, unable to advance further. Sasuke's face contorted as he exerted all his strength, yielding not an inch. The Tai Chi technique, governed by rules, could not be transcended in the world of Hokage, akin to a deity claiming omnipotence yet unable to lift itself. Realizing he could not kill Itachi, Sasuke's fury shifted towards him, rasping, "Why kill father and mother? Why annihilate the clan? That is your home. How could you do this?" Itachi remained lost in the devastation around him, indifferent to Sasuke's anguished inquiries. Sasuke then turned to Hikaru, demanding, "Let me kill him. Release your Jinjutsu." Hikaru stepped closer and replied, "This traitor Itachi is not for you to slay. You are brothers. You are not the heartless wretch devoid of compassion. It is my right to execute him. I will not only kill him, but any from Konoha. You ask me why I treat Konoha thus? Very well. In the presence of Itachi, you may verify my words. My clan was targeted by conspiracies from the higher-ups of Konoha, with the tacit approval of all prominent clans, while the common folk awaited the annihilation wrought by Itachi. One of his motives for exterminating our kin was to protect you, allowing you to survive in Konoha, growing under his oppressive cruelty, ultimately aiming to mold you into a loyal dog of the Hokage, forsaking your clan's vengeance to serve their interests until the last drop of Uchiha blood was expended. This is the Itachi who destroyed the clan. The son of Konoha, the blade of Hokage, your beloved elder brother. You murderer! You butcher! How dare you slander my beloved Hokage?" Naruto shouted in vehement rebuttal. "Naruto Uzumaki, is it? Are you aware of your heritage? Having been mocked and discriminated against since childhood, enduring hunger and hardship, how could you possess such love for Konoha? It astounds me," Hikaru remarked, turning to Jiraiya. "Shall I enlighten you about this child's lineage?" "Uchiha Hikaru, do not attempt to sway Naruto. The grievances of today will be repaid in due time," Jiraiya replied with anguish. Naruto, or rather, it should be Namake's Naruto. 13 years ago, on the night of the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Izumaki, gave birth. That night, the seal was weakened, allowing a mysterious Uchiha to launch a surprise attack, unleashing the Nine Tails upon Konoha. Kushina, gravely weakened by the Nine Tails' escape, saw her husband seal the beast within their newborn son, whom he named Naruto, entrusting him to the late-arriving Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, consumed by his profound love for his wife, chose to perish for that love, leaving Naruto, the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki, in Sarutobi's care, to control this future potent weapon and shift the populace's hatred of the Nine Tails. The Hokage's higher-ups revealed Naruto's identity as the beast's host. They ignored, even covertly encouraged, the villagers' animosity towards the child, presenting themselves as his saviors while brainwashing him. At a time when a child needed comfort and support, Hiruzen became the soul light in Naruto's life, effortlessly achieving control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He further orchestrated Naruto's enrollment in the Ninja Academy, facilitating bonds with the next generation, and designed scenarios to ensure Naruto obtained the Sealing Scroll, among others. Did you never ponder how a mere freshly graduated genin could achieve what even a nin like Mizuki could not? Have you considered why you and Sasuke were placed in the same team? Because he too was targeted in the same manner, and once you forged strong bonds. Should the Nine-Tails within you break free, Sasuke would serve as a safeguard. Behold, Naruto, the tool persecuted by Konoha since childhood, enduring 13 years of suffering, yet harboring little anger or resentment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the man capable of orchestrating the downfall of the Senju and Uchiha clans, employed remarkably effective brainwashing techniques. Do not doubt it. This toad sage beside you is also your father, the fourth Hokage's teacher. He recognized your identity at first glance. Just ask him, Hikaru stated, addressing Naruto. No. This cannot be true. My father is Namikaze Minato. I am the son of the fourth Hokage? How is that possible? Naruto's mind began to spiral into confusion as he cast his gaze upon the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen, disbelief evident in his eyes. He then turned to Jiraiya, his eyes brimming with anticipation and hope, yearning for a definitive answer that could refute Uchiha's assertions. Naruto, the esteemed Hokage, has his own considerations. I cannot discern his intentions, but you are indeed the son of Minato. Do not be swayed by Uchiha. He is currently Konoha's sworn enemy. Remember, you are a ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya did not deny Naruto's identity. Rather, he expressed skepticism towards Uchiha's words, his speech laden with caution for Naruto. I merely state the truth. That seemingly noble will of fire has undoubtedly distorted your thoughts. Jiraiya, can you not find it within yourself to speak from a factual standpoint? Uchiha retorted. He then turned to Sasuke, questioning, the truth about the massacre lies before you. Can you still bring yourself to kill the brother who slaughtered his clan to protect you? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face reflected bewilderment. He could not fathom the reality. How could such a notion be readily accepted? I knew you wouldn't. You lack the standing to kill him. For your very existence is a result of his sacrifices, all in the name of Konoha. You should not harbor hatred towards your brother. He has toiled endlessly for your future. Uchiha continued, the reason I do not kill you is that you were unaware. You were but a child at that time. Well, that may be contradictory, for your brother was also just a child. Regardless, you are merely a pawn, as is my clan. I would not strike against a pawn so easily. Brother, is what he says true? Please answer me. Sasuke's psyche crumbled before the truth. The brother he had despised for years still harbored love for him, while the village he cherished had turned out to be the principal architect of the massacre. Sasuke found himself at a loss on how to confront Itachi and the friends of Konoha. Itachi, emerging from his anguish, remained unmoved by Uchiha's revelations. Though he recognized that some of K's claims were mere conjecture, nonetheless, the outcome was accurate. I am sorry, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi finally uttered those words of apology directed solely at his brother. In his heart, he prioritized the peace of Konoha above all, with his brother following closely behind. Others were inconsequential. Very well, you lot step aside. Perish in order. Uchiha activated his ultimate ocular power, absorbing the energy from Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Itachi. As for Naruto, with the Nine-Tails within him, even if Uchiha depleted his ocular power, he could not be completely absorbed. He would be confined for the time being. After executing these actions, Uchiha's Sharingan reached its zenith, his eyes closing in exhaustion, unable to open once more. The Taichi seal was fully retracted, granting the group their freedom, albeit with their strength diminished. For now, they could only rely on their mental faculties to perceive their surroundings, enduring this predicament until the Sharingan ascended to its eternal form. Uchiha Hikari struck towards Itachi's head with a powerful punch, but alas, it met only empty air. For Itachi had mysteriously vanished from his perception, without a trace or warning. Increasing the range of his mental probe yielded no indication of any threatening forces in the vicinity. How then had Uchiha Itachi disappeared? At that moment, Hikari recalled the ancient sage of the ninja world, the Six-Path Sage. A legendary figure said to possess absolute power capable of intervening in the face of danger, leaving one utterly helpless. Yet, why would he come to Itachi's aid? Itachi was not the reincarnation of his two sons. After all, Uchiha Light's perception of Sasuke and Naruto hinted at an underlying understanding. Itachi's escape was an undeniable reality, one that could not be altered. However, others were not afforded the same luxury. His fist surged toward Orochimaru, who dared to entertain thoughts of seizing his own body, a foolhardy endeavor. Orochimaru, unsurprisingly, met his demise. In his final moments, he felt the overwhelming power of Uchiha light, reigniting his desire to possess the latter's body. With such power, invincibility in the ninja world would no longer be a mere fantasy. The countdown to Orochimaru's next reincarnation had begun, but patience was required. The force of light's punch obliterated Orochimaru's form, carving a deep trench behind him that spanned several meters. In prior encounters with Konoha's ninjas, Orochimaru's physical prowess had been somewhat average, hidden beneath the veil of their ninjutsu, leaving few witnesses to his true capabilities. Yet now, witnessing Uchiha Light's nearly unparalleled strength, Jiraiya and the others were left in awe. They recognized that he had not channeled chakra to augment his attack, and yet his might rivaled that of Tsunade's monstrous strength. The sheer physical prowess displayed was nothing short of terrifying, especially considering he was merely 24 years of age at this moment. Uchiha Hikari's next target is Jiraiya. Previously, he spared him due to a certain fondness rooted in the original narrative. However, this time, he must meet his demise. Just as he retracted his fist, preparing to strike, the adamant chains ensnared him once more, leaving him astounded. To be ensnared by the same technique twice is utterly humiliating. He had fallen prey to it. Likely due to the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths, his mind unsettled and diverted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, resulting in a surprise attack. Naruto, who was poised to make a move, hesitated, although he was privy to some of the truth. The sight of the fallen leaf ninjas rendered him incapable of sparing Uchiha Hikari. The clamor of battle roused the unconscious third Hokage. He cautiously shifted his gaze, failing to spot Itachi, and internally accepted that Itachi was slain, while witnessing Orochimaru's demise. As Uchiha Hikari prepared to unleash his next strike, an indescribable anxiety welled within him. Regardless of Hikari's target, he represented a threat to the Leaf Village. He could not allow him to succeed. In a crucial moment, he summoned the sealing technique, sacrificing his life force to bind Uchiha Hikari. Everyone step back. Do not let yourselves be caught in the ensuing ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Enduring the agony coursing through his body, he retrieved a sealing scroll from his garments, extracting the healing ninjutsu prepared for ninjas at the Leaf Hospital to mend his hands. In less than 2 seconds, he swiftly performed the Leaf's most formidable ninjutsu, the Shiki Fujin. A colossal death god emerged behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching a short sword and binding a vast soul before him. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the blood-soaked battlefield littered with the corpses of his subordinates, his heart swelling with anguish and fury. Uchiha Hikari, you villain of the Leaf, today I shall eradicate your existence in the name of the Hokage, avenging all those who perished for Konoha, avenging Asuma. To hell with you, wretched fiend. Upon concluding his declaration, the death god extended its hand toward the target's body. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the colossal figure of the Shinigami, feeling the pervasive chill and silence enveloping the air. He ceased his struggles, his expression devoid of emotion, retracting his mental energy to envelop himself in a protective barrier, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. A flicker of anticipation coursed through him, wondering if the Shinigami could inflict any harm upon him, for he, Uchiha Hikaru, was a man endowed with a system existing in a higher dimension, and he too was, after all, a Shinigami of sorts, though he had claimed this title himself. The hand of the Shinigami summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen effortlessly penetrated the barrier of mental energy, probing recklessly within Uchiha Hikaru's being. However, after a brief moment, the hand became rigid and motionless. Indeed, the Shinigami had grasped Uchiha Hikaru's soul, yet could not extract it. His soul was anchored by a system, rendering it impossible to be so easily severed. Moreover, in terms of scale, the Shinigami had merely seized a minuscule point of light from the target's soul, and even that tiny fragment was beyond his ability to extract. This Shinigami was nothing but a failure. The tug-of-war between the Shinigami and Uchiha Hikaru's soul persisted for a considerable duration, and the caster, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was on the verge of collapse, blood streaming from his features, having paid a hefty price to unleash this ninjutsu. The agony was not confined to the body. The torment of his soul felt akin to being torn apart, an indescribable affliction. Chapter 33. The third Hokage's demise. Upon witnessing the contorted expression of the third Hokage, Jiraiya, though not particularly knowledgeable about the Shiki Fuinjutsu, felt a deep unease at the terrifying visage before him. Old man, can you still hold on? Jiraiya inquired, disregarding his own physical state as he forced himself to draw forth additional chakra to enhance the seal upon Uchiha Hikaru. with hands weaving intricate seals. A blue triangular mark materialized beneath Uchiha Hikaru's feet. Simultaneously, azure light surged from the edges of the seal, ascending to a point just above Uchiha Hikaru's head before beginning to converge, forming a triangular coffin. Having accomplished this, Jiraiya coughed forth a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground, prompting Naruto to hurriedly rush to his side to offer support. Uchiha Hikari regained consciousness, his body in good health. If it were not for the Grim Reaper's hands still digging into his chest, he would feel no discomfort. After a moment's wait, observing that the Grim Reaper could not extract his soul, Hikari felt a sense of calm wash over him as he sensed the seal being released by Jiraiya. The endurance of his Mangeki Sharingan had reached its limit, necessitating a lengthy recovery period. Once restored, unsealing would pose no challenge for him. He possessed both physical and mental strength, ensuring his self-preservation and escape were feasible. Thus, amidst the encirclement of foes, he remained remarkably composed as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen march toward his demise, particularly relishing the pain etched on Hiruzen's face. The third Hokage's features were marred by blood. His hands, sealed in hand signs, trembled violently, clearly enduring immense torment, a sight that brought Hikari a sense of satisfaction. He refrained from using his mental power to end Hiruzen's life, for the third had invoked the Reaper Death Seal, an act that was destined to culminate in his own death. Hikari found himself engaged in a tug-of-war with the Grim Reaper, fully aware that the third was suffering greatly under the Reaper's relentless grip. Indeed, Hiruzen might have even wished for a swift end to his own life. The Grim Reaper maintained a stoic demeanor, seriousness etched upon its face, yet as its spectral hands trembled with exertion, it became evident that it was exhausting all its strength, yet could not budge Hikari's soul even a fraction. Minutes passed, and the Grim Reaper, singularly focused on seizing Hikari's soul, ultimately succumbed to its own collapse from overexertion. Fortunately for it, the extraction of Hiruzen's soul was successful, leaving the third Hokage in a precarious position. After the soul harvest, Hiruzen barely managed to cast a glance at Jiraiya and Naruto before his body slumped to the ground, motionless, leaving not a word behind. "Grandpa Third," Naruto exclaimed, rushing to Hiruzen's side, embracing Jiraiya as he called out his name. Although he had just unraveled a fragment of the truth, his feelings for the third remained profound, not easily distorted by Uchiha Hikari. Jiraiya, too, felt a wave of sorrow, understanding that the Reaper Death Seal was a transaction involving one's own soul, a means to trade his life for the enemy's demise. The fourth Hokage had met his end in this manner. Thus, the third Hokage's death was fated, a choice he had made. The only lament was that Uchiha Hikari, this monumental threat, remained unvanquished. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the dissipating figure of the Grim Reaper and the tragic state of Sarutobi Hiruzen, bursting into laughter, even when ensnared within Jiraiya's seal. Unable to move and enduring excruciating pain in his eyes, he found the capacity to laugh. Naruto mourned the passing of the third Hokage. Regardless of any grievances he may have caused you, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him, for he played a pivotal role in your upbringing. Jiraiya consoled nearby. The demise of teacher Sarutobi could be deemed a completion of sorts. He perished for the protection of Konoha, erasing the shadows of the past and leaving behind a commendable legacy. The dark aspects of the Third rule, such as the Uchiha massacre, would likely be buried with him. Yet, Jiraiya remained unaware of another source of darkness within Konoha, Shimura Danzo. This individual was privy to the third Hokage's every transgression, with much of the darkness shifted onto Danzo's shoulders, rendering him a genuine threat to Konoha's peace. Unbeknownst to all, Uchiha Hikaru was indifferent to whether the truth about the massacre became known to the masses of Konoha. To him, what significance lay in a throng of deceased knowing the truth? In the distance, a black line emerged, signaling the arrival of the Konoha ninja forces. Those who had narrowly escaped the slaughter at the hands of Uchiha Hikaru sought out the higher-ups responsible for leading the resistance against the Sand Ninja. Under the guidance of Tsun Koharu and Mito Gaiden, they hastily assembled the strength of Konoha's prominent clans to rush to the battlefield. As they drew near, they were met with the sight of their fallen comrades, each corpse bearing the marks of post-mortem abuse. Nearby, Uchiha Hikaru remained sealed, emanating a blue glow. The Konoha ninja army collapsed into despair upon witnessing this scene, with many bursting into tears, their cries escalating, tears streaming down their faces. Among them, Sasuke, having learned the truth of the massacre and witnessing his brother's death at Hikaru's hands, knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Sasuke believed that Itachi had been obliterated by Hikaru, leaving nothing behind. He could not fathom the Sage of Six Paths' intervention. Regardless, he was engulfed in profound anguish. The higher-ups, too, turned their attention to Jiraiya, who lay pale and bloodied beside Naruto. Naruto was wailing over the body of the third Hokage, repeatedly calling out for his grandfather. The leaders of Konoha's clans were horrified and gathered around Sarutobi's corpse, meticulously examining it, confirming his death. Jiraiya, mustering his strength, recounted the cause of the third's demise, an attempt to utilize forbidden techniques, a failure he could not bear to disclose out of respect for the Hokage. Faced with the lifeless body of their leader, the feelings of the clan heads were intricately mixed. While some reveled in his demise, they all wore masks of sorrow at that moment. T-Sun Koharu and the others pulled Naruto aside, seeking to ensure his well-being while arranging for the dignified treatment of Sarutobi's remains, simultaneously announcing the Hokage's passing to the ninja forces. The cries intensified, and many surviving villagers, upon hearing the distant lamentations, joined in their grief. On that day, how many families in Konoha had not lost someone? Ah, how spectacular! What a melodious sound! Uchiha Hikaru exclaimed from a distance, reveling in the cacophony of sorrow. How delightful it is to hear such a harmonious chorus, especially from the collective lament of Konoha's people. Refreshing to the soul. Silence, you butcher. You shall pay dearly for your actions today. Bring forth Uchiha Hikaru, and impose the utmost punishment, death. Followed by the scattering of his ashes in the latrine, as atonement for all the fallen comrades, and the Hokage. Mito gaped and glared at him, seething with rage. Let Uchiha Sasuke be captured and face the same fate as Hikaru. T-Sun Koharu added. Jiraiya, is there any way to lift the seal? We must execute Uchiha Hikaru. As they reveled in their self-righteousness, Uchiha Hikaru remained unfazed, knowing it was not yet time to act. The true protagonist had yet to arrive. No, my situation is dire. Uchiha Hikaru is immensely powerful. Once the seal is broken, none of you would stand a chance against him. His body can nearly disregard ninjutsu attacks except for sage techniques. His casual strikes would be beyond your capacity to endure. Do you wish to be slaughtered again? For now, let us confine Hikaru temporarily until I recover. Jiraiya firmly rejected their proposal. They were oblivious to the terror that Uchiha Hikaru represented, but he was acutely aware of how challenging and painful this battle would be. He did not wish for the hard-earned victory to be squandered, especially one bought with the life of the third Hokage. And Sasuke, he is not complicit in Hikaru's deeds. This matter has no bearing on him. Do not exploit this opportunity for revenge. It contradicts the will of our master. Very well, then. Take Uchiha Hikaru to the Konoha dungeon, under strict surveillance. Uchiha Sasuke, escort him to Konoha Hospital for a thorough examination. A contingent of Konoha ninjas approached Uchiha Hikaru, employing Earth-style techniques to sever the ground beneath him and transport him onto a vehicle. Having lost so many loved ones and friends, how do you feel? Happy? Surprised? Uchiha Hikaru mocked from within the seal. He reminisced about his own resurrection from the grave, now relishing the opportunity to let the Konoha villagers experience his torment. Feel the pain. As a member of the Uchiha clan, my suffering mirrors yours. Let us share in this laughter. He continued, his mirth ringing out. Undeterred by the tumult and accusations of the crowd, his laughter echoing with a sense of melancholic grandeur. Sasuke, with a complex expression, fixed his gaze on Uchiha Hikaru, uncertain of his next move, opting for silence, hoping to survive the day. Uchiha Hikaru was swiftly taken to Konoha prison, where he awaited judgment from the village. The Konoha ninjas scattered to collect the remains of their fellow comrades, their hearts growing heavier with each grim discovery. Uchiha Hikaru's actions were so ruthless that not a single body was left intact. Heads were mangled beyond recognition, making it nearly impossible to identify the fallen except through a few documented characteristics. Civilians were summoned from their shelters to assist in searching for survivors and clearing the debris left in the wake of battle. Within the opulent confines of the Sarutobi clan estate, the leaders of Konoha convened to discuss the events of the day's conflict. Following a thorough assessment, it was revealed that during the Chunin exams, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had perished. The number of ninjas who lost their lives resisting the Sand Ninja invasion stood at 211, while civilian casualties totaled 264. Surrounding the examination venue, 455 ninjas and 374 civilians were reported dead, bringing the total toll to 304 lives lost. The financial losses were incalculable. The senior officials of the Land of Fire collectively faced calamity, with 86 members perishing, including the unfortunate death of the daimyo. This was the summary of the tragic event. Narashikaka held the report with a heavy heart, his voice laden with sorrow as he relayed the statistics to the gathered leaders. With each figure he read, his spirit trembled. This fiend, Uchiha Hikari, must be subjected to the most severe punishment, the most brutal and inhumane kind. The assembled leaders, upon hearing such staggering figures, could not restrain their outrage, their voices rising in a chorus of disbelief. Is the devastation wrought by Uchiha Hikari truly so horrifying? When has Konoha ever endured such losses? The last time the village experienced a significant reduction in numbers was during the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Light, with his ruthless methods, leaves one to ponder the grievances that fuel his actions. The unaware clan leaders are left to speculate, while those in the know are acutely aware of the threat he poses. Among them, a resolute faction believes that eliminating Uchiha Light is imperative, convinced that his continued existence will eventually spell disaster for them all. They even entertain thoughts of extinguishing Sasuke, as the mere eruption of Uchiha Light could yield catastrophic consequences. What might occur if two such powers emerged? Would Konoha endure? Given their past transgressions, can they gamble on such a possibility? Absent from the meeting is Jiraiya, who currently recuperates in the Konoha hospital, recovering from the draining ordeal of chakra extraction, compounded by his age, necessitating a period of rest. Kakashi, I implore you to compile these reports into documents for Jiraiya's review, ensuring his cooperation in the forthcoming actions, Midogate told him. A rare moment of calm amidst the storm. Understood, Nara Kakashi bowed in response. Silence, please. We must now address the succession of the fifth Hokage, Midogate proclaimed, interrupting the cacophony of clan leaders' discussions. The third Hokage once expressed his wish for Lord Jiraiya to inherit the position. Do any of you have objections? I oppose this notion. Konoha has recently endured assaults from the Sand Shinobi and remnants of the Uchiha clan, leaving our strength severely diminished. The four nations eye Konoha with increasing hostility. We require a formidable leader in these trying times. I hereby nominate myself for the role of Hokage, confident in my ability to lead Konoha out of this darkness and restore its former glory, Shimura Danzo asserted, having hurried over upon learning of the third Hokage's demise. Danzo, may I ask where you were during the Sand Shinobi invasion? Where were you when Uchiha Light attacked Konoha? What qualifications do you have to claim you can lead us? T-Rune Koharu rose, slamming her hands on the table in indignation. Koharu, you infuriate me. My actions are all for the benefit of Konoha. Avoiding confrontation was a strategic measure to preserve our village's strength. Do you wish for my men to perish before you are satisfied? What change could my root division effect with such a meager force? Danzo retorted, aware that he was speaking from a position of hindsight, confident that none would challenge his claims. Lords, we have gathered intelligence from the retreating Sand Shinobi forces. They assert they were lured into invading Konoha by Orochimaru, with reports of internal collusion from high-ranking members within Konoha, aided by our own shinobi, making their invasion plans more feasible. According to their descriptions, these traitors are suspected to be from the Root Division. Moreover, it appears the fourth Kazekage may have met his end. Nara Kakashi dropped another bombshell, targeting Danzo. Given Danzo's history of persecution against the clans, the possibility of him ascending to power terrified them. Under the third Hokage, only one Uchiha clan member vanished. With the more extreme and shadowy Danzo in charge, their futures seemed increasingly bleak, an outcome unacceptable to the clan leaders. This is slander. This is defamation. Who among you does not know that my heart is solely for Konoha? Every word and action of mine is for the village's future, Danzo exclaimed, rising in agitation, trembling with rage as he pointed a quivering finger at Nara Kakashi. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Danzo. While the clan leaders observed Danzo's display of fury with a calm demeanor, clearly indicating their skepticism, his words resonated only with himself. Danzo, please calm down. There is no need for such agitation, Midogate interjected, fearing a confrontation between him and Kakashi. Danzo surveyed the room and realized he was not their chosen candidate. His dream of seizing power upon Sarutobi's departure shattered in an instant. He glared at Kakashi, scoffed, and forcefully pushed his chair back, storming out of the meeting room and slamming the door behind him, leaving a final declaration. You will regret this. Not choosing me as Hokage will be your greatest mistake. Let us proceed. Are there any further questions regarding the Hokage succession? T-Rune Koharu continued, disregarding Danzo entirely. No questions remain. Lord Jiraiya, with his pure heart and formidable strength, is the best candidate for Hokage. The others concurred after a brief discussion. Very well. The next topic, The handling of Konoha following the daimyo's death. Approved. Next item. Concerning the new daimyo's succession and the budget for Konoha's reconstruction. Next item. Plans and arrangements for the third Hokage's funeral. Chapter 34. The external upgrade. Light temporarily offline, exiting the meeting room and leaving the Sarutobi residence. Danzo made his way directly to Konoha prison. Upon arriving, he found guards valiantly attempting to restrain a throng intent on storming the prison to eliminate Uchiha Light. The actions of Uchiha Light had left countless families in Konoha mourning. Many had lost sons, daughters, parents, spouses, and friends. On this day, numerous individuals became orphans or widows, with entire families reduced to a single survivor. Due to the plundering by the Sand Shinobi, many civilians lost their livelihoods, and the prospects of recovery appeared bleak. The impoverished Sand Shinobi were unlikely to return what they had seized. Why would they return what they had taken by force? This situation starkly contrasted with the original narrative, where the Sand Shinobi, disheartened by Orochimaru's influence, surrendered en masse. Uchiha K's personal involvement in the annihilation of a portion of Konoha's combat prowess has rendered the village powerless to retaliate against the Sand Shinobi, who can now retreat with their bountiful spoils unimpeded. The destruction of homes has left many families to seek refuge on the streets, relying on the meager assistance from Konoha's prominent clans to survive. Yet many individuals have lost the spark of hope in their eyes. Consequently, the populace has spontaneously gathered at Konoha prison, intent on executing Uchiha K. The numbers here are few, yet the Hokage building is thronged with a multitude, echoing similar demands. The citizens of Konoha fervently declare that Uchiha K must perish and that blood vengeance must be exacted. In this moment, the spirit of Konoha is embodied by both Sasuke and Uchiha K. The Chunin exams have devolved into a day of calamity for all of Konoha. The higher echelons of the village hastily dispatched individuals to post notices, informing the public about the proceedings concerning Uchiha K. The prison guards, in a state of heightened tension, strive to maintain order, calling out, "The Hokage building has issued a proclamation. It has been decided that after the 5th Hokage assumes office, Uchiha K, the criminal, will face public trial and execution. You cannot harm him now. Disperse at once." Upon witnessing this scene, Danzo's brow furrowed, and he commanded his subordinates, the root ninjas, obedient to his orders, surged into the crowd, brandishing weapons and using the blunt edges of their kunai to forcefully disperse the throng. As they struck, they shouted, "Disperse. Konoha will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Uchiha K will face the utmost punishment. What are you doing here, plotting rebellion?" The root members executed their task with remarkable efficiency, their authoritative presence and merciless actions quickly scattering the crowd. Those who dared to retaliate faced even harsher consequences. Only then did Danzo approach the prison guards. "I am Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, and I wish to interrogate the criminal Uchiha K. Someone, guide me." Due to Danzo's elevated status, the guards dared not obstruct him. The warden, notified of his arrival, hurriedly greeted him, repeatedly offering apologies as the root members sheathed their weapons. The warden personally escorted Danzo to the cell housing Uchiha K. As the warden unlocked the cell door, the root ninjas forcibly ushered him aside, taking their positions at the entrance while the remaining members entered the cell, drawing their weapons to safeguard Danzo. Gazing at Uchiha K, who lay with his eyes closed, Danzo spoke in a measured tone. "I have meticulously reviewed Konoha's records and can confirm that you died that night, and your Sharingan was extracted by my subordinates. I have also located your Sharingan. Your corpse was interred by my men. If you wish to avoid suffering, confess. How did you survive? What is the nature of your Sharingan? Who empowered you? And who conveyed the truth to you?" Uchiha Hikari had long sensed the identity of the approaching individual. Regarding Danzo, one of the architects of his clan's annihilation, he initially contemplated taking immediate action. However, upon hearing that Konoha intended to publicly trial him, he swiftly reconsidered. Would it not be far more gratifying to witness Danzo's disgrace in front of the masses while simultaneously exposing the hypocritical facade of the third Hokage's ideals? After all, the predecessors of the previous generation had proclaimed that to kill is to strike at the heart. Moreover, at that time, the number of spectators in Konoha would undoubtedly be greater, with many high-ranking officials present. The previous battle during the Chunin exams had been exhilarating, and the next encounter promised to be even more exhilarating. Who would reject a future filled with joy? Curious to know, you wonder if I would divulge anything to you. Who do you think you are? Call upon the 5th Hokage of Konoha. You lack the qualifications and strength to engage in conversation with me, Uchiha Hikari declared. Even in the face of imminent death, Danzo remained defiant, proving himself to be the wicked Uchiha. Hikari's words struck a nerve, leaving Danzo's countenance even more grim. It appeared that the position of the fifth Hokage would ultimately not be his, rendering this visit futile. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Kagami continued to mock him, saying, "It appears that Konoha ultimately did not select you to inherit the position of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo. Indeed, the people of Konoha do not seem to be blind. Your achievements remain unrecognized while your darkness is widely known. Do you truly believe it is possible for you to become Hokage? Stubbornly unrepentant. You shall await your demise in the shadowy corner. We shall take our leave." After hearing this, Danzo realized that remaining any longer would only invite further ridicule. So he hastily withdrew. He had initially intended to see if he could acquire some parts from Uchiha Kagami, such as his Manjiki Sharingan, a rare treasure. However, upon closer inspection, he found that Jiraiya's sealing technique was remarkably intricate, completely binding Uchiha Kagami and leaving him no opportunity for escape. Once Danzo and his men departed, the jailer relocked the door and left, surrounded by an atmosphere of darkness and silence. Uchiha K spoke softly, "It is coming soon, very soon. The judgment shall inevitably descend. Let us offer our lamentations and melodies to the Grim Reaper." His laughter resonated not far, yet it reached the ears of the guards, who erupted in a chorus of curses, unleashing a torrent of vile invectives. The Uchiha clan was mercilessly derided, with Uchiha Madara bearing the brunt of the vitriol. Enduring the harshest of scorn, Uchiha Hikaru, upon hearing this, remained indifferent. Until the opportune moment arises, he would not disclose the fact that he was not entirely ensnared. He would allow these individuals to indulge in their verbal whims for now. His consciousness activated the system panel, which displayed information with clarity. After being sealed, his eyes temporarily lost their potency, relying solely on his telepathic perception. Upon arriving in this prison, he enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village with his telekinesis, admiring his creations within the village. Upon sensing the misfortunes of its inhabitants, he felt an immense joy in retracting his mental influence. Initially, he had anticipated that Danzo would personally come to inspect the condition of the third Hokage, at which point he could unleash his telekinesis, eliminating him on the spot, and subsequently embark on a rampage to obliterate the higher echelons of the Leaf Village and the reinforcements that had arrived. After achieving this, he planned to elevate himself into the skies and make a discreet escape, finding another location to lie low for a while. He intended to wait until his Manjiki Sharingan had fully recovered, at which point he would break free from the sealed space. This plan was nothing short of perfect. However, he had underestimated Danzo's meticulous nature. That individual only arrived after he had been imprisoned. At this juncture, Uchiha Hikaru also learned of the arrangements made by the Hidden Leaf. Realizing that these plans were more suited to his performance, the village had crafted a stage specifically for him, gathering a multitude of spectators. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he be unmoved by this? He envisioned showcasing the Uchiha's elegant dance to the world, providing him with ample bragging rights upon the revival of Madara. Within his perception, a new option appeared on the system panel. Name: Uchiha Hikaru. Age: 24. Bloodline ability: modified Manjiki Sharingan. Dual eye abilities: left eye, Wuju; right eye. Taiji special ability: Susanoo Chakra level, Shadow level soul, telekinesis level 5, potential for evolution. Ninjutsu: he possesses virtually every ninjutsu from the original Naruto series that has been utilized by others, owing to his extensive training and the use of shadow clones for learning. Thus, they shall not be enumerated here. Physical strength: level 5, potential for evolution. He clicked on the question mark for further explanation. The host's soul had reached the standards for evolution. Upon clicking the evolution option, the host's consciousness would enter a dormant state, awakening once the evolution was complete. This option would partially lift the system's restrictions on the host's growth rate. The host's physical body had also met the standards for evolution. Upon clicking the evolution option, the physical body would unlock its constraints. Note: the evolution of the physical body is exceedingly painful. It is advised that the host immediately select the soul evolution option after initiating the physical evolution. Uchiha K gazed at the two shimmering golden options on the panel, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. It dawned on him that his growth had been deliberately stifled. Reflecting on the situation, it was not surprising. Aside from the elderly traversers of the longevity faction who advanced slowly, others seemed to become invincible within a year, transcend realms in 2, and traverse the heavens in 3. And here he was, after 6 years, which, when combined with his time since birth, amounted to 24 years. Apologies to everyone. He felt he had brought shame upon the Traversers. Regaining his composure, he scrutinized the evolution options presented by the system, momentarily caught in a quandary. At this juncture, he was not at liberty to make a hasty decision, uncertain if the time required for evolution would align with his opportunity to take action. The prospect of missing that chance would be quite embarrassing. After a silent evaluation, Uchiha ultimately resolved to select the evolution option, for his current strength was insufficient to exact the vengeance he yearned for. He believed that in recent battles, he had not claimed many lives. Indeed, the losses inflicted upon Konoha's combatants had been minimal. He had merely dispatched Asuma, incapacitated Might Guy, and forced Sarutobi Hiruzenda's demise. While slaughtering thousands of inconsequential ninja, it seemed that other endeavors had not proceeded as smoothly. Uchiha Itachi found himself perpetually rescued, his savior being none other than Uchiha Obito, which left him utterly exasperated. To his astonishment, even the Sage of Six Paths made an appearance, given his current abilities. It was inconceivable for him to confront the legendary Sage of Six Paths head-on. Moreover, the sage operated from the shadows while he stood in the light, leaving him uncertain of when this cunning old figure would again intervene to thwart his endeavors. This ancient ancestor, unable to discern right from wrong and oblivious to the true nature of individuals, had grown senile, inexplicably choosing to save a disloyal scion who had personally annihilated his own clan. Were not the other Uchiha members also of his bloodline? Uchiha Kagami harbored a desire to confront the Sage of Six Paths, grasping his collar and inquiring with fervor why Uchiha Itachi warranted such intervention. His obsession with orchestrating a future for his reincarnated son had driven him to the brink of madness. He yearned to eliminate Jiraiya, yet each time, his focus was diverted, his skills and murderous intent consistently interrupted. The only foe he found himself able to dispatch with relative ease was none other than Orochimaru. However, this very individual proved incapable of securing his own demise, inevitably reappearing before him. Other adversaries remained unscathed, and though his own indulgence had contributed to this state, it nonetheless stirred an irksome sense of discontent. Resolutely, he selected the option for physical evolution, and in an instant, Uchiha Kagami was besieged by a torrent of agony emanating from every corner of his being, with each breath and every pulse of blood bringing forth indescribable torment. Within a mere second, the anguish resonated from every cell in his body. Uchiha's visage contorted in unimaginable agony, rendering him incapable of even a reflexive reaction. A pain scream escaped his lips, but before he could utter more than a mere ah, his voice was silenced by the intensifying torment that his brain imposed upon him. Within a mere 2 seconds, blood flowed profusely from his features. He felt as though his mind was on the brink of explosion. The velocity of his blood coursing through his veins overwhelming, with vessels rupturing in every direction. His heart raced at an astonishing pace, incessantly relaying the dire message to his brain: imminent demise, impending rupture. Particularly, the suffering emanating from his lower regions was excruciatingly exaggerated, as if billions of descendants were in revolt. Furthermore, the chakra pathways within him were severely compromised, all channels severed, chakra energy directly assaulting his organs. Thankfully, a seal prevented an outright explosion. In this brief span of 2 seconds, the relentless pain ravaged Uchiha's consciousness, prompting him to heed the system's warnings. He swiftly redirected his focus, hastily selecting and confirming the option for soul evolution before the 3rd second could elapse. A countdown materialized before him, 10 seconds dwindling away. Gradually, the agony subsided, and Uchiha's awareness began to clear. With time of the essence, he hastened to manage his personal belongings, still suspended in the air. The prospect of those items falling into the hands of Konoha's denizens was intolerable. He could not afford such a loss. In a flurry, he utilized his telekinesis to obliterate those possessions still hanging aloft, including his remaining currency, forbidden jutsu scrolls, and food supplies. As for valuable metals, he deposited them into a deep lake, and the Uchiha clan Sharingan he concealed in a secretive location, unable to bring himself to destroy the relics of his kin. Once everything was handled and the countdown reached 0, Uchiha's primary consciousness descended into silence once more. The system took control of his body, reabsorbing the blood that had pooled on his surface, evaporating it from the ground and his garments. Excluding his exterior, everything within Uchiha was utterly annihilated by the system. Simultaneously, the system began to intertwine with the unknown energy dwelling deep within Uchiha's consciousness, constructing new organs and tissues, one quirk at a time. as the modified Uchiha bloodline began to be truly inherited by him. His brain was partitioned into numerous segments, with Uchiha K's consciousness resting in a designated area. While the system commenced its modifications outside the realm of his slumbering awareness, backing up memories from the relevant regions, fortuitously finding most areas vacant. The primary consciousness's slumbering zone would be the final point of transformation, and once the brain's reconstruction was complete, it would coincide with Uchiha K's awakening. This entire process demanded time. The system could have cast Uchiha K into the river of time for his transformation, yet after assessment, deemed it unnecessary. Thus, our protagonist, Uchiha K, temporarily disconnected to pursue a more formidable enhancement. In Konoha, the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi was underway, attended by both the station ninjas and ordinary civilians who came in waves to pay their respects. Amidst the torrential rain, a sea of black-clad mourners gathered. The female ninjas wept uncontrollably, while the men remained silent, lost in their thoughts. Danzo stood at a distance, gazing towards Hiruzen's coffin, seemingly lost in reminiscence before he turned away. Kakashi pushed the immobile Might Guy, with Lee standing beside them. The most sorrowful cries came from Naruto and Konohamaru, their voices hoarse and tears streaming down their faces. Sakura and their classmates stood behind Naruto, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation in Konoha was unparalleled. Decades of hard-earned esteem rendered his departure unbearable for almost everyone present. Sasuke was prohibited from attending, confined at home under the watch of the Umbu, for his presence would have invoked the wrath of the grieving crowd. Days later, Konoha's ninjas arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire, delivering the grim news regarding the death of the daimyo and the officials accompanying him to Konoha. The sudden demise of the daimyo plunged the noble court into chaos, as he had failed to designate a successor during his lifetime, leading each of his sons to assert their claims to the inheritance. The daimyo's bloodline ignited a fierce internal conflict. As a result of this strife, the assembled samurai, rogue ninjas, and soldiers erupted into violent confrontations, with brutal acts of murder occurring in the streets. Throughout the Land of Fire, pandemonium reigned as every official was compelled to take a stance and voice support for their favored candidate for daimyo. High-ranking officials in the Land of Fire condemned Konoha Ninja Village for failing to ensure the daimyo's safety, demanding accountability and reparation. Konoha countered, asserting they too were victims, as the perpetrator of the daimyo's murder was Uchiha K, whose actions had resulted in countless casualties. They had already apprehended him and planned to execute him shortly, inviting the daimyo's household to witness the judgment. The officials vehemently opposed this, insisting that Konoha surrender the murderer to the daimyo's estate for execution. Konoha retorted that Uchiha K had slaughtered tens of thousands of Konoha's citizens, rendering it impossible to hand him over. Only an execution before the eyes of all Konoha could serve as retribution. After several days of contentious negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement, with the daimyo's estate dispatching representatives to Konoha for the trial. The execution of Uchiha Hikaru was carried out simultaneously by both parties, with the corpse divided in half to honor the deceased. Jiraiya, after receiving unrestrained medical treatment in Konoha, quickly recovered and was subsequently summoned to a meeting by Mitominen. In Chapter 35, titled Post-War Changes, the meeting consisted of only 3 individuals. Mitominen presented Jiraiya with a report detailing the damages inflicted upon Konoha as a result of Uchiha Hikaru's actions. Gazing at the staggering losses depicted in the report, especially the immense number of fatalities, Jiraiya remained silent for a long while, profoundly shaken at his core. The current state of Konoha's strength was alarmingly diminished, and in light of this, the most urgent matter was to prepare for the potential emergence of a greater crisis. Mitominen articulated his concerns, stating that they could not predict when or where neighboring nations might take bold actions. Therefore, before the village's strength could be restored, they decided to convene a few leaders from various forces to establish an emergency executive committee to address the situation. However, prior to that, Tsukuwa Koharu interjected, asserting that Konoha needed a trustworthy and formidable leader to tackle the myriad issues that could incite conflict. You need not report these matters to me specifically. I still intend to traverse the ninja world to gather materials, which is of utmost importance, Jiraiya remarked, ruffling his hair as he discerned their intentions and chose to decline their proposal. Let me first convey a fundamental principle. We presently require a 5th Hokage. The major clans and leaders of Konoha wish for you to assume this role, and they are all willing to follow your leadership. Tsukuwa Koharu stated with a serious expression. I'm afraid I am not suited for such a responsibility. Jiraiya reiterated his refusal. This is the village's decision. And if a ninja as powerful as you, celebrated as one of the legendary Sannin, cannot take on this role, then who else is qualified? Koharu pressed. Isn't there still one individual among the Sannin? That would be Tsunade, Jiraiya suggested, extending his hand in opposition, firmly stating that he would certainly not become Hokage. As the only candidate designated by the third Hokage for succession, he held the right to decline. Upon recognizing Jiraiya's resolve, the two exchanged glances, understanding that the possibility of persuading him to accept the position was non-existent, and they could only acquiesce to his wishes. Moreover, Tsunade's qualifications indeed surpassed Jiraiya's. Both of her predecessors were esteemed leaders in Konoha, and her reputation and support within the village were equally formidable. If Tsunade were to return, it would undoubtedly be for the best. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade would not hold the Uchiha clan accountable for their transgressions, nor would she initiate purges against the four major clans, as they had indeed maintained peace in Konoha. After Jiraiya's outright refusal to succeed the position, Tsunade emerged as the only suitable candidate, and she was regarded as the best choice among the heads of the clans. Indeed, Tsunade possesses the capability, but her whereabouts remain unknown, Mito Minin acknowledged. I shall search for her. This should resolve the issue. Tsunade, being more competent than my lackluster self, is far better suited for the role of Hokage, Jiraiya said, observing the expressions of the two, feeling a sense of relief. We will consider this promptly, however. We need to send 3 Umbu operatives with you as members of the search team for Tsunade, Mito Minin reminded him. Do not worry about me escaping. Surveillance is unnecessary. However, I would like to bring Naruto Uzumaki along, Jiraiya requested. Very well, we agree to your terms. You have 1 week to locate Tsunade. If you exceed that time, you shall return to Konoha to assume the role of the 5th Hokage, Mito Minin concluded. The residents of Konoha were adept at misplacing their ire. When they could not direct their frustrations towards Uchiha Hikaru, they would inevitably turn their anger towards Sasuke, particularly in light of the losses incurred by every household in Konoha, which were comparable to the devastation witnessed during the Nine-Tails attack over a decade prior. They had previously placed their blame on Naruto, subjecting him to a dark and painful childhood. How could they possibly spare Sasuke, being a member of the same clan as Uchiha Hikaru? Humanity's nature is fundamentally flawed, with kindness often being a rarity. Sasuke now faced treatment akin to Naruto's past. No one was willing to sell him anything, not even expired meals or milk, preferring instead to discard them in favor of feeding dogs. He was met with scornful words and physical assaults, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Fortunately, Sasuke possessed a certain level of strength, rendering him somewhat secure against ordinary threats. However, he was not invulnerable to the ambushes of Jonin and Chunin, suffering multiple severe injuries and narrowly escaping death on several occasions. It was only then that the Umbu appeared, transporting him to the Konoha hospital for treatment, as Jiraiya's concern for him prevented any possibility of actual demise. Yet, the healing was far from compassionate. It was a cruel form of care, where the objective was merely to keep him alive. For instance, he was subjected to the insertion of numerous needles and force-fed medications with scalding water. Had he been a few years younger, he might have succumbed to the abuse swiftly. As before, it was fortunate that he had sufficient strength to mitigate some of the damage. No ninja intervened, and the higher-ups in Konoha did not halt these actions. They remained silent, aware that the populace desperately sought a scapegoat to alleviate their internal suffering. Even after the extreme punishment meted out to Uchiha Hikaru, Sasuke's treatment would remain unchanged. In the eyes of the world, the most apparent distinction between individuals was often their clan affiliation. The Uchiha clan's glory and achievements within Konoha have been systematically erased, leaving them no longer regarded as part of the village, nor were they ever truly considered so. Much like Uchiha Itachi following the clan's massacre, he too ceased to view the shinobi world as his own. In this context, the Uchiha clan has been entirely expunged from Konoha, leaving no trace of their existence. Sasuke, lately, has been procuring his supplies by avoiding others, initially aspiring to lead a joyful life akin to Naruto's as a fisherman, seeking solace in the simplicity of nature. However, each time he attempts to fish, misfortune befalls him. A stone disrupts his spot or his fishing rod breaks, leaving him empty-handed after a day of waiting. Starving, he resorts to hunting for wild game in the mountains, foraging for bird eggs to stave off hunger, or digging up wild vegetables to cook. These skills were taught at the Ninja Academy, yet he finds himself employing them in Konoha, a twist of fate that evokes a sense of melancholy. The astute Sasuke has begun to discern the gravity of his situation, formulating plans in his mind to escape Konoha and wander the shinobi world. Konoha has transformed into a gilded cage for him. Yet, achieving such an escape is no simple task. He must bide his time, don a disguise, and await the right opportunity. Naruto intended to visit Sasuke, but was intercepted by the Anbu en route. Given Naruto's significant standing in Konoha, the higher-ups would never allow him to engage with Sasuke, the pariah of the village. Sakura's perception of Sasuke has also undergone an unconscious transformation. As her parents perished in the exam arena, the epicenter of the brutal conflict, none survived. It was Uchiha Itachi himself who executed them, although Orochimaru attacked simultaneously. Konoha was disinclined to discern the true culprit. Their home lay in ruins, and for the past few days, she has taken refuge in a relief center organized by Konoha. Her parents' funeral was conducted as a collective ceremony, like many others, since they were present to cheer for her during the exam. And Itachi's ruthless handling of the battlefield left no room for individual recognition of the deceased. After interring her parents, Sakura seized every moment to assist in the cleanup of Konoha's ruins, where she encountered numerous corpses of varying ages and positions. Each search beneath the rubble brought tears to her eyes, as the weak were often caught in the crossfire of the strong. The unfortunate civilians, lacking strength, could only rely on luck. Those who perished during the exam were simply the unluckiest. Classes at the Ninja Academy have been suspended, and students have been mobilized for labor. Consequently, Sakura's psyche has undergone a profound change. She harbors an intense hatred for Uchiha Itachi, yearning to avenge her parents' deaths. Many in Konoha share her sentiments. As for Sasuke, he has diminished in her thoughts, consumed by the desire for revenge against Itachi. Since that fateful day, she has not once considered visiting Sasuke. During this period, under constant surveillance, Sasuke has lived alone in his home. While the village rallies to provide relief, Konoha has still dispatched personnel to monitor Uchiha Sasuke, a teenage ninja of merely Chunin rank. This is to ascertain his condition and to protect him, as the villagers might seek to exact vengeance upon him. Thanks to Jiraiya's reputation, Konoha has refrained from taking drastic measures against him for the time being. However, public patience is finite. When one is perpetually tormented by memories of lost loved ones, any action taken is understandable. Yet, this understanding does not extend to the solitary figure of Uchiha Itachi. Konoha has resolved not to tolerate the Uchiha clan any longer. While Jiraiya has once more safeguarded Sasuke's life, how long can this protection endure? As for Sasuke, since witnessing his brother's demise, as he perceives it, his hatred towards Itachi has dissipated, particularly after Itachi's words spoken in front of his brother. In the absence of denial from him, Sasuke has accepted that narrative as truth. His animosity has now shifted towards Konoha's higher-ups, the villagers, who have lost their parents and loved ones, harbor deep-seated resentment towards Itachi. How could he, Uchiha Sasuke, remain unaffected by the tide of collective grief? Does he see himself as a saint? His feelings towards Itachi are complex. Initially, he sought to kill him for revenge. However, upon realizing that Itachi had eradicated his entire family, he began to empathize with his actions. Were he in Itachi's position, he too would have slain his brother. Yet, Itachi has taken the life of his beloved brother, and Sasuke finds himself unable to pursue revenge, lacking both the moral high ground and the strength to do so. In summary, regarding his brother's death, Sasuke is at a loss. He can only prioritize the enhancement of his abilities, for his true adversary lies within Konoha. Indeed, Sasuke now perceives Konoha as an enemy, yet his vision remains narrow. He believes it sufficient to target only the higher echelons associated with the Hokage. In certain respects, Sasuke's ambitions appear rather limited. Uchiha Light firmly believes that a world devoid of the Uchiha clan is unworthy of existence. For his love for his family and kin is unwavering. The Land of Fire has not received Uchiha Light's affection, rather. His heart belongs to a country from a previous world. He can only love that realm, as it bestowed upon him faith, illumination, and hope, shaping his worldview and philosophy. The shinobi world is inherently at odds with Uchiha Light's ideals, and it tragically missed the opportunity to alter his perspective. Upon his arrival in the shinobi realm, he was met only with hatred. When a man from Huaxia confronts the world with such animosity, especially one who is burdened by fate, one cannot help but feel pity for him. Sasuke, still tethered to Konoha, continues to regard certain villagers as his comrades. It must be said that Sasuke is indeed a good-hearted boy, inherently kind and bright, not wholly consumed by hatred. His insanity is not absolute, which is a trait uncharacteristic of the Uchiha. Konoha, in its wisdom, has chosen to monitor Sasuke to prevent any potential chaos. A decision that seems prudent in the current circumstances. Yet, at this juncture, no one reflects on why the Uchiha clan faced annihilation. Despite many being aware of the truth and sharing the same grief as Uchiha Light, the hearts of Konoha's denizens have been shrouded by hatred. And while the entire village endures the same sorrow as Uchiha Light, none comprehend his actions, a blatant double standard. Each night, Sasuke diligently refines his chakra. Yet such training requires immense nourishment. He finds himself compelled to risk severe injury and mistreatment in his quest for strength, venturing into desolate forests to survive. His situation bears striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Light, both relying solely on themselves and living through the conviction of vengeance. In a fateful moment, when Uchiha Light launched a decisive strike against Itachi, the latter, awaiting his fate, felt an unsettling darkness envelop him. After an eternity of waiting, he sensed no pain from an impending attack. Realizing something was amiss, he cautiously opened his eyes and discovered he had been transported to an unfamiliar place. Left bewildered by his savior's identity, he silently pondered who possessed such power, and aside from Uchiha Obito, who else could wield this ability? This instantaneous teleportation technique far surpassed the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god. It could not possibly be Obito, as he lacked such capability. This technique was more formidable than the Kamui Itachi had previously encountered, for he could not fathom how he had been brought here. After a brief contemplation, yielding no answers, Itachi set aside this unsolvable mystery, turning instead to concern for Sasuke's safety. He understood that regardless of the outcome of Uchiha Light's actions, Sasuke could no longer remain in Konoha. For this time, the Uchiha clan had genuinely instigated a rebellion akin to a coup d'etat, with Uchiha Light single-handedly representing the clan's actions amidst the few remaining descendants. To the villagers of Konoha, this was an open insurrection, utterly unforgivable. At this moment, the situation in Konoha was undoubtedly perilous for Sasuke. To leave him, there would be tantamount to watching him perish. Rescuing his brother would not disrupt Konoha's peace. And thus Itachi resolved to return to Konoha to take Sasuke away. As for what lay ahead, he would leave it to fate's design. Whether he would meet his end at the hands of Sasuke or Uchiha Light, he realized that the circumstances had slipped beyond his control. Since Uchiha Light's emergence, his plan to restore the Uchiha clan through Sasuke had effectively reached a dead end, with no further opportunity to execute it. No matter how intricately he devised his plans, Uchiha Light could effortlessly dismantle them. Before long, Itachi's body could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. He had forced his Mangeki Sharingan to its limits in his confrontation with Uchiha Light, and his body had reached its breaking point. His eyes, already worn from years of use, were now further strained, and given his pre-existing illness, he could not possibly persist. Shortly thereafter, a young girl stumbled upon his unconscious form, her backyard revealing a bloodied man with pale lips, a sight that astonished her. Out of kindness, the girl struggled to carry him inside and laid him on a bed, gently wiping the blood from his face, instantly captivated by Itachi's handsome visage and sorrowful brow. What girl does not dream of love? She felt as though she had fallen for the man before her, believing him to be her destined partner, as fate had brought him to her doorstep. As the girl searched Itachi's belongings for any indication of his identity, she found only weapons and a substantial sum of money, an amount she had never before encountered. Her heart swelled with joy. He was a golden opportunity, powerful and prosperous. She carefully stowed away the weapons and money, intending to return them upon his awakening. Meanwhile, Itachi groaned in pain, jolting the girl from her reverie as she hurried to summon the village doctor. The doctor, upon examination, surmised that this man was likely a powerful ninja who had sustained grave injuries in battle, with little time left to live. He deemed the situation hopeless, advising the girl to abandon him in the wilderness to fend for himself, lest his enemies come seeking vengeance and bring calamity upon her and the village. Yet, the girl was resolute. She had saved him and could not abandon him now, for he was her fated companion. The village doctor made a request. The man must be removed from the village, kept far from its borders, before he would provide any medicine. After a moment of contemplation, she consented. Securing the necessary medicine from the doctor, she borrowed a bullock cart and transported Itachi to a remote location for care. As for the expenses incurred during this time, the money Itachi carried would suffice for a long while, posing no issue. Chapter 36, Alliance. Tsunade, the upheaval in Konoha, sent shockwaves through the surviving spies of various nations, who swiftly relayed intelligence back to their respective homelands. Upon receiving this information, the higher-ups of Sunagakure ordered a full retreat, taking with them their spoils of war while dispatching a portion of their forces to remain on standby at the borders of the river country in Konoha. The Sunagakure headquarters had already discovered the remains of the 4th Kazekage and his entourage, burying them before contending with the pressing matter of leadership succession. After several meetings and pragmatic discussions, they ultimately chose Gaara, the son of the 4th Kazekage, to inherit the title of the 5th. The mindset of clan dominance continues to resonate deeply within the shinobi world, wielding considerable influence over public sentiment, particularly as Sunagakure ranks as the weakest among the 5 nations. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara has surpassed most of the Sand Ninjas in both strength and potential, making him one of the few trump cards for Sunagakure. However, given Gaara's youth, the reins of power currently rest firmly in the hands of the Council of Elders, rendering him little more than a figurehead. News of Konoha's assault rapidly reached various nations, leaving their leaders in a state of shock. The audacity of the perpetrator incited both fear and exhilaration, as many vowed to commemorate this individual for their boldness. Regardless, those who weaken Konoha are their allies. Several shinobi world wars, for various reasons, have led them to suffer greatly under Konoha's tyranny, and now they finally have an opportunity for retribution. As intelligence becomes increasingly detailed, they begin to learn of the significant losses inflicted on Konoha by Uchiha Kagami. The higher-ups of various nations estimate that both the Land of Fire and Konoha have suffered considerable damage, resulting in a notable decline in their strength. They declare that this opportunity must not be missed. Taking advantage of an adversary's misfortune is a fundamental principle in international relations. In the realm of nations, the strong thrive while the weak perish. There is no room for reason or sentiment, especially considering the lack of goodwill that other nations harbor towards Konoha. The various nations revel in Konoha's misfortunes. Although they are unaware of the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, they possess enough insight to speculate. The severity of Uchiha Kagami's vengeance upon Konoha, resulting in numerous fatalities, is indicative of a deep-seated grudge. The truth is rather apparent. They express a psychological understanding and support for Uchiha Kagami's actions. The only lamentable aspect is the demise of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the renowned master of ninjutsu and acknowledged strongest fire-style ninja. His death is a profound loss, as he was a crucial figure in the rise of the various nations. Akin to one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, Wakai, his passing represents the most grievous loss the shinobi world has suffered since its inception. The 3rd Hokage utilized a myriad of strategies to conduct a bloody purge within Konoha, a superpower whose territorial strength and wealth far exceeded that of the 4 nations, while outwardly exhibiting subservience and pleading for peace. The Sand Shinobi's most despised enemy, Hatake Tsukumo, was driven to suicide. He was the formidable warrior who once terrorized the Sand Shinobi with nothing but a blade. In a bid to curry favor with the Cloud Shinobi, he compelled Hinata Hayashi's younger brother, Hinata Hizashi, to take his own life, simultaneously eliminating Konoha spy Yakushi Nan in the Land of Lightning. He vanquished the renowned Shunshin no Jutsu master and decimated the millennia-old Uchiha clan, which once dominated the shinobi realm. He pressured the Senju clan into hiding, nearly capturing all of Konoha's formidable experts who had previously instilled fear in the other nations, thus granting them the opportunity to develop in relative safety. Such a great Hokage, despite his ineptitude, was their favorite. The 4 major shinobi villages remembered his contributions fondly. They eagerly anticipated the next Hokage to be of similar caliber as the 3rd, though the prospect seemed dim, as Konoha could not possibly produce only fools. It was even more disheartening that the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a benefactor to the 4 nations, did not extend an invitation to them, depriving them of the chance to express their gratitude. At the very least, they wished to honor his contributions with a flower, paying their respects, akin to how he was treated in the real world, like the esteemed Nelson Mandela or the universally acknowledged sages. This was infuriating. Konoha displayed a lack of grandeur, misjudging the intentions of noble figures, which was intolerable. Almost simultaneously, the leaders of the 4 nations resolved to show Konoha a formidable response. Failing to extract some advantage from the Land of Fire would be a disservice to this fortuitous opportunity. Thus, envoys from the 4 nations began to traverse frequently, while the borders remained eerily quiet. Even minor skirmishes were forcibly suppressed, as unity and strength were imperative. They aimed to seize a substantial piece from Konoha. The heightened diplomatic activity among the 4 nations compelled Konoha to bolster its vigilance. intensifying border patrols and security measures, while also urging restraint among their forces to avoid unnecessary conflicts. In summary, they continued to rely on the strategies of the late third Hokage, for his administration still held power. A cadre of high-ranking officials, indoctrinated for decades under the Third's rule, would not easily alter their methods. They awaited the return of either Jiraiya or Tsunade to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage, after which the remaining matters would no longer be their concern. And their current strategy was merely to bide time. The sole dissenting voice belonged to Danzo Shimura. Despite the destruction of his root base, his external intelligence network remained intact, and he continuously received reports from root spies. During an emergency executive committee meeting, he voiced his differing opinion, asserting that the coalition of the four nations was already evident, and various intelligence corroborated that war was imminent. He criticized the Konoha leadership's appeasement approach as erroneous and irresponsible towards all of Konoha's inhabitants. He suggested that Konoha should take the initiative, targeting the Land of Wind to swiftly dismantle the Sand Shinobi village, thereby deterring the other three nations and preventing them from overstepping their bounds. This would also allow them to retaliate against the Sand Shinobi for their underhanded ambush during the Chunin exams, reclaiming the wealth taken from Konoha and executing a counteroffensive against the Sand Shinobi, thus achieving two objectives simultaneously. Danzo's voice rang loud and clear, with a well-defined target and an ambitious vision. However, his proposal was unanimously dismissed by the emergency committee members, who cited the catastrophic losses Konoha had sustained during the Chunin exams, which left them defensively inclined rather than offensively capable. Konoha was currently unable to mobilize sufficient forces to execute his plan. The manpower and resources required for an assault on a major nation were substantial, and Konoha could not readily provide such support. At this juncture, caution was imperative. Danzo's military strategy was deemed overly aggressive and a path towards destruction. Danzo countered that the affluent clans, having suffered minimal losses during the Sand Shinobi's offensive, could easily contribute a fraction of their wealth to ensure adequate resources for the attack. Concerning the issue of inadequate combat strength, he argued that if each clan dispatched their own ninjas, Konoha would hold the advantage and assured victory. Yet, under the third Hokage's influence, the clans had grown accustomed to a life of concealment, reluctant to reveal their wealth or strength, masquerading as harmless sheep. They were unlikely to heed Danzo, the so-called Demon King. Exposing their clan's capabilities would place them squarely on the black list of the Hokage's faction. They were not foolish enough to fall for that, offering a plethora of excuses and justifications in opposition. In summary, the clans were struggling economically. The vast number of ordinary clan members required support, leaving them unable to provide resources or finances. After all, even landlords have their limits. Furthermore, the clan ninjas had suffered significant losses during the Chunin exams, rendering them unable to contribute additional combat power. A fierce debate ensued between Danzo and the other committee members, with neither side able to sway the other. The atmosphere grew tense, nearly erupting into conflict, but thankfully, the likes of Shikamaru Nara and Mito Kazuki intervened to maintain order. Given the circumstances, it seemed they would have to wait for the fifth Hokage to ascend before any opportunity to unify Konoha's resources for a counteroffensive could arise. Without a leader, how could any significant action be undertaken? Under the auspices of higher authority, Jiraiya set forth with Naruto in search of Tsunade. Along the way, unable to resist Naruto's earnest pleas, Jiraiya imparted to him the ninjutsu invented by his father. The iconic technique that would later define Naruto's prowess in the ninja world, the Rasengan. Despite its complexity, Naruto's learning mirrored that of the original tale, and he mastered it with determination. Jiraiya, drawing from his knowledge, directed their quest towards a city known for its gambling establishments, seeking information about Tsunade from the patrons of the casinos. At last, he received a vague lead. A substantial target had been spotted on Chirut Street. Without hesitation, Jiraiya deduced that this person must be Tsunade, for she was indeed the proverbial big fish, having borrowed most of his royalties to settle her debts. As a renowned author in the ninja realm, Jiraiya lamented that even his considerable earnings could not suffice to fill Tsunade's financial void. To evade the burdensome mantle of the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya and Naruto made their way to Chirut Street. Upon arrival, however, they discovered that Tsunade had already departed, her whereabouts unknown. In a moment of despair, Jiraiya's heart ached with the thought that he might be forever shackled to the position of Hokage, far removed from his dream of being the greatest novelist in the ninja world, and forever separated from the exceptional inspirations he had yet to encounter. Amidst this melancholy, Jiraiya and Naruto entered a restaurant to dine. As they stepped inside, Jiraiya's gaze was drawn to a corner of the establishment where a strikingly familiar and voluptuous beauty caught his attention. With a bottle of liquor in hand and a mountain of empty bottles strewn across the table, she was accompanied by a girl cradling a small, pink pig. Jiraiya couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Tsunade." His spirits lifted, as if the world had regained its vibrancy. The inebriated Tsunade, upon hearing her name called by a familiar voice, turned to see Jiraiya and was taken aback. "What brings you here, Jiraiya? Are you here to collect your debts too? Finally found you. I've been exhausted." Jiraiya replied with a mischievous grin, taking a seat across from her. Naruto joined him, sitting beside Shizune, who greeted him with a few soft grunts from the pink pig in her arms. As Naruto gazed at Tsunade, he was struck by her beauty and formidable presence. Is this beautiful lady really Tsunade? Is she truly 50 years old? This must be a deception, he thought incredulously. Shizune, surprised, looked at Jiraiya and remarked, "Isn't he the one who constantly withdraws money for Tsunade?" She signaled for the waiter to bring their meals. As Jiraiya and Tsunade shared drinks, the two young ones quietly ate their meals, while the pig, named Tun Tun, joined them at the table. Tsunade then produced a deck of cards, inviting Jiraiya to engage in a wager. "What do you want from me?" she inquired as she dealt the cards. Jiraiya, taking the cards, replied candidly, "To be direct, Tsunade, the village requests that you assume the role of the 5th Hokage." The other two legendary ninjas paused, taken aback by the shocking revelation. "Has the 3rd Hokage passed away?" Tsunade asked nonchalantly after finishing dealing. "Indeed, the 3rd Hokage has recently passed away," Jiraiya confirmed, looking at her discarded cards. "Who did it? Orochimaru?" Tsunade questioned, her tone devoid of emotion. "No, Orochimaru was involved, but the actual perpetrator was Uchiha Itachi. At the time, Orochimaru was our ally, fighting alongside us," Jiraiya explained, glancing at Tsunade's cards. "Yes, Uchiha Itachi, that monster, killed countless individuals, including Sakura's parents," Naruto interjected. "Who is this little brat?" Tsunade asked, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. "This is Naruto Uzumaki," Jiraiya responded, playing his cards. "He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately recognized Naruto's identity. "Ah, the one who has recently gained notoriety. Is he from the Uchiha clan?" "Yes, his power and bloodline are formidable." The battle was exceedingly arduous, resulting in significant casualties for Konoha. "I must reiterate, Tsunade, you are the sole candidate for the 5th Hokage. What is your decision?" Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Tsunade cast her cards onto the table. Her brow furrowed in disdain as she declared, "Impossible. I refuse. Your words remind me of the time I confessed my feelings to you, and you rejected me with the same phrase, in an identical tone," Jiraiya said self-deprecatingly. Naruto, exasperated, pointed at Tsunade and exclaimed, "Perverted sage, what are you talking about? Weren't you supposed to bring her back to the village to heal Master Guy? How did this turn into asking her to become the 5th Hokage? Especially since she has declined?" "Calm down, Naruto. Only Tsunade is fit to be the 5th Hokage. In this era of terrifying and bloody warfare, she has made indelible contributions to Konoha's victories. No one rivals her in combat or medical prowess, and she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Once she becomes Hokage, she will naturally return to the village to provide medical care to the villagers. This decision comes from the highest echelons of Konoha, and your opinion as a mere genin holds no weight. Be quiet, Naruto. Tsunade, this child is not like your former disciples. He lacks eloquence, intellect, and even looks. He does not meet your criteria for a student," Tsunade remarked, resuming her serious demeanor as she examined her cards. The 4th Hokage was no ordinary individual. He possessed unparalleled ninja prowess, remarkable talent, and a clear mind, not to mention good looks comparable to mine, Jiraiya replied with pride as he discarded his cards. Yet the 4th died quickly, sacrificing his life for the village. To me, life and money are not the same. Life is singular, while money can be earned. I do not agree with the 4th's actions. Only a fool would act so recklessly. My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage fought tirelessly for Konoha's peace. Yet they did not realize their dreams, dying in vain for the village, Tsunade stated, assessing Jiraiya's discarded cards before meeting his gaze. "You have changed, Tsunade. I do not understand your thoughts, but I never expected you to voice such sentiments," Jiraiya retorted, angered by her dismissal of the ideals of her grandfather and the 3rd Hokage. "Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. I am in my 50s. Time alters people, just as it has with the 3rd Hokage, who, despite his age, remains obstinate and reckless. The position of Hokage is but a facade, Tsunade emphasized with conviction. Tsunade, no one cares for the villagers' lives more than you do. Becoming Hokage is the dream of your grandfather. Do you not wish to fulfill his dream? Wake up, Tsunade. Jiraiya, realizing her resentment towards the village, sought to persuade her from another angle. Stop lecturing me, Jiraiya. You are quite bothersome. Tsunade abruptly discarded her cards and exited the restaurant, prompting Shizen to hastily follow her. Consequently, it was Jiraiya who settled the bill, utilizing Naruto's funds. After the payment was completed, Jiraiya escorted Naruto to the inn where Tsunade was staying, securing a room for their respite. The following day, Tsunade found herself besieged by Jiraiya, who immediately began to urge her to return to Konoha to assume the role of Hokage. Tsunade repeatedly expressed her refusal, finding Jiraiya's incessant chatter utterly tiresome and opting to refrain from conversation with him. At a pivotal moment, it was Naruto's demeanor that pierced through Tsunade's frosty exterior. Naruto's personality bore a striking resemblance to that of her deceased brother, Shinjinawaki. Each time she beheld Naruto, memories of her brother and the time they shared flooded her mind. The softest recesses of Tsunade's heart were stirred, and coupled with Naruto's persuasive words, an unparalleled technique recognized by observers in the shinobi world as potentially surpassing even the legendary Genjutsu, Tsunade ultimately consented to return to Konoha and accept the mantle of Hokage. Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya anticipated the magnitude of the challenges that awaited them in this position. Chapter 37, Akatsuki Organization, Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Rain. At the headquarters of Akatsuki, Nagato convened all members for a meeting. The members employed the body flicker technique to collectively attend, ready to receive detailed intelligence regarding the Konoha incident. During the Chunin exams, as Uchiha Kakashi clashed with the Hokage of Konoha, Kagaya, Black Zetsu observed the battle from a distance, meticulously documenting pertinent information about the participants. A few white Zetsu clones suffered casualties due to the chaos of the conflict. Fortunately, the intelligence gathered from this encounter was sufficient to offset the losses. Acquiring information on elite shinobi is no trivial matter, and a substantial collection is invaluable. In this battle, Uchiha Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya shone the brightest, their combat prowess living up to their esteemed titles as the legendary three of Konoha and rising stars in the shinobi world. The new bloodline limit of Uchiha Hikari, with its extensive destructive capability, is undoubtedly a divine technique capable of razing villages and overthrowing nations without a second thought. Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu summoned the legendary Senju brothers, the twin stars of Konoha, to bolster their combat prowess, showcasing remarkable performance. The Senju brothers are renowned throughout the shinobi world. Merely their presence can instill fear in countless adversaries, rendering them a force that often prevails without conflict. However, the most striking aspect remains Jiraiya's Sage Mode, which significantly amplifies his combat abilities. This heritage from the land of frogs transforms Jiraiya into the most illustrious figure on the battlefield, being the sole individual capable of inflicting meaningful damage upon Uchiha Hikari, thus deserving of utmost regard. Uchiha Itachi's role was predominantly supportive, yet his performance remained ambiguous. Might Guy also made a brief appearance among the Akatsuki. After all, one cannot dismiss his abilities given his remarkable leaps spanning several hundred meters. However, he was swiftly incapacitated by Uchiha Kakashi's powerful assault, making it implausible for Black Zetsu to regard Might Guy with any seriousness. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shiki Fujin, its lackluster performance left Black Zetsu perplexed. Even Uchiha Kakashi could not overcome this technique, so why would the third Hokage sacrifice his own soul to wield it? When Uchiha Kakashi was captured and sealed by Jiraiya, Black Zetsu lamented the wasted potential. Had Kakashi been recruited into the Akatsuki, it would have bolstered their forces and made the execution of his millennial plan considerably easier. Black Zetsu perceived a resemblance between Kakashi and Nagato, believing he could be easily manipulated. However, based on his understanding of Konoha, he surmised that Kakashi's significant actions would not go unpunished. Konoha would never let him off the hook, and death seemed to be his only escape. Standing atop a high vantage point, Pain listened intently to Black Zetsu's report, feeling immense pride in his mentor Jiraiya's accomplishments and genuine admiration for Kakashi's actions. The pain inflicted upon him by his comrades was profound. He yearned for an earlier acquaintance with Kakashi, yet he believed Kakashi had not gone far enough. Konoha was still not suffering enough, for ultimately, he was but a mortal. The news of Itachi's unexpected appearance in Konoha and his involvement in combat reminded him of the moment Itachi had requested leave, causing his Rinnegan to narrow with a surge of murderous intent. This betrayal was unfathomable. He had trusted Itachi implicitly, never once doubting his loyalty, only to be met with such treachery. Nagato, controlled by pain, seethed with indignation. The divine cannot be deceived. Such folly towards the divine will incur divine retribution. Uchiha Itachi was brought back by you. You are responsible for his actions. Provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Remember, to mock the divine is a capital offense. Pain turned his gaze towards Uchiha Bido. The whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi remained uncertain, suspected to be deceased, having vanished under the force of Uchiha Kakashi's attack. Itachi lacked the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage and possessed no space-time abilities, eliminating any possibility of self-rescue. Given the circumstances, no one in Konoha had the capability to save him, and Kakashi would certainly not spare him. Black Zetsu added, "Search the ninja world, if Itachi still lives. We must find and eliminate him. This is a divine command, and all members must comply. Zetsu, you are tasked with oversight and intelligence gathering." The next matter at hand was the close collaboration among the four nations of Konoha, indicating their intent to launch an assault. Should we expedite our plans? There is no need. The organization must remain concealed for now to avoid becoming a target. Each team should proceed according to their objectives, but we can monitor the situation. If an opportunity arises, actions may be taken without exposing organizational intelligence. Leader, should we consider rescuing Uchiha Kakashi? His involvement would significantly hasten our plans, Black Zetsu suggested. Recalling Kakashi, Nagato pondered for a long moment before responding, "No, we shall adhere to our planned pace. It is not prudent for the organization to confront Konoha directly at this time. We shall collect his remains afterward." Understood. Black Zetsu concurred. In the land of water, Zabuza and Haku returned to their homeland. After Uchiha Kakashi had intentionally spared them in the land of waves, they seized Kato, annihilated all his subordinates, and acquired Kato's entire fortune and life. With an immense sum of money at his disposal, Zabuza promptly infiltrated the Mist Village with Haku, clandestinely recruiting troops. He aimed to overthrow the Blood Mist policy, rectify the fourth Hokage's errors, or eliminate him outright. The higher-ups in the Mist Village quickly noticed Zabuza's movements. After all, Zabuza was not the most discreet individual, and even with Haku by his side, his approach was rash and careless, leading to their exposure. Zabuza's emergence incited internal strife among the Mist leadership. One faction deemed the fourth Mizukage's actions deeply incompetent, arguing that his policies had not brought significant benefits to the land of water. These were the reformists hidden within the Mist Village. The opposing faction staunchly supported all of the fourth Mizukage's policies, representing the traditionalists. A cold war ensued between the two factions, which staved off an immediate crackdown on Zabuza's organization. Soon after, the reformists began to make contact with Zabuza. Initially, Zabuza was cold and dismissive, and their interactions were far from pleasant. Fortunately, after a confrontation where Zabuza suffered greatly, their relationship warmed rapidly, and due to their shared objectives, Zabuza aligned himself with the reformists. Within this faction, Zabuza encountered a key figure, Terumi Mei, the captivating and voluptuous belle of the Mist Village. After years of enduring strife, Terumi Mei had united the ninjas opposed to the Blood Mist policies, and Zabuza's involvement only strengthened their cause. The elder in the Mist leadership consistently provided cover, allowing Terumi Mei's organization to flourish and gain substantial strength. With Zabuza's influence, the reformists, fearing prolonged inaction could lead to complications, decided to initiate a coup earlier than planned. Following several closed-door meetings, the reformists suddenly launched a full-scale uprising. The ninjas from both factions clashed violently, and due to the unpopularity of the Blood Mist policies, the reformists quickly overwhelmed the traditionalists, resulting in numerous casualties and many more being captured. After asserting control over the Mist Village, the elder led a group to the quarters of the fourth Mizukage, Hiragane Yagura. During the Third Great Ninja War, Terumi Mei had suspected that Yagura was under Jinjutsu, which prompted her to lie low and gather strength. Terumi Mei glanced at Ao, the man she had specifically brought along, and instructed him, "Ao, use your Byakugan to examine Lord Mizukage. He may be under a Jinjutsu. Break it." Ao swiftly complied, liberating the fourth Mizukage from the endless realm of illusions. Upon regaining consciousness, Hiragane Yagura beheld his juniors, their eyes brimming with distrust and hostility. He felt a profound sense of shame for having succumbed to a masked man. executing detrimental policies in his beloved village for an extended period, inflicting immense suffering upon his compatriots. Why had they not come sooner? Reflecting on the chaos that unfolded under his control, he felt a deeper regret as he witnessed the future generation of his village descend into self-destruction. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards Zabuza, knowing that Zabuza too had endured great pain in carrying out orders against his own peers. Yagura's heart ached as he recalled the sacrifices of his generation. He addressed Zabuza. These past days must have been torturous for you. From now on, I shall bear your burdens. I shall endure it all. Live well and rebuild our cherished village. Upon hearing the fourth Mizuki's words, Zabuza felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. Tears streaming down his rugged face as Haku rushed to his side to offer comfort. Yagura then turned to the elder, the one who had supported him since taking office. Gazing intently before stating, "Elder, you were right. I have committed countless acts that harmed our villagers. You should have rebelled long ago." The conjecture of the Master Yuan upon encountering Terumi may prove to be accurate. Understanding the truth, he waved his hand, signaling everyone except Terumi May to leave the room. Zabuza obediently exited, with Bai trailing behind. Master Yuan turned to Kakashi. "Fourth Hokage, I harbor no resentment towards you. Tell me who is responsible. This hatred must exact a toll, a blood price." It was a masked man, possessing the Sharingan. "Beyond that, I know nothing," Kakashi replied. "Master Yuan, do not dwell on revenge. The development of the village is of paramount importance. Allow me to fulfill the duties of a Mizuki," Kakashi insisted. "We truly do not blame you, fourth Hokage. The responsibility lies with that masked man. We should seek vengeance together," Terumi May interjected. Kakashi glanced at Terumi May and asked, "Is she the heir you have faith in?" "Indeed, she is exceptionally talented, possessing both lava and boil release bloodlines. A reliable child." Master Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Very well. I am content to know that such a person exists in the Mist Village." "Thank you, Master Yuan. This news is splendid. The future of the village is entrusted to you." Kakashi's stern visage softened into a smile. After scrutinizing Terumi May for a moment, he rose and approached the Mizuki's desk. Bowing deeply to the two, "You may leave now. I must account for the damage inflicted upon our village and the lives lost." "Master Yuan, Terumi May, please ensure the prosperity of the mist," he declared. With that, the aura of the Mizuki erupted, causing chaos within the office. On this day, the Mist Village welcomed back its most revered leader. Witnessing the resolve and commanding presence of Kakashi, Master Yuan sighed and escorted Terumi May to the door. Bowing towards the fourth Hokage, Kakashi watched them exit with a calm demeanor. Master Yuan halted those who had come to assist, instructing them to withdraw from the Mizuki building. Kakashi took his seat at the Mizuki's desk, penning a letter with care, sealing it with the inscription, "To Master Yuan." He then retrieved a ninja blade from the wall. Turning to gaze out at the village he cherished, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. For years he had been ensnared in illusions, awakening to the harshness of reality. He could not forgive himself. There was no justification for his release, as every command that harmed the village emanated from his very being. It was this body that had incessantly commanded the Mist Village, leading his compatriots to suffer due to their trust in him. Such cruelty was intolerable. He could not accept this outcome. Gazing greedily one last time at the village, the light in his eyes began to fade. It was time to apologize to the fallen comrades, to atone for his mistakes, and to completely abolish the policies of the Mist. Kakashi approached the desk. Facing the Mizuki's seat, this was his confession to the next Mizuki. With the blade pointed at his abdomen, he steeled his resolve and plunged it in deeply, dragging it sideways. Enduring the pain fiercely, he collapsed into his own pool of blood, never uttering a cry of anguish, for this agony was his penance. Outside, Master Yuan, the fourth Hokage intends to. Terumi May spoke sorrowfully, having anticipated the outcome. "Yes, your thoughts are correct. Let us fulfill the fourth Hokage's wishes." "This is the greatest honor we can afford him," Master Yuan replied, his eyes reddened. Moments later, the sound of items crashing to the ground echoed from within the room. And after a prolonged wait, they pushed the door open. Before them lay the lifeless body of the fourth Hokage, drenched in blood. Master Yuan approached the corpse, gently closing the Hokage's eyes. On the Mizuki's desk rested a letter, a self-accusation in which the Hokage attributed all the past wrongs of the Mist Village to himself, expressing his willingness to bear all blame and enmity, seeking atonement in death. Kakashi's farewell note simultaneously affirmed that the reformist actions undertaken by Master Yuan and the others were legitimate and commendable, correcting the errors of the Mizuki. The significant affairs of the Mist Village were entrusted to Master Yuan, with a decree that the ninjas of the Mist must not defy it. This letter provided Master Yuan with the legitimate basis for authority, mitigating the potential unrest following the coup. After reading the letter, Master Yuan bowed deeply before the fourth Hokage's body. Farewell, fourth Hokage. Terumi Mei, witnessing the letter, began to weep. Subsequently, the reformists conveyed the Mizuki's letter to the conservatives, informing them that the fourth Hokage had acknowledged his mistakes and, burdened by guilt, had taken his own life. The conservatives confirmed the authenticity of the letter multiple times, and Master Yuan visited the fourth Hokage's remains along with them, revealing to the captured conservative leaders that the fourth Hokage had been controlled by illusions, which had led him to wreak havoc upon the Mist Village. Only then did the conservatives comply with the reformists' directives, laying down their animosity and cooperating with the policy adjustments. The fourth Hokage's death was publicly attributed to an incurable illness, and the funeral was swiftly arranged. To preserve the honor of the fourth Hokage and the dignity of the village, they refrained from disclosing the truth of his manipulation. The coup in the Mist Village succeeded, and Terumi Mei ascended to the position of fifth Mizuki. Master Yuan served as her advisor, while Zabuza became the captain of the Mist's Umbu, voluntarily surrendering the remaining wealth from Kato to support the village's reconstruction. The Blood Mist policy was entirely dismantled, and reforms in the Mist Village progressed steadily. The children were no longer subjected to the brutal slaughter of their peers, fulfilling Zabuza's wish. He personally visited the graves of his slain classmates, lingering in the cemetery, while Bai observed from a distance. Not long after the stability of the Mist Village was restored, the higher-ups received intelligence regarding the significant losses suffered by Konoha during the Chunin exams. Upon confirmation, Master Yuan, Terumi Mei, and others were elated. Konoha's losses translated into their gains. The masked man spoken of by the fourth Hokage, possessing the Sharingan, was initially believed to belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. However, the Uchiha clan had been exterminated years prior, leaving only a few members in the shinobi world, whose age and abilities did not align with the fourth Hokage's description. Yet, even during the coup, the fourth Hokage remained firmly under control. Thus, the Mist Village concluded that a hidden Uchiha might still exist within the shinobi world, with unknown intentions. The Mist began a covert investigation into this individual, but to no avail. The focus of their animosity soon shifted towards Konoha, as the enmity between Konoha and the Mist Village was already profound, and the Uchiha clan had once been part of Konoha. What if this Uchiha was concealed within Konoha? The alliance of the three kingdoms of the mainland has extended an invitation for the fifth Hokage of the Mist Village to participate in a military conference, to be held in the Land of Iron, with the objective of targeting Konoha. The ninja nations have once again united, and the Great Ninja War is on the brink of eruption. The Mist Village gladly accepted the invitation, with Terumi Mei leading Zabuza and the newly established Mist Shadow Guard towards the Land of Iron in secret, while the strategist remains at the rear to stabilize the situation. Chapter 38. Tsunade returns to Konoha. Jiraiya brought the good news of finding Tsunade back to Konoha, accompanying her with a joyful heart as they journeyed home. Along the way, Tsunade and Shizune began to understand the story of Naruto, this young genin. Both were deeply impressed by Naruto's tenacity and uplifting spirit, coming to regard him as a younger brother. Under Naruto's influence, Tsunade successfully overcame her hemophobia and regained her composure. Upon entering the village, the gatekeepers of Konoha did not impede their passage. Tsunade and Jiraiya hastened to the grave of Sarutobi Hiruzen to pay their respects. Gazing at her teacher's portrait, Tsunade fell into silence, struggling to articulate the emotions that lodged in her throat. Memories of her youth flooded her mind. Those lessons imparted by her mentor would never again be shared. Noticing Tsunade's sorrowful demeanor, Jiraiya approached her and gently said, "Do not grieve too deeply." He accepted death with tranquility, having fought valiantly to protect the peace of Konoha. This was the end he aspired to, and we should rejoice in his legacy. In response, Tsunade brusquely pushed Jiraiya aside and made her way towards the exit. Mito Gate and T-Rune Koharu had been waiting at the exit for some time, anticipating Tsunade's arrival at the cemetery due to her profound feelings for the third Hokage. They escorted her to the Hokage building to meet with the heads of various clans, marking the formal commencement of her succession as the fifth Hokage. Tsunade-sama, it is wonderful to have you back. Along the way, familiar ninjas greeted Tsunade with joyful expressions, alleviating some of Konoha's sorrow. Tsunade smiled and waved at her beloved villagers, expressing her affection. Inside the Hokage building, as they entered the conference room, the clan leaders stood to show their respect, demonstrating their support for Tsunade's succession. Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy were also present, though Guy remained seated. Danzo was absent. He would hardly be there to congratulate Tsunade on her ascension, as it would be an affront to himself. Tsunade took her seat at the head of the table, sipping tea with gusto, while Jiraiya, sitting beside her, adopted a more serious demeanor. I've learned some of the situation from Jiraiya. Konoha is currently in dire straits. How are the displaced civilians faring? Have there been any violent incidents? Tsunade inquired, setting down her teacup. The major clans have actively provided resources along with financial assistance from the feudal lord's estate, and Konoha has largely returned to its pre-war order, though the losses in property and housing are severe. We can only ensure that civilians are not starving and have a place to reside. New housing is in the planning stages, but it will take time, Mito responded. The Ministry of Finance has allocated substantial funds to issue missions to support the livelihoods of the ninjas, so there is no issue with the supply of living necessities. T-Rune added, how did you govern Konoha during such a calamity? Did you not advise the Hokage? Was there no early warning from the intelligence department? This is negligence. Tsunade immediately confronted the two senior officials. The Hokage's governance was sound. The Chunin exams posed more benefits than drawbacks for Konoha. We could not have foreseen that Sunagakure would harbor ill intentions and launch a sudden attack, primarily driven by the ruthless aggression of the remnants of the Uchiha clan, which we were neither prepared for nor able to prevent, T-Rune explained, asserting that their failure was due to the cunning and strength of the enemy. Who could have anticipated that Orochimaru, a disciple of Sarutobi, would conspire with Sunagakure to overthrow Konoha and achieve unprecedented success, allowing the Sand Ninja forces to breach Konoha's defenses and wreak havoc? Even more shocking was Uchiha Itachi seizing the opportunity to attack Konoha indiscriminately. Initially presumed to target only the four great clans, yet he showed no mercy to anyone in Konoha, Tsunade exclaimed, filled with incredulity. Why did Uchiha Itachi assault Konoha? Why did he kill my teacher? Tsunade voiced her immediate concerns. Logically, as a prominent clan within Konoha, the Uchiha should not harbor such animosity towards the village. Based on her understanding, although the Uchiha were somewhat radical, their love for Konoha ran deep. How could it have come to this? The room fell into an oppressive silence. No one could answer her questions. Kakashi and Guy, having heard Uchiha Itachi's grievances before, exchanged glances, aware of the truth yet remaining silent. When Tsunade saw no one responding to her inquiries, she turned to Mito and T-Rune, noticing their somber expressions. A theory began to form in her mind regarding the truth. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was closely linked to Konoha, likely driven by her teacher's influence, with Uchiha Itachi merely bearing the blame. After all, executing a complete extermination of the Uchiha clan could not have been achieved without a long-term plan. A sudden assault would not yield such perfection. No wonder Uchiha Itachi acted with such ferocity against Konoha, determined to eliminate the third Hokage. She recognized that further inquiries would yield nothing but chaos, undermining Konoha's unity. Tsunade-sama, please ascend as the fifth Hokage and lead us. Konoha's situation is perilous. The armies of various nations are mobilizing frequently, and Konoha is at constant risk of war. We need your leadership. Konoha requires you. Hinata Hizashi stated on behalf of the clans. With the Senju and Uchiha clans now absent, the title of the strongest in Konoha had fallen solely to the Hinata clan, making Hizashi's representation reasonable. As soon as Hizashi's words were spoken, the other clan leaders enthusiastically echoed his sentiment, filling the conference room with a cacophony of agreement. Tsunade, pinching her ears for comfort, wrapped her fingers on the table and declared, "Silence. I will consider your requests." "Very well, Tsunade. We shall promptly inform the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and commence preparations for your inauguration as the fifth Hokage," T-Rune promptly responded, realizing the gravity of the moment. In the halls of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Konoha dispatched forces to quell the chaos wrought by the bloodshed among the noble houses. The eldest son of the previous feudal lord was slain amidst the turmoil, and Konoha supported the ascension of a son of a feudal lord who had not participated in the conflict. Once the new feudal lord assumed power, he stripped all his warring brothers of their titles, relegating them to the status of commoners. Under the new lord's command, Konoha was tasked with executing those who had participated in the conflict and those who failed to protect the prince, serving to intimidate and suppress the ministers of the Land of Fire. As a reward for their loyalty, Konoha received financial support and political backing from the feudal lord's estate, providing much-needed respite. Once T-Rune concluded her report, the clan leaders fell silent, turning their attention to Tsunade. "All right, I will accept the position of Hokage. But with the feudal lord and the ceremony involved, how bothersome. Tsunade replied wearily. Tsunade. T-Rune chastised her sternly, urging her to take the matter seriously. Yes, yes. I am aware it is the duty of the Hokage. Tsunade waved dismissively at T-Rune. The Umbu, under orders, posted announcements declaring Tsunade's confirmation as the 5th Hokage. The trial of the traitor Uchiha Itachi would commence upon Tsunade's inauguration, and this good news must be shared with all. T-Rune commanded. Several Umbu members knelt before Tsunade in unison, responding, yes. Then they vanished without a trace. With the important issues concluded, the meeting soon came to an end. And the clan leaders, their faces alight with joy, returned home to prepare for Tsunade's succession ceremony. Tsunade summoned Tintin and Mito to a private chamber to discuss the events that transpired during the Chunin exams. Tintin also presented the statistical report from Konoha for Tsunade's review. Upon finishing the report, Tsunade spoke gravely. What have you done? It is no wonder Uchiha Itachi would resort to such actions. The Uchiha clan are also villagers of Konoha, and their love for the village is no less than yours. Your actions are utterly reprehensible. Especially Danzo, who was tasked by my teacher to bear all the hatred, leaving Uchiha Itachi as the sole target for revenge? Alas, Uchiha Itachi is no fool. He is a madman, and he will not act according to your expectations. After perusing the report, Tsunade felt a pang of sympathy for Uchiha Itachi. Being a woman, she was inherently emotional, and this child was indeed a tragic figure. Now, Uchiha Itachi was on the brink of death at the hands of Konoha, and the Uchiha clan would be completely erased from the village. Having witnessed the darkness of the ninja world too many times, Tsunade was overwhelmed with frustration at the predicament left by her teacher. Dismissing the two, she sought solace in her office, calming her tumultuous thoughts. She brought with her some sake, while Jiraiya had made a hasty exit after the meeting, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Naruto went in search of Sasuke and Sakura, while Kakashi wheeled Might Guy, seeking an audience with Tsunade. Having just concluded a meeting, Tsunade had intended to indulge in a hearty drink, but upon hearing Kakashi's name, she recalled his identity, and out of respect for the late Hitaki Tsukumo, she agreed to meet with him. Kage-sama, please treat my dear friend, Might Guy, Kakashi implored as he knelt upon their meeting. And what of Lee? Kakashi, I am fine. But Lee is the future, Might Guy replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. There was no doubt throughout Konoha regarding Tsunade's medical prowess. A significant reason for her welcome was her healing abilities, which could restore many who were bettered into health, thus enhancing the safety of the village once the ninjas were healed. Tsunade, noticing Might Guy in his wheelchair, inquired, how was he injured? Well, he was injured during a battle with Uchiha Itachi after using a forbidden technique. His bones were shattered, thanks to the efforts of medical ninjas. His life is no longer in danger, but he can only live confined to this wheelchair, Kakashi explained. And what of Lee? Tsunade inquired further. He sustained injuries during the Chunin exams from using a forbidden technique. Tsunade approached Might Guy to examine his condition. Might Guy gazed at Tsunade's beautiful visage with hope in his eyes. His lack of hormonal excitement stemming solely from her being the embodiment of his hope to stand once more and embrace youth. After a lengthy examination, Tsunade's brow remained furrowed, and her expression was serious, causing the hearts of Might Guy and Kakashi to sink. If even Tsunade could not heal him, who in the ninja world could save Guy? His injuries were particularly severe, compounded by the inadequacy of the initial medical treatment, which left many complications. Fortunately, I can handle this, but it will require some preparation time. As for Lee, I will visit him at Konoha Hospital when I have the opportunity. You may both wait for my notification, Tsunade concluded after her examination. The two listened intently, their serious expressions easing only after her final words. Thank you, Kage-sama. From now on, I entrust my youth to you, Might Guy declared with excitement. Kakashi, I will rise again. Haha. Our competition will continue, so await my challenge. Next time, I shall surely triumph, Might Guy exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Kage-sama. Kakashi expressed his gratitude once more as he wheeled Guy out of her office. The announcements scattered throughout the district informed the villagers of the changes in Konoha's upper echelons, and they welcomed this news with enthusiasm. The 5th Hokage has returned. The trial of that demon, Uchiha Itachi, is soon to commence, allowing us to avenge Ami. One villager exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the notice. Father, mother, rest in peace. I shall rend Uchiha Itachi limb from limb, consume his flesh, drink his blood, and scatter his ashes, ensuring he has no place to rest. Another villager vowed passionately. Heaven has eyes. Kage-sama will surely deliver justice. bringing the wicked Uchiha Itachi to justice and sentencing him to the utmost punishment, allowing the souls of the deceased to find peace. With Kage-sama's return and her medical skills, my son shall regain his health, and our family shall not perish. Long live Kage-sama. The villagers spread the news far and wide, making it known to all. And for those who awaited the cleansing of their hatred, the future held yet another glimmer of hope, invigorating their spirits as they engaged in the arduous task of rebuilding. Those who had previously succumbed to despair after losing loved ones found renewed vigor, throwing themselves into the reconstruction of Konoha. Tsunade's return served as a tonic for their spirits, uplifting and pacifying the populace, a fitting testament to her rightful place. Indeed, Tsunade was the finest successor to the fifth Hokage. My choice was not in vain. Observing the villagers' elation, Jiraiya raised his cup in a toast, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Naruto sought out Sakura, who was diligently attending to her responsibilities, aiding villagers in constructing homes. He called out her name loudly, and upon receiving a response, Sakura's face lit up with joy at the sight of her former teammate. During this time, Kakashi-sensei was attending to Guy and Lee, and it seemed that Naruto, her own pupil, had been somewhat forgotten. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto immediately expressed his longing, requesting that she accompany him to visit Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's name, Sakura felt a swell of conflicting emotions. Love and resentment surged from within her. During this period, she had endeavored to avoid thoughts of Sasuke, focusing instead on her parents and home, as the pain of losing both love and familial bonds was insufferable. She voiced her reluctance to see Sasuke. However, Naruto would not relent, placing the bonds above all else. He continued to persuade Sakura, insisting that Sasuke had done no wrong, questioning why she should bear such animosity towards him. Under Naruto's persuasive words, Sakura successfully liberated herself from the influence of Konoha's most formidable skill, scapegoating, realizing that her animosity should be directed towards Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, in contrast, remained her comrade and the object of her affection. The power of love is profound. The emotion Sakura had forcefully suppressed regarding Sasuke erupted violently in a fleeting moment. Now, she hastily pulled Naruto along to seek out Sasuke, leaving Naruto bewildered by the drastic shifts in Sakura's demeanor, perplexed by the complexities of women. As they journeyed, they were intercepted by the Umbu, who forbade them from approaching Sasuke, citing that he was a fugitive unfit for visitation. Upon hearing their reasoning, Naruto's emotions surged uncontrollably, as he relayed to the Umbu the sentiments he had previously expressed to Sakura. Yet, despite their acknowledgement, the Umbu remained steadfast in their refusal. Infuriated, Naruto dragged Sakura towards the Hokage's tower, determined to appeal to Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, to declare Sasuke innocent and ensure he could meet him. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto found Tsunade inebriated, and in a flurry of disjointed logic, he recounted Sasuke's predicament. Tsunade, in her intoxicated state, gazed at Naruto and Sakura with confusion, turning to Shizune for clarification. Demonstrating patience, Sakura articulated Sasuke's situation to Tsunade with clarity and coherence, a stark contrast to Naruto's chaotic narrative, providing a more comprehensible experience for Tsunade. Consequently, Tsunade developed a favorable impression of Sakura. After listening to Sakura's account and gaining insight into Sasuke's circumstances, Tsunade remained silent, resting her beautiful face in her hands. Her gaze fixed on the agitated Naruto as she weighed the pros and cons, assessing the risks. Sasuke was the sole surviving member of the Uchiha clan from the night of the massacre, recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, and had become a genin in Konoha, successfully completing numerous missions. He had performed commendably in the Chunin exams, but due to Itachi's assault, the higher-ups had isolated him from monitoring and protection, simultaneously prohibiting all visits, leaving him to fend for himself. Chapter 39, The Four Kage Meeting. As far as she knew, Sasuke harbored an extraordinary obsession with vengeance. The Uchiha clan's annihilation was orchestrated by Konoha, thus making the village one of Sasuke's targets for vengeance. The differential treatment of Sasuke by the higher-ups in Konoha is justifiable, as they remain uncertain of when he might, akin to Uchiha Itachi, suddenly unleash his formidable powers and inflict harm upon the village. There is no necessity for them to alter their strategies. However, the fact that Sasuke is in the same team as Naruto is particularly striking, especially upon closer observation of Naruto's demeanor, which reveals his profound regard for his bond with Sasuke, compounded by the fact that he is the host of the Nine Tails. Is this a delicate balance? Tsunade thought coldly, recognizing the implications of her teacher's maneuvers. Since perusing those documents, her feelings towards Hiruzen Sarutobi have grown increasingly complex. She vehemently disagrees with his methods, viewing the villagers as adversaries, relentlessly oppressing them until they rebel, only to then justify the extermination of the Uchiha clan under the guise of righteousness. Should this be the duty of a Hokage? Upon reflection, she concluded that permitting Naruto to continue his interactions with Sasuke posed no issue. Naruto's fervor and determination might just pull Sasuke back from the abyss of vengeance, preserving the Uchiha bloodline within Konoha. Given the Uchiha's undeniable strength, she acquiesced to Naruto's request, instructing Shizune to command the Umbu not to obstruct Naruto's approach to Sasuke, while also mandating that the villagers cease their persecution of him. Unimpeded, the two made their way to Sasuke's residence, which was somewhat secluded and had not been affected by Itachi's battle. Upon arrival, they were met with a sight of utter disarray, garbage strewn everywhere, decayed vegetables, stones, foul-smelling eggs, and various forms of excrement. The walls were plastered with derogatory slogans aimed at the Uchiha, accompanied by grotesque illustrations that were quite distressing. The front door was battered and broken, allowing a direct view into the yard, which was similarly cluttered with refuse. The roof bore several large holes, hastily covered with leaves by Sasuke. Even in the presence of Naruto and Sakura, individuals continued to hurl trash into the yard, cursing loudly and using vile language. Witnessing this, Sakura comprehended Sasuke's dire situation. She had harbored resentment towards him herself, not to mention the other villagers. Naruto, filled with compassion for Sasuke, could no longer contain his rage, vehemently denouncing the villagers' ignorance and questioning what Sasuke had done to deserve such treatment, for he was still one of their own. Upon seeing Naruto, the villagers' anger surged, as they perceived him as a fusion of the Nine Tails and the remnants of the Uchiha clan, leading them to vociferously berate both him and Sasuke, disregarding Naruto's pleas for reason. Their insults were harsh, and the cacophony of their shouts assaulted the ears of both Naruto and Sakura. In a state of exasperation, Naruto resorted to ninja techniques, conjuring hundreds of shadow clones to encircle the villagers. The clones vociferously presented their arguments, drowning out the hostile voices. The villagers, left with no recourse, threw their refuse at Naruto, which was promptly returned by the clones, causing them to flee in tears. Overcoming the noxious stench of the refuse, they ventured into Sasuke's home by scaling the wall, as the front door was utterly unapproachable due to the filth. Inside, they found that Sasuke was absent, and the room had not been cleaned in ages. The furnishings were in disarray, benches and tables missing legs, pots and pans shattered, and the bed covered in waste, with the sheets slashed haphazardly. The walls bore the marks of scornful graffiti, painting a grim picture of Sasuke's recent existence. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy for Sasuke, as the scene resonated with his own past experiences. Sakura contemplated where Sasuke might be, while Naruto, albeit slowly, deduced Sasuke's potential whereabouts from his childhood experiences. The villagers of Konoha never concealed their disdain, and Naruto had experienced their contempt firsthand, unable to procure anything from them, even with money. They would verbally and physically assault him. If this was the treatment he received, how could Sasuke escape it? With Sasuke's location still uncertain, Naruto made his way to the Hokage's office, seeking information from an Umbu member. Due to Tsunade's prior notification, the Umbu did not refuse Naruto's request and disclose Sasuke's whereabouts. Sasuke had been under continuous surveillance by the Umbu, and Naruto himself was monitored even when accompanying Jiraiya, shadowed by an Umbu team tasked with protection and observation. Soon, they located Sasuke, who was struggling to survive in the wilderness, boiling wild vegetables and bird eggs while endeavoring to train. Having lost considerable weight over the days, his skin had darkened several shades. Though not severely diminished, he still retained his handsome features. "What do you want?" Sasuke greeted them with a cold tone. He was acutely aware that he was Konoha's most unpopular individual, even regarded as the second most wanted for elimination. While he felt touched that Naruto and Sakura sought him out, he could not afford to express any warmth, fearing it might endanger them. "We are teammates. Of course we can visit you," Naruto and Sakura replied, affirming their unbreakable bond. With her emotional barriers lowered, Sakura endeavored to be more amiable, and in that moment, Sasuke felt a fleeting nostalgia for the times they had trained together. Yet, he understood that those days were irrevocably lost. Konoha was no longer his home, but rather his adversary. Deep down, he did not harbor any aversion towards Naruto. In fact, upon seeing him, his emotions stirred, a complex feeling he could not comprehend. In the Land of Iron, a gathering of the highest leaders from the 4 great ninja villages convened. Gaara of Sunagakure, being quite young, was accompanied by his advisor Chiyo, who provided strategic insights. The 4 bodyguards were stationed at each corner, ensuring security. The ninja world has suffered under Konoha for far too long. According to intelligence, since the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's strength has been significantly weakened. With the village's combat capabilities at an all-time low, this presents us with a prime opportunity to obliterate Konoha, a chance to cleanse the grievances and humiliations endured by our villages during the previous wars, an opportunity laid out before us. Can we afford to let it slip away? Absolutely not. Konoha is far too powerful and must be diminished, if not eradicated entirely. Hence, I have summoned you all here to deliberate on strategies to confront Konoha. The 4th Raikage, as the host, commenced the discussions. However, Konoha has merely lost its guardian ninja forces. Their border defense remains formidable and poses a challenge. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, interjected. Konoha's defense forces represent the village's strongest contingent. Once they are largely decimated, Konoha's border troops will be of little concern, as the village will lack sufficient strength to reinforce the front lines. Once we breach the defenses of the border troops, we shall find no formidable opposition within the Land of Fire. The Raikage responded. Can you provide a general outline of the plan? Mizukage Terumi May inquired. Given the scale of our 4 great nations, does it require a plan to eliminate a weakened Konoha? We can simply launch an assault, charging in recklessly and slaughtering at will. It would not be difficult for the allied forces to converge upon Konoha. Raikage A expressed his confusion. The others regarded it with exasperation, recognizing him as a quintessential brute of the ninja world, whose intellect seemed overshadowed by his brawn. Konoha, despite its weakened state, remains formidable. One must not underestimate it, Raikage A. The advisor from Sunagakure, Chiyo, cautioned. I do not underestimate it. By uniting the Jinchuriki from our 4 villages, along with several elite ninja, we should be able to restrain Konoha's high-level combatants, allowing our forces below to engage in battle. Konoha's central power has already waned, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still a child, lacking in combat capability. The border forces will not withstand our onslaught. This plan is highly feasible. Can you not see the advantages we possess? Raikage AI continued to respond. The Sand Shinobi glared at Raikage, wondering if he was indeed referring to their 5th Kazekage, Gaara. Other Kage also recognized the issue, and they laughed at Gaara, who was merely a backdrop in the conversation. Cease your laughter. This matter is no jest. Lord Raikage, I implore you to choose your words more wisely and refrain from provoking the Sand Village. Chiyo interjected, rapping the table. Raikage felt a twinge of embarrassment and nodded apologetically at Gaara, insisting he had not intended any offense. Indeed, at present, our chances of victory seem substantial. However, one must consider the potential for defeat. The Raikage strategy is rather rudimentary, and war is fraught with uncertainties, remarked the 3rd Tsuchikage. Rudimentary? No, you still fail to comprehend. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a familiar adversary. His tactics are well known to us all. The impact of these actions within our nation is evident. The Hokage has lost the trust of the clans within the village. They no longer stand united as they once did. Konoha's grip has loosened. They are not as formidable as they once were. At this moment, Konoha resembles a precarious edifice, ready to collapse with but a single push, an effort that would require little exertion. Raikage asserted once more. Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials fell into contemplation, suddenly recognizing the merit in Raikage's words. The advantage indeed lay with us. Intelligence indicates that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, has recently vanished from Konoha, his whereabouts unknown. According to our intelligence department's assessment, he is likely seeking Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan, who was once a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and shares deep ties with him. It is highly probable that Tsunade will return to the village. If that occurs, Konoha will regain 2 formidable experts. Jiraiya is renowned as the Toad Sage, having mastered sage techniques from Mayaboko Mountain, while Tsunade is a legendary gambler and a master of medical ninjutsu. Konoha's offensive and support capabilities will be top-notch, making combat far from straightforward. And the situation may not unfold as we anticipate, stated the 3rd Tsuchikage. Inoki, you are not faltering, are you? As long as we can restrain those 2, the rest will be like fish on a chopping block. Do you still consider Konoha our rival? Can we not deal with them? If necessary, we can at least hold them off. As long as the momentum is on our side, they will have no choice but to concede. Raikage declared. Mind your tone, Raikage. That is a slight against a Wagakure. You should not underestimate us. IWA shinobi have never feared Konoha, nor did we in the past, and we certainly do not now. The 3rd Tsuchikage retorted sharply, glaring at Raikage AI. Very well. It seems Iwagakure is steadfast. How about the Mist and Sand Shinobi? What are your thoughts? Raikage AI inquired, casting his gaze upon the remaining two nations' leaders. If the four nations can unite in purpose, Konoha would indeed face annihilation. Victory is assured. However, even if we successfully defeat Konoha, the distribution of spoils remains a contentious issue. If the spoils are not equitably divided, conflict will arise among us. And we cannot allow Konoha to sit back and enjoy the spectacle, Terumi Mei voiced, articulating the primary concern shared by all. Indeed, we must establish a mutually agreeable treaty that all parties will sign and adhere to. What happens if someone violates the treaty? These matters require thorough discussion before the coalition can be realized, Chiyo stated. The Sand's input is indeed crucial. This is a prerequisite for our deployment. And I trust other villages share this sentiment. The third Tsuchikage concurred. The treaty has been prepared. Each nation shall receive 20%. With the remaining portion allocated to the village that contributes the most, and another portion dedicated to compensating the soldiers injured in battle. Should any party breach the terms of the treaty, their share will be halved, and the surplus will be equally divided among the others. How does that sound? Raikage AI proposed, indicating that the Cloud Village had indeed considered this matter beforehand. What about the collection of spoils? How will we ensure fairness and justice? The Tsuchikage inquired further. Each of the four nations will dispatch a team responsible for the collection and processing of spoils, which will be transported to the Land of Iron for secure storage. Ultimately, the distribution will be handled collectively by the high-ranking officials of the four nations. Should any instances of embezzlement or concealment arise, the penalty will be death, along with repercussions for their family. Naturally, many variables will arise during the war. All parties may pre-claim a portion of the spoils, but this must be accompanied by a note signed by the highest-ranking leader for accounting purposes. Everything must be equitable, fair, and above all, just. Do any of you have objections? Raikage AI declared emphatically. The Sand Shinobi had no objections. The Mist Shinobi had no objections. The IWA Shinobi raised no objections either. Very well, the Sand Village is the only nation that has breached Konoha's defenses. Could you share your experiences for our reference? Raikage AI asked Chiyo. The collapse plan for Konoha was meticulously crafted, and the Sand forces executed the High Command's strategy with unwavering determination. Additionally, we had an insider within Konoha providing us with vital intelligence, which enabled us to breach their defenses successfully. The most critical factor was Uchiha Itachi, who kept a significant portion of Konoha's strength occupied, allowing us to retreat safely. We do not possess all these conditions at present, so the reference value is limited. However, we did gain some insights into Konoha's protective barriers, which should assist the nations in dismantling them. We are willing to share that intelligence, Chiyo replied. Can the Sand Shinobi re-establish contact with their insider in Konoha? Did they perish during the Chunin incident? Please verify this situation, if they remain unharmed. Is there a possibility they could provide further intelligence? Having more detailed information would significantly facilitate the advance of the coalition, reducing casualties. I urge the Sand Village to prioritize this, the Tsuchikage stated. The Sand Shinobi are unaware of this situation. I apologize, but we will investigate. Should new intelligence arise, we pledge to share it freely. However, we do require some form of compensation, whether monetary or territorial, Chiyo responded. Thank you, Advisor Chiyo, for your response. I can agree to your requests. The nations will offer additional compensation to the Sand Village based on the significance of the intelligence, Raikage AI concluded, surveying the other Kage, who all nodded in agreement. Then I hereby solemnly announce the formal establishment of the Allied Shinobi forces, with the operational plan against Konoha commencing immediately. I hope each Kage and advisor will return and promptly organize their forces in preparation. I intend for the coalition's assault to occur on the day of Konoha's 5th Hokage's inauguration. At that time, Konoha's attention will be focused on the village, resulting in a relative laxity in border defenses, advantageous for our advance. The assaults must be swift and ferocious, leaving Konoha no opportunity to react. In conclusion, I wish you all great success in your endeavors. Let us gather at Konoha to avenge our past grievances. Raikage AI delivered his final address. Gaara, who had remained a mere backdrop throughout the meeting, rose alongside the other two Kage. Victory for all nations. Let us trample Konoha and redeem our honor. The senior leaders proclaimed fervent slogans. After the conclusion of the meeting, the Four Shadows formally signed a document entitled the Joint Treaty on the Management of Konoha's Financial Distribution. They did not linger excessively. In order to prepare for a little more time, they discreetly departed the Land of Iron under the protection of their respective guards. Not far from the meeting site lay the various bodies of intruders, hunters, mountain bandits, merchant caravans, civilians, and Konoha ninjas cleared away by the shadow guards. The Konoha ninjas had come to gather intelligence, for Konoha was exceedingly attentive to the movements of the four nations, and espionage activities were rampant. The movements of the shadows were of paramount importance. How could they not send operatives? The four nations were well aware that Konoha would dispatch spies, as they themselves had infiltrators within Konoha. Konoha's Umbu, risking their lives, infiltrated the security zone of the Four Shadows Conference, only to be swiftly discovered and subsequently beaten to death in a coordinated attack by the ninjas of the four nations, without having the chance to relay any information. Among them, Ao from the Mist was a significant contributor. His Byakugan provided keen environmental awareness, and the Raikage S guards were envious of this ability, having nearly obtained a similar bloodline trait themselves. In Chapter 40, Tsunade ascends to her position and the conflict begins. In an unnamed mountain within the ninja world, jagged rocks and lush trees abound. The weather was fine and the air refreshing. A young girl brought Uchiha Itachi to this secluded place, far from her original village, where she constructed a thatched hut and tended to him with care. At this moment, she was focused on brewing medicine, the recipe having been obtained from a physician, which she had traveled far to acquire. Fortunately, the necessities of life were not a concern. Her daily activities revolved around administering medicine, preparing potions, and keeping Itachi clean and comfortable, her attention to his well-being meticulous. Days had passed since the rescue, and having consumed considerable amounts of medicine, Itachi had long since awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he attempted to eliminate the girl before him, but as he moved, excruciating pain coursed through his body, leaving him no choice but to regard her with wariness and murderous intent. Startled, the ordinary girl hurriedly explained the situation. Itachi, feeling utterly powerless, listened to her, sensing the surprise and kindness in her eyes, and he ultimately lowered his guard somewhat. As a ninja, he was always cautious around individuals outside Konoha. "My name is Kiyoko. And what is yours? I saved you. You must be a gift from the heavens," the girl said, moving closer and expressing her admiration. "Thank you. You may call me Itachi." "Where am I?" he replied, coughing violently. Itachi noted the girl's expression. His years of experience had not been in vain, and he realized that she likely had feelings for him, which eased his concerns. Before he could say more, he was seized by another fit of coughing. Kiyoko hurried outside to cool the medicine she had prepared, then returned with a bowl of the concoction, holding it to Itachi's lips. "Drink the medicine first. Your condition is quite poor, and you must rely on this for recovery. I am unsure of where we are. My village feared repercussions and would not allow me to shelter you, so I brought you to this remote location," she explained as she fed him the potion. Kiyoko shared stories of her village and childhood as Itachi listened attentively, finding no cause for suspicion. Before long, he succumbed to slumber once again. Seeing him asleep, Kiyoko resumed brewing medicine. The hut was thick with the pungent scent of herbs, rendering it less than comfortable. Once outside, Itachi suddenly awakened, assessing his physical state. As Kyoko's presence had hindered his actions before, he still suffered from severe illness. The areas of pain remained agonizing, and his chakra flow was affected, indicating that engaging in combat was unfeasible for the time being. Remarkably, the condition of his Manjiki Sharingan seemed to have improved, with its power mysteriously recovering. Itachi was astounded. Could it be that his Manjiki had evolved into an eternal form? If he passed this on to Sasuke, wouldn't he soar to new heights? He covertly tested his abilities, feeling disheartened as he realized his eyes had not undergone an upgrade. They remained at the Manjiki level. Naturally, the eternal form required a brutal process to attain. It could not be so easily achieved. The circumstances must be the work of the enigmatic figure who had aided him. Who could they be? Why did they choose to assist him? What was the fate of Konoha? And what of Sasuke? Has the issue of Uchiha Itachi been resolved? Is the Akatsuki organization aware of his defection? What actions will they undertake? A torrent of questions surged through Uchiha Itachi's mind, yet he found himself powerless, lying on his bed, staring at the thatched roof above. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. 2 weeks later, in Konoha, with the unwavering support of various clans alongside the Hokage lineage, the ceremony for Tsunade's succession was meticulously prepared, and this moment was marked by transparency. On the day of Tsunade's ascension, the forces of the Land of Lightning crossed the Land of Moon and gathered within the territory of the Land of Hot Water. The ninja army from the Land of Earth assembled in the Land of Grass, while the forces from the Land of Water congregated at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool. Meanwhile, the Wind Country's troops regrouped once more in the Land of Rivers. Altogether, the coalition amassed an impressive total of over 33,000 troops at the borders of the Land of Fire. The status of the Jinchuriki from each village was as follows. The Jinchuriki of the One Tail from the Sand Village, being the leader, would not easily be thrust into battle. The Two Tails from the Cloud Village was a puppet, and the Eight Tails had not arrived, as the Rakage was reluctant to send his brother into combat. The Four Tails from the Rock Village was represented by the Jinchuriki of the Purple, while the Five Tails was in the hands of Han. The Six Tails from the Mist Village was Yutaka, who had previously been labeled a rogue ninja by the village. However, following the successful coup, Meitarumi located him and elucidated the village's plight, leading Yutaka to return to the Mist Village under her heartfelt persuasion. The whereabouts of the Three Tails remained a mystery, and the Mist Village was actively searching for its location. At 5 a.m., as the sky darkened, it was the moment when everyone was in the deepest slumber. The shadows of the village leaders directed operations from the rear, while the coalition forces launched a fierce assault on the borders of Konoha from multiple directions, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. The border forces of the Land of Fire, having fortified their defenses due to a previous ambush by the Sand Village, were still caught off guard. However, in light of the impending ceremony for Tsunade's succession and the trial of Uchiha Itachi, Konoha had withdrawn some of its ninja from the borders. Despite being aware of the Four Nations alliance, Konoha believed in its enduring strength, enough to intimidate the other nations into submission, leading to a less comprehensive defense. The coalition forces launched simultaneous attacks from various fronts, overwhelming Konoha's defenders, who soon found themselves unable to resist. In this moment of crisis, the indomitable spirit of the Will of Fire ignited within them, as they fought valiantly to buy time and sent out pleas for aid. Due to their fierce resistance, the coalition's advance was far from swift. If reinforcements did not arrive in time, it was merely a matter of time before the defenses would crumble. Thus, the leaders of the Four Nations remained comfortably behind, observing the battlefield through maps and listening to their subordinates' reports. On the map, for large arrows pointed from different directions toward the military heart of the Land of Fire, Konoha. Each leader felt confident. This was Konoha's weakest moment, the optimal time for the nations to strike, as the mysterious actions of the third Hokage had significantly diminished Konoha's strength, bringing it to a historical low. Once Tsunade ascended, they could not guarantee that she would not become the next third Hokage. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha was likely to end its internal strife, and given its deep-rooted heritage, with the right policies in place, it would eventually rise again after a period of dormancy. The village would soon return to a position of dominance over the other nations, a future that each shadow leader foresaw, prompting their united assault. At 8:30 a.m., Tsunade donned the Hokage hat and a long blue robe embroidered with the title of 5th Hokage on its back. She stood on the balcony of the Hokage building. Shizen and Mito stood beside her, while Umbu operatives were strategically positioned for vigilance. The plaza before the Hokage building was teeming with people, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of their new Hokage, their faces alight with joy and laughter. Jiraiya mingled with the crowd, while Sasuke remained absent, still unacknowledged and unaccepted. The heads of other clans gathered in front of the Hokage building, seated in designated chairs to witness the momentous occasion. Before them stood a grand platform, prepared specifically for the trial of Uchiha Itachi. A pathway led from the edge of the platform to the center, where a large Konoha flag dominated the scene. Beneath this emblem, smaller flags representing the various clans of Konoha were arranged in order, each corresponding to a chair. Among those present were Sarutobi, Uchiha, Nara, Hyuga, and others, including the flag of the Senju clan, but conspicuously absent was that of the Uchiha. At exactly 9 o'clock a.m., Tsunade stepped forward to the edge of the balcony. Facing the citizens of Konoha, she removed her Hokage hat and waved it forward. From this day forth, I shall govern Konoha as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Upon uttering these words, the plaza erupted in thunderous applause, with the crowd chanting her name and dancing in uncontainable excitement. Once the fervor subsided, Tsunade placed the hat back upon her head and descended from the Hokage building. She approached the clan leaders, taking her seat at the center of the judgment platform. Jiraiya joined her without contest, occupying the position beside her. The other clan leaders and officials from the daimyo's estate settled into their respective seats, looking down proudly at the common folk gathered below. As the ninja clans of Konoha, they had every reason to feel proud, albeit their pride was distinct from that of the Uchiha, which was not a sentiment they could afford to express at this moment. Next came the trial of the notorious criminal, Uchiha Itachi. Once everyone was seated, Tsunade spoke solemnly. The crowd stirred restlessly, calling out for his death, demanding punishment for the offenses Uchiha Itachi had inflicted upon Konoha. Bring forth the accused, Uchiha Itachi, Mito commanded the Umbu. Shortly thereafter, the prison warden personally escorted Uchiha Itachi to the platform, while the Umbu fought to carve a path through the throng of spectators for the prisoner cart. The sight incited a wave of vitriol, not only directed at Uchiha Itachi, but also at the ninja separating them from him. A barrage of stones, kitchen knives, shurikens, and kunai rained down upon the cart, but Uchiha Itachi was shielded by seals, rendering the attacks ineffective. The assailants included not only civilians, but also ninja, and the ricocheted weapons inadvertently harmed the beasts pulling the cart. With no other option, the Umbu had to pull the cart themselves, while dispatching personnel to subdue the unruly ninja in the crowd, as reinforcements had been dispatched to prevent such chaos. The path traversed by the prisoner cart became littered with debris, rendering it nearly impassable without a thorough clearing. After a considerable time, the Umbu finally maneuvered the cart to the elevated platform before the judgment stand, dispersing themselves around the platform to guard against any threats to Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi remained oblivious, deeply entranced in an external upgrade, his consciousness dormant and unaware of his surroundings, allowing the tumult to unfold without interference. The system's power had already reformed half of his body, primarily below his chest, and was diligently working on the remaining modifications, even in the absence of seals. Any attack directed at Uchiha Itachi was rendered futile, for the system was engaged in its task, impervious to disruption. The crowd gazed upon Uchiha Itachi, who appeared tranquil, expressionless, and seemingly asleep with his eyes closed. Has he gone a month without sustenance? Will he not perish? Tsunade inquired of Jiraiya, standing beside her. Uchiha Itachi is unharmed. Just look at his complexion. You, of all people, should know, Jiraiya replied. His complexion was rosy, and his skin gleamed with a healthy luster, presenting an image of vitality that belied his status as a prisoner. It appeared that the month of starvation had hardly affected him. Moreover, hunger could serve to diminish his strength, preventing any formidable resistance during his execution. He was an extraordinary ninja, a fact that Jiraiya acknowledged with a hint of humility. Understood, Tsunade declared, rising to her feet and surveying the expectant crowd. With a firm voice, she addressed them. The criminal, Uchiha Kei, is a descendant of the illustrious Uchiha clan, once a noble family of Konoha, renowned for their significant contributions and prestige. This individual has forsaken the honor and ideals of his ancestors. During the Chunin exams, he launched an assault on Konoha, resulting in the deaths of the Land of Fire's daimyo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His reckless use of ninjutsu during the chaos disregarded the safety of the populace, leading to the direct deaths of over 20,000 souls, with millions more injured, and a substantial amount of property destroyed. His actions indirectly facilitated the invasion of Sunagakure, providing conditions that allowed enemy ninjas to retreat unscathed, resulting in grave losses for Konoha that are irretrievable. Such treachery amounts to an act of betrayal against the will of fire. This man is devoid of compassion, loyalty, wisdom, courage, and integrity. As the fifth Hokage, I hereby declare a death sentence for Uchiha Kei to be executed immediately. With Tsunade's pronouncement concluded, the officials of the Land of Fire followed suit. Uchiha Kei is guilty of the heinous crime of assassinating the daimyo. His transgressions are unforgivable. The Land of Fire sentences him to death, to be carried out without delay. Yes, kill him. Avenge my child. Kill him. Avenge my mother. Do not allow him a peaceful end. The crowd erupted in a chorus of fury, chanting for his death. As the execution team approached the prison cart, comprised of elite shinobi from various clans including Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai, they readied their most potent techniques, ensuring that Uchiha Kei would remain mostly intact for the daimyo's observation. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded in understanding, his hands poised to release the seals. Just then, a bloodied figure was thrust forward by the crowd. The individual stumbled through the throng and collapsed beside Uchiha Kei's cart, oblivious to the chaos around him. Jiraiya instinctively halted his hand signs, sensing that a grave development was unfolding in the Land of Fire. Report, Tsunade-sama. The Cloud Village has launched a large-scale assault on the borders of the Land of Fire this morning. Despite being outnumbered, our forces are valiantly resisting. But we urgently need reinforcements. Tsunade rose sharply, her hands clenched in anger as she pounded the platform before her, the force contained but palpable. Though war was an expected outcome, The audacity of this attack on her watch was infuriating. Detail the situation. No false reports, she commanded, her voice edged with urgency. As the first individual knelt before Uchiha, 3 others soon followed, representing the 4 corners of Konoha. Their message was clear: the Land of Fire was under siege. Attacked simultaneously by the 4 great nations. The border defenses were crumbling, and urgent aid was required. Upon hearing this alarming news, the citizens of Konoha fell into disarray. Their anger shifting from Uchiha to the invading nations. They fervently petitioned Tsunade to dispatch troops to punish the shameless aggressors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade asserted that Konoha possessed the strength to repel the invaders, instructing the Umbu to calm the populace. She glanced at Uchiha in his cart, then at Jiraiya, who nodded in solidarity with her decision. External conflict took precedence. Delaying justice for Uchiha could lead to further casualties, especially as he would undoubtedly resist during his execution. Observing Uchiha's robust state, Tsunade decided to temporarily detain him, postponing his execution until after the war. Turning to the Daimy's envoy, she stated, "The Land of Fire is currently facing an invasion. I hope you understand my decision, and we require the support of the Daimy's estate." The official, grasping the urgency of the situation, bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will report this matter truthfully to the Daimy. I shall depart immediately to ensure that support for Konoha arrives swiftly." With that, the envoy set off under the protection of the Umbu. While Uchiha was taken back to Konoha's prison, a partial victory achieved. Chapter 41. Konoha Conference. After watching the envoy depart, Tsunade turned to dispatch a messenger to rest and concluded her inauguration ceremony, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. The high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered the clan leaders for an emergency meeting at the Hokage Tower. As they settled in the conference room, several Umbu approached Tsunade, quietly relaying the latest information. "Speak clearly. The clan leaders have the right to know the developments in the war. No need to conceal new information," Tsunade instructed the Umbu. "Yes, Hokage-sama. The latest reports indicate that the forces of the 4 nations have breached Konoha's defenses and are engaging our second line of troops. The primary reason for the collapse at the borders is the participation of the Jinchuriki from each nation, who have overwhelmed our defenses with their formidable assaults. Currently, every corner of the Land of Fire is in dire need of support. We urge you, Hokage-sama, to make a swift decision. Time is of the essence." The Umbu exited, their energy depleted. Everyone heard that. The enemy has penetrated the Land of Fire. Konoha is facing imminent doom. In this critical moment, clan leaders can no longer conceal their strengths. "It's time to set aside personal interests," Tsunade proclaimed, her voice resolute. The clan leaders exchanged anxious glances, murmuring among themselves as the atmosphere in the meeting room transformed into a cacophony of confusion. Moments later, another Umbu burst into the room. "Urgent report. Our second line of troops has suffered catastrophic losses and has retreated to the third line of defense. The enemy has completely infiltrated the Land of Fire and is currently engaging in rampant pillaging. The commander of the third line has conveyed that this is a full-scale assault against the Land of Fire, and he implores the Hokage to dispatch reinforcements. They cannot hold out much longer." Tsunade felt paralyzed by the weight of this news. She turned to Nara Shikamaru and Mido Kazuki, realizing that Danzo was notably absent. How has the Land of Fire become so vulnerable? In less than a day, 2 lines of defense have fallen, an unprecedented disgrace. What have you and the previous Hokage been doing to maintain Konoha's strength? Where is our talent and power? When has Konoha ever faced such humiliation? We have always been the ones to dominate others. Tsunade's voice boomed, her frustration palpable. This was her first day in office, and she had not anticipated such a shocking turn of events. Nara Shikamaru and Mido Kazuki were equally taken aback, unable to fathom why the nations would dare to attack. Who had emboldened them? Upon reflection, they realized the answer lay within themselves. They promptly fell silent, unable to elaborate further. Should they recount their years of extortion in Konoha? Would the 4 clans wish to continue their existence in Konoha, knowing they could be besieged by all factions? The fate of the Uchiha clan sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, they had already swallowed their pride, unable to regurgitate it. The situation was dire. Cursed be the leaders of the villages for their sudden and unreasonable maneuvers. Upon hearing Tsunade's roar, the clan heads ceased their whispers and turned their attention to the 3 individuals at the center, their expressions revealing much. Who among them was unaware of the manipulations of the 4 clans of Konoha, who had not suffered losses at their hands? Witnessing this scene, how could they not find amusement? Tsunade, with a look of helplessness, gazed at the 2 silent figures, her periphery catching the expressions of the onlookers. And she instantly comprehended the underlying sentiment. Internally, she lambasted them for prioritizing personal gain over the safety of the land of fire and Konoha. Everything was a gamble. These individuals were even more ruthless than she, wagering stakes beyond her comprehension. Was her teacher truly the third Hokage of Konoha, or merely a spy planted by the various nations? Why did he perpetually commit absurdities that turned allies into adversaries? This old fool, even in death, left a multitude of troubles in his wake. Sigh, the days ahead would be fraught with difficulties. At the same time, she recognized the gravity of the situation. The fear instilled by her teacher had rendered these individuals mute. Stepping forward, she bowed deeply, proclaiming, "In regards to my teacher's conduct during his tenure, I must convey my apologies. I shall take his mistakes to heart and reflect upon them. I will not tread the same path he did. Konoha is my home, and my ancestors sacrificed for its sake. I will never weaken Konoha's strength for the sake of my clan. Please trust me, your fifth Hokage, to uphold your confidence. For my grandfather is Senju Hashirama, the founder of Konoha. I will not allow the village I cherish to rot. This is my pledge, guaranteed by the honor of Tsunadeheim. I, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, stand as a guarantor for Tsunadeheim and shall also oversee her actions to prevent the repetition of past mistakes." Jiraiya stepped forward to endorse Tsunade. He was well acquainted with the sordid affairs of the higher-ups during his teacher's reign, having witnessed the Uchiha's exposure and felt the weight of their concerns. "Tsunade Dano, Jiraiya Dano, we trust your esteemed guarantees. However, everything hinges on a premise. We wish to see that assurance materialized. Otherwise, forgive our impudence, but we cannot entrust all to Konoha. As the legacy of our clans is paramount, we do not wish to become the next Uchiha, fighting enemies outside while being targeted by our own within, leading to our demise." A clan leader stepped forth to represent their collective apprehension. "Fools, does your clan wish to survive in Konoha or not? Is the will of fire merely fodder for dogs? Has decades of peace in Konoha not been sufficient for you to give your all?" Mito Gate Ino thundered at the speaker. "Umph, do you think we are ignorant of how the Uchiha clan met its end? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Do you presume everyone is a fool? You devoured the Uchiha's vast legacy. Do you think our smaller clans could do the same? Previously, we could not resist your tyranny, but with the new Hokage in place, you still seek to monopolize power and live carefree? I shall not permit it, nor shall Konoha." The individual retorted defiantly. "Tsunade Dano, do you see?" Hyuga Hayashi rose to inquire, his expression unwaveringly stoic, revealing no emotion. Truly, a clan leader. His control over his demeanor was impeccable. Upon hearing the retort, Tsunade made her decision. "Umbu, I command you to revoke all positions held by Tenten and Mito Gaetino, and escort them to Konoha prison for strict confinement. Their fate shall be determined post-war." Tsunade declared. "Hokage-sama, do not forget about Shimura Danzo. He is in league with them." Another unidentified clan leader interjected, remaining seated, his identity concealed. "Very well, we shall strip Shimura Danzo of his position and likewise imprison him. Does this resolution satisfy you all?" Tsunade responded decisively. After issuing her orders, Jiraiya approached the two to quell any resistance and cast a sealing technique upon them. The Umbu subsequently took them away. "No, Tsunade. You cannot treat me this way. I aided your ascension to Hokage. I have contributed to Konoha. Please reconsider. I have shed blood for this village. You cannot do this to me. Let me go." Mito Gate Ino finally grasped the situation, shouting as he was dragged away, but the assembly seemed deaf to his pleas. Once the doors were shut, the atmosphere in the meeting room turned grave. The disruptors had been punished, and now it was time to face the looming conflict. They all understood that the decisions to come would result in many casualties. "Tsunade Dano, we shall exert our utmost effort, and the four clans must do the same. At the very least, our contributions must equal theirs. For decades, they have advanced rapidly while we have endured oppression. Relying solely on ourselves may not suffice," Hyuga Hayashi reiterated. "I understand. I shall issue orders for them to mobilize all their forces for war. This conflict is the fourth great ninja war, and no one in Konoha can evade it. We must all confront this reality. We have no choice but to engage," Tsunade affirmed. "Indeed, we will follow your directives, Tsunade Dano. Please lead Konoha to vanquish the enemy and restore its former glory." All the clan leaders rose in unison, paying the highest respects to Tsunade, signifying their loyalty and submission. With the front lines in peril, the clan heads received their orders to ready all capable members of their families and prepare for what lay ahead. "I now announce the commanders for the front lines. The commander for the wind country forces will be Yamanaka Inoichi. For the water country forces, it shall be Jiraiya. For the lightning country, it will be Hyuga Hayashi. I shall personally lead the defense against the earth country's enemy. Narashikaku will oversee affairs in Konoha. The Konoha Ninja Academy will continue its classes. The students shall not step onto the battlefield. Let us, the elders, fight for a peaceful future for them. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Tsunade's decision, differing from that of the third Hokage, astonished the assembly. After all, during the war, the third Hokage had sheltered himself within Konoha, dispatching even ungraduated students to the front lines while he remained safely behind. Such despicable conduct left them incredulous. How could the third Hokage still retain the audacity to sit in the highest position of Konoha? It was a disgrace that allowed that old dog to live freely for decades. Alas, the fourth Hokage had perished far too soon. We will resolutely comply with your arrangements. And we have no objections, the assembly echoed in unison. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Return and prepare. We shall depart in an hour without delay, Tsunade commanded. Jiraiya, take care and return safely, Tsunade said to him after the meeting. Fear not. I have heard that the Mizukage has just assumed office and is likely lacking in control over the village. I should encounter little danger. Trust in my abilities. Just because I am often sent flying by you does not imply weakness, Jiraiya reassured her. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, wishing to reassure Tsunade. He believed that the position of Hokage was, in essence, a gift he bestowed upon her. He would never allow her to face the imminent war without support. His resolve was formidable at that moment. Very well, return with victory for me to behold. Do not disappoint me, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, her back turned to him. The heads of the various clans hurried home, swiftly mobilizing their kin. Upon hearing news that threatened the safety of their beloved Konoha, the young men felt their spirits surge with fervor, eagerly signing up. Despite the pleas of their parents and elders, who had endured the horrors of war, their efforts were in vain. Every member of the clans, except for those unable to wield weapons, was destined for the battlefield. Reflecting on the brutality of war, the adults expressed their sorrow, yet they were resolute in proving the will of fire. The four clans received a direct summons from the Hokage's office, where Tsunade issued an unequivocal command. All combatants from the clans were to join the fight. Any act of concealment or defiance would bear severe consequences, as past mistakes served as grim reminders. Naruto learned of this news and, along with Sakura, prepared to sacrifice their lives for the safety of Konoha. The indoctrination of the will of fire was undeniably powerful. Yet, Naruto was eager to use this war as a stage to validate his existence and gain recognition for his dreams. He and Sakura sought out Sasuke once more, hoping to hear his thoughts and possibly secure an opportunity for him to prove himself. However, the anguished cries heard during the execution of Uchiha Itachi still resonated within Sasuke's mind. The thought of his last remaining clan member facing death weighed heavily on his heart. Seeking solitude, he ventured to a desolate place to erect a new gravestone for Itachi. Initially intending to place it in the Uchiha clan cemetery, he was dismayed to find it had been reduced to ruins. The graves of his clan had been desecrated, their remains scattered and disfigured. The few intact skulls lay shattered, remnants strewn about. The once sacred ground was filled with filth, exuding a putrid stench. Surrounding life seemed extinguished. Not a single bird sang, nor did insects stir. It had truly become a wasteland. Upon witnessing this devastation, Sasuke broke down in anguish, cursing his fate. He realized that none of his kin had been afforded even a simple burial. The night of the massacre had not only been cruel to him as a living soul, but had also shown itself as merciless to the deceased. He bowed repeatedly in apology to his fallen family, yet what solace could that bring? The clan was extinguished, and the words or actions of the living held no significance for them. Sasuke was enveloped in despair. His intense rage and sorrow manifested as his eyes evolved into the three-tomo Sharingan. His chakra surged to the level of a Jonin, shedding the identity of a novice. He was now a force to be reckoned with. If it were not for his bond with Naruto, he might have unleashed his wrath or fled. Naruto and Sakura, unable to locate Sasuke and pressed for time, returned to their mission. Kakashi's team was set to follow Jiraiya in confronting the invasion from the Land of Water, a revelation they learned upon reaching their rendezvous point. Konoha dispatched the necessary supplies for war: 10 shuriken or kunai, 3 explosive tags, a pouch of soldier pills, 2 sets of ninja uniforms, 1 ninja blade, and 5 substitution puppets, among others. The supplies were scant, and with time running short, many items remained unprepared, relying on future resupply. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Konoha's higher-ups would not easily permit Naruto to leave the village. After all, he was akin to a weapon of mass destruction, and his departure posed significant risks. However, the obstinate elders who could interfere with Tsunade's decisions had been removed from the decision-making circle. With Tsunade's esteemed authority, no one dared oppose her. And her trust in Jiraiya allowed her to relinquish Naruto into his care. As the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya and Kakashi, despite their convoluted mentor-student relationship, would fiercely protect Naruto. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha, the Umbu dispatched to apprehend Danzo found themselves at a loss. He had long since vanished. The Umbu reported their findings to Tsunade, who was taken aback by the news but recognized that, given the urgency of the situation, she could not spare forces to pursue him and could only instruct the Umbu to remain vigilant for his capture. Soon, the Umbu discovered traces of Danzo's escape. He had utilized a secret passage through the roots to exit Konoha. Tsunade felt helpless in this circumstance. Recognizing that the urgency of warfare left her no choice but to allow him to go. She trusted that Danzo, under the influence of the will of fire, would not endanger Konoha's safety. At that moment, Danzo stood outside Konoha, swiftly informed of Tsunade's actions against him. As his subordinates had witnessed the removal of Rin and In, they promptly relayed the information to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled. To linger even a second would be a betrayal of himself. Danzo had no intention of struggling within Konoha. Knowing well that Jiraiya and Tsunade were nearly his equals in strength, he was aware that his special technique could only control one individual, and attempting to wield it against either of them would be easily discerned, making him a target of collective ire. Danzo could not afford to squander such a pivotal power. The next several years might not grant him another opportunity. It seemed that to regain control, he would need to orchestrate Tsunade's demise, allowing him to return and rectify the chaos, eliminating the treasonous clans and their factions once and for all. Hiruzen, he thought, I warned you that you would regret this. And now it comes to fruition. As Danzo gazed back at Konoha, the place he had long coveted for decades, he mused, I will return, I am certain of it. With that, Shimura Danzo MacArthur stated his final words, turning resolutely towards the border. This time, he would endeavor to save Konoha indirectly, relying on Tsunade's strategies and her subordinates, who he believed were incapable of great deeds. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm, he pondered. How could Tsunade fail to grasp this truth? If she merely eliminated the apathetic clans, instilling fear in the disloyal, would she not ensure compliance? By targeting those clans that contribute the most to this endeavor, she could create an environment of terror, discouraging any thoughts of rebellion among others, such as the Uchiha. The Hokage's authority would thus be perpetuated, and the goal of maintaining peace realized. It was foolish for Danzo to think that Tsunade's actions against Rin and Mito would not incite resentment among her supporters, the very individuals who had once elevated her to power. This time, Danzo was determined to achieve his objective, utilizing the strength of various nations to obliterate all factions that opposed him within Konoha. Upon attaining power, he would execute his ambitions freely, surpassing the contributions of Hiruzen Sarutobi, should there be any to surpass. To become the most illustrious Hokage in the annals of Konoha's history, time swiftly passed, and the operational efficiency of Konoha proved commendable. The majority of the strength from various clans was displayed, with the Sarutobi clan standing out as the most formidable. Among a 50,000 strong force, 10,000 belonged to their lineage, and the Sarutobi Legion was established ahead of time. Tsunade personally allocated the combat capabilities, assigning Jiraiya to lead 10,000, Nara Shikaku to command 20,000, Yamenka and Oichi to oversee 10,000, while she herself would take charge of another 10,000. The majority of the troops were nin, with no genin permitted to participate in combat, as Tsunade deemed it too cruel for the young ones. Their involvement would be relegated to logistical support instead. Once the commanders had arranged their subordinates, Tsunade commanded everyone to embark, and the Konoha shinobi army surged forth towards the battlefield with great zeal. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the 4 great shinobi villages advanced significantly, leaving behind a trail of Konoha ninjas' corpses. They exerted every effort, fervently embodying their convictions, sacrificing their lives for the safety of Konoha. Yet, such sacrifices merely delayed the coalition's advance, wasting but a fleeting moment. In the face of overwhelming strength, any struggle proved futile. In the shinobi world, the powerful reigned supreme, while the weak were left to submit. Breaking through the gates of the Land of Fire, The morale of the Allied forces soared as they looted everything in their path: people, livestock, and valuables. The civilians of the Land of Fire were indeed a source of productivity. The four nations had not yet descended into the folly of squandering human resources. However, any signs of hostility or intent to resist were met with swift execution. Konoha's third-line forces were compelled to allocate personnel to safeguard these civilians, yet their sacrifices were in vain, with the bodies of fallen ninjas strewn across every plundered village. The people of the Land of Fire felt a flicker of gratitude for this, but it ended there. Any hint of rebellion would be effortlessly quashed by the aloof foreign ninjas, leaving the common folk in utter despair. As dusk approached, the third line of defense in the Land of Fire was utterly breached. The coalition soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, for after decades, they had finally avenged their past humiliations and could offer solace to their ancestors. The forces of the four nations marched boldly into the heart of the Land of Fire, ruthlessly clearing all obstacles in their path, their assault as unyielding as a mountain. The armies diligently captured civilians to transport the spoils of war, ensuring the sustenance of their troops. A mere squad of Chunin could easily oversee these civilians, compelling them to toil diligently, efficient, and economical. For those who lacked diligence, the overseeing Chunin were permitted to make autonomous decisions, as long as the transport tasks were fulfilled. News of the battlefield conditions swiftly reached Tsunade, who, upon hearing the reports, felt a surge of anger. The rapid advance of the Allied forces made her question her own resolve. Konoha's resistance seemed utterly futile. In decades of nation-building, such a scenario had never unfolded. When had Konoha ever been so powerless? At that moment, the Land of Fire appeared as a plucked egg, exquisitely vulnerable and ripe for the taking. Tsunade commanded the shinobi to hasten their march, seeking to interrupt the enemy's momentum and dampen their morale, thus creating favorable conditions for victory in war. A week later, while still leading her troops, Tsunade received urgent reports from reconnaissance ninjas indicating the presence of IWA ninja forces 100 kilometers ahead in their march. Damn it, how could they be so swift? Tsunade fumed, realizing the intruding forces had penetrated deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. They rampaged, plundering at will, and she could vividly envision the devastation across the nation. The feudal lord's estate, upon receiving news of the outbreak of war, promptly gathered supplies and dispatched reinforcements to the front lines, significantly bolstering the troops' resources. All combat units received ample supplies, greatly enhancing their fighting capabilities. The feudal lord's estate also formed samurai and rogue ninja units in the rear, establishing the 4th and 5th lines of defense under the command of Konoha ninjas. To ascertain the situation with the IWA ninjas, Tsunade dispatched several more umbu for reconnaissance, gathering intelligence on the battlefield environment and the enemy's general situation in preparation for the imminent attack. She also ordered the troops to reduce their marching speed, allowing them to recuperate and heighten their vigilance against potential IWA ambushes. Since she could detect the enemy's presence, she surmised that IWA should also be aware of Konoha's forces, never underestimating the Land of Earth, especially not the legendary figure Inoki from Iwa's early days. Soon, the status of the IWA forces was confirmed. They were indeed gathering their strength, numbering approximately 50,000, most of whom were civilians from the Land of Fire conscripted for logistical support, with around 8,000 combat personnel. As they approached within 20 kilometers of the IWA forces, Tsunade ordered the troops to set up camp. The Konoha shinobi would rest collectively, while the reconnaissance teams ventured forth to ensure the main force's safety and issue warnings of potential enemy attacks. During the lull in hostilities, the reconnaissance ninjas from both IWA and Konoha ignited the flames of battle, clashing fiercely on the contested ground. They fought without mercy, each encounter a fight to the death, driven by the interests of their respective villages, with no room for leniency. By dawn, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with only a scant few returning to their respective bases. At 7 o'clock a.m., all ninjas began inspecting their weapons and equipment. These were their lifelines, the hope of survival, and they could not afford any faults. At 7:30, after breakfast, both armies commenced their advance, moving toward each other. As they closed to within 2 kilometers, both sides came to a halt, falling into a tense standoff. The battle was about to commence. After arriving at the designated position, Tsunade issued the command to attack. The forces on the left were tasked with wind release, the right with fire release, and the center with spreading accelerants. Soon, the specialized composite ninjutsu of the Konoha ninja army was unleashed, and hundreds of fire dragons surged toward the rock ninja. As Konoha unleashed its fire release, the rock ninja employed earth release for defense. The ferocious flames scorched the earthen walls to a fiery red, while the merciless heat incinerated everything in its path. Many rock ninja were caught off guard, turning into desiccated corpses, while the remainder sweated profusely. Konoha's fire release was indeed overwhelming and inescapable, especially after integrating the Uchiha clan's techniques. Its might significantly augmented. After withstanding the initial wave, the rock ninja swiftly retaliated, deploying the joint ninjutsu earth release pot cover technique. Hollow formations emerged in the sky as the pot covers rained down upon Konoha, executing a high-altitude bombardment. The Konoha forces scattered to evade the incoming onslaught as the pot covers struck the ground. They created deep craters, exploding and sending debris flying, injuring numerous Konoha ninjas. For an hour, both sides exchanged ninjutsu, suffering mutual losses. Konoha sustained 500 casualties, while the rock ninjas suffered approximately 15,000, most of whom were civilians. The devastating and widespread ninjutsu posed a cataclysmic threat to them. There was no escape, and they could only close their eyes and await their demise, in a bid to expedite the war's conclusion and minimize destruction to the land of fire. And due to their numerical superiority, Tsunade commanded the entire army to advance, leading the charge herself. Summoning slugs to heal Konoha's injured, she ensured their combat effectiveness. The Konoha Ninja Corps, accompanied by the slug healers, began to engage fiercely with the rock ninja, their assault becoming increasingly relentless, pushing the rock ninja back. Observing the situation, Inoki immediately unleashed the heavy stone technique, soaring into the sky to unleash a formidable earth release upon the Konoha ninjas, causing significant casualties and severely dampening their morale. Tsunade, witnessing this, altered her attack strategy. She aimed to restrain the rock ninjas' high-level combatants to reduce Konoha's casualties, with Konoha holding the advantage in numbers and strength. Bolstered by the slugs, victory was merely a matter of time, provided the rock ninja's leader did not intervene, for swift losses would render a victory meaningless. This daunting task now fell upon her, as she was the only one capable of executing it. At this moment, Konoha was indeed suffering from a depletion of talent. The elite were few and far between, many dead or fled, leaving her without capable allies. Tsunade charged toward Inoki, clearing a path by dispatching any rock ninja that stood in her way with her formidable strength. Upon her appearance, Inoki decisively advanced with 2 elite warriors to confront her. Knowing that only a leader could counter another leader, he could not allow Tsunade to rampage across the battlefield, as the losses would be unbearable for the rock ninja. Prepare to meet your end, Inoki, Tsunade shouted, launching a powerful punch directly at him. Purple swiftly materialized to shield Inoki, resulting in a resounding impact that sent her crashing far away, inadvertently crushing several rock ninja in her path. To mitigate their losses, Inoki and Han united in their assault against Tsunade. With dust release, boundary removal technique, Han activated the steam body technique, swiftly closing in on Tsunade to confront her head-on. Empowered by the tailed beast, Han's physical prowess matched Tsunade's, as her monstrous strength did not inflict as much damage upon him as it did on others. Inoki ascended into the heavens, seeking an opportune moment to deploy a stealthy dust release attack, exploiting a particularly advantageous angle. The combat between Tsunade and Han escalated. Both being titans in the realm of taijutsu, their physical assaults astonishingly formidable. Their extensive combat experience fueled an unrelenting exchange of powerful punches, the reverberations echoing across the battlefield as Tsunade deftly avoided Inoki's dust release. All 3 combatants were formidable, yet their abilities inflicted minimal damage upon one another, while devastating the surrounding environment, turning everything to ash in the wake of their conflict. Han's steam body technique and Tsunade's monstrous strength were equally formidable, their residual shockwaves uprooting the earth. Observing the clash of elite warriors, the ninjas from both villages instinctively distanced themselves from the battlefield, aware that the attacks of leaders were expansive and often indiscriminate, endangering the lives of the weak. Those who were slower to retreat suffered the consequences of the high-level attacks. Currently, Konoha held the upper hand. Supported by the Land of Fire, their resources were abundant, and with the slug's protective presence, they exerted overwhelming pressure on the rock ninja. Konoha's ninjas employed shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags with reckless abandon, leaving the rock ninja flustered and exclaiming that Konoha fought without honor, relying solely on financial might. Meanwhile, Purple had recovered and was rushing towards Tsunade, dispatching any Konoha ninjas who crossed her path. Upon entering the fray, Purple began to unleash her lava release against Tsunade, who was compelled to evade under the assault of three formidable adversaries. When afforded a moment, she would land a punch on Han, using the momentum to reposition herself. Both dust release and lava release were potent bloodline limits, and Tsunade could not afford to be careless. A single misstep could lead to Konoha's downfall. Tsunade found Inoki particularly vexing. Despite his age, he fought without honor. Facing multiple opponents was increasingly challenging for her, as she was primarily a healer, not a frontline fighter. Fortunately, the slugs provided incessant replenishment of her energy, allowing her to endure. The trio would find it nearly impossible to defeat her in the short term. The battle raged until dusk, enveloping the entire battlefield in turmoil. The unrestrained power of high-level ninjutsu wreaked havoc, causing both sides' ninjas to lose their fighting spirit and prioritize their escape. The effects of the four combatants were starkly evident. The rock ninja suffered catastrophic losses, while Konoha, benefiting from Tsunade, the foremost medic in the ninja world, sustained losses that were more manageable. Most fatalities on both sides resulted from the collateral damage of the four combatants' clash. Those unable to withstand the onslaught were swiftly eliminated. The good news was that deaths were often instantaneous, as dust and lava releases turned victims to ash. And those struck by physical attacks were swiftly reduced to mere fragments, leaving no time to experience the agony of death. The conflict persisted until nightfall, at which point the changing conditions rendered continued combat impractical, primarily due to the difficulty in controlling the direction of skills, which risked inflicting harm on allies. Both sides called for a ceasefire, regrouping to recuperate and tend to the wounded and deceased. As night fell, the domain of reconnaissance ninjas commenced. Around the same time, Konoha's various support units engaged their targets, facing off in direct confrontations, with elite fighting elite and lower-ranked ninjas clashing below. The initial encounters led to substantial losses for both sides, with the coalition of nations suffering a fifth of their total forces, while Konoha endured a quarter of theirs.